Boom! A violent explosion shook the surroundings, buildings trembled and the glass let out a shivering wail. Han Yang jolted awake from the bed and sat up. He instinctively ran his hands over his body, completely intact, then swept his gaze around the room. The familiar room was simply yet neatly furnished. Aside from a refrigerator, a wardrobe, a table, and the bed he was sitting on, there was almost nothing else. Was that just a dream? He muttered. Or, have I been reborn? Han Yang remembered all too clearly just a moment ago he had been surrounded and torn at by a horde of zombies. Flesh had been ripped from his body piece by piece, stiff rotten claws stirring his internal organs. The searing agony had swallowed his consciousness in an instant. Yet when he woke again, he had somehow returned to his rented room. Han Yang immediately grabbed the phone at his side and glanced at it, his eyes widening as he stared at the time displayed on the screen. 1 year ago. I really have been reborn. He slid off the bed at once and ran to the window. Not far away, a commercial office building was billowing thick black smoke and the wreckage of a passenger plane hung skewered into its side. That was the very source of the explosion just now. A plane crash, exactly the same as before. I really have been reborn. Though it felt almost impossible to believe, Han Yang could not help exhaling a long breath. No matter what, being alive was enough for now. But his brows soon furrowed again. Judging from the time, today was the very first day of the zombie virus outbreak, and the exploding plane was the opening signal. He suspected that the pilot had been infected with the zombie virus causing the crash. And on this very day. Before Han Yang could think any further, a voice shrill with terror suddenly rang out. Help! Somebody help me! Following the sound, Han Yang looked down toward the residential courtyard and saw a woman sprinting at full speed, shouting as she ran. Behind her, 3 figures were chasing her like rabid dogs. Han Yang even recognized one of them. It was his neighbor from the first floor, a hunched old lady who usually panted after just a few steps, yet now moved with an athlete's terrifying agility. The woman poured every ounce of strength into shaking off the 3 behind her, but suddenly a figure lunged in from the side and slammed her to the ground. The attacker opened its mouth wide and sank its teeth into the woman's neck. Blood spurted out at once, splashing across the attacker's face and dyeing it a ghastly red. The woman's miserable scream echoed between the buildings. In the next instant, the 3 pursuers arrived, throwing themselves onto her like wild beasts and tearing into her flesh. Her screams gradually faded into hoarse gurgles and her body slowly ceased struggling. Only a spreading pool of blood seeped out from beneath the 4 crouched feeding figures. So it's begun in the complex as well. Han Yang sighed inwardly, unable to keep from muttering to himself. If only I had been reborn a little earlier, he thought. I could have gone out and stocked up on supplies. For now he could only hole up at home. If some idiot dragged him into danger, that loss would be far too great. Speaking of idiots. Bang. Bang bang bang. A series of knocks shattered Han Yang's train of thought. Han Yang, are you there? A slightly panicked female voice called out. In his mind, a graceful figure in a short-sleeved top and hot pants with long pale legs instantly surfaced, Chen Fong. Chen Fong was the wife and a young couple who shared the apartment with him. She and her husband had only recently come to the city to struggle for a living. To save on rent, Han Yang had, through a friend's introduction, rented the master bedroom out to them. And now here it was. Han Yang's heart tightened. He knew a crisis was about to arrive. Not because of this woman, but because of her idiot husband. Keeping his expression carefully neutral, he calmly opened his bedroom door. As expected, Chen Fong was standing outside. She wore delicate light makeup. On her upper body was a pale green short-sleeved blouse, thin and slightly translucent, faintly tracing the outline of the white bra beneath. Below, a black cinched waist miniskirt showed off her smooth legs, slender and well-proportioned. One foot wore a slipper while the other was half into a white low-cut flat shoe. From the way she was dressed, it was obvious she had been about to go out and had been interrupted mid-change by the sudden chaos. Han Yang, you saw it too, right? Those monsters. At this moment her face was flustered, tinged with fear, and she seemed completely at a loss. Yes, I saw it too. Those downstairs are zombies. Yes, zombies, just like in the movies. The terror in Chen Fong's heart finally found an outlet. What on earth is going on? What are we supposed to do? I don't know. But we absolutely can't go out right now. The zombies outside are far too dangerous. Remembering the zombies downstairs and the woman's tragic death, Chen Fong's face turned deathly pale, but the next moment anxiety flared again. My husband just went out. What if he's in danger? No, I have to call him. In a panic, she hurried into the living room and pulled her phone from her bag, only to freeze in place the next second. No signal. How can there be no signal? Han Yang ignored her shock. His gaze slid away from her long pale legs and fixed on the security door at the entrance. At that moment there was a loud clang. The security door was yanked open and slammed into the wall, then bounced back. Chen Fong jolted in fright. Han Yang, who had expected this, merely watched calmly as a man at the doorway, chest heaving, hurriedly shoved the door shut again. You're back, thank goodness. Are you okay? Chen Fong hurried over in a quick trot and moved to support her husband. I'm fine. Fong Fong, you're safe too, thank goodness. Su Zhongping wrapped Chen Fong in a fervent hug. As soon as I left the complex I got stuck in traffic and saw a lot of people turning into zombies, so I ran straight back. That's so dangerous. It's a miracle you made it back safely. Chen Fong's face was full of lingering fear. Han Yang meanwhile closed his bedroom door, stopped paying attention to the couple and began rummaging through his things, making preparations. Everything that had happened so far was identical to his previous life. If nothing had changed, then that idiot Su Zhongping had already been bitten by a zombie. In his last life, Chen Fong had discovered the bite marks on Su Zhongping's body while he was changing clothes and had come to Han Yang in fear, asking whether her husband would turn into a zombie because of it. What followed was Su Zhongping's sudden assault on the two of them. Though Han Yang ultimately managed to kill him, both he and Chen Fong were scratched and bitten in the struggle.
Fine, feed the baby the chicken roll, Chun Mingyin said, with a helpless smile. She placed the chicken roll to Xiao Yi's mouth, but as the child opened it, Su Fong fed her a spoonful of.
Chen Fong, however, had not been so fortunate. She became a zombie and fell under the control of his ability. Thinking of that power now, Han Yang instinctively tried to rouse it, and a familiar current of energy immediately flowed through his body. HM. A look of wild delight flashed across Han Yang's face. My ability has awakened early. Han Yang's awakened ability was called the Seat of Consciousness. Its function was to use a medium to parasitize other living beings and forcibly control them. On the surface, this ability sounded immensely powerful, reminiscent of the puppet masters in Naruto or the string powers of Doflamingo in One Piece. If he were to send the Seat of Consciousness into the body of some unfamiliar beauty, could he not do whatever he pleased with her? The fantasy was enticing, but reality was cruel. In truth, until the moment of his death in his previous life, Han Yang had only ever been able to control zombies. The reason was that his control relied on using the Seat of Consciousness to implant suggestions and commands. Zombies had no consciousness of their own, so he could control them completely. Animals and humans, however, were different. They possessed independent minds, humans especially so.
Zhu Lily calculated on a calculator. Alright, the money is transferred. Zhu Lily rolled her eyes charmingly. Hey handsome, you have to come off into this price.
For those in whom he had planted the Seat of Consciousness, he could exert a certain level of subconscious suggestion, one might even call it hypnosis, making them feel goodwill toward him, favor, or even loyalty. Beyond that, if someone bearing the Seat of Consciousness suddenly transformed into a zombie, they would instantly fall under his complete control. This was what Han Yang valued most. The reason was simple. The zombie virus was mutating incessantly. Humanity had become the virus' finest breeding ground. As the zombie virus spread, evolved, and mutated among human populations, it changed almost daily. The denser the population, the faster the mutation. Thus, even if one survived one wave of the zombie virus, there was no guarantee they could withstand the next mutation, unless, like Han Yang, they became an awakened one. Those who awakened abilities possessed extraordinarily high resistance to the airborne virus and almost never died from reinfection. The sole exception lay in the virus carried within a zombie's body. If an awakened one was scratched or bitten by a zombie and the virus entered the bloodstream, they too were as good as dead. For all these reasons, humanity could no longer gather in large numbers. No one could be certain whether the comrade fighting shoulder to shoulder a moment ago would suddenly turn and sink their teeth into them the next. Han Yang's ability, however, completely resolved this problem. Anyone who carried the Seat of Consciousness and failed to withstand a new mutant strain of the zombie virus would, upon turning, immediately fall entirely under his command and be unable to lash out and harm others. Thus, in the apocalypse, he could recruit talent without scruples, use subconscious suggestion to keep his subordinates obedient, and ultimately build a force of his own to dominate a territory. Unfortunately, shortly after he set his plan in motion, he was betrayed during an attempt to advance his power. As the memory of the one who lured him into the zombie horde to die surfaced, a shard of icy light flashed through Han Yang's eyes. He would make every enemy who had wronged him taste the despair of being torn limb from limb. For now, however, such thoughts were useless. The most urgent task was to survive the immediate crisis and secure his own life. A trace of ferocity flickered across Han Yang's face, the killing intent forged by countless brushes with death over a year in the apocalypse. Since his ability had awakened and he had no more qualms, then he would simply go all in. Han Yang first changed his clothes, putting on jeans and a tactical jacket to protect himself from zombie scratches and bites. Then he taped several magazines around his forearms. They were not thick, but with the layers of tape and fabric they could serve as improvised shields to block zombie bites and claws. If he could avoid it, Han Yang absolutely did not want to be injured by zombies again. He had survived zombification and awakened once by sheer luck in his previous life. This time there was no guarantee. He had only learned later that awakening an ability after being bitten by a zombie was a probability of less than 1 in tens of millions. Now that he had already awakened, he had no intention of wagering on that sliver of chance again. Once he had finished preparing, Han Yang picked up a long-handled umbrella and slipped a medium-sized claw hammer into his waistband. At that very moment, Chen Fong cautiously pushed open the door and stepped inside. Anxiousness was written across her face, yet she was terrified of making any sound. When she finally took in Han Yang's getup, she froze in the doorway in stunned disbelief. Before she could even process what she was seeing, Han Yang thrust the umbrella forward with his right hand like a sharp sword, stabbing straight toward her. A metallic tip hurtled toward her at terrifying speed, wrenching a shrill scream from Chen Fang's throat. In the next instant there was a wet tearing sound as the umbrella tip sank into flesh and something ruptured. Feeling no pain, Chen Fang's legs gave way and she collapsed to the floor. Instinctively she tilted her head back and looked up only to see the black shaft of the umbrella passing over her body and plunging straight into her husband's eye. The ruined eyeball bulged out as murky fluid mixed with bright blood poured from the socket. Yet her husband's face showed not the slightest hint of pain. His mouth simply opened and closed again and again like a hunting beast, emitting low growls as if desperate to tear apart the prey before him. Horrified by the grotesque scene, Chen Fang kicked frantically, using her hands to scramble backward to the side. Han Yang, very satisfied with his strike, braced the umbrella and drove the tip even deeper into Su Zongping's head. Gradually Su Zongping's movements ceased and his body sagged lifelessly to the ground. Han Yang followed through, yanking the umbrella free from Su Zongping's skull, sending a spray of redand white viscous matter splattering outward. He did not stop there. Gripping the claw hammer, he brought it down on the back of Su Zongping's head. Each dull thud drove the hammer deeper into flesh and bone, splattering blood, shredded meat and cloudy brain matter in a scene of pure horror. Chen Fang stared, eyes wide and mouth agape, utterly petrified. Soon after, Han Yang stopped, a hint of delight spreading across his face. He tossed the claw hammer aside and, unfazed by the gore, plunged his hand into the pulped remains of Su Zongping's skull, groping around before pulling out a crystal that gleamed like a diamond. After casually wiping the blood and viscous fluid from his hand with some tissue, Han Yang brought the crystal close to his eyes and examined it carefully. It was a rhomboid crystal composed of many tiny facets slightly smaller than a fingernail, milky white and semi-transparent, glittering with a crystalline luster in the sunlight. There was no doubt that this was not something that could exist in a human brain. It was a corpse core, a crystal that only a small fraction of zombies ever had a chance to develop. Not bad, Han Yang murmured, pleased, slipping it into his pocket. He had great plans for this thing, though not for his own consumption. Humans could ingest it, but most who did ended up becoming zombies. Only a tiny fraction survived by sheer luck, possibly awakening abilities or advancing their existing powers through misfortune turned to fortune. The odds, however, were worse than simply surviving a zombie bite. Han Yang was no gambler. He refused to stake everything on such a minuscule chance. He possessed a far more reliable method. A year into the apocalypse, many secrets were no longer secrets. Right now, however, he alone held that knowledge. He could use this opportunity to rapidly strengthen himself and then assemble a power base of his own. But before that, Han Yang looked at Chen Fang, whose eyes were vacant. She sat collapsed on the floor with her legs splayed, her skirt fallen askew, revealing faint glimpses of the enticing scenery beneath. He clicked his tongue in spite of himself, letting out a soft appreciative tsk. In his past life, Han Yang was bitten by Su Zongping and witnessed the scene. Coupled with the terror of life and death, he thought of dying under the peony flowers. Even as a ghost he would still be charming, which drove him into a rage and led him to force himself onto Chen Fang. As a result, he survived the corpse transformation while Chen Fang unfortunately became a zombie. But this also allowed him to discover his awakened abilities. As for how he delivered the seed of consciousness into Chen Fang's body, this leads to the medium of the seed of consciousness. Currently he can only confirm two types such as essence. Blood. The seed of consciousness can reside within and leave his body for a period of time. If a host is not found in time, it will disappear with the coagulation of blood. Han Yang glanced at Chen Fang, who was sitting on the ground, and shook his head. Naturally he wouldn't force her now. That would be too low, it was unnecessary. In the apocalypse, strength is paramount. With strength comes food, and some people for a meal can accompany you all day, coming up with various ways to entertain you. However, Han Yang soon made a new discovery. The spot where Chen Fang sat seemed a bit damp. Was she scared? Was it really that frightening just now? He turned his head to think. It seemed quite terrifying. After all, the apocalypse had just begun and ordinary people might not be accustomed to his somewhat flamboyant way of handling corpses. Thinking of the corpse, Han Yang scratched his head. He certainly couldn't leave it like this. It needed to be dealt with, or it would go bad sooner or later. It was summer now, and without the virus influence the corpse would quickly decay, and he still planned to stay here for a while. Han Yang sighed and forcefully dragged Su Zongping's corpse, leaving a bright red blood trail on the ground as he pulled it. Chen Fang finally regained her senses, looking at this horrifying scene, and couldn't help but shiver, her voice trembling as she asked, What are you going to do? Of course, throw it away. Do you want to keep it for a burial? Chen Fang hesitated to speak. It's useless to think about it. It's too hot now and everyone is struggling to survive. Just look outside with so many corpses. Before Han Yang could finish, a scream suddenly came from the building across. Help! Zombies are eating people. Chen Fang was facing the window just in time and saw a woman pressed against the glass, a zombie biting hard on her neck from behind. Blood gushed out, splattering onto the glass, forming a large area of red. The woman kept banging on the glass with her hands, leaving bloody handprints. Soon the woman's screams gradually faded, becoming inaudible. Her body stopped struggling, slowly sliding down to the bottom of the glass. Only the bloodied glass remained, telling the tale of the earlier tragedy. Chen Fang's face turned pale, thinking that if it weren't for Han Yang she might have met the same fate. So when she saw Han Yang dragging Su Zongping's corpse to the window and struggling to push it out, she fell silent. Bang! The corpse heavily crashed onto the ground outside the building, the huge noise alarming the nearby zombies, who immediately swarmed towards the corpse. As they got closer and discovered it was a fellow corpse, the zombies slowly dispersed. Damn! Han Yang felt a bit depressed. His body was too weak and dragging a corpse was exhausting. If he were to go out now, he might not even be able to handle a few ordinary zombies. It seemed he had to hurry up and exercise. Han Yang immediately felt the urgency of time. Those who awakened their abilities would have their physical qualities greatly enhanced, far surpassing ordinary people. However, this change is not instantaneous, it requires time to accumulate. In addition, one could only enhance their abilities through targeted training. The increase in ability is merely a physical limit. Whether one can reach it still depends on oneself. Although Han Yang's abilities have awakened, his physical qualities are still those of an ordinary person. He needs time to train and strengthen his body. This is also the main reason why he wants to survive here for a while. Han Yang. Chen Fong stood up trembling, just about to ask something when her body suddenly froze. What's wrong? Han Yang turned to look and found that her pale face suddenly had a hint of crimson. Nothing, I'm going back now. Chen Fong lowered her head, not daring to look at him, awkwardly returning to her bedroom. Han Yang first glanced at her skirt, then at the spot where she just sat. Tisk, she was really scared. Han Yang shook his head. Then he began to clean up the ground while wiping away the bloodstains. He considered how to deal with Chen Fong. Killing her certainly wouldn't be appropriate, it would be a pity. Not to mention her appearance. In the apocalypse, every living person is. Never mind, let's talk about her appearance. Especially those legs. Long and straight, fair and slender. Han Yang found the impression too deep. The main reason was that she liked to wear shorts casually at home. Han Yang couldn't help but glance. If it weren't for the fact that she was a married woman. Thinking of this, Han Yang glanced at the window, still stained with blood. Oh, now it's gone. TSK. One must say everyone hates Chow the Thief. But everyone also wants to be like Chow the Thief. Han Yang did not mind this at all. If he minded this, he wouldn't find many women in the apocalypse. They all go through several hands. To survive, there's no shame. But in this life he has strength and capability, so he certainly won't let his women suffer. Moreover, having more women is also quite normal. Why not start with Chen Fong? Han Yang made up his mind. However, such matters are meaningless when forced. It still needs to be a woman's voluntary choice. Only then can they complement each other. Han Yang was not in a hurry. A lonely man and a woman living in the same room, just wait for her to recognize reality and things would naturally fall into place. However, the priority now is to plant the seed of consciousness in her. Otherwise, if she suddenly turns into a zombie and attacks, even if Han Yang has the ability to solve it, he cannot guarantee he won't get hurt. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall. Han Yang was pondering. Finally, Chen Fong walked out of the room. She seemed to have just taken a shower, with a misty aura surrounding her, making her skin look even more supple. She was still wearing a short-sleeved shirt on top and had changed into a pair of hot pants on the bottom, her long legs standing together. Without makeup, her pretty face lost a bit of delicateness, gaining a hint of laziness, and her half-dry hair was casually draped, looking fresh and charming. Han Yang glanced at her fair long legs and continued to use the mop to clean the floor. Chen Fong saw that the puddle of water on the ground had been rinsed and felt relieved. Just a moment ago in the room she had struggled for a long time. She was unsure how to face Han Yang. Her heart was filled with gratitude for Han Yang saving her, yet also fear of his cold methods, and she worried that Han Yang would discover her embarrassment from being scared. But she had too many questions in her heart and also anxiety and confusion about the future, which made her come to find Han Yang. Han Yang. Chen Fong glanced at the red-stained water on the ground, cautiously approaching. What's wrong? Han Yang stopped his work and looked at Chen Fong. Do you know what's happening outside? Chen Fong chose her words carefully, avoiding direct inquiry about his unusual attire. Wearing jeans and a tactical jacket in sweltering heat was highly abnormal. I have a rough idea, nothing more than an outbreak of zombie virus, as if cinema had bled into reality. Han Yang would never reveal his secret of rebirth, but he was well aware his behavior seemed suspicious. You're wondering how I knew your husband would turn into a zombie. And why I'd already prepared for it. Yais. Truth is, I merely took precautions. The moment I saw your husband, I recalled that woman being chased downstairs. Chen Fong's face paled as Han Yang's words instantly conjured the woman's grisly fate. Judging by the time your husband entered the building, he must have been right behind her. That naturally led me to suspect he'd also been pursued by zombies, perhaps even bitten or scratched. So you changed clothes immediately after locking the door. Following Han Yang's logic, Chen Fong grasped it at once and marveled inwardly at his meticulous reasoning. Exactly. When I saw your husband lunging at you, I acted on instinct, striking first without warning. You won't blame me for ending his life, will you? No. He was already a monster. I'm grateful, you saved my life. Chen Fong managed a faint smile. But, why did you later strike Zhongping with the hammer? Her voice trailed off. Recalling the scene sent a shiver of revulsion through her. I just wanted to ensure he was truly dead. I delivered a few extra blows. Han Yang chuckled lightly, deliberately concealing the existence of the necrotic core. You're far too proficient at this, she thought, unspoken. So, what do we do next? Her voice held quiet trepidation. Have you noticed the power's gone out? Han Yang sidestepped her question, shifting focus instead. I realized it earlier when I showered. The bathroom light failed and the hairdryer wouldn't power on. Given the danger outside, I strongly doubt electricity will return anytime soon. If the outage lasts only briefly, it's manageable. But prolonged absence of power means water and gas will soon follow. We must now clear the refrigerator inventory, food stockpile, water, and secure our survival. As for what lies ahead, we'll cross each bridge when we reach it. Seeing Han Yang's calm demeanor and razor-sharp clarity, Chen Fong felt her anxiety recede. Then, shall I begin clearing the refrigerator? Yes, start with mine. There are only two of us here, no need to divide belongings. Let's face this crisis together. Understood. They set to work immediately. Han Yang swiftly cleaned the floor, then filled every available container with water. Chen Fong gathered all provisions from both refrigerators and kitchens, reorganizing them by shelf life, separating items requiring immediate consumption from those that could last longer. Here, have a cold drink. Still refreshingly chilled even in this scorching heat. After a while, both were drenched in sweat. Han Yang handed Chen Fong a can of cola he'd frozen earlier, now partially melted yet still cool. Thank you. She accepted it, sipped gently at first, savoring the soothing chill, then drank more deeply. You keep quite a stock of fresh vegetables, unlike me who lives on instant noodles and self-heating hot pots. Han Yang praised her sorting as he surveyed the categorized supplies. Most long-lasting items belong to Han Yang: instant noodles, self-heating meals, salted eggs, sausages, preserved mustard tubers, ready-to-eat or pre-cooked fare. He rarely cooked dining out or ordering delivery. Most days these staples were his occasional home provisions. Chen Fong's pantry, by contrast, held staples: rice flour, cooking oil, potatoes, tomatoes, celery, eggs, meat. But now it's problematic. Without electricity, storage becomes difficult. And if gas fails too, these perishables. Her brow furrowed with concern. Where there's a will, there's a way. It's nearly noon, why don't you cook now? Prioritize what spoils fastest. A faint smile played on Han Yang's lips. In his vision, a slender thread, visible only to him, stretched between himself and Chen Fong. The seed of consciousness had taken root within her. This thread was his spiritual conduit. If the target were a zombie, he could command it outright. If human, he could transmit subtle suggestions, gradually weaving them into subconscious belief, culminating in deep-rooted trust. His current suggestion was simple: she should find him admirable, reliable, worthy of faith. Subconscious conditioning required patience. Blunt directives like "fall in love with me" would fail utterly and risk arousing suspicion. In his past life, Han Yang had spent years refining this art through rigorous testing, eventually assembling a loyal squad of explorers. Alas! His expression dimmed momentarily, then brightened anew. Infusing the cola with blood bearing the consciousness seed, this tactic proved unfailingly effective. With that burden lifted, it was time to resume training. Meanwhile, Chen Fong strode gracefully into the kitchen to prepare lunch. As she cooked, Han Yang stepped into the living room's open space and began practicing martial forms. The style he practiced was called the Dragon Elephant Body Forging Art. Its name sounded unimpressive, like a minor technique from second-rate wuxia fiction, yet its efficacy was undeniable. He had acquired it in his previous life at considerable cost. It was said to be crafted by an awakened cultivator gifted with perceptual abilities, someone who'd synthesized masterful classical boxing systems with modern physiological science, refining them through precise somatic awareness and relentless empirical trial. Half of Han Yang's former physique had been forged by time, the other half by this very art. First he regulated his breath, then slowly assumed his half of Han Yang's former physique had been forged by time, the other half by this very art. First he regulated his breath, then slowly assumed his stance, executing each movement with deliberate precision. His motions were unhurried, each posture synchronized seamlessly with a prescribed breathing rhythm. Up close, one would notice distinct groups of tendons, muscles, and bones tensing, contracting, or releasing in perfect harmony with each motion and breath. Simultaneously, a warm current surged through his limbs with every movement, a tingling electric sensation that banished fatigue, if only for a while. When the sequence concluded, Han Yang glistened with a light sheen of sweat, his limbs pleasantly weary, his hunger markedly sharpened, just as Chen Fong called him to lunch. He glanced at the table: stir-fried celery with pork, quick-fried seasonal vegetables, and steamed rice. They sat. He tasted the dishes, and found them astonishingly flavorful, offering sincere praise. Even just her culinary skill makes keeping her worthwhile. Chen Fong smiled faintly, then asked curiously, "Were you training just now?" "Yes, given the current unclear situation, we can only strive to strengthen our bodies, aiming to have some self-protection ability. When resources become scarce in the future, it will be easier to go out and search for supplies." Han Yang spoke earnestly. Chen Fong hesitated for a moment before saying, "Exercising will definitely consume a lot of food, right? Shouldn't we conserve our food and wait for rescue instead?" "Normally that's the case, but haven't you noticed that there's no signal on our phones?" Han Yang took a bite of his meal before continuing with communication cut off and power down. If water and gas are also suspended, it means the municipal system has completely collapsed. Relying on the government for help. While I believe the military's formidable strength should be able to handle these zombies, when will they come to our rescue? 5 days. 10 days. Or 20 days. If we keep waiting for rescue and conserve food, causing a lack of nutrition and weakening our bodies, when the time comes with no water or food left, we will be even less capable of dealing with the zombies. Rather than pin our hopes on the unknown, I trust myself more. Chen Fong looked at Han Yang, whose confident and resolute gaze made her spirit tremble slightly. If you're worried about me consuming too much food, we can eat separately. No, that's not necessary. Chen Fong hurriedly refused. I'm just a bit worried. Don't worry, I won't act recklessly without assurance. After all, no one wants to die. Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, there might be a water and gas shutdown tonight. Right now the zombie virus has just begun to spread and there are many who still cling to the hope of rescue. Han Yang understood in his past life he only ventured out to fight for survival when he ran out of ammunition and food. But now that fate has allowed him to be reborn, he must cherish every day and take each step carefully. The two stopped talking and focused on finishing their meal, as every grain of food could not be wasted. After eating, Chen Fong cleared the dishes while Han Yang fetched a long-handled umbrella, preparing to practice his thrusting technique. The zombies' weakness is only in their heads, but the human skull is very tough. To eliminate a zombie, one can only smash its head with a blunt weapon or pierce the brain with a sharp weapon through the eyes, ears, mouth or nose. As for using swords to chop off heads, that's also an option. However, the close range of swords makes it easy to be scratched by zombies and the blades are prone to breaking. Without proper maintenance tools, it would be counterproductive. The best method would be to use firearms, but the noise from guns is too loud, easily attracting more zombies. Moreover, gun control is strict in the country, making them very difficult to obtain even in the apocalypse. Therefore, most people in the apocalypse use steel pipes or equivalent substitutes. Strong individuals can swing them and explode a zombie's head in one blow. Those with less strength can opt to stab. With a bit of distance they can take down a zombie, but this requires some precision. Additionally, a pry bar is also suitable for prying open doors and locks, making it an essential weapon for survivors. Currently Han Yang does not have a pry bar, but the long-handled umbrella is also a good choice. The tip of his umbrella is metal, though not very sharp. It's sufficient for poking zombies. In theory he has ample experience using it, but he cannot fully inherit it in this body. His successful strike against Su Zhongping was somewhat due to luck. He still needs to practice diligently to regain his feel. Han Yang walked to the balcony and hung several bottle caps on the clothesline approximately 1 meter and 60 centimeters above the ground, representing a person's eyes, mouth and nose. Gently shaking the rope to make the bottle cap sway, Han Yang took his stance with the umbrella ready to strike. When he spotted an opportunity, his thigh tightened, his waist and abdomen suddenly exerted force, and he thrust the umbrella forward with great effort. Ding! The bottle cap was struck, producing a faint sound as it swung backward. Han Yang nodded in satisfaction. Although his physical capabilities differ greatly from his self a year into the apocalypse, his timing and proficiency have not declined. Han Yang continued to practice for a while, regaining some of his feel. Feeling that his energy was nearly depleted, he then took his stance and continued practicing the dragon elephant body refining technique. The dragon elephant body refining technique consists of 4 sets of movements, each with 8 forms. In the morning he primarily aimed to familiarize himself with the movements and relevant breathing methods without using full strength. This time Han Yang made sure to engage all of his bones and muscles, coordinating their movements with short and long breaths, constantly tensing, contracting and relaxing. By the time he finished a set of movements, he was drenched in sweat and feeling a bit shaky. Han Yang did not stop there but continued to practice a second round. Chen Fong quickly finished washing the dishes. She dared not return to the room alone. Occasionally screams of terror from humans echoed in the community, filling her with fear. Only when she saw Han Yang could she feel slightly reassured. After all, this man is not afraid of zombies. She sat on a chair in the dining room watching Han Yang train. Although she did not know what he was practicing, just from Han Yang's soaked clothes and the sweat rolling off him she could sense that it seemed very strenuous. By the time he finished the set of movements, Han Yang was already struggling to stand. He dared not push himself to continue and sat down on the nearby sofa to rest. Wiping the sweat off his body with a towel, Han Yang drank large gulps of mineral water to replenish the fluids he lost. You're sweating so much, just drinking water isn't enough. You also need to replenish your salt. Suddenly Chen Fong spoke from the side. I neglected that, please get me some salt. I'm feeling a bit drained right now. Chen Fong turned and took some salt from the kitchen, adding a spoonful for him. Han Yang shook the bottle of water and took a few more sips. Although the taste was not great, it was bearable. You practiced so hard just now, you'll definitely be sore tomorrow and might not be able to get up. Chen Fong sat beside him, chatting aimlessly. Well, since we're just waiting around, getting stronger is better. That way we can deal with zombies more effectively. Han Yang shifted his position, pulling at a muscle, causing him to grimace. Seeing this, Chen Fong instinctively blurted out, how about I give you a massage? As soon as Chen Fong said it, she regretted it. Today's sudden turn of events had made her subconsciously rely on the man before her. She wanted to do something to bridge the distance between them. As soon as Chen Feng said it, she regretted it. Today's sudden turn of events had made her subconsciously rely on the man before her. She wanted to do something to bridge the distance between them. After saying that, he smoothly turned over and lay down. Seeing this, Chen Feng pursed her lips, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately stepped forward, extending her hands. Your technique is remarkable. As Chen Feng kneaded, Han Yang felt the muscles in his legs slowly loosen, the stiffness ebbing away, and he could not help but murmur in admiration. When my grandmother was bedridden, I looked after her and learned from videos, Chen Feng replied. Having begun, she relaxed and the two fell into a casual intermittent conversation. After finishing his legs, Chen Feng moved to his waist and back. The comfort overwhelmed him, and before he knew it, Han Yang had fallen asleep. Seeing this, Chen Feng slipped away quietly and lay dazed on the small sofa across the room. More than half an hour later, Han Yang woke, stretched, and felt instantly restored and refreshingly clear-headed. He could tangibly sense his body was slightly stronger. I must meet whoever devised this body tempering art. Its effects are astonishing, Han Yang thought to himself. In his past life he had never improved so rapidly or so palpably. Perhaps my constitution was so weak before that this method appears especially potent. You're awake. How do you feel? Chen Feng rubbed her eyes. She had napped lightly and woke at the slightest sound. Han Yang looked at her alabaster legs curled on the sofa, forming a graceful arc, and swallowed. Thank you again, my aches are gone. He watched her with heated eyes. The languid charm of a beauty newly roused was particularly beguiling. He had known other pretty women in his former life, but few could compare to Chen Feng. After the ravages of the apocalypse, most people's skin had grown dark and coarse. She, however, seemed to possess skin that could almost be squeezed for moisture. Is that so? I'm glad I could help, Chen Feng replied reflexively, hugging a cushion to her chest and shifting her posture to conceal much of her allure. I'll trouble you again in the future, I hope you don't mind, Han Yang said, averting his gaze and offering a smile. No. It's fine, really, it's nothing, Chen Feng answered somewhat awkwardly. She had noticed his earlier fervent stare. I'm a little hungry, let's wash some fruit to eat. We can't leave it for too long, Han Yang said, rubbing his stomach. He had only recently finished lunch but already felt empty. All right. Chen Feng rose her pale legs, treading into the kitchen, and fetched half a watermelon and some other fruit. These will spoil quickly without a fridge, eat what you can. Han Yang did not hesitate. He took a spoon and began to scoop. You should eat too, he called when he saw Chen Feng merely watching. I'm not hungry, you go ahead, Chen Feng said with a small smile. Han Yang paid her no mind and ate the watermelon earnestly. He needed to replenish his energy. After half the watermelon he felt somewhat sated and went out to the balcony to practice a few spear-thrusting drills to find his rhythm. With the food settling, he resumed his body-tempering exercises. The greatest motivator for persistence is the most tangible reward. The newfound strength invigorated Han Yang. He pushed through 3 rounds before his body began to tremble. Much stronger than at noon. He drank deeply, ate some fruit, rested for a few minutes, then gritted his teeth and continued training. He practiced the dragon-elephant body tempering technique 3 more times. By the 3rd round he could hardly keep his breath steady. The final movements nearly faltered into deformation. His body aching and utterly exhausted, Han Yang collapsed on the sofa, drenched in sweat and limp. Chen Feng, who had been busy in the kitchen, emerged carrying a large bowl of noodles. Ravenous Han Yang seized the bowl and ate heartily. Delicious, he exclaimed gratefully. The broth was made from egg, tomato and cucumber. The noodles were soft yet springy, perfectly cooked, finished with a sprinkling of scallions and a drizzle of sesame oil. The aroma was rich and the seasoning ample, ideal for replenishing his lost fluids and hunger. Only after finishing the large bowl did Han Yang finally exhale in relief. He handed the dishes to Chen Feng and lay back on the sofa motionless. Let me give you another rub, she offered after washing the bowls. Having done it once, a second time seemed no great matter. Thank you, Han Yang said with an embarrassed smile. She began at the front again, and Han Yang, half closing his eyes, caught a faint pleasant scent floating to his nose. He stared openly. Then slightly forward gravity made her upper body particularly arresting. Chen Feng seemed to sense it and stiffened for a moment before resuming the massage. Had Han Yang not been so observant, he might not have noticed. Could there be a chance? Soon Chen Feng finished the front and had him turn over to work the back. After a good 10 minutes or so, Han Yang felt as if he had been reborn. He stood, swept his gaze around the room, and finally rested his eyes on the coffee table. The table was solid wood with a heavy glazed stone slab inset on top. Previously he could only lift it slightly. He grasped the narrow end and, exerting all his strength, the entire table rose from the floor nearly vertical. Chen Feng was startled when they had moved the table before it had taken her husband and Han Yang together to heave it into place. Now Han Yang could almost lift it upright by himself. Recalling how arduous it had been to move corpses that morning, he felt the explosive power coursing through him as he slowly set the table back down. With this physique I should be on par with an average athlete, he thought. And all these changes had occurred in less than a day. Of course the gains will taper as time goes on, eventually reaching the limit of an awakener. What are you practicing? Your strength increased so quickly. Chen Feng said, her gaze curious. Not only his strength but his recovery speed had markedly improved. In so short a span he had gone from lethargy to vitality. Do you want to learn? I can teach you. Chen Fang's eyes lit up. May I? He asked. Of course, she replied. This body tempering technique not only fortifies the body but preserves the figure one could eat without gaining weight, for its only drawback is that it consumes vast amounts of energy. Han Yang smiled, thinking some of the movements were intricate and would require hands and guidance. Chen Fang, upon hearing this, felt even more tempted. Let me first demonstrate the first set of movements and you can practice along with me, Han Yang said as he began to move, while Chen Fang started to observe Han Yang's actions carefully. In truth, she did not possess a strong desire to learn, she simply wanted something to keep herself occupied. The sudden turn of events today had kept her heart in suspense since morning. Only when she was busy could she momentarily forget the screams of the zombies outside and the horrific scenes that unfolded. However, everything eventually comes to an end. Having grown accustomed to the fast-paced urban life, the sudden slowdown left her feeling at a loss. Especially now that there was no electricity, the entertainment options of modern society had diminished by more than half. She could only find something to do to divert her attention. Soon Han Yang finished the first set of 8 movements, not even slightly out of breath. Now you give it a try. Han Yang looked at Chen Fang. Chen Fang recalled briefly, then slowly opened her long legs, squatted slightly and began to practice by drawing circles in the air with her hands, executing each move. Han Yang watched intently. This beautiful woman moved differently, each action imbued with a unique grace. Especially the way she bent over and lifted her leg, it was truly breathtaking. When Chen Fang completed the first set of movements, a slight flush appeared on her face, not from exhaustion but because she felt Han Yang's intense. How was that? Was it okay? Chen Fang struggled to suppress her embarrassment. Not bad, the basic movements are quite similar, but there are some subtle differences that still need improvement. Han Yang stepped closer and asked Chen Fang to demonstrate the first move. For example, while bending over, you need to take a deep breath, adjust your center of gravity and focus on engaging your thigh muscles. Han Yang gently adjusted Chen Fang's thighs with his hands and pointed out the muscle groups that should be engaged. Chen Fang's face turned even redder. However, seeing Han Yang's serious expression, she bit her lip and corrected her posture according to his instructions. Not bad. Han Yang stood by examining the corrections he made, instinctively rubbing his thumb and index finger together. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Yes, it feels like a freshly peeled egg. The key to the previous movements is to focus on your breathing and coordinate with the leg movements. Next, let's transition to the second movement. Han Yang urged Chen Fang to continue, immediately stepping in to correct her whenever she made a mistake, pointing out the breathing that should accompany the movements. By the end of the 8 movements, Chen Fang was slightly sweating. Han Yang glanced outside. The sun had disappeared and the sky was dimming. Alright, let's call it a day for now, it's starting to get dark outside. For the next couple of days, focus on practicing this first set of movements. Once you are proficient, it'll teach you the next ones. Now go cook something, otherwise it will be too dark to see anything later. Chen Fang wasn't particularly tired, but she felt hungry, so she went into the kitchen to start cooking. Han Yang stretched his body, feeling quite pleased, and seized the opportunity to practice the movements again twice. Not bad, the physical conditioning is improving quickly. At this rate, maybe the day after tomorrow we can go out, at least to clear the hallway. In reality, Han Yang felt they could go out tomorrow, but to be cautious he thought another day of practice would be better. Chen Fang made braised pork with potatoes for dinner. Since the meat wouldn't keep, she decided to stew it all, which led Han Yang to eat 4 large bowls of rice. Chen Fang rarely had even a small bowl herself, as she usually avoided heavy carbs at night to maintain her figure. By the time they finished eating, it was completely dark outside. Without the colorful neon lights and light pollution outside, it felt especially dark. Inside, it was also pitch black. I remember there's a candle in the TV cabinet. Once I light it while there's still water, you can go wash up. Han Yang rummaged through the TV cabinet in the dark. Thankfully, the environment hadn't suddenly turned dark. His eyes had adapted to the darkness, allowing him to see the general outline. Soon a flickering light appeared in the living room, illuminating the room. He'll wash the dishes first. Chen Fang remembered Han Yang mentioning that there might be a water outage at night, so she washed the dishes before returning to her room to wash up. Han Yang looked outside. The sounds of zombies were much louder now. Compared to the daytime, night was the zombies' domain, and they became more frenzied. The screams and wails of humans were also more frequent than during the day. I need to hurry up and train. A sense of urgency arose in Han Yang as he clenched his fist and continued his training in the dark. Chen Fang quickly finished washing up. Seeing Han Yang training diligently, she didn't disturb him and placed the candle in the living room before slowly returning to her room. The candlelight illuminated Han Yang, casting a long shadow. Time passed, and at some point the candle went out. Han Yang had also lost track of how many times he had practiced. All he knew was that his body felt sore and weak and he had to stop. Checking the time, it was nearly 11 o'clock, so he dragged his weary body into the bathroom. A night of practice left him not only sore and weak but also drenched in sweat. Since there was still water, he needed to wash up quickly. Han Yang finished washing, changed his clothes, dried his hair, and then crawled into bed, quickly falling asleep. That night he slept soundly, not dreaming even for a second. This was an extreme luxury during the past year of the apocalypse. When Han Yang woke up again, the daylight was already bright. He glanced at the time, it was just 7 o'clock. He got up feeling refreshed. The soreness in his muscles was gone, replaced by an indescribable sense of ease. It felt as if he had endless. Han Yang casually grabbed the bedside cabinet, which weighed nearly 50 to 60 pounds, and surprisingly lifted it effortlessly with one hand. This made him feel quite elated. Previously he couldn't say he was weak, but he was at an ordinary human level. Now however he felt that his strength was comparable to that of weightlifters or boxing champions. Han Yang's current physical condition was almost at the limit of what a normal human could achieve. Continuing to train further would push him into the realm of superhuman abilities due to the virus enhancement. Gore, at that moment a rumble suddenly came from his stomach. Han Yang's mood instantly soured as every cell in his body roared with hunger. Becoming stronger also comes at a cost. However, this cost was one he was more than willing to bear. Walking into the living room, he found Xin Fang's door tightly shut. She had not yet woken up. Han Yang had no choice but to enter the kitchen and heat up 2 packets of self-heating meals. As for why he didn't cook, if the future had not changed, there would already be a water and gas outage at this point. After a simple breakfast, Han Yang began to train again, determined to push towards a superhuman realm today. However, just as he began his warm-up exercises, he immediately saw a figure clad in white rush into the kitchen. He couldn't help but stop and watch, internally marveling. This woman dressing increasingly ostentatiously, does she think I am not a man? Chen Fang did not sleep well last night. The fear and confusion about the future kept her tossing and turning. The distant roars of zombies and the screams of humans echoed in the darkness, causing her to have continuous nightmares, waking her up repeatedly. It was only in the early morning that she fell into a deep, muddled sleep. When she woke up again, the sun was already high in the sky. The surroundings were eerily quiet. If it weren't for the emptiness beside her and the prominent red reflections on the glass of the opposite building, she would have thought everything from yesterday was just a nightmare. I almost forgot I closed the window last night to block out the noise from outside. No wonder it's so hot. Chen Fang's mind gradually cleared, and the stifling heat in the room made her break out in a sticky sweat, feeling quite uncomfortable. Struggling to get up, she opened the window and warm air rushed in. Outside the sun was bright, but the community was desolate, with not a soul in sight. There were no more piercing car horns, no boisterous square dancing, no children playing. Everything appeared so harmonious and quiet. In an instant, Chen Fang experienced a strange illusion, as if she were the only person left in this world. Fear and anxiety surged in her heart. Fortunately, at that moment a sudden ding came from the adjacent living room. Chen Fang instantly thought of a name: Han Yang. A wave of joy surged within her like a traveler in the desert discovering an oasis. He was exercising. Chen Fang had watched him practice for a long time yesterday, knowing he was using an umbrella for thrusting practice. I am not alone. Chen Fang's mood calmed a little and she walked into the bathroom to prepare for a shower. But the next moment she froze in place. Wait. Is the water cut off? She suddenly recalled what Han Yang had said. I don't know when help will arrive. The power is out now and the water and gas will probably follow soon. Chen Fang rushed to the kitchen, turned on the gas stove, only to hear the igniter clicking constantly without any gas coming out. The gas is also cut off. A sharp question involuntarily arose in her mind: could it be that there really is no rescue? What's wrong? Han Yang paused his workout, fixating his gaze on Chen Fang, unable to suppress his thoughts. This woman is dressing more and more provocatively. Does she think I am not a man? The water and gas are both cut off. Chen Fang pursed her lips, feeling her throat was very dry. Fortunately, she had prepared some water yesterday. Thanks to this man, she had been ready. Chen Fang looked at Han Yang and noticed his gaze was somewhat strange, as if he was staring at her intently. She lowered her head slightly and realized her outfit was inappropriate. Last night was too hot, so she had swapped her short-sleeved shirt for a silk camisole with less fabric without wearing a bra underneath. Chen Fang's face flushed bright red and she immediately ran back to her room. Han Yang watched her sway and felt a surge of heat. He gulped down half a bottle of water to quell his impulse. When Chen Fang returned to her room, she leaned against the door and let out a slight sigh of relief. That was a bit too revealing, wasn't it? Chen Fang glanced at herself, a hint of shyness flashing across her face. But then she thought at least what she wore was more than a swimsuit. It's nothing. She sat on the edge of the bed, took a sip of water, comforting herself, but Han Yang's scorching gaze kept flashing through her mind. She had previously noticed that Han Yang often stared at her legs, but back then his gaze was rather subtle, unlike the unabashed stares of these past few days. Since the apocalypse began, he seemed like a different person. Of course, it could also be that she had not understood him well enough in the past. Chen Fang took a deep breath, walked to the bathroom and used some of the water she had prepared yesterday to wash herself. After washing up, Chen Fang hesitated for a moment but ultimately chose to wear a slightly loose pair of sweatpants, getting dressed neatly before stepping out of her room. Han Yang was still exercising and Chen Fang couldn't shake the feeling that he seemed to grimace slightly. Does he dislike my outfit? Chen Fang thought instinctively, and a small sense of delight unexpectedly blossomed within her. Have you had breakfast yet? She asked him. I already ate. Now that the gas is cut off, there's no way to cook, so you can have a self-heating pot. Han Yang had just finished a set of dragon elephant body refining technique and paused for a brief rest. Then what about later? Pre-cooked food will eventually run out. Chen Fong looked worried. Tomorrow I will go out for a bit to see if I can gather anything useful. We still have plenty of food, there's no need to go out so early. Chen Fong tried to dissuade him. What if he didn't come back? I know, but we can't just rely on food. What we lack the most right now is water. Han Yang paused for a moment before continuing. Although we have stored some, I need to exercise every day and sweat a lot, requiring a large amount of water to replenish. The water at home won't last us long. Besides, I'm not reckless. I plan to clean the stairwell first and lock the unit door downstairs. This way at least this building will be safe. We can cook in the stairwell, which is safer than inside the house. We won't have to worry about burning anything. In this world a living person cannot die from a lack of fuel. There is no gas or electricity, but there is still the most primitive way of chopping wood and making fire. However, the room is filled with flammable materials and a moment's carelessness could lead to a disaster. In his past life, Han Yang had seen an entire building burn down due to indoor fires. It's much safer in the stairwell. The staircase railings are iron and there's nothing to burn. Chen Fong pursed her lips. Her worries hadn't lessened, but she didn't say anything further. By the way, don't pour out the wastewater after washing, save it for flushing the toilet. Han Yang added. The downside of living in an apartment is that once the water and electricity are cut off, the hardest part is using the toilet. If it can't be flushed in time and the toilet gets clogged, the room will quickly become uninhabitable. Thus in the future most survivor gathering zones will be villas or low-rise buildings near water sources. In contrast, high-rise urban areas will become a paradise for zombies. Han Yang had already made plans. Once the virus mutation outbreak period was over, he could head to a place he had long considered. There is water, electricity, and many rooms. As long as he can control that area, he can quickly recruit people and expand his influence. Chen Fong went to the kitchen to cook for herself while Han Yang continued to exercise. By the time Chen Fong finished eating, she also started practicing the moves she had learned yesterday. When Han Yang took a break from his tiring workout, he would offer pointers, but without legs to see, she felt a bit less motivated. Chen Fong quickly grasped the technique and became quite proficient, but since she did not possess an awakened body, the effects were not as pronounced. Conversely, Han Yang, after rigorous training, was becoming increasingly powerful. The furniture in the room, including tables, chairs, tea tables, and washing machines, were used by him to test his strength, moving them around as if playing. A day passed quietly amid continuous exercise and rest. Although Chen Fong had massaged Han Yang twice and prepared meals, resulting in her not training for too long, she still felt incredibly fatigued. After dinner, she quickly wiped down her body and returned to her room, where she surprisingly fell asleep quickly. The next morning when she woke up, Chen Fong found herself in an unprecedented good spirit. It seems to really be effective. At least I slept well. Chen Fong felt joyful, but when she thought of Han Yang going out today, she felt a bit flustered and worried. When leaving the room, she hesitated for a moment but ultimately chose not to wear sweatpants. Instead, she found a pair of shorts that she felt the most comfortable in. In the living room, when Han Yang saw Chen Fong come out, his eyes lit up. Under the sunlight, her smooth, fair legs were so dazzling. Oh. Shorts. On the third day of the apocalypse, Han Yang woke up early as usual. Today he didn't rush to exercise but instead had a hearty meal and began to prepare for going out. Dressed in his usual tactical jacket and jeans, his arms still wrapped with magazines. The long-handled umbrella was no longer suitable for him, it felt too light. However, there were no better weapons available, so he had to make do with it. The ram's horn hammer hanging at his waist had already been cleaned, and besides that, he packed some items that might be useful. However, there were no better weapons available, so he had to make do with it. The ram's horn hammer hanging at his waist had already been cleaned, and besides that, he packed some items that might be useful. Just as he finished dressing, Chen Fong walked out of her room. Are you preparing to go out? At first Chen Fang's gaze was a bit evasive, but upon seeing Han Yang's outfit she immediately became concerned. Yes. Han Yang glanced at her shorts, a bright smile on his face. You look great today. Chen Fang's face turned slightly red, avoiding his gaze, and murmured then. Be careful. I'll wait for you to come back. Don't worry, I'll make sure to come back safe for your sake. After saying that, Han Yang walked to the entry door. He didn't rush to open it but first looked through the peephole. That day Su Zhongping had made a lot of noise, plus he had run all the way back, making it hard to say that there weren't zombies following him. The peephole had a limited view, but it could generally allow him to see if there were any shadows nearby. Confirming that there were no zombies outside, Han Yang cautiously opened the door. Chen Fong tense watched his every move and finally sighed in relief upon seeing there were no zombies outside. Han Yang didn't close the door immediately but instead observed his surroundings in case something was amiss and he needed to retreat quickly. Their building was multi-storied, 6 floors in total, with no elevator and 2 households per floor. They were on the 5th floor. With the main door closed tight, the 5th floor was temporarily safe. Han Yang leaned his head out into the stairwell, looking up and down. There were no signs of life on the 4th floor, and the 6th floor was also silent. Only then did he close the door behind him. To ensure a safe retreat, Han Yang didn't go downstairs. Instead, he took the long-handled umbrella and pointed it upward, stepping cautiously up the stairs. The stairwell was narrow, barely allowing 2 people to walk side by side. If zombies were to rush down from above, it would be difficult for an ordinary person to escape. Han Yang ascended half a flight and angled his body to peek. Fortunately, both doors on the upper floor were closed and there was nothing but a shoe rack in the stairwell. Han Yang arrived at the 6th floor and confirmed there were no oversights before turning back down. Going down felt much safer. Han Yang, with the height advantage, could easily poke at zombies with the long-handled umbrella. The 4th floor was safe and both households had their doors tightly shut. When he reached the 3rd floor, one door was slightly ajar, but there were no zombies in the stairwell, only a trail of blood flowing down the ground. The blood was dark red and completely dried, likely remnants from a couple of days ago. Han Yang did not recklessly enter but closed the door. His first priority was to ensure the stairwell was safe. There would be plenty of time to explore inside later. Continuing down, when he reached the 2nd floor, Han Yang's expression froze. A shadow stood quietly on the platform between the 2nd and 1st floors. A zombie. Han Yang squinted and with the long-handled umbrella in hand he lightly tapped the handrail of the stairwell. Clang. The sudden sound broke the silence of the stairwell. The zombie turned and upon seeing Han Yang immediately lurched forward awkwardly. Han Yang stood still watching as the zombie crawled up halfway up the stairs before suddenly unleashing his strength. The long-handled umbrella drew a swift arc stabbing toward the zombie's head. Put. The sound of an eyeball bursting echoed as the umbrella tipped swiftly and accurately pierced through the zombie's eye socket into the brain. Unfortunately, the umbrella lacked sufficient power, unable to penetrate further once it reached the brain. If he had been wielding a crowbar, Han Yang was confident that the previous strike could have pierced the zombie's brain. However, this was already sufficient. The zombie that had just been roaring and charging fell motionless. Without pausing, Han Yang noticed that the door to the 1st floor was also closed and immediately ran to the entrance of the building. The noise just now had been significant and could attract zombies. But it was too late. A zombie lunged at him from the front. Han Yang's expression hardened as he gauged the distance and thrust the umbrella with his right hand. The zombie opened its mouth to bite, causing the umbrella to skew and jab into its mouth. The umbrella tip pierced through, but the zombie did not die. It still struggled to reach for Han Yang. Han Yang remained unfazed, quickly stepping back while withdrawing the umbrella, and with his left hand grasped the ram's horn hammer. He struck down at the zombie's head as it lunged forward due to momentum. Put. The mighty force drove the ram's horn hammer deep into the zombie's skull, splattering dark red blood and murky white brain matter. Now the zombie was dead beyond recovery, twitching on the ground before falling still. Yet the crisis was not over. Right behind this zombie, 2 more zombies lunged at him like mad dogs. Why are there so many zombies at the entrance? Han Yang had no time to ponder and immediately ran back to the 1st floor. The 1st floor was elevated by 4 steps from the ground, providing him with an advantageous position. He didn't look back. Instead, with a bold heart, he gathered his strength and turned around. The umbrella shot like a returning bolt, stabbing at the zombies that followed closely. Put. Once again he successfully struck the zombie's eye, instantly pinning it in place. However, the other zombie did not hesitate, slipping past through the gap beside the struck one. Han Yang kicked out, landing squarely on the zombie's chest, knocking it back along with the one he had just dispatched. Holding the umbrella in his right hand, he quickened his pace by 2 steps, taking advantage of the last zombie still struggling. He stabbed the umbrella toward its head. Put. The umbrella sank deep into its brain and the zombie on the ground ceased its struggles. Having dealt with 4 zombies consecutively, even with Han Yang's enhanced physique, he was slightly out of breath. But it was not time to rest yet. Han Yang looked toward the entrance. This time no zombies emerged. He hurried over and there were no zombies directly in front of the entrance. He glanced around and then his heart skipped a beat. To the right of the entrance, right next to the 1st floor balcony, there were still 2 zombies wandering. Did they not hear the noise just now, or? Suddenly his expression tightened and disbelief spread across his face. That is. Below their building there had originally been a green belt under the 1st floor balcony, but the old lady from the 1st floor had modified it, erecting a fence and planting vegetables. At this moment, amidst the lush greens of lettuce, one plant stood out prominently. It was only as high as a palm with 3 broad leaves, the emerald green leaves adorned with pale veins seemingly glowing, giving an otherworldly impression. And the 2 wandering zombies gazed at this grass through the fence. No wonder there are so many zombies at the entrance, and now those 2 zombies are unwilling to leave. Sure, grass truly a find without seeking. The corpse grass is a miraculous plant newly discovered after the apocalypse. Its function is quite simple. It has a certain chance of allowing ordinary people to awaken their abilities safely without turning into corpses. Mature corpse grass can even help the awakened enhance their abilities. Coincidentally, Han Yang happens to know how to mature the corpse grass. Han Yang stared at the corpse grass, his eyes shining brighter than ever. In the year of the apocalypse, humanity struggled for survival, during which a group of awakened individuals emerged, each possessing incredible powers. They no longer feared the mutated viruses in the air. As long as they were careful not to be bitten by zombies, they could rely on their strengthened bodies and unique abilities to survive well in the apocalypse. They gradually became the leaders and higher-ups of various survivor gatherings. Those with ambitions began to investigate how to awaken abilities. Soon people discovered that aside from the naturally awakened and the very few who survived after being bitten by zombies, there were also a select few who awakened their abilities by consuming certain plants. Natural awakening is uncontrollable and surviving a zombie bite is a matter of life and death. The method of consuming plants is much safer, leading survivors to frantically search for these miraculous plants. Corpse grass is one of them. Corpse grass generally grows in the shady areas where corpse energy accumulates. How could there be some here? Han Yang was somewhat puzzled, but that did not hinder the eagerness in his gaze, which sparkled brighter than when he laid eyes on Chen Fang's smooth fair legs. I need to think of a way to draw those two zombies over. Han Yang did not want to create too much noise, fearing it would attract more zombies and affect his harvesting of the corpse grass. He pulled a coin from his pocket and lightly tossed it towards the two zombies. Clink. The coin made a crisp sound, attracting the attention of the two zombies. Upon seeing Han Yang, they immediately let out a roar and lunged at him like rabid dogs. Han Yang took 2 steps back, entering the entrance of the unit, listening to the sounds outside and preparing himself. When the first zombie peeked around the door, he swiftly thrust his umbrella. Thud. The tip of the umbrella pierced straight into the zombie's brain. The entrance was narrow when the second zombie arrived, but was blocked outside. Han Yang withdrew his umbrella and struck again, hitting the zombie behind with a single blow. After quickly dispatching the two zombies, he dragged them into the building to prevent blocking the door. He then cautiously stepped out of the building's entrance. It was eerily quiet outside and he did not see any other zombies. Han Yang bent down to the balcony on the first floor, where the balcony was over a meter above the ground, creating a small shadow where the corpse grass was growing. As he dug into the soil with a knife, preparing to take the corpse grass along with its roots, he observed his surroundings. Outside the railing, he spotted a corpse which was surprisingly that of Su Zhongping, the one Han Yang had thrown down. At this moment, Su Zhongping's corpse had already begun to decay, emitting an unusual foul odor, with a faint yellowish wet stain flowing from beneath his corpse into the soil of the greenery. So that's how it is. Han Yang suddenly understood. He realized why there was corpse grass growing here. It was influenced by Su Zhongping's corpse energy. This Su Zhongping is truly my lucky star. Not only has he given me a corpse core, but he has also nurtured a corpse grass for me. Han Yang clicked his tongue. Although corpse grass generally grows near corpses, it is usually found in places where corpses are piled up. It is rare for a single corpse to nurture corpse grass, but it does happen. Thank you for your gift. I won't hold past grievances against you. In the future, I will take good care of your wife. Han Yang wanted to say, I will take care of your wife, so don't worry. But then he thought that they had no children, so he let it go. There wasn't much conflict between him and Su Zhongping, they just found each other a bit unpleasant. Han Yang heard from friends that Su Zhongping's family was quite wealthy, owning several properties and storefronts in their hometown county, which is why he managed to marry Chen Fang. After all, Chen Fang was considered a well-known beauty in their locality, and even in an international metropolis like Jinghai, she could make people exclaim wow. However, both of them had high aspirations and did not want to settle in a small county, so they came to Jinghai to try their luck. Later they were introduced to Han Yang. During their interactions, Han Yang found that this person often acted arrogantly, as if he could point out the world, and was quite self-righteous. He also looked down on Han Yang's small company's sales with a subtly arrogant attitude. Naturally, Han Yang would not be friendly towards someone who treated him coldly, so their relationship gradually became a bit stiff and they only communicated a few words through Chen Fang. Now that the man was dead and debts cleared, there was really no major conflict, and Han Yang naturally did not hold any grudges. Moreover, he had received so many gifts after his death, so he could only take good care of Chen Fang. Han Yang emptied a nearby flower pot, placed the dug-up corpse grass inside, and then retreated back into the hallway, locking the unit door. At this point, Han Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the several corpses haphazardly piled at the entrance of the hallway, placed the corpse grass aside, and took out a pickaxe and knife, preparing to extract the core. This task was akin to unboxing. Even a year into the apocalypse, survivors had yet to fully grasp which zombies contained core. However, they had roughly figured out a pattern. Zombies that had become undead after awakening their abilities were guaranteed to have cores, and their quality was quite high. Therefore, if a zombie with a core had not died initially, it was very likely that it would awaken abilities. Hence, some speculated that the corpse core might be the crystallization of abilities. Consequently, some people boldly attempted to consume corpse cores to awaken abilities, but without exception they all turned into zombies. Thus, although people had discovered the existence of corpse cores long ago, they had not figured out how to use them, so they had not paid much attention until research into the miraculous plants deepened. Han Yang had opened the skulls of 6 corpses and indeed retrieved a corpse core. He then took out another core he had extracted from Su Zhongping's brain and buried it together with the corpse grass in the flower pot. The corpse grass, which had been somewhat wilting due to transplantation, quickly perked up once again. The patterns on its leaves became more vibrant, almost glowing, and even visibly increased in density. Indeed, these miraculous plants, referred to as spiritual plants in the apocalypse, could grow rapidly by absorbing corpse cores. This was discovered accidentally after people tried various modern fertilizers to no avail. Before Han Yang's rebirth, this knowledge had just begun to spread. The previously unremarkable corpse cores suddenly became a hot commodity, dramatically increasing in value. In this life, only Han Yang knew about these things, and this would be his trump card to grow stronger. He casually tossed the bodies of the 6 zombies out of the building so they could accompany Su Zhongping. When he had just been reborn and was unaware of his awakening, his plan was originally to clean this building while piling the corpses of the zombies he killed in a shady spot behind the building to see if there was a chance of nurturing in-corpse grass. Now not only did he avoid these troublesome operations, but he might also reap a mature in-corpse grass. Han Yang took one last look at Su Zhongping, feeling a sense of emotion as he completely locked the unit door. I will take good care of your wife. Thinking of Chen Fong, Han Yang's heart suddenly burned with heat. She changed back into hot pants today. Perhaps. Han Yang walked back with the in-corpse grass, feeling a sense of impatience building up. Han Yang paused as he reached the third floor, gazing at the bloodstains on the ground. He wondered, I'm not sure if anyone lives in the other units of this building. It's not wise to forcibly pry open doors to gather supplies, but this household must be empty. Perhaps I should collect some supplies first. Otherwise it would be a waste to return empty-handed. Han Yang hesitated for only a moment before taking action. He set the in-corpse grass aside and pulled out a piece of iron wire from his pocket. Then he walked over to the previously opened door, inserting the iron wire into the lock. Han Yang learned his lockpicking skills from a cheap master in his former life who specialized in such tasks. In the apocalypse, the skill of lockpicking was highly sought after. After all, violent break-ins made too much noise and could easily attract zombies. Unfortunately, he was not particularly skilled at it, especially since he was using non-professional tools. Fortunately, after fiddling for a while, he managed to unlock the door. Han Yang did not rush in immediately. Instead, he observed first. The living room was utterly empty with no sign of life. He deliberately tapped the doorframe with the tip of his umbrella, making a sound. Bang! Bang! He faintly heard the sounds of zombies, but they seemed to be on the upper floors. Han Yang waited a moment longer. When no zombies rushed out, he stepped inside the room. He did not hurry to collect supplies, choosing first to explore several rooms to confirm there were no zombies. Many exploration teams in his past life had perished because they overlooked some hidden zombies lurking in the corners of rooms. Having suffered such a loss himself, Han Yang confirmed the house was safe before securely closing the door and beginning his search for useful items. The layout of this room was identical to Han Yang's own. He first checked the two bedrooms, not expecting much, but unexpectedly discovered some outdoor equipment on the main bedroom's balcony. A climbing backpack, trekking poles, and a portable camping stove. Han Yang opened the backpack and found a large bundle of nylon rope inside. In addition, he found some emergency medicines for anti-inflammation and diarrhea, a solar power bank, a flashlight, binoculars, and more. He then picked up the trekking pole, testing its feel. It was much better than the umbrella, with a resilient shaft and a metal base which could be polished into a decent self-defense weapon. Finally, he grabbed the portable camping stove, which resembled a small gas stove with an additional section for installing a gas canister. He had seen others use such an item before, but it was his first time handling one. The operation was simple and not much different from a home gas stove. Now this solves my urgent need. He cheerfully packed all these items into his backpack before heading to the kitchen for a look. To his great satisfaction, this household not only had a full stock of rice and flour but also a string of cured meat, 2 packets of dried noodles, and some preserved food like dried mushrooms and silver fungus. As for the contents of the refrigerator, aside from a bag of potatoes and a bag of eggs, most of the fruits and vegetables had begun to rot. Han Yang collected the good-looking items along with some other seasonings, filling a large bag. The dining room also had some beverages, beer, liquor, and snacks which Han Yang did not overlook. Only after both his bag and the climbing backpack were full did he head back, carrying rice flour, oil, and half a bucket of water. He of course did not forget the in-corpse grass. All the items weighed about 70 to 80 pounds, but Han Yang felt no strain as he swiftly dashed back to the 5th floor. Since Han Yang left, Chen Fong had been feeling anxious, especially after hearing some noises and the roars of zombies from downstairs. She stood on the balcony observing, but due to the angle she could not see what was happening downstairs, nor did she know how Han Yang was faring. Soon the outside fell quiet for a moment, making Chen Fong even more restless. She kept her eyes on the door, straining to catch every possible sound. But Han Yang had yet to return. He'll be fine, he must be fine. She whispered to herself, unable to imagine how she would endure if something happened to Han Yang. Chen Fong paced nervously in the living room. She didn't know how long had passed when suddenly the sound of footsteps climbing the stairs echoed outside. Dong! 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 The sound was heavy and forceful, stopping only when it reached the 5th floor. Chen Fong stared anxiously at the entrance. With a creak, the door opened and Han Yang appeared, carrying various items. Seeing Han Yang safe and sound, Chen Fang's face immediately lit up with joy. Did you encounter any zombies? She examined the bloodstains on him, stepping forward to help him with the items while inquiring with concern. Yes, I encountered a few at the entrance, but I dealt with them. Han Yang handed her the backpack, which Chen Fong caught with both hands, not expecting it to weigh down so suddenly that she nearly dropped it. So heavy. Chen Fong was somewhat taken aback. Han Yang smiled, placing another backpack on the ground, then turned to bring in the items left at the door. So many items. Chen Fong opened the backpack, her eyes narrowing with delight. Potatoes, eggs, apples, tomatoes, celery, eggplants, lotus roots. She muttered a phrase of joy with every item she pulled out, her smile broadening. Meanwhile, Han Yang placed the in-corpse grass in a corner and watered it a little. It did not require sunlight, just water and a corpse core to thrive. What kind of plant is this? It seems to be glowing. Chen Fong was also intrigued by the peculiar appearance of the in-corpse grass, asking curiously. I call it in-corpse grass. I found it at the entrance. Zombies were surrounding it, so I brought it back. Han Yang explained casually. By the way, the other backpack has a portable gas stove for outdoor use along with 4 gas canisters, enough for us to use for a while. Chen Fong, having never seen one before, opened the backpack only to discover it was a small gas stove, and her face broke into a wide smile. That means we can have a nice meal for lunch. Let me think about what to cook. She looked at the array of ingredients on the ground and found herself at a loss for a moment. This made her feel a sense of absurdity. Just a moment ago she was worried about what to do in the future. Now she was fretting over what to eat for lunch. Is this truly the apocalypse? But then she thought back. Outside, zombies roamed and people were constantly being devoured. Yet here she was comfortably sheltered with food and drink, all thanks to the man before her. Now he was even more capable of going out to deal with zombies and gather supplies. With him around, the future seemed perhaps not so bad after all. What are you thinking about? At that moment Han Yang's voice brought Chen Fong back to her senses. She lightly bit her lip, her face slightly flushed, and muttered, It's nothing. Help me take off my clothes. Han Yang extended his sleeve towards Chen Fong. It was uncomfortable to take off because it was wrapped in tape, though it was fine to wear. Okay. Chen Fong grabbed the cuff and helped Han Yang take off his upper garment. Beneath his jacket he wore no shirt, revealing a well-built body that made her heart tremble. When did his physique become so good? In the scorching summer, wearing a jacket and exercising vigorously had drenched Han Yang in sweat. He tilted his head back and downed a bottle of water, slightly alleviating the heat within him. You should rest for a bit. Do you need me to help you with a massage? Chen Fong picked up 2 backpacks, and just one was heavy enough to exhaust her going up and down the stairs. She saw that Han Yang not only carried 2 but also held rice flour oil and bottled water, clearly burdened. Then I'll trouble you. Han Yang did not feel tired, only uncomfortably hot. But after a year of training in his past life during the apocalypse, he was already indifferent to this level of heat. However, since the beautiful woman was offering, why refuse? Han Yang lay on the sofa as Chen Fong approached and began to massage his legs. Compared to the previous days, her hand pressure had clearly increased, making Han Yang feel more comfortable. He couldn't help but close his eyes and immerse himself in the sensation. You can turn over now. Soon after finishing his back, Han Yang obediently turned over, continuing to enjoy. After she finished with his legs, he felt Chen Fang's body move closer, faintly catching a familiar scent. He opened his eyes and saw Chen Fong standing beside the sofa with her long straight legs. Thinking about her attitude towards changing back into shorts, Han Yang's heart couldn't help but stir. He couldn't be certain. But that didn't stop him from trying. Han Yang slowly raised his right hand and cautiously reached out. In the next moment he distinctly felt Chen Fang's body stiffen for a moment. But before he could savor the feeling, Chen Fong suddenly said, You rest while I'll go cook. Her face turned slightly red, and with a flustered expression she turned and left him. Fortunately the reaction isn't very strong. Han Yang chuckled silently and then glanced at the in-corpse grass in the corner. It had already grown its 4th leaf, and once the 5th leaf grew it could be harvested for consumption. At that time he would have a certain probability of enhancing his ability level, something he couldn't achieve even in his past life. In the first 2 months of his past life he had been hiding in this rented room waiting for rescue, only forced to venture out when food ran out to fight for his life. At that time the zombies outside were far more formidable than those now, and while his body had strengthened naturally over those 2 months, it was still not much different from his current level after just 2 days of training, so he treaded carefully, narrowly escaping death several times. Ultimately he relied on his ability to control zombies, evading and hiding for a month before finally escaping the city to reach areas with fewer zombies in the suburbs. It was there that he began to interact and communicate extensively with other survivors. The flow of information after the apocalypse was very slow. By the time they figured out how abilities awakened, it had already been more than 6 months. As for how to enhance ability levels, that was even more of a concern from before his rebirth. To mature the in-corpse grass, at least 1 corpse core is needed. It seems I still need to sweep through the other units in this building. There should also be zombies on the 4th floor. Han Yang thought of the noise he heard on the 3rd floor, forming a plan in his mind. Meanwhile Chen Fong hurriedly entered the kitchen. The moment Han Yang touched her leg she panicked. Especially when she saw Han Yang's unabashed gaze, she understood the intense heat concealed within. Should I change back into pants? Chen Fong bit her lip but ultimately did not act. Since the moment her husband died she had felt some unease. A lonely man and woman trapped in a building with no rescue. The friction of dry fire could ignite at any moment. It all depended on how long both could hold on. Lunch was ready quickly today. It was 3 fresh vegetables and cold lotus root slices. The long-awaited stir-fry made both of their appetites open wide. Han Yang ate while observing Chen Fong, noticing her eyes darting away, not daring to look at him. His heart stirred slightly and he began to scrutinize her more recklessly. Today Chen Fong wore a fitted short-sleeve top in pink and white, accentuating her beautiful figure. Her cotton shorts were palm-length, revealing 2 straight slender legs that were fair with a hint of red, delicate and proportionate. A bit more would make her fat, a bit less would make her thin, sculpted as if by a divine craftsman, a natural work of art. It made one unable to resist wanting to hold and admire. This is what the experienced often refer to as leg play. Chen Fong seemed to sense something. Her face flushed as she buried her head in her meal and her ears also turned slightly red. The two of them, one eating while looking, the other only knowing to bow down and eat, an inexplicable atmosphere lingered between them. Soon the plates were cleaned by the two. Il cleaned the dishes. Chen Fong moved quickly, leaving her seat as if fleeing. Han Yang patted his stomach, sitting lazily in his chair. Watching the graceful figure busy in the kitchen, he couldn't help but feel stirred. Tisk, they say a full stomach leads to thoughts of beauty. The ancients truly do not deceive me. Han Yang stood up and walked into the kitchen. Chen Fang's body stiffened for a moment, fearing he would do something inappropriate. What if he touched her? Chen Fang's expression was uncertain, but Han Yang merely entered the kitchen to grab a sharpening stone. This made her subconsciously breathe a sigh of relief and her body relaxed. Han Yang observed closely, finding Chen Fang's state quite interesting. As he was leaving, he playfully patted her behind. Ah! Chen Fang exclaimed in surprise, turning to see Han Yang walking away nonchalantly, and couldn't help but scold, "You annoying guy." Han Yang faintly heard her mumble and felt a surge of joy. It seems it really might happen. Perhaps good things will come tonight. Filled with a peculiar joy, Han Yang took the sharpening stone to the bathroom and began carefully sharpening the tip of his trekking pole. Before long, Chen Fang finished cleaning the dishes. Seeing Han Yang busy, she sorted and organized the supplies she had collected in the morning. Upon seeing the solar charger, she felt a surge of joy, quickly placing it in a sunny spot to charge her phone. This way there would finally be some light at night. After all that was done, Chen Fang realized she felt no fatigue at all. Is the effect of the body training technique really this good? She murmured in her heart and couldn't help but start practicing in the living room. In the living room and bathroom, Han Yang was still sharpening the pole, which had already taken shape. He saw Chen Fang's graceful and enchanting posture and felt a stirring in his heart. Perhaps it was time to teach her the second set of movements. Some of the movements in it were quite difficult and required careful guidance. After Chen Fang completed her first set of movements, Han Yang emerged from the bathroom and said, "You have already mastered this set of movements. Let me teach you the second set." Chen Fang's cheeks were slightly flushed from the recent exercise and beads of sweat formed at the tip of her nose. She recalled the physical contact from their last training session and the inexplicable atmosphere between them during lunch. Her heart trembled. I'm a bit tired, let's do it next time. She dared not pursue it. Although she had prepared herself mentally, she was still hesitant, afraid to take that step. Your own training is more important, don't let teaching me affect your own progress. After all, it's too dangerous outside, more training means more safety. Chen Fang gently approached Han Yang and took the hiking pole from his hand. Just right, I'll take a break and help you polish it, you should focus on your training. Chen Fang's consideration for him made Han Yang feel somewhat guilty. He could only unleash all his energy and strength during the training. Until he was utterly exhausted. Chen Fang came over again to help him loosen his muscles. This time she consciously maintained her distance, finishing her task quickly before returning to polish the hiking pole without any delay. The day came to an end amidst their strange behaviors and atmosphere. On the fourth day of the apocalypse, Han Yang woke up early as usual, surprised to find that Chen Fang had also risen early today. The dining table was already set with food. "The porridge isn't ready yet, you can eat first," Chen Fang called from the kitchen. Today she was still stunning. Although yesterday's atmosphere between them was rather odd, she still wore short hot pants and a sleeveless t-shirt, her fair arms completely exposed, complementing her long beautiful legs. "Are you going out today?" Chen Fang brought the porridge over and sat down next to Han Yang, unlike before when they always sat apart. "Yes, I collected quite a bit of food yesterday, but there isn't much water left, so I need to go out again." They chatted while eating. If someone unaware saw the scene, they would probably think the two were a married couple living together. Breakfast was quickly finished. After resting for a moment with Chen Fang's attentive service, Han Yang got dressed, took the hiking pole that Chen Fang had polished yesterday, and prepared to go out again. "Be careful, I'll wait for you at home," Chen Fang reminded him like a wife would to her husband about to go out. A warm current flowed through Han Yang's heart, making him feel quite pleased. Having someone to care for him and wait for his return felt quite nice, didn't it? A gentle home, a hero's grave. Was this just the beginning of his indulgence in it? After closing the door, Han Yang shook his head. His eyes regained clarity, filled with a sense of determination. He headed straight to the fourth floor, recalling the faint sounds of zombies he had heard from the third floor yesterday. Without immediately unlocking the door, Han Yang gently knocked first. If there were people inside, he could politely leave. If it was a zombie, it might get startled. Ah! Roar! Sure enough, the sound of a zombie's roar came from inside, muffled through the door. From the sound, it seems a bit far away, it might be locked in the inner bedroom. Han Yang didn't jump to conclusions. If this person had been sleeping in the bedroom before turning into a zombie and lacked intelligence afterward, they might remain trapped in the bedroom. On the contrary, if the zombie heard the noise, it should have rushed to the entrance. He would definitely hear it clearly. After waiting a moment, Han Yang knocked on the door again and the same sounds came from inside. Confirming there was no one inside, he began to fiddle with the door lock. With a click, the lock opened. Han Yang tightly gripped the hiking pole in his right hand and carefully opened the door. The room's layout was the same as upstairs, with no one in the living room. The door to the side was banging loudly and he could hear the zombie sounds coming from within. As expected, Han Yang walked into the room. It was clearly a girl's room decorated in a predominantly pink theme. There were many plush toys and the balcony displayed several pieces of women's lingerie, all made of scanty fabric. However, he did not let his guard down first. He quickly checked the other rooms, confirmed there was no one else, and then approached the closed bedroom door. This is a great opportunity to control this zombie. Han Yang's most practical ability at the moment was to control zombies for his own use, but the prerequisite was to implant his consciousness into the zombie's body. During the previous cleanup of the corridor, he had suddenly encountered a zombie and there was no time to think. Now it was different. The environment allowed him to control the zombie well. Han Yang returned to the living room, moved a sofa and chairs to block the bedroom door to prevent the zombie from pouncing out when the door opened, and took out a rope from his backpack to tie to the doorknob. The bedroom door opened inward, allowing him to control the size of the gap through the rope. With everything prepared, Han Yang felt a subtle unease in his heart. He felt as though someone was watching him, but when he checked the room again while moving things, he found no hiding spots. Could it be an illusion? Han Yang shook his head and dismissed the thought, slowly turning the doorknob. When the door opened just a tiny crack, a monstrous-looking woman immediately stretched her head out. Her facial veins bulged, her eyes bloodshot, pupils gray, devoid of any spirit, and her mouth still bore traces of blood, opening and closing mindlessly like a beast, emitting a terrifying howl. Her body continuously attempted to squeeze through the gap, aiming to bite Han Yang. Through the rope, Han Yang firmly held the doorknob with one hand, preventing the door from fully opening. He then bit his finger, letting the blood seep out and flicking it into the gaping mouth of the female zombie. This series of actions was executed fluidly and skillfully. As the blood containing his consciousness entered the female zombie's body, an invisible tether instantly connected her to Han Yang. The previously violent female zombie immediately calmed down. Han Yang commanded the female zombie to step aside at the door, fully opening it, and peering inside. There were no other figures. At this moment, the female zombie's form was completely revealed. She wore only a pink tank top that exposed a large area of her fair skin. Her lower body was clad in impossibly short hot pants, her long legs standing straight and proportionate. Tisk, do girls dress this casually at home now? Chen Fong was the same, always wandering around in hot pants, giving him an eyeful. With a few clicks of his tongue, Han Yang moved the sofa aside and stepped into the room. The bedroom was filled with pink decor, perfectly fitting a young girl's taste, beyond that there was nothing of particular interest. Speaking of which, I seem to have some impression of this girl. Han Yang carefully observed the female zombie, who now had a peaceful expression devoid of the terrifying bulging veins, having returned to her original appearance. Except for her eyes, which still resembled a zombie's at first glance, she seemed not much different from a normal person. I think her name was Shasha. Shasha was still quite pretty overall, with a good figure, and she was his neighbor upstairs and downstairs. Though a year of the apocalypse had blurred some of Han Yang's memories, upon seeing the person before him he was able to recall her with some effort. I feel like something isn't right. Han Yang pondered, unable to figure it out, and could only let Shasha go to the living room while he began searching for useful items. This kitchen is cleaner than my face. Upon entering the kitchen, Han Yang discovered that the stove had not been used at all. He also checked the two bedrooms and found only a bag of chips. In the female zombie's room, he didn't see any food or drink at all. Something's not right. Han Yang's sense of unease grew stronger, and suddenly he realized what was wrong. The female zombie had blood at the corners of her mouth. It was impossible for her to have bitten herself. She was wearing very little and had no corresponding marks. This indicated that there should have been another person in the house before. The food and water in the room were exceedingly clean. There were open snack wrappers in the trash can. Zombie Shasha had blood at the corner of her mouth. Countless pieces of information converged, leading Han Yang to a singular hypothesis. What if there was another person in this room? And that person had been bitten by zombie Shasha, which is why there was blood at her mouth. This person, fortunate enough like him, had neither turned into a zombie nor died. Instead, they were living well, consuming all the snacks in the room and drinking all the water. If this person hadn't ventured out due to a shortage of supplies, they would remain unseen. Then perhaps they had awakened some kind of special ability like invisibility, disguise, phasing through walls. No wonder he always felt someone was watching him. Han Yang quickly realized this and continued to feign searching for something, fully concentrating on sensing every oddity in his surroundings. In that direction. Although he was not a perception-type ability user, his heightened physical prowess had increased his vigilance, allowing him to quickly detect the source of the anomaly. Han Yang did not turn around directly but changed his angle, glancing sideways. He missed no trace and soon discovered a vague silhouette in the shadows of the corner. The figure was completely blended into the shadows, with only a slight incongruity at the edge of its outline. Had one merely glanced quickly, it would have gone unnoticed. Even if the light were to dim further, Han Yang would have overlooked it. An interesting ability. Han Yang tightened his grip on the climbing stick and suddenly lunged toward the figure. Ah! Don't! A female voice cried out, and the previously empty corner immediately revealed a striking young girl. The girl was about 1.7 meters tall with an oval face that was slightly round, chubby-cheeked, resembling a child, exuding a certain cuteness, yet her facial contours were distinctly defined, embodying a kind of modern beauty. She wore a pink tank top similar to that of zombie Sasha, revealing a small portion of her chest, which was particularly enticing. Below, she sported a pair of white shorts showcasing her snow-white long legs rivaling Chen Fong. On her feet were simple flat sandals, and her plump little feet seemed somewhat curled up due to nervousness. At that moment the girl frowned, her big watery eyes flickering with a hint of timidity as she looked at Han Yang. Nan Nan. Upon seeing her face, Han Yang immediately recalled this name. As neighbors living on the same floor, who wouldn't take a second glance at such two well-endowed and sweet-looking girls? Han Yang had once considered pursuing her, but shortly after getting acquainted the zombie apocalypse erupted. Brother Han. Chen Nan Nan looked at Han Yang with pitiful eyes, but her next words nearly made him laugh out loud. Do you have any food? Han Yang retracted his climbing stick and said with a hint of annoyance, You recognized me long ago, why didn't you greet me? Now you want food. At first I didn't know it was you, later when I saw you dealing with Sasha I forgot for a moment. Nan Nan pouted and then immediately became excited again. Brother Han, have you awakened an ability too? How did you make Sasha obey you? Just lick it and you'll know. Han Yang extended a finger where the wound had yet to scab and pressed it hard, squeezing out a drop of blood. Without hesitation Nan Nan curiously extended her tongue to lick it. This girl. Han Yang shook his head, truly carefree. And her chest is quite ample. Seeing her body lean forward, Han Yang couldn't help but touch his nose. It's not that special. Nan Nan wrinkled her nose, not particularly fond of the taste of blood. It doesn't have much effect on people, but it can make zombies obey. Han Yang watched as an invisible line of mental connection formed between the two of them, casually pulling out a bottle of water and a bag of biscuits from his backpack. I didn't bring anything else, you can make do with this, and by the way, tell me what's going on with you. Nan Nan took the water and biscuits, disregarding her image, and began to wolf them down. While eating she said, on the night when the zombie outbreak occurred Sasha was scared, so I slept with her. In the middle of the night Sasha suddenly had a high fever and then she bit me. I was frightened and ran out, locking her in the... Actually I knew Sasha had turned into a zombie. After being bitten my head got dizzier, my brain felt foggy and my body was very hot. I thought I was done for turning into a zombie like Sasha, and I even thought that would be better to eat others rather than be eaten myself. Han Yang was almost bewildered by her peculiar thoughts. Was this what people meant by being big-chested and brainless? Not afraid at all in the face of such events. When I woke up again I found I was fine, but my arm was indeed bitten. Look, there's still a mark. Nan Nan extended her fair arm, and on her smooth skin there were indeed clear bite marks, but they had already scabbed. Then I felt very hungry and started searching for food in the house. Nan Nan puffed her cheeks and said somewhat regretfully, usually we don't cook much at home, and apart from a little snacks there's not much food and there's not much water either. I haven't eaten for a whole day, I'm starving. The self-sufficiency of modern girls. Han Yang felt helplessly sarcastic. He suddenly thought that a girl like Chen Fong, who could handle both the kitchen and the living room, was truly impressive. So what ability did you just use? Why couldn't I see you? Nan Nan became excited again upon hearing this. I've also watched some anime and read some novels, so I thought that if I survived a great disaster I might gain some magical ability. I just tried it myself and really sensed a strange energy within me. It allows me to blend into the shadows, especially at night, just like being invisible. Even Sha couldn't detect. Nan Nan proudly demonstrated, walking to the corner where she had just stood, and under Han Yang's gaze her form faded as she melded into the shadows. If it weren't daytime and the shadows weren't strong, it would indeed be difficult to detect her vague outline. Han Yang had overlooked it like this at first. What if this were at night? It would be a divine skill for committing murder and robbery. If he had this ability, many things would become easier and he wouldn't be stuck here now. However, if this ability were in his control and nurtured well, it could be quite sharp. Han Yang suddenly felt that his ability was quite strong, as well capable of rallying and controlling other strong individuals. But how to persuade Nan Nan? A multitude of thoughts flashed through Han Yang's mind. Just as he was about to invite Chen Nan Nan to join him, she suddenly said something. Brother Han, how about you be my boyfriend? Ha! Han Yang was taken aback and momentarily speechless. This way you'll always have something to eat. Nan Nan nodded proudly while munching on a biscuit, praising her own clever. Han Yang looked bewildered. Isn't there food if I become your boyfriend? Nan Nan noticed Han Yang's dazed expression and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Of course there is food. He even has one at home. So, are you unwilling? Nan Nan was a bit confused. She instinctively puffed out her chest, mumbling, It's strange I'm so beautiful with such a great figure, many guys like me. And didn't you just stare at my chest, Brother Han? Besides, Sha said you like me and want to pursue me. Is this a joke? Han Yang subconsciously glanced at her chest again. It was truly big and beautiful, perhaps even more magnificent than Chen Fang's. Since the conversation had reached this point, he naturally had no reason to refuse. Of course I would. But why do you think being with me means there will be food? Being my girlfriend isn't for free. Han Yang hinted, but as soon as he finished speaking, Nan Nan leaned in and kissed him, leaving crumbs all over his face. Han Yang was somewhat taken aback. How did it feel like every move this girl made was utterly unexpected? Speaking of which, he was only 4 or 5 years older than her, yet the generational gap between them felt deeper than between her ample bosom. Han Yang wiped his face clean, watching Nan Nan leave with light steps, feeling an impulse to let her experience the Han family's stick technique. Meanwhile, out of Han Yang's sight, Nan Nan's mouth curled up, revealing a sly smile that quickly faded. Sha Sha always said I was foolish, but I'm quite clever. She snorted lightly in her heart. In her mind, she recalled last evening when, taking advantage of the dimming light, she quietly snuck out, using her ability to see the pile of zombie corpses stacked outside the entrance of the building. At the time, she didn't know it was Han Yang's doing, she just thought this person was truly impressive. However, she had her suspicions. After all, she knew all 12 residents of this building. When she saw Han Yang break in today, expertly subduing Sha Sha and gathering supplies, she immediately understood and developed the idea of clinging to him for support. As for becoming a girlfriend or something, that was a brilliant idea that just popped into her mind. She often heard Sha Sha mutter that Brother Han upstairs seemed to like her. Every time he saw the two of them, he would only greet her and ignore Sha Sha, making Sha Sha start to doubt her own charm. She had long wanted to try dating. Her family was strict before leaving no opportunity. Now that she had finally come out to attend university and had her good friend Sha Sha to look out for her, nearly a year had passed with many suitors, yet none succeeded. Now that the world had ended, who knows how many people are still alive. Nan Nan didn't dislike Han Yang, on the contrary. As neighbors living on different floors, she occasionally troubled him with some matters and had a good impression of him. Han Yang was somewhat handsome and quite capable. Clinging to him, she couldn't ask for more. Besides, being a girlfriend means just kissing, right? At most let him hug her. She observed that the college couples in school were basically like this. Nan Nan shook her head, pondering. However, soon she felt a bit disheartened looking at Sha Sha's lifeless eyes before turning to Han Yang with hopeful eyes. Brother Han, can Sha Sha wake up again? I don't know, but since we can awaken our abilities, perhaps one day Sha Sha can wake up too. Who can say for sure? Han Yang couldn't be certain either. In his past life, he had seen many formidable zombies, some even possessing a certain level of intelligence. However, he had yet to encounter any zombies that retained memories, but perhaps he had just seen too little. Right, maybe there are people whose abilities can awaken memories. Nan Nan suddenly had an epiphany, then looked at Sha Sha's clothes and wrinkled her nose. One of Sha Sha's shoulder straps had slipped off at some point, exposing much of one side of her bosom. Oh Sha Sha, aren't you letting Brother Han see everything? Nan Nan mumbled, moving to help her fix her clothes. There's still time, I'll go check other units. If I find food, I'll save some for you. Han Yang saw that there was nothing else to do here and prepared to continue searching for zombies. This morning the 4th leaf of the corpse grass had already grown. The 5th leaf was just beginning to sprout. But to mature it still needed a corpse core. This was currently the top priority. I'll go with you, I know which household has a lot of food stored. Nan Nan was eager to try. Oh. How do you know? Han Yang did not oppose. He would have to train team members eventually. He was pleased with Nan Nan's enthusiasm, though a bit curious. The 2 households on the 1st floor are all elderly. Older people tend to stockpile a lot of food. Nan Nan explained as she walked. I lived here when I was little, then moved away. Now that I'm in university, this place is close to school, so I moved back. Except for the ones like Brother Han's house that are rented out, I know everyone else. Even the few that are rented out, I've often heard the grandma on the 1st floor chattering, so I have a rough idea. In that case, let's start from the 1st floor, knock on the door and see if there are people or zombies inside. Han Yang decided to follow Nan Nan's suggestion. The 1st floor should be empty. Nan Nan paused for a moment, then said sadly, I saw the grandma from the 1st floor turn into a zombie outside, and the grandpa from the other house has trouble walking and sits in a wheelchair, but he has a habit of going out for a walk in the morning. Han Yang recalled that when he first resurrected, he indeed saw the old lady from the 1st floor turn into a zombie and chase after a woman. The two quickly reached the 1st floor, knocked on the door, and sure enough there was no response. Han Yang unlocked the door, glanced around to confirm there was no danger, then let Nan Nan in. Upon entering the kitchen, Han Yang was astonished. There were indeed many items. Rice flour and oil go without saying, and there were also plenty of dried vegetables and cured meats, as well as many snacks and nutritional products that the younger generation likely brought to visit the elderly. Han Yang let Nan Nan organize the supplies herself and moved to another unit on the 1st floor. There was similarly no response inside, but there seemed to be some zombie noises, though it didn't quite sound like it. When Han Yang opened the door and saw the scene inside, a chill crept up his spine. The originally tidy living room was a complete mess with dark bloodstains everywhere. Not far from the entrance, a wheelchair sat quietly in the living room, occupied by a person. No, it could no longer be called a person. It wasn't even a zombie, as it was just a pile of chewed-up bones. At that moment, a low figure quietly emerged from the bedroom, slowly approaching Han Yang. If it weren't for Han Yang's vigilance, he might not have noticed it. Zombie dog. Han Yang focused intently on the zombie dog before him, slowly closing the open security door. No one understood such creatures better than he did. He had controlled two in his past life. Ordinary human zombies pose little threat if they are not in large numbers. Many people are simply paralyzed by fear, unable to confront human zombies effectively. If one can overcome their fear and possesses skilled techniques, dealing with human zombies can be a breeze. However, animal zombies are an entirely different matter. Especially the common zombie dogs found in urban areas, they follow their predatory instincts and are each extraordinarily formidable. As the door was about to be closed, the zombie dog launched itself with all its might, its hairless crimson muscles bulging as it lunged towards him. Han Yang firmly held onto the door handle, not fully shutting it, leaving a gap the size of a fist. Encountering a zombie dog in a confined space can be quite troublesome. But now there was a door. Han Yang was unperturbed. Bang! The zombie dog crashed into the door, which did not budge. Soon a long vicious mouth filled with sharp teeth emerged through the crack in the door. Due to the narrow gap, the zombie dog's mouth, covered in crimson muscles and black twisted veins, could only open slightly, trying to bite Han Yang. One hand controlling the door, Han Yang flicked a drop of blood into the zombie dog's mouth. As his ability activated, the zombie dog quickly ceased its movements, quieting down. What happened? At that moment, Nan Nan, hearing the commotion, approached. I tamed a little creature. Han Yang slightly opened the door to let the zombie dog out, startling Nan Nan. So ugly. So you only think it's ugly and not scary? Han Yang had grown somewhat immune to her bluntness, but still found it hard to believe. The ugly appearance is enough to scare anyone. I have never been able to stand animals without fur. After overcoming her initial discomfort, Nan Nan crouched down to observe it. Animals can also become zombies. It has blood and flesh in its mouth, hasn't it eaten someone? A girl who looked sweet and cute squatted beside the zombie dog, which exposed its crimson muscles and black veins, grotesque and terrifying, talking about eating people. No matter how one looked at it, this scene felt odd. For a moment, Han Yang even questioned who among them had truly been reshaped by a year of post-apocalyptic experience. However, recalling that no one who awakened their abilities after being bitten by zombies in his past life was normal, he felt relieved. Perhaps influenced by the virus, they had already ceased to be human in subtle ways. Indeed, the person from another unit on the first floor was eaten by it. Han Yang opened the door, allowing Nan Nan to see the scene inside. He was confident she could handle it. This was also essential training for surviving in the apocalypse. Poor grandpa. Han, go hurry and perform a craniotomy. This unexpected statement nearly caused Han Yang to sprain his back. How do you know? Nan Nan realized she had misspoken, sticking out her tongue and grinning. Yesterday I heard noises outside, so I came out in the evening to take a look, and then I found that the heads of the zombie corpses at the entrance of the building had been opened. Is Han Go looking for something in their heads? Nan Nan had a curious expression. She observed quite attentively. Han Yang was somewhat surprised. It seemed Nan Nan, despite her carefree demeanor, was not careless. This was crucial in the apocalypse. Careless people couldn't survive long. I am looking for a type of crystal. If I find it soon, you'll know. Han Yang let the zombie dog enter the room to scout, creating a lot of noise. Once no other zombies emerged, he stepped into the room and briefly scanned a few rooms. In the master bedroom, he discovered another corpse. The entire room was drenched in blood, making one feel extremely uncomfortable. Although Nan Nan acted carefree, she was not as indifferent as she appeared, staying outside the door without any intention of entering. Han Yang searched through the two dead zombies but found no cores. He collected all usable supplies from the house into the hallway before locking the door again. There was no need to linger in such a terrifying and oppressive room. There are so many supplies, this will last me a long time. Nan Nan also brought the supplies from the old lattice house on the first floor to the hallway, piling them up. But there is still too little water. Han Yang sighed. Neither of the two elderly households had any bottled water or drinks, only each had a barrel of water. Let's put the supplies here and continue looking in other units. Which units do you think still have people? The second floor should be empty. Unit 201 just moved out. I heard they went to take care of their grandson. Unit 202 has a family of 3. Their child is in high school and not home, and both parents should be at work. Unit 301 has its door open. I saw that everything inside has already been taken. It should have been you, Han Gu. Unit 302 was rented out to a young couple. They are probably not home, but they do have a dog. Soon Nan Nan introduced the rest of the units in the building. Except for one vacant unit on the 6th floor, all others were occupied, but most likely no one was home. Han Yang thought carefully. The outbreak of the zombie virus had already passed the peak working hours, and most people who worked or studied had gone. For instance, Chen Fong, who started work at 9 a.m. and lived nearby, left a bit later but almost got out. Han Yang had just returned from a business trip a few days ago and was on leave, otherwise he wouldn't be home. As for Nan Nan, being a college student, her schedule was even more flexible. This also meant that apart from the 3 of them, there were no other living people in the building. There might not even be a few zombies. Following the protocol, Han Yang explored the entire building. Just as Nan Nan said, besides finding a nearly starving little dog in Unit 302, he encountered no other people or zombies. Nan Nan followed closely, busily collecting all supplies into the hallway. They gathered quite a bit of food and water. For now there was no need to worry about that. Standing in the hallway on the 6th floor, Han Yang breathed a sigh of relief but then felt troubled. The last zombie core had yet to be found. Do I really have to go out to find zombies? Looking at the time, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. At 11 he and Nan Nan had been too hungry and had just eaten some pastries. Now their stomachs were growling. Their current state was not good. After they finished eating they would need to sort out the supplies downstairs. Han Yang's gaze shifted towards the zombie dog. This dog has eaten 2 corpses, perhaps it will have a zombie core. Under normal circumstances zombies show no interest in the corpses of their kind. However, there are exceptions. According to research from his past life, zombies are essentially living bodies that have lost their sanity. The virus controls the human body, allowing it to maintain minimal energy consumption to remain active. They also require external energy supplementation. Thus zombies have an innate craving for blood and flesh, exhibiting aggression towards living beings. Yet in confined spaces devoid of other creatures some zombies may resort to cannibalism. Those zombies that have consumed their kind become anomalies among their peers, with most transforming into mutated zombies. Not only do they exhibit heightened aggression, but some even awaken certain supernatural abilities akin to humans. And where there are supernatural abilities there must be cores. The zombie dog before him may not have reached that stage, but the likelihood of it possessing a core has significantly increased. While zombie dogs are quite useful, they can always be found later. Moreover, just downstairs he rescued a stray dog that could serve as a backup. Besides, no matter how useful they are, they cannot compare to humans. This was a lesson learned by Han Yang in his past life. After all, zombies lack consciousness and rely solely on themselves for control, which limits their agility and often leads to oversight. Humans, on the other hand, especially those with abilities. With this thought, Han Yang looked at Nan Nan, who was busily moving things with strength exceeding that of himself before training. Sweat soaked her clothes, her graceful figure faintly visible. What's wrong, brother Han? Nan Nan put down what she was carrying and wiped the sweat from her forehead. It's nothing. Just move the things to the 5th floor and then we can eat first before moving the stuff downstairs in the afternoon. Okay. Upon hearing that they could eat, Nan Nan immediately became full of energy. She grabbed the items and dashed downstairs. Compared to Chen Fong, she's really a different kind of capable. Chen Fong excels at housework and cooking. Nan Nan possesses great strength and isn't afraid of zombies, coupled with her awakened abilities. With some training, Han Yang could foresee that many tasks could be done in advance without having to stay cooped up here. I need to hurry and increase my strength too. Han Yang made up his mind to bring the zombie dog into the vacant apartment on the 6th floor. Now let's see if this zombie dog has a core. If not, he'll consider going out to hunt zombies. Without any resistance from the zombie dog, Han Yang directly smashed its head. Lucky me. Han Yang retrieved a core from the zombie dog's head. Today's task was a complete success. He stored the core and along with Nan Nan moved the supplies from the 6th floor downstairs before finally opening his apartment door. Chen Fong had been waiting by the door for a while. In fact, she had heard the commotion outside and knew Han Yang was perfectly safe. She even saw Nan Nan through the peephole. The reason she hadn't opened the door was that she remembered Han Yang's instructions. He had the key, and regardless of who knocked, she should not open it or go out on her own. You must be Nan Nan from downstairs. Let me help you with that. Chen Fong stepped aside to let Han Yang in and immediately spotted Nan Nan behind him. Seeing another survivor filled Chen Fong with joy, and she hurriedly stepped forward to assist. Sister Fong, you're okay too, that's great. Nan Nan had heard Han Yang mention there was another person at home and happily greeted her. Soon, with the cooperation of the three, all the supplies at the door were moved inside. I'm starving, let's eat. Han Yang noticed that the dining table was already set with 3 bowls and chopsticks, and the amount of food was sufficient for 3 people. Nodding to himself, Chen Fong immediately stepped forward to help Han Yang take off his jacket, which pleased him greatly. When collecting supplies from another apartment on the 5th floor, he could have had Chen Fong come out to help. However, he chose not to, wanting to observe Chen Fang's execution of his orders. He made his instructions clear and she executed them flawlessly, even realizing that more food was needed for 1 more person. Now, as soon as he spoke, she immediately helped him take off his clothes. Such a virtuous and obedient girl, understanding and considerate, who is also beautiful and capable, what more could one ask for? If she could also perform well in bed, that would be even better. Meanwhile, Nan Nan, like a curious child, looked around the room and then observed Chen Fong serving Han Yang like a little wife, her expression turning slightly strange. I remember Sister Fong has a husband, right? But it doesn't matter as long as there's food, that's all that counts. Nan Nan quickly brushed it aside and sat at the dining table eagerly waiting to eat. She hadn't had a proper hot meal in days, let alone porridge. Once everyone was seated, Nan Nan immediately began to devour her food. So delicious. While eating, Nan Nan praised Chen Fong. Brother Han is so lucky he has Sister Fong cooking for him every day. It's not that exaggerated, it's just regular food. Chen Fong was very happy. Having an extra person at home immediately brought a sense of vitality, making her momentarily forget that this was a post-apocalyptic world. Han Yang hurriedly grabbed his food. Nan Nan seemed like a starving ghost reincarnated. If he didn't grab his share, it would probably end up in her stomach. Though Chen Fong had prepared enough food for the three of them, she clearly hadn't anticipated that Nan Nan was also an awakened one with a huge appetite. Hey! Hey! Brother Han, at least your girlfriend, can't you let me have some? The two of them were engaged in a lively chopstick duel, and seeing the food dwindling, Nan Nan complained. Girlfriend! Chen Fong wasn't very hungry. After eating a bit, she smiled while watching the two energetically compete for food, feeling an unprecedented sense of peace inside. But suddenly, hearing Nan Nan's words, her expression stiffened. Oh, this girl has no food to eat and wants to be my boyfriend, expecting me to support her. Han Yang explained lightly. Is that so? Chen Fong bit her lip, scrutinizing Nan Nan. This girl, whether in clothing, appearance, or figure, was not in any way inferior to her and might even surpass some. Moreover, she embodied youth, beauty, and liveliness. Being a college student who had yet to step into society, her thoughts relatively pure, possibly even. If she and Han Yang were to be together, where would that leave her? If she opposed Han Yang living with her, an unsettling sense of crisis suddenly arose within Chen Fong. What should she do? Should she just let things develop naturally, or? Besides, Han Yang had just said he could support her as his girlfriend. Am I not being supported now? No, this is a division of labor. And don't underestimate yourself. I'm not inferior. Oof. You promised initially, so let me eat my fill first. Nan Nan and Han Yang were unaware that their words had caused Chen Fong to think so much. They were still arguing over the food, and in the end Han Yang was charmed by Nan Nan's protective demeanor and simply let her have it all. Eat well at noon, then work hard in the afternoon. Han Yang left his seat to check on the shadowy herb. Let's do it. Oof. Nan Nan, victorious, happily continued eating. Han Yang buried the core of the zombie dog in the pot where the corpse grass was planted. The emerald green leaves swayed gently as if expressing joy. What kind of plant is this? It's glowing, how amazing. Nan Nan finally noticed the corpse grass curiously holding her bowl and chopsticks, asking while eating. Corpse grass, as for its uses you will know in the future. Han Yang placed the corpse grass properly and said to Chen Fong, I have already eliminated all dangers in this building. As long as we stay inside, we are safe. Once Nan Nan finishes her meal and takes a short rest, we will move all the useful supplies back from downstairs. Nan Nan. Will you come up to stay with us, or will you live alone on the 4th floor? Without thinking, Nan Nan said, I think I will stay on the 4th floor by myself. Aren't you afraid being alone? For some reason, upon hearing this, Chen Fong felt an inexplicable joy in her heart, but she also admired Nan Nan for being able to live alone. Not afraid. I have Sha Sha with me, oh, and Xiao Huang. Nan Nan patted her chest, causing a subtle tremor that made Han Yang glance at her a few more times. Sha Sha. Xiao Huang. They're my roommates. Even though they have turned into zombies, they have already been controlled by Brother Han. Xiao Huang is a stray dog we found on the 3rd floor. Nan Nan chattered about what happened downstairs and revealed everything about their awakened abilities. Awakened abilities, huh? Chen Fong felt both surprised and envious, while a certain conviction within her began to waver. Around 3 p.m. the three rested well and began to move items upstairs. Chen Fong was not an awakened one, her strength and recovery were much weaker. After several trips she was already breathless, yet she said nothing and just gritted her teeth to persevere. Han Yang simply let her into the room he and Nan Nan had searched to continue looking and checking for any missing items. Surprisingly, they found quite a few good things. Of course, some were things Han Yang had no use for, but they were crucial for women, like sanitary pads. Ah. While moving on the 3rd floor, a scrawny little stray dog caught Chen Feng's attention. Upon seeing Nan Nan, it immediately stumbled over, its tail spinning like a windmill, rubbing against Nan Nan repeatedly. Ah. Xiao Huang is okay now. Nan Nan picked it up, feeling very happy. This stray dog belonged to a household on the 3rd floor which was now empty. The little dog had been hungry for several days, and after Nan Nan found it, she gave it some milk to feed it, and only now was it recovering. It didn't eat much earlier, so it must be hungry again. Let's give it some soft food, but don't let it eat too much all at once. Han Yang also planted a seed of consciousness in it. If Nan Nan wanted to keep it, she would have to guard against the possibility of it turning into a zombie. If it really became a zombie, wouldn't they have a zombie dog again? Han Yang chuckled, which stared the little stray dog to bury itself in Nan Nan's arms, making Han Yang quite envious. Not even afraid of suffocation. Han Yang muttered. After a busy time until 5 o'clock, they finally moved everything out. After a short break, Chen Fong started organizing and categorizing the supplies. Most of the pile was stacked in the dining room and kitchen, like rice flour, oil, and some dried vegetables and greens. A small portion was placed in Han Yang's bedroom, like alcohol, drinks, snacks, and instant food. Once she had categorized them, she took out some perishable food items to start cooking. Meanwhile, Han Yang and Nan Nan were also busy. Han Yang began teaching Nan Nan the dragon elephant body refining technique. Dragon elephant body refining technique. What's that? I just want to eat, I don't want to move at all. Nan Nan thought, waiting for the meal. It's a set of body refining techniques that can quickly enhance the physical qualities of an awakened one. It also works for ordinary people, just not as noticeably. While Chen Fong was chopping vegetables, she vaguely heard and immediately understood. No wonder Han Yang's strength was increasing so quickly. Can I be as strong as Brother Han? Not just that. Let me first demonstrate the first 2 sets of movements for you to observe. Han Yang walked to the open space in the living room and performed 2 sets of movements with a strong posture. Nan Nan watched intently, occasionally mimicking the movements beside her. After Han Yang finished, Nan Nan was still not satisfied recalling the movements just performed. Nan Nan, practice it yourself first and I will point out any mistakes. Okay, Brother Han. Nan Nan stood in Han Yang's previous position, began recalling the movements and soon started moving. Han Yang was immediately astonished. It wasn't that Nan Nan was doing poorly, it was too similar. Every gesture, every movement, while not perfectly identical, had very few mistakes. Only some breathing methods were incorrect and certain angles of exertion were slightly off. Very impressive, Nan Nan. You managed to learn to this extent after just one observation. Han Yang felt a tinge of jealousy. It's nothing much, we often remember movements when learning dance, so I have some experience. Nan Nan chuckled. Nan Nan is a dancer. No wonder. Han Yang felt relieved. Alright, practice again and he'll point out where there are issues. Since she was his girlfriend, Han Yang was not shy. He touched her where he needed to while inwardly he sighed as expected of a dancer. Her flexibility. If only it were in bed. TSK. Nan Nan didn't mind seriously correcting her movements. Once she was proficient in the first 2 sets of movements, Chen Fong also finished cooking. Why do I feel like I'm getting hungry so quickly practicing this? Upon seeing the food, Nan Nan immediately lost interest in practicing. You're such a foodie. I can't help it, I'm just hungry. The two chatted and laughed as they sat down at the dining table. The setting sun sank and another day was coming to an end. With the remaining light, the 3 happily finished dinner. I'm so full. Nan Nan leaned back in her chair, stretching her back. With her movement, her chest became particularly prominent. Han Yang couldn't help but stare. Having eaten 3 meals today, shouldn't Nan Nan fulfill her duties as a girlfriend? So Han Yang cleared his throat and said, Nan Nan tonight. Before Han Yang could finish, Nan Nan suddenly clenched one fist and struck it against her other palm. Ah. I forgot Xiao Huang hasn't eaten yet. Brother Han, I need to go home and feed Xiao Huang first, he'll come back tomorrow. After saying this, Nan Nan dashed down the stairs in a flash. Put. Chen Fong next to her couldn't help but laugh. As the saying goes, a smile can be enchanting. The whole room seemed to brighten up. Han Yang's eyes lit up. One has left, but there's still one here. Han Yang looked at the smile right in front of him and teasingly said, Fong Fong, since you're done eating and resting, why don't I teach you the second set of movements for the dragon elephant body refining technique? Han Yang only wanted to retaliate against her earlier snicker, not expecting her to agree so quickly after a brief hesitation. Sure. Han Yang looked at the darkening sky outside. It was already getting dark. Inside the room it was barely visible, but it was dim, making it hard to see far. Such a low light wouldn't allow for teaching. Han Yang understood, and naturally Chen Fong did as well. Yet she still could it be? Han Yang stared closely at Chen Fong, noticing her lightly biting her lip, her eyes glistening, not daring to look directly at Han Yang. She seemed a bit shy, yet also hinted at something. The 5th day of the apocalypse. Han Yang woke up early as usual with the sky just beginning to brighten. However, this time was different from the past. He was no longer alone. In his embrace lay a beauty like jade, quietly resting. Her eyelashes fluttered, teetering between wakefulness and slumber. Han Yang reminisced about the scene from last night. It was like enjoying an ice cream on a hot summer day. Refreshing indeed. Now, looking at her charming appearance, he couldn't help but think, would it be nice to have another taste? Suddenly there was a knocking sound outside. Han Gu opened the door. I'm here for breakfast. Nan Nan's crisp voice drifted in. In the bedroom, get up quickly, let me know when you're back so I can open the door. Chen Fong cast a reproachful glance at Han Yang. With no other choice, Han Yang quickly threw on some clothes and shouted outside, coming. Chen Fong gathered her scattered clothes and carefully wrapped them in a bedsheet before hugging them back to her room. Nan Nan, you little glutton, I'll teach you a lesson one day. Watching Chen Fang's graceful figure disappear, Han Yang couldn't help but feel angry. He then went to open the door. Han Gu, why are you so slow in opening the door? Nan Nan walked in while rubbing her little belly. Is breakfast ready? A little yellow dog followed her, wagging its tail. Woof. Woof. It greeted Han Yang. I'm about to starve. Nan Nan looked around the room. Stop looking, your sister Fong hasn't gotten up yet. Today Nan Nan wore a short white t-shirt that barely reached her abdomen, paired with short shorts that revealed her long legs, making it hard for anyone to resist the urge to touch. Han Yang's eyes lit up. This girl was actively becoming my girlfriend. She had just ruined my good mood, so a little touch could be seen as compensation. Han Yang rubbed his fingers together, unable to resist the urge to act. It seemed Nan Nan noticed Han Yang's gaze. She adorably wrinkled her nose and leaned closer to him. In his astonished eyes she planted a kiss on his cheek. This is today's girlfriend benefit. Nan Nan said with a giggle but then made a distressed face. Hango, did you not wash your face? It's salty. Playful. Han Yang touched the drool on his face and casually replied, I did some warm-up exercises this morning and sweated a lot. Hango still has energy for warm-up exercises. I'm starving and don't want to move at all. Nan Nan sat on a chair adopting a lazy posture. Ever since my ability awakened I get hungry very quickly. Getting stronger comes at a cost, this is the price. At this moment Han Yang recalled the Yin corpse grass. He walked to the flower pot and discovered that the fifth leaf of the Yin corpse grass had also grown with dense gray-white patterns on the leaf, the entire plant seemingly glowing and faintly exuding a fragrance. Finally matured. Han Yang smiled broadly, now it was time to prepare it for consumption. At that moment Chen Fong, now dressed, finally exited her room. Her new outfit was still refreshing, featuring a white shirt on top and a JK pleated skirt below, barely covering her legs, leaving much to the imagination as she walked. Nan Nan immediately approached Chen Fong happily. Are you hungry? I'll go make breakfast. Sure. Make extra for 2 people today, I have a use for it. Han Yang interjected, make more. Okay. Chen Fong shot a reproachful glance at Han Yang before turning to head to the kitchen. Today the Yin corpse grass had matured and making more food was to prepare for the advancement of abilities, as it would require a large energy supplement. After the development of their relationship last night, Han Yang realized that his subconscious hints to Chen Fong had reached a new level. He couldn't say it was 100 loyalty, after all human hearts are complex, but betrayal would not come easily. Nan Nan was the same. However, her situation was somewhat peculiar. Initially when Han Yang sent subconscious signals to her he did not encounter any obvious resistance. He gradually increased the intensity and remarkably he smoothly reinforced her trust. Han Yang was puzzled and could only conclude that this broad-minded girl perhaps did not know what betrayal really meant. Thus he did not mind revealing some things for both of them to know. Breakfast was quickly prepared and the 3 of them sat around the dining table, all having eaten to their fill with plenty of leftovers remaining. Hango, what do we do with these leftovers? Nan Nan was curious about everything. Naturally we eat. Just wait a moment. After saying this Han Yang brought over the Yin corpse grass and placed it on the table. Then he took out scissors and cut at the exposed roots. Snip. The Yin corpse grass broke with Han Yang holding tightly onto the upper part. The wound immediately oozed white sap dripping into the soil. The last piece of the corpse nucleus was not used up, with a bit remaining, hoping that another Yin corpse grass could grow. Han Yang deliberately did not uproot it, leaving a stem in the soil harboring a sliver of hope. In his past life this method was only occasionally effective, with most attempts failing. It was an unavoidable situation. Yin corpse grass does not flower or bear fruit and it was unclear how it reproduces. Leaving a stem could occasionally yield another plant. Otherwise, if Yin corpse grass could be cultivated on a large scale, awakened individuals would have been everywhere by now. He wouldn't have been backstabbed while searching for second-tier spirit plants in his past life. Hango, why are you cutting it? Are you going to use it? Yes. Under the gaze of the 2 girls, Han Yang, with the determination of a bull chewing peony, stuffed the entire Yin corpse grass into his mouth and began to chew. Yin corpse grass was not tasty. It had a bitter taste at first, but after a while it became icy and cool, similar to mint. However, soon the bitterness intensified as if it could not dissolve, like drinking bitter melon juice mixed with mint. Han Yang grimaced from the bitterness, but he endured it, chewing and swallowing it down. The icy sensation traveled down his esophagus to his stomach, instantly transforming into a ball of fire, merging into his body, creating a warm current that flowed within. The energy of the consciousness seed that Han Yang controlled also roamed within his body, along with the warm current continuously growing stronger. As it passed through his muscles and bones, seemed to roar, an invisible devouring force attracting the energy within Han Yang. Han Yang, who had just eaten to his heart's content, suddenly felt hungry again. He picked up his bowl and chopsticks, immediately starting to eat heartily once more. In no time, under the astonished gaze of the 2 girls, the remaining food on the dining table was cleared. At that moment he felt the perverse devouring force within himself finally dissipate. Han Yang felt a sense of relief. It worked! Han Yang excitedly waved his hand but lost control and struck the dining table, producing a loud bang. The dining table groaned under the strain, emitting a creak as a crack formed in the wood, threatening to split completely. Ah! Chen Fong exclaimed in shock, but fortunately Han Yang quickly realized and supported the table with both hands, preventing all the dishes from falling. I'm sorry, my abilities have just been enhanced and I'm still getting used to them. Wow! That's amazing, big brother Han, I want that too. Nan Nan was overjoyed and planted a big kiss on Han Yang's cheek, bouncing around him. After Chen Feng's initial fright, a deeper contemplation washed over her, her eyes shimmering with a soft, tender allure. Eventually, with the cooperation of the 2 girls, the dishes were quickly tidied up. The dining table was completely ruined. Han Yang tossed it aside, planning to get a new one from another floor. At the same time, he carefully sensed the changes in his abilities. Physically, his strength had nearly doubled compared to before. This was something he could perceive directly. His speed, endurance and recovery had all been enhanced, but the exact extent still needed testing. However, he could clearly feel that his body was much lighter, almost reaching the state he had before his rebirth. This was the physical condition he had attained after 6 months of natural growth and further training, reaching the peak of a first-tier ability user. And now, after only a few days of training and an upgrade in abilities, he was already back to that level. More importantly, he still had vast potential to tap into. Additionally, Han Yang noticed that the seed of consciousness within him had undergone a dramatic transformation. Previously, he could only transmit information unidirectionally through the seed of consciousness to control zombies and suggest a human. But now his brain was constantly receiving information from Chen Feng, Nan Nan, Sha Sha, and the little earth dog. These complex pieces of information did not hinder his thoughts. It was as if his brain filtered out the important details and provided them back to him. From Chen Feng, Han Yang could sense her proximity, breathing rate, and heart rate intensity. From Nan Nan, in addition to those, he could also feel the flow of energy within her body. Wait. Han Yang's mind jolted. Just now, when he sensed the energy flow within Nan Nan, the energy of the seed of consciousness within him unconsciously mimicked it. In an instant, Han Yang felt an inexplicable affinity toward shadows. Could it be? Nan Nan and Chen Feng had just finished tidying up the dishes and were about to ask Han Yang. They had a plethora of questions, especially Nan Nan. But instead they saw Han Yang pull the curtains shut, instantly darkening the room. At the same time, Han Yang's body swayed like a droplet of water entering a river, moving within the shadow of the curtains and slowly disappeared. Ha! My abilities. Nan Nan was taken aback and instinctively used her abilities as well. In Chen Fang's view, Nan Nan also vanished like a fish diving into water. Is this the shadow dive? Chen Fang covered her mouth, having heard about it from Nan Nan before, but witnessing it made her realize just how wondrous it was, her eyes instantly revealing envy and desire. Meanwhile, Han Yang, merging with the shadows, was filled with excitement. The upgraded abilities had truly given him a great surprise. He could actually mimic abilities. This meant that as long as he had enough ability users under the influence of his seed of consciousness, wouldn't he become an all-powerful ability user? Big brother Han, what is happening with your abilities? At this moment, Nan Nan also blended into the shadows. Although they couldn't see their figures clearly from the outside, the two of them within the shadows could see each other. Han Yang released his abilities and his figure immediately reappeared in the room. Then he said to the two girls, "My abilities have leveled up. My second-tier ability allows me to mimic others' abilities, but of course this mimicry has its limitations." Han Yang calmed down a bit and through his recent trials discovered some drawbacks. Firstly, I can only mimic the abilities of those with whom I've established a consciousness contract, like Nan Nan. The consciousness contract was the name he had previously given to Nan Nan's ability, which could control unconscious zombies but was ineffective against conscious humans and animals. Naturally, he also explained to them that applying the consciousness contract was to prevent anyone from suddenly turning into a zombie, and secondly, I can only use one ability at a time. If you, Chen Fang, also awaken your abilities, I will have to choose to mimic either yours or Nan Nan's, but not both simultaneously. Lastly, this mimicry has a distance limitation. If Nan Nan is too far away from me, I won't be able to mimic her abilities. The specific distance is still unknown for now. That's still impressive. I wonder what my abilities will be like after I level up. Nan Nan clapped her hands in excitement, slightly fantasizing about it. Is it because of that corpse grass we just encountered? Chen Fang had a different focus, looking at Han Yang with slight anticipation. The corpse grass was something I discovered among a horde of zombies. They were all surrounding it, seemingly wanting to eat it. Both my and Nan Nan's abilities awakened due to the zombie virus, and this peculiar plant that attracts the attention of zombies also looks quite strange, so I wondered if it would be beneficial for us. Now I know that this magical plant can enhance our abilities, and it's not impossible for ordinary people to awaken abilities too. After receiving Han Yang's confirmation, Chen Fang's heart began to race with excitement. Even the fact that Han Yang had caused her to awkwardly flee back to her room earlier was brushed aside. So what are we waiting for? Big brother Han, let's go out and find some. Let's awaken Feng Jie's ability first, so all three of us will be awakened. Nan Nan was eager to try. No need to rush, we don't even know where to find it. I intentionally left part of the root in the flower pot, let's see if it can grow back first. That's true. Nan Nan excitedly ran to the flower pot. How can we make it grow faster? Do we need to water it? No need, it only needs the corpse core from a zombie's brain. However, I no longer have any on hand. We'll have to wait until we find some later to bury it in the soil and see. So that's how the corpse core can be used. Nan Nan suddenly understood. Chen Fang also recalled the moment that had frightened her. It was clear that when Han Yang hit the zombie's head, he wasn't merely delivering a finishing blow but was searching for this corpse core. Yet at that time the zombie virus had just broken out. Chen Fang pursed her lips and didn't think any deeper. As long as Han Yang treated her well, she didn't mind. Han Yang was not worried about what they might infer. At this moment he felt more confident about his abilities. After leveling up to the second tier, not only did he gain new abilities but his original abilities were also enhanced. For example, his control over zombies. Originally he felt a puppet-like sensation while controlling them with slow and clumsy movements. Now it was more like controlling a character in a game, much smoother. In the footage transmitted by Shasha, an open wardrobe came into view, its interior lined with a dazzling array of vibrantly colored garments. Each outfit bore an eccentric distinctive design reminiscent of characters from anime, some strikingly avant-garde and daring, their fabric reduced to mere fragments. So whose clothes were these? Nan Nan's or Shasha's? Was Nan Nan treating Shasha like a living Barbie doll, preparing her for endless costume changes? Han Yang let out two soft appreciative sighs, idly imagining Nan Nan wearing them someday, then redirected his focus back to his own abilities. He discovered that beyond the previously noted enhancements, his influence over others had also intensified. No longer did he need to proceed gradually. The moment he planted a seed of consciousness within someone, he could instantly impose deep suggestion, even forging unwavering trust or absolute loyalty. This confirmed his hypothesis: given time and further growth, a single thought might one day determine life or death for another. Moreover, the upper limit of seeds of consciousness he could implant had doubled, from 10 to 20. In the apocalypse, a group of 10 or more already qualified as a small settlement. After all, greater numbers meant exponentially higher resource consumption, increasingly complex management, and geometrically escalating danger, compounded by the ever-mutating zombie virus which hung heavy over every survivor, breeding suspicion toward even those closest. Thus, post-apocalyptic society coalesced primarily into tight-knit cliques of 3 to 5 individuals. These clusters then banded together, sharing resources and knowledge, forming loose, leaderless constellations of settlements. Han Yang had originally planned to assemble a modest survival team, but now, empowered by his newly acquired second-tier ability, he could aim directly for full-fledged settlement building. Yet he chose instead the path of elite precision. Henceforth, his recruitment priority would be awakened individuals, secondarily beautiful women. After all, they were both pleasing to the eye and easier to control. Yet all this hinged upon securing a suitable base, one capable of ensuring safety and accommodating personnel. It was time at last to prepare the next phase of his plan. Enough, we'll revisit the matter of Insure Grass later. Now I have something important to say. Chen Fang and Nan Nan immediately straightened, sensing Han Yang's solemn tone. It has been 5 days since the zombie virus erupted, and our world grows less recognizable by the hour. Awakened powers, zombies swarming the streets, miraculous flora. What lies ahead no one can predict. Communications have collapsed. Power is gone. Gas supplies are severed. Whatever your thoughts, I believe rescue will never come. We must save ourselves. You know our situation well. Food is still plentiful, for now, but it won't last forever. Gas reserves are dwindling and water depends entirely on risky expeditions. Without aid, this place is unfit for long-term habitation. So in a few days I intend to leave and relocate to a site better suited for enduring survival. What about you? Will you wait here for rescue or join me? Han Yang spoke in one breath. Of course I'll go with you, I'm yours now. Don't think you can just walk away after. To Han Yang's surprise, Chen Fang answered without hesitation, firm and resolute, then shot him a teasing, reproachful glance. I seem to have overheard something rather revealing. Nan Nan fixed them both with an oddly knowing look. My first boyfriend turned out to be a scoundrel. What should I do? Asking online. Urgent. Chen Fang's cheeks flushed faintly as she looked aside. Han Yang felt a pang behind his ribs. Not a single woman was easy to manage. Her words may have sprung sincerely from the heart, but perhaps also served as quiet, pointed revelation before Nan Nan. After all, Nan Nan was nominally his girlfriend, though they'd only confirmed their relationship the day before, while Chen Fang was the one with whom he'd actually shared intimacy. Though that too had occurred only last night. Han Yang drew a slow, steadying breath, just as he prepared to break the silence. Nan Nan suddenly interjected. A netizen asks, does a scoundrel still cook meals? He does. Then all's well. She gave 2 light dismissive hums, and effortlessly shifted the subject. Brother Han, have you decided where to go? If not, I have a recommendation, though it's somewhat distant. Han Yang's expression sharpened. Could it really be coincidence? Oh. Where? Have you heard of Shuixi Huachang? That row house community near the sea in Binhai district. Han Yang paused briefly in thought, then recalled it instantly. Before his rebirth, it had already emerged as a renowned settlement. Exactly. Not only does it have freshwater but also solar water heaters and photovoltaic power systems. In truth, a small river flowed directly through the compound. Its low population density kept zombie concentrations comparatively sparse, drawing many survivors there for refuge. Yet that was not his ultimate destination. Still, its proximity to his true goal was negligible, merely a few kilometers along the coastal highway. Nan Nan knows that place well. Chen Fang, unfamiliar with it, listened attentively. The description sounded promising. Actually, my parents live there. For once, Nan Nan's expression softened with quiet concern. I want to go back and check on them. May I, Brother Han? Meeting her pleading gaze, Han Yang's voice held firm resolve. Of course you may. Wonderful. Nan Nan leapt up, elated. When do we leave? No rush, we still need preparations. Anne? Han Yang pulled out his phone, opened the offline map and zoomed in on Shuixi Huading, then moved slightly farther to a nearby location. This is where we're truly headed. Nan Nan leaned in studying the map intently, then uttered a soft surprised him. I know this place. Isn't it still under construction? Chen Fong peered closer and realized Han Yang had marked a small island not far from the coastline. Where is this? She had never heard of it, her time in Jinghai had been too brief. Jinsha Island, also known as Jinsha Island Resort. Han Yang searched his memory carefully before continuing. It should have just been completed, no public opening yet. Reportedly it was designed exclusively as a private island retreat for the wealthy. The island features its own independent power grid and seawater desalination system, plus 10 standalone ocean view villas and a luxury resort hotel. Most crucially, besides maritime access, only a single road connects it to the mainland. Seal that and the island becomes impregnable, guaranteeing absolute security against zombie sieges. Han Yang's concise overview of the island's infrastructure and setting instantly kindled their longing. Water, electricity, beaches. Decided, it's settled. We're going there. Nan Nan brimmed with renewed vigor, not least because it lay near her parents' home, allowing her to visit en route. Chen Fong watched quietly, a touch wistful. Her hometown lay far to the north, so distant she might never return in this lifetime. A faint melancholy brushed her thoughts. She usually avoided such reflections, knowing full well that reunion, even if possible, might not yield the outcome she hoped for. Well then, if our objective is set, the next step is concrete planning. We are currently in the Qingbei district of Jinghai City, over 30 kilometers away from our destination, needing to cross a little more than half of Qingbei district and most of Binhai district. Normally it wouldn't be far, just a half-hour drive, but now it's different. Not to mention how many zombies are outside during the outbreak of the virus. It was peak commuting time, so the road conditions are definitely not ideal. In the living room, Han Yang pulled out a map he got from the mountain climbing bag on the third floor and explained it to Nan Nan and Chen Fong. So we need to explore where we can go, where we can't, and where there are many zombies. We must plan a suitable route in advance. Han Yang paused for a moment and looked at Chen Fong. Chen Fong bit her lip, already guessing what he was about to say. Because of Nan Nan's ability, this plan can be implemented. My idea is that Nan Nan and I will set off in the evening, using her ability to conceal ourselves to avoid zombies, and explore the path. Once we have explored the route, we will come back, find a car, load the supplies and head straight there. Isn't that leaving Sister Fong alone at home? Yes, this journey is too dangerous for her. Only by exploring the route can we ensure maximum safety. She understood that if it weren't for her being a burden, Han Yang and Nan Nan could have explored all the way without needing to come back. Now for her sake, making a round trip added much more danger. It's okay, you guys go. I'll wait for you at home. Fong Fong. Woof woof. You two don't need to be like this, it's not like you're leaving right now. Seeing the two pretend to part, even the dog came to join in. Han Yang said helplessly, so when do you plan to set off? The night after tomorrow. Han Yang thought for a moment. Before we set off to explore, we need to make some preparations. First, Nan Nan needs to learn the dragon elephant body refinement technique to enhance her strength, and secondly, I also need to scout nearby for suitable weapons. Then what are we waiting for? Teach me quickly. Nan Nan was a bit impatient. Please familiarize yourself with the first two sets of movements again. I'll go change the dining table. No problem. Sister Fong, let's practice together. Han Yang threw the broken dining table to an empty room on the fourth floor and then went to check on the zombie Shasha in Nan Nan's room. He was curious about what kind of outfit Nan Nan had dressed her in. As soon as he entered Nan Nan's room, he was instantly amazed by Shasha's appearance. Her originally dark and shiny hair had turned into short white hair adorned with a black headband. She wore a black Gothic-style dress with hollow patterns at the collarbone that revealed some of her snow-white skin. Just below the collarbone, a piece of fabric was cut out, exposing a small part of her chest. Further down, the hem of the skirt was divided into several pieces through which her snow-white thighs could be vaguely seen. On her feet were a pair of black knee-high leather boots. Above the boots there was a small section of black stocking slightly hidden by the hem of the dress. This is the protagonist's outfit from Nier Automata, right? Han Yang had never played the game but had watched her videos. If only she had an eye mask on her face and was holding a long sword. It would be even more perfect. Han Yang could confidently say this was the best cosplay he had ever seen. When Han Yang walked up to Shasha, he found her back was also well recreated, exposing a large area of snow-white skin. He just didn't know what was underneath. Han Yang thought of the videos he had seen before and couldn't help but lift a piece of her skirt. As a result, it was a pair of flesh-colored safety shorts. 2 stars down. Han Yang complained and began to differentiate the cosplay costumes in the wardrobe. This one seems to be from Raiden Shogun. This one is Rem. This one is Yuamiya. These clothes were a dizzying array. In the end, Han Yang could only recognize a small portion. If Chen Fong wore these clothes, and then he gulped. There will be plenty of time in the future, there will definitely be opportunities. These clothes are treasures, I must take them. Han Yang made up his mind and went to another floor to find a suitable dining table to bring back. In the living room the two women were still practicing earnestly. Han Yang set the table down watching their movements, his eyes lit up. Especially Chen Fong, her JK skirt was too short. Moreover, since they had already been intimate, she didn't shy away at all. As she bent down and raised her leg, she revealed boundless beauty. Let me teach you the next few sets of movements. Han Yang was not satisfied with just watching. He quickly walked up and began to give in-depth guidance to the two. Before long the morning passed and Nan Nan, with her exceptional learning ability, completed all 4 sets of movements. Han Yang taught her seriously. After all, they would be going out together and every bit of improvement in strength mattered. Chen Fong lagged far behind when Han Yang guided her. He always took the chance when Nan Nan wasn't paying attention to touch here and pinch them. Chen Fong didn't resist Han Yang's actions too much. She just shot him several annoyed glances. By the end she was utterly confused by the movements, panting heavily and blushing. I will go cook first, you guys continue practicing. Seeing Han Yang becoming increasingly inappropriate, Chen Fong simply stopped and fled to the kitchen. I'll help with cooking, you continue with your training. Han Yang reminded Nan Nan and also walked into the kitchen. Nan Nan wrinkled her nose and let out a soft snort. They thought she didn't see, but in fact Nan Nan was very clear about Han Yang's little actions. Daring to mess around in front of the official girlfriend. What a pair of scum. I guess this girlfriend status was also just casually said. Who cares as long as there's food to eat? Nan Nan had never known hunger, having lived a life of comfort and ease and never having to worry about dieting. She had a body that could eat anything without gaining weight. Thus she had never experienced the feeling of hunger. However, these last few days of the virus outbreak had made her starve terribly, especially after her powers awakened. The sudden intense hunger almost made her chew the table. Fortunately, there was still some food at home back then which helped her recover, but it also meant that she had been hungry for the past few days. The little snacks she had left she didn't dare to eat all at once, only able to ration them, leaving her ravenously hungry every day and developing an obsession with food. I just want to grab a bite to eat and maybe check on my parents. I don't care about these two scumbags. Though she said this, Nan Nan still felt a bit uncomfortable while also feeling curious. Are they really cooking? What if they're doing something bad behind my back? Her heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat itching. Unable to resist, Nan Nan quietly approached the kitchen. She didn't dare to get too close, fearing being discovered by the two, but she vaguely heard voices inside. You. Why are you here? I came to help you. The first 2 sentences were quite normal, but then Chen Fong suddenly exclaimed. Ah. Nan Nan is outside. It's fine, she's completely engrossed in her practice and can't see us here. What does that have to do with me? Nan Nan was confused, but there was no more sound after that, leaving her perplexed. You said I can't see. Then I want to see. Nan Nan quietly peeked her head out and took a distant glance inside. In the kitchen, Chen Fong was preparing vegetables. Behind her, Han Yang embraced her, resembling a pair of lovers who could not bear to be apart. Nan Nan took a quick glance, not noticing anything unusual. Afraid of being discovered, she quickly retreated. Is it really necessary to hug while just preparing vegetables? And so tightly. Nan Nan pouted. Returning to the living room, she continued her practice. After a morning of training, she found her strength had noticeably increased. Furthermore, her speed had also improved significantly. Coupled with her light physique, she had managed to approach the kitchen without making a sound. If it were night and I used my abilities, haha. No one would notice me at all. Nan Nan felt the flexibility and strength of her body growing, increasingly delighted and more diligent in her training. Not knowing how long had passed, Nan Nan finished another set of movements, feeling utterly exhausted and ravenous. Is dinner not ready yet? She mumbled, feeling that today's meal was taking an unusually long time to prepare. Sister Fong, brother Han, is dinner ready? Nan Nan called out. Almost. Ready. Chen Fang's voice came faintly. Ah. Suddenly Chen Fong let out a startled cry. Sister Fong, are you okay? Nan Nan immediately rushed to the kitchen. I'm fine, I just got startled by what seemed to be a mouse. In the kitchen, Chen Fang's face was flushed, explaining with lingering fear. Han Yang supported her from behind. It's good that you're okay. What's that strange smell? Nan Nan walked into the kitchen, wrinkling her nose in curiosity. It might be the smell from some spoiled food. Chen Fong couldn't help but cast a glare at Han Yang. Alright, Chen Fong is fine, you can go wait for dinner outside, you can't help much here. Han Yang quickly pushed Nan Nan out. Only then did Chen Fong let out a long breath. Why is it that with brother Han helping, dinner is taking longer? Stepping out of the kitchen, Nan Nan looked at Han Yang with suspicion. Did you actually help or did you cause trouble? Han Yang appeared somewhat awkward, muttering, I didn't cause trouble, just a bit of chaos. What? Nan Nan didn't hear clearly. It's nothing, I'll just go to the bathroom first. Han Yang hurriedly fled. He returned to his bedroom first, grabbed a clean pair of boxers, then went to the bathroom, quickly washing up and changing into new clothes, feeling instantly refreshed. Indeed, this was the correct way to wear a JK skirt. Today's lunch was quite late. By the time they finished eating it was already 2 in the afternoon. During this time Chen Fang also returned to her bedroom to change clothes, but it was not obvious from the outside. Only Han Yang while they were training in the afternoon noticed it by chance. In the afternoon Chen Fang refused to accept Han Yang's guidance and instead asked Nan Nan to teach her the movements. This made Nan Nan very happy. She finally got to be the teacher. Han Yang had no choice but to hide aside admiring the graceful figures of the two while also focusing on his own training. By evening after Chen Fang firmly rejected Han Yang's offer to help, dinner was served as usual. Once dinner was finished the sky had just darkened. Han Yang called Nan Nan over. "Let's go out together tonight. We'll take a stroll around and collect some supplies from the convenience store, also see if there are any hardware stores nearby." "Sure. I'll go change my clothes. Xiao Huang, come with me." Nan Nan was very enthusiastic, calling her little dog back to her house. Han Yang also started to change clothes, organizing his gear in the process. Before long Nan Nan returned. She wore a long-sleeved windbreaker like Han Yang paired with pencil pants and athletic shoes exuding youth and vibrancy. Especially her legs outlined by the pencil pants looking slim and straight, making it hard for anyone to take their eyes off her. "Here's a bag for you and a trekking pole." Han Yang handed Nan Nan a large backpack and a trekking pole for her self-defense. In the afternoon Han Yang had briefly taught her how to target the zombies' weak points. It was uncertain whether it was due to her solid foundation or innate talent, but she performed quite well. Her accuracy rate couldn't be claimed to be 100%, but it was around 80 to 90. However, that was just practice against immobile targets. In actual combat facing the constantly moving zombies, achieving even half that accuracy would be considered an extraordinary performance. Of course Han Yang didn't expect her to be exceptionally skilled at killing zombies. Her abilities were already sufficient. With everything ready the two prepared to set off. "You. Be careful." Seeing Chen Fang's worried expression Nan Nan went over and hugged her. "Sister Fang, don't worry." Han Yang also nodded, assuring her not to worry too much. Only then did the two step out. They made their way down, soon arriving at the entrance of the building. Han Yang gently opened the door, trying not to make any noise. Outside the sky was dim and visibility was low. However, Han Yang and Nan Nan were unaffected. Their affinity for shadows allowed them to adapt to the dark environment. Although they couldn't see as clearly as during the day, it didn't hinder their vision. At that moment in Han Yang's view the colors were muted, everything appeared in black and white, resembling footage captured by a night vision camera. "It's safe outside." After observing for a moment and not finding any danger, Han Yang signaled for Nan Nan to come out and then closed the entrance door. The entrance door automatically locked and could only be opened with a keycard or key, ensuring the building's safety. After 5 days of the apocalypse the community rarely heard human screams. Most of the survivors had come to understand the situation and no longer acted recklessly, learning to wait for rescue and hiding. Thus the community was quite quiet, with only the distant moans of zombies echoing from all directions. "Let's clear the zombies from the building to the community gate." Han Yang activated his abilities, slipping into the shadows, allowing Nan Nan to follow while outlining the next plan. "First, it will make it easier for us to enter and exit later, and second, we'll collect some corpse cores. Not only does corpse grass need them, but Shasha does as well. She hasn't eaten in too long. Her hunger instinct will make it increasingly difficult for her to control herself. Even though my second-tier ability can forcibly suppress her, her body will grow weaker. You wouldn't want to feed her flesh and blood, right? Besides that, she can only be given a corpse core periodically. The corpse core not only replenishes the energy she needs for movement but also enhances her strength. Nan Nan is not Chen Fang. She possesses no survival skills in the apocalypse, yet her abilities are perfectly suited for the current environment. Thus Han Yang wishes to keep Nan Nan by his side, using excuses like having her as a nominal girlfriend or treating her to meals, just words, nothing serious. However, Shasha is different. She and Nan Nan are very close friends, not sisters, but even closer than sisters. Under Shasha's control, Nan Nan would never easily abandon her. Of course, that alone is not enough. Han Yang treats Nan Nan as family. Whatever requests she makes, as long as they are feasible, he will not refuse. For instance, if she wants to go home to see her parents, even if it's out of the way, Han Yang would agree. With her abilities, it's just a matter of spending a bit more time. As the saying goes, treat others with sincerity. Of course, Han Yang will not give up using his consciousness ability for hypnosis. One must grasp both sides and be tough on both. Han Yang and Nan Nan slipped into the shadows where no one could detect them in the dark night. Soon as they approached the main road of the community, they finally spotted a few zombies. One at a time. Han Yang stopped. Nan Nan picked up a stone from the roadside and threw it far away. The sound of the stone hitting the ground seemed exceptionally crisp in the still night. The two closest zombies moved towards the sound, but when they reached the source of the noise there was nothing. The two zombies stopped in confusion, swaying mindlessly. One for each. Han Yang pointed to Nan Nan, indicating which one he would deal with, and then the two quietly approached. This was Nan Nan's first time fighting a zombie. She felt both excited and nervous, but fear was absent. She remembered Han Yang's teachings, positioning herself in front of the zombie, fixating on its eyes. This zombie seemed to have been bitten to death. More than half of its facial flesh was missing, making it look particularly grotesque and terrifying. Nan Nan completely ignored its appearance, focusing solely on its vital points, and suddenly swung her climbing stick. Puff! The sharpened tip of the climbing stick instantly drove into the zombie's eye socket. Huff! The zombie barely had time to struggle before its brain was scrambled, letting out a couple of low growls before collapsing. On the other side, Han Yang had been closely watching Nan Nan. Seeing her efficiently dispatch the zombie, he raised his hand to eliminate the zombie in front of him. Well done, stay hidden. Han Yang signaled Nan Nan to take cover in a corner. The only drawback of her ability was that to attack objects outside the shadows she had to step out of them. This would lose the effect of hiding. Moreover, to reactivate her ability she needed to pause for a while, requiring about 10 seconds. It was somewhat akin to a skill in a game with a cooldown. This was still quite good. From what Han Yang understood about those abilities, most had some defects. They were either low in power or impractical, and those with high power consumed a lot of stamina, making them unusable after just a few times. For example, Han Yang's ability is nearly ineffective against humans but works on zombies. However, reaching the second tier would change things. Perhaps Nan Nan's abilities would not have this issue at that stage. After waiting for a while and not spotting any other zombies, Han Yang instructed Nan Nan to keep watch while he smashed the brains of the zombies. Unfortunately, neither had any cores. The two continued. After clearing out more than a dozen zombies, they finally made their way from the small path between buildings to the main road of the community. They also collected 2 zombie cores. Hiding in the corner of the building closest to the community entrance, the two took a moment to recover their strength while observing their surroundings. At the community entrance, dozens of cars were stuck, severely blocking the road, with some vehicles' fronts even severely deformed. Many cars still showed struggling figures inside. These were zombies trapped in the vehicles. Around this cluster of cars, numerous zombies were wandering. Han Yang could imagine that after the outbreak of the virus, people in the community fled for their lives, scrambling to drive out. As a result, they were blocked at the community entrance by drivers with the same idea or those who had turned into zombies. Behind them, many zombies might be pursuing, and some in a panic rammed into the cars ahead, trying to break free. The outcome was evident. In their relentless efforts, they only managed to block the community's exit even more tightly, with not a single vehicle able to get out. Hango, what should we do? First, let's clear out the zombies bit by bit, then find a way to create an opening for a vehicle to get in and out. Han Yang didn't have a better plan. The sidewalk at the community entrance was still accessible, but vehicles couldn't pass. And this was just the entrance. Han Yang knew that some places on the road were even more congested. Unless they gave up on driving and walked all the way. But with over 30 kilometers to cover, he was unsure of what dangers they might encounter. Vehicles could carry supplies, but more importantly, they ensured the safety of those inside. Han Yang and Nan Nan followed the same method, taking over an hour to slowly clear out the zombies that could move around at the community entrance. In the process, they obtained 3 more cores, and Nan Nan's movements became increasingly skilled. Han Yang gathered all the zombie bodies and threw them into the shaded greenery, hoping for future rewards. Then he and Nan Nan worked together to eliminate all the zombies trapped inside the cars. This was much simpler. There was no need to hide. For those with open windows, they simply pierced their heads and dragged the bodies out to toss aside. The same method was applied to those whose doors could be opened. For those that couldn't open, Han Yang used a crowbar to smash the glass, then proceeded with the aforementioned plan. The noise attracted a few zombies, but both easily dealt with them. Ugh, so tired. I'm hungry. After a busy period, Nan Nan plopped down on the ground. Han Yang also felt a bit hungry. His physique was much stronger than Nan Nan's, so he didn't feel tired yet. Mainly using the shadow stealth ability consumed a lot of stamina, otherwise she wouldn't be so hungry so soon. Fortunately, he was prepared and took out some water chocolate and a Snickers from his backpack. Great food. Nan Nan's eyes lit up upon seeing the food, and she immediately took off her gloves and began to eat eagerly. So delicious. I haven't had chocolate in ages. Nan Nan squinted her eyes, savoring the sweetness flooding her mouth. Later, we'll go to the convenience store at the community entrance and let you eat your fill. Aren't we moving the cars at the entrance? Despite her mouth being filled, Nan Nan still managed to speak. Han Yang was truly impressed. I thought about it and decided not to rush to move them. With cars blocking the entrance, zombies can't get in. It's getting late. Let's first check the supermarket. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Just thinking about the array of snacks in the supermarket invigorated Nan Nan. The convenience store was right at the community entrance, and the two used their abilities to slip into the shadows, quickly arriving. Seeing the convenience store's doors wide open, Han Yang cautiously observed first. The store wasn't large, with only 2 aisles and 4 large shelves, allowing him to see the end at a glance. Inside, 2 employee zombies were wandering. Han Yang and Nan Nan exchanged glances. Nan Nan understood instantly. Each of them took one and swiftly killed them. Then Han Yang closed the store's door and tied the handles of the 2 glass doors with a rope. Once they felt completely safe, Nan Nan immediately took off her jacket and fanned herself with a box. It's so hot, so hot. In the dark, Han Yang couldn't see clearly, but he could make out that Nan Nan was only wearing a bra under her jacket, with large patches of her white skin exposed before him. Han Yang took out a flashlight, illuminating the room and making the surroundings a bit brighter, revealing Nan Nan's figure clearly. With the light from the flashlight he could clearly see that Nan Nan was wearing only a sports bra under her jacket with her delicate collarbone and flat abdomen fully exposed. At this moment after a long period of exercise beads of sweat covered her white skin. "Hango, aren't you hot? I really want to eat an ice pop or drink something cold." Nan Nan was completely unaware of her exposure. "I wasn't hot before but now I feel a bit hot." Han Yang tolerated heat and cold far better than Nan Nan, having adapted in his previous life. The warmth he felt was inward and urged to brush the sweat from Nan Nan's brow. Power had been out here for days, so the ice lollies in the freezer had melted and the drinks in the refrigerated cabinets were no longer cold. Nan Nan felt a little disappointed, but her spirits quickly lifted when she noticed the abundance of snacks. Potato chips, crispy rice crackers, preserved plums, triangular crisps, shrimp sticks, Oreos, cookies, wafers, Snickers, and so on. Nan Nan picked one up after another until she could no longer hold them all. "Do not grab everything, our backpack space is limited, prioritize high-energy, easily stored foods," Han Yang said, then stuffed Snickers, wafer biscuits, chocolates and the like into his pack until it was full. Nan Nan obediently packed the same items, after all they were all her favorites. Their 2 backpacks filled and they found 2 more supermarket bags to continue loading. The supermarket also held rice flour, cooking oil, bulk bottled water, cases of drinks, ready-made foods and various seasonings, but sadly they could not carry all of it away. There was no need to take everything. They would leave here sooner or later and could collect more supplies from a market near their final destination if necessary. After filling 4 backpacks, Han Yang wandered deeper into the supermarket and made a pleasant discovery in the innermost storeroom, a generator that looked almost new. Han Yang became instantly excited. At last they would have fans and cold drinks. It made sense, many supermarket goods require refrigeration. A short outage might be tolerable, but a prolonged shutdown would spoil the stock. All of it represented money, so keeping a generator on hand was only natural. Han Yang cut the generator's output line and lifted it out with ease. The generator's fuel tank held little diesel and the unit was not heavy, it seemed scarcely used. There happened to be a small drum of diesel nearby which Han Yang gratefully took. "Brother Han, what are you hauling?" someone asked. "A generator," he replied. "Tomorrow we will have cold drinks." Nan Nan exclaimed with delight. Nan Nan, thrilled, immediately helped Han Yang bring the goods to the door. There was too much to carry back on foot, they needed a vehicle. Big trucks could not enter, but a 3-wheeler could, Nan Nan said, clapping her hands. She remembered an electric tricycle by the gate that would let them take a bit more. "All right, let's drive it together," they agreed and returned to the compound. Along the way they encountered several zombies drawn by the supermarket commotion, dispatched them and retrieved a corpse core. Fortunately the electric tricycle still had charge. Nan Nan sat at the wheel awkwardly driving while Han Yang rode in the cargo bed constantly on guard. The tricycle just squeezed through the pedestrian entrance and Nan Nan drove it to the supermarket door. "Keep watch," Han Yang said, "I'll bring the goods." Han Yang jumped down, opened the supermarket, loaded the generator and diesel first, then carried several sacks of rice and flour. He kept loading cases of water and drinks until the tricycle could hold no more. "All set," they said, "let's go." They shouldered their packs, left the 2 extra bags on the tricycle and Nan Nan continued to drive. Burdened with water and drinks, the tricycle struggled. Han Yang pushed it so it could begin moving. He followed behind, eyes sweeping the surroundings to guard against sudden danger. Fortunately they had cleared the road of zombies earlier and returned safely to their building. Han Yang opened the stairwell door and unloaded the supplies into the corridor. Seeing the corridor crammed with water and drinks together with the food they had gathered from the entire building, they realized that even if they stayed put and never left, they would have enough to survive for a long time. "Shall we fetch more?" Nan Nan asked, excited and eager to make another run. She almost wished they could clear the entire supermarket. "Forget it," Han Yang replied. "When we finally leave, if we have spare space we can take more, but for now it is unnecessary, this is already an—" "All right," Nan Nan agreed. The excitement subsided and she grew tired, checking the time to find it was nearly midnight without her noticing. "Lock the stairwell door and leave the supplies here," Han Yang suggested. He doubted anyone would dare take them and urged them to return and rest early. Nan Nan nodded in agreement. Of course they could not return empty-handed. With brute strength Han Yang hoisted the generator and fuel and in one push carried them up to the 5th floor while Nan Nan followed bearing the other 2 backpacks. Chen Fong stood by the door holding a flashlight. At the sound outside she switched it on. As Han Yang opened the door he saw Chen Fong smiling and shining the light to guide him inside. "Is that a generator?" Chen Fong asked, showing more sense than Nan Nan. "Indeed," Han Yang replied. "Sister Fong, tomorrow we can enjoy cold drinks." Nan Nan entered excitedly and set down her backpack. "I'll figure out how to use it," she said. Han Yang placed the generator in the dining room where the breaker box was and took out the instruction manual that came with it. The first page described the different types of generators. Specifications listed diesel generator sets for household 220V single-phase units at various kilowatt ratings and silent 3-phase models. Han Yang skimmed past the specs and turned straight to the operating instructions and applicable uses. The manual stated that the generator was extremely quiet and could power a refrigerator, air conditioner, washing machine, hairdryer and light bulbs simultaneously. Very impressive. Han Yang understood the procedure, fetched a screwdriver, connected the generator's output to the main breaker in the box and disconnected the external supply line so that only their apartment would receive power. He poured diesel into the generator, turned the ignition switch, found the pull cord and yanked hard. With a single tug the machine began to hum and sprang to life. Using his flashlight to read the voltmeter, Han Yang saw the voltage steady at 220 V and immediately turned on the generator's power switch. Instantly the lights flared to life and the sounds of appliances starting filled the apartment. The sudden brightness momentarily dazzled the three of them until after a time their eyes adjusted. "I am reluctant to go back," Nan Nan murmured, looking up at the lights with a hint of longing. "Then stay here and sleep with me tonight," Chen Fong urged. Chen Fong took Nan Nan's hand, which irked Han Yang slightly. "What about me if you two sleep together?" he thought, though Chen Feng's bed was large enough that the three of them could probably squeeze in. Nan Nan was somewhat tempted by Chen Feng's suggestion, but after feeling the corpse core in her pocket she ultimately declined. "I still need to go back and accompany Xia Xia and Xiao Huang." "Okay, it's getting late, let's go to bed early." Chen Fong felt a bit regretful. After sending Nan Nan off, Han Yang wandered around the room unplugging unnecessary appliances. The generator would need to shut down soon as the fuel was limited, and if it ran continuously there might not be any fuel left by tomorrow. Good steel should be used on the cutting edge. The gas canisters were used up too quickly and there weren't many left, so they could cook with electricity in the future. Tomorrow he would need to find some diesel. After Han Yang finished his tasks he saw Chen Fong in a JK short skirt standing gracefully under the light. Her long fair legs seemed to shine, and thinking back to noon in the kitchen, a surge of heat rose in his heart. Walking to the bathroom, Han Yang took off his clothes and quickly wiped the sweat off his body. When he came out again, Chen Fong immediately blushed. Why aren't you wearing clothes?" "Anyway, I'll have to take them off again in a moment." Han Yang stepped forward and hugged her tightly. I'm still organizing things." Chen Fong weakly resisted a couple of times. "There's no rush with this, we can do it tomorrow. Since we didn't enjoy ourselves at noon, let's continue now without worrying about Nan Nan suddenly barging in." Just then a scene suddenly flashed in Han Yang's mind, the image of what Xia Xia had seen. Under the moonlight Nan Nan walked gracefully to Xia Xia, pouting slightly, feeding her a corpse core from her hand. Nan Nan must have just finished washing her body, because apart from a pair of shorts she was completely naked. Han Yang felt a surge of excitement. He immediately picked up Chen Fong and headed towards the bedroom. On the 6th day of the apocalypse. Today Han Yang and Chen Fong woke up a bit late. Nan Nan didn't come rushing over like she did yesterday morning. Last night they had a bit too many snacks and she didn't feel hungry, so she indulged in a rare sleep-in. Han Yang and Chen Fong had stayed up too late yesterday and Chen Fong wondered why Han Yang was so energetic. It nearly took her life. She deeply experienced the powerful strength and robust recovery ability contained in Han Yang's body after being enhanced again. Chen Fong felt a bit worried. If Han Yang's strength increased further, how could she possibly withstand it? Thinking of this, she pinched Han Yang hard. "What's wrong?" Han Yang was putting on his clothes and seeing Chen Fong in a half-concealed state he felt a bit stirred. Unfortunately Nan Nan was about to arrive. He sensed Nan Nan's position changing. She first went to the first floor and then quickly headed to the 5th floor. "Brother Han, open the door. I want a cold drink." Soon Nan Nan's energetic voice rang out. Han Yang had just finished dressing and went to open the door for her. "Ha! Is the generator not working?" Nan Nan walked in holding 2 boxes of cola as she had gone downstairs early to move drinks. "There's not much fuel left, so I stopped it after trying it yesterday." Han Yang restarted the generator and put the drinks in the fridge. "Just wait a moment, by the time your sister Fong finishes breakfast it should be nice and cold." "Okay." Nan Nan pouted. Soon Chen Fong also came out. She was still dressed similarly to yesterday, wearing a cool short sleeve on top and a JK short skirt below. Chen Fong noticed that Han Yang particularly liked her dress this way. He had insisted she wear it like this during their first time last night, so she simply kept the same outfit today. Han Yang's eyes indeed roamed over her body again, especially her skirt and legs. Chen Fong felt a bit delighted, greeted Nan Nan and walked into the kitchen to start cooking. "Let's take this opportunity to move all the water from downstairs up here." Han Yang called to Nan Nan and the two of them went downstairs to move the water and drinks to Han Yang's room in several trips. "Huh, brother Han, you're so grown up and still wet the bed." In Han Yang's bedroom Nan Nan discovered something amusing and immediately burst into laughter. Han Yang looked at the mark on his mattress and wore an inexplicable smile, ruffling Nan Nan's hair. "Sister, you're still too naive." "What do you mean?" Nan Nan dodged away from him, feeling puzzled. "Where's today's girlfriend benefit?" Han Yang suddenly remembered and disrupted her thoughts. "You already have sister Fong. Let her kiss you." Nan Nan huffed in dissatisfaction and skipped away to the kitchen to see Chen Fong cooking. Breakfast was finished amid harmony. After the meal Han Yang handed 3 corpse cores to Chen Fong for her to bury in the flower pot. Now the remnants of the corpse grass had been entrusted to Chen Fong to take care of. Whether they could grow again would truly depend on a miracle, not just watering. Last night they obtained a total of 6 corpse cores and he gave 3 to Nan Nan for her to feed to Xia Xia. Throughout the morning the 3 of them each exercised, and just before noon a loud noise suddenly erupted outside. The three of them gathered at the balcony to look down and discovered that a painting board had fallen to the ground. Because Han Yang and Nan Nan had cleaned the nearby zombies yesterday, this large commotion only attracted a few zombies from the opposite corridor. Han Yang looked at the 12th floor across. At this moment Chen Fong reminded him. Han Yang looked up and saw a man in a white short sleeve waving at them from the 12th floor across. Then this man took out a piece of canvas that read 3 words, "Help me." Tisk, an artist. Pretty clever. Han Yang quickly understood what was going on. Last night they had run the generator and kept the lights on for a while, which was incredibly conspicuous in the pitch-black community. Moreover, the south side of the building across could see the entrance of the community, and upon noticing the 3-wheeled vehicle parked downstairs and the tightly shut unit door. With a little imagination it was clear that there were talented people in their building. Should we go save him? Chen Fong asked instinctively when she heard Han Yang's praise. She was not particularly keen on having a strange man join them. Why save him? No one is coming to save us. Besides, having one man here is enough. Right, we shouldn't save him. Nan Nan echoed, her tone somewhat indignant. Nan Nan, do you know him? Han Yang asked, instinctively sensing her displeasure. Oof. I don't want to know him, a scoundrel, a jerk. Han Yang immediately became interested. What's the matter? Tell me. He is the art teacher at our school, and with a bit of looks and talent he's always flirting with the students. I've heard he's gotten a few students pregnant and then irresponsibly abandoned them. Once I ran into him in the community. Knowing that Shasha and I went to the same school, he often narcissistically appeared before us, bothering us, but he didn't know his true nature had already been seen through by Shasha. Nan Nan said angrily. Han Yang took out a telescope and examined the scene closely. The man across the way wore round glasses and appeared quite artistic with an impressive physique. Even in a simple white shirt he exuded an air of sophistication. Such a man indeed attracts women, especially university students who would probably regard him as a male idol. No wonder his reputation is so poor. There are female students who have fallen victim to him. Wait. Perhaps it's a case of mutual consent. However, what does that have to do with him? In the apocalypse, all of this is meaningless. Strength is the only thing that matters. Is he really that terrible? Then let's stop looking and focus on cooking. Han Yang pulled the curtains and Nan Nan immediately burst into laughter. Han Yang guessed correctly. Song Ji had a habit of staying up late. As an artist, inspiration strikes in the dead of night. Last night he was thrilled to see lights in Han Yang's house, thinking power had returned. However, after checking all the switches in his house he found no trace of electricity. Apart from Han Yang's house there was no other light in the vicinity. Song Ji understood that the other party might have acquired a generator but was unsure where it came from, as it seemed only the property management and the supermarket nearby had such things. By the next morning Song Ji noticed a tricycle parked downstairs in the opposite building and the entrance door was tightly shut. He peeked out the southern window and saw that the group of zombies that had been loitering at the community entrance had vanished. He quickly realized that they might have gone to the nearby convenience store, so he took out the telescope he had bought for spying and observed the opposite side. Indeed, he spotted a large amount of food and drinks in the corner of the room. And there were 2 women and 1 man. One of the women was familiar to him. She was a student from his school named Shen Nan Nan. He had been deeply attracted to her when he first saw her. Whether it was her voluptuous figure, long and slender legs, or her perfect face that could be sweet or charming, she surpassed any woman he had ever slept with. So he pretended to encounter them by chance, asking for help while subtly revealing his identity and talents. In the past, after casually flirting 2 or 3 times, those women would practically leap onto his bed. But Shen Nan Nan was a bit ungrateful. At first she remained indifferent, but later she even threatened to accuse him of harassment. He felt ashamed and harbored resentment, which is why he had bought a telescope to spy and take some private photos. However, now seeing their room filled with food and drinks as well as electricity, Song Ji decided to swallow his pride. He came up with a plan to throw objects to make noise to attract their attention, then display a rescue message on a canvas. He thought that since they dared to go to the supermarket and he was closer, they wouldn't just ignore him when they saw his plea for help, right? However, after raising his hand for quite some time, they didn't even glance his way and simply closed the curtains. Well. Damn it. I'll remember this. When I get the chance I will definitely deal with those 2 women. A day passed quickly. In the evening, Han Yang and Nan Nan set out again. This time their goal was to search for diesel and a hardware store. Nan Nan started her beloved little tricycle and the 2 drove straight out of the community. Throughout the day, as they made their way from the building to the community entrance, a few zombies appeared from somewhere and were easily dealt with by the 2. Once they exited the community, zombies began to multiply again. Hangu, there's a small truck parked over there. They were looking for a small truck to get diesel. The spot Nan Nan pointed out was exactly where the community meets the main road. Outside their community there was a wide road running east to west with 6 lanes in each direction. Logically it should be quite broad, but with so many people from the community rushing out and traffic accidents occurring, it became a complete mess. There aren't many zombies. Han Yang glanced around. Many drivers were hiding in their cars to avoid being bitten by zombies. They escaped the outside but failed to escape the virus mutation, ultimately becoming zombies themselves. Let's take it slowly. Han Yang and Nan Nan got out of the tricycle and began to clear the wandering zombies outside, following the method from yesterday. They didn't dare to delve into the cluster of cars, only luring zombies to kill them in open spaces, as Han Yang knew that within that mass he couldn't predict which corner a zombie might suddenly emerge from. That would be a disaster. This was based on his hard-earned experience. Soon the ground was littered with corpses and no more zombies approached. Han Yang began to open the skulls of the zombies while tossing the corpses into the nearby greenbelt, with Nan Nan standing guard. Today's harvest is quite good. They had killed over 20 zombies and collected 4 corpse cores, which wasn't a low probability of 1 in 5. He gave 2 to Nan Nan as she was responsible for taking care of Sha Sha and needed to stockpile some. Nan Nan happily accepted them. After feeding Sha Sha the corpse cores yesterday, she felt that Sha Sha had become much more responsive. She had a premonition that as long as she kept feeding, one day Sha Sha might recover. Let's not worry about the zombies in the truck since they can't get out, let's get the diesel first. Han Yang and Nan Nan slipped into the shadows, cautiously making their way towards the small truck. Along the way they passed by many vehicles containing trapped zombies, and some of the interiors were quite bloody with bloodstains all over the... One can imagine the situation at that time. Family members or passengers in the back suddenly turned into zombies while the driver in the adjacent seat or front seat remained unaware, and then the zombie took advantage of the moment to bite their necks and sever their veins. Amidst the splattering blood, people struggled continuously, but being trapped by seatbelts or door locks they couldn't escape and ultimately succumbed to the virus, becoming living corpses driven only by hunting instincts. Ah! Suddenly as they passed a SUV, a zombie inside slammed against the glass and roared at the two. Han Yang and Nan Nan jumped in surprise. They were in the shadows, not even zombies could see them, let alone humans. How could this zombie? Han Yang's heart stirred as he looked into the car and indeed saw 4 bodies that had been gnawed to pieces. The zombie inside the car had an even stranger shape, as if it had no bones, moving like a serpent in the confined space of the vehicle. A mutated zombie. Seeing that the zombie couldn't break the glass, Nan Nan's courage grew. A mutated zombie. Yes, it seems to still possess a similar sense of awareness, otherwise it wouldn't have been able to detect us. Why does its body look so bizarre? Nan Nan observed the zombie twisting its body almost with its face pressed against its rear, yet it could still maneuver freely within the car, feeling it was incredible. Her body was already quite flexible, but even she couldn't perform such inhuman movements. The space inside the car is small, it likely sacrificed strength for flexibility and speed during its mutation to facilitate movement within the car. Han Yang speculated as he watched the zombie twisting its eerie form inside the car, continually battering the glass. What should we do next? Let me see if I can control it. This is a great opportunity. With the flexibility and perception displayed by this mutated zombie, if we encounter it in an open environment we might not be able to, Han Yang explained. The mutated zombies are also known as first-tier zombies, corresponding to first-tier awakened humans. Some of them exhibit extraordinarily powerful and strange physiques, while others possess incredible abilities similar to those of awakened humans. In his past life, Han Yang had tried to control them, but after several attempts his consciousness seed encountered strong resistance, much like with animals. The price of being unable to control them was that the zombies would instinctively hunt him down, and on one occasion he was nearly killed in the chase. At that time Han Yang believed it was due to his insufficient ability level. Therefore, when he guessed that the corpse core could potentially cultivate mutated zombies, he hesitated to try, fearing that he would end up with nothing and endanger his own life. Now that he had reached the second tier, he felt somewhat more confident. We can't smash the glass directly, or it might take the chance to escape. Han Yang observed the vehicle and quickly devised a plan. Near the side mirror of the vehicle there was a small triangular piece of glass about the size of 2 palms. No matter how much the zombie wriggled, it couldn't escape. He took out a crowbar and smashed it twice. The zombie inside was initially startled and retreated, but upon seeing the opening it charged forward. Bang! It collided against the vehicle. The flesh and blood on the zombie's face were distorted from the impact, giving it a particularly ferocious appearance. Han Yang bit his finger, letting the blood that housed his consciousness seed drip into the zombie's open mouth. A mental tether quickly linked him to the zombie. Just as I thought. Han Yang felt a weak resistance from the zombie's body, which was a stark contrast to his previous attempts to control mutated zombies. Now controlling it was much easier. Soon Han Yang received feedback from the zombie, and one particular aspect regarding energy utilization instantly captivated him. I guessed correctly, this zombie indeed has special abilities. Unlike the energy circulating throughout Nan Nan's body, this zombie's energy primarily operated in its head, particularly around its eyes and ears. Han Yang simulated the zombie's abilities and immediately felt a surge of heat rushing towards his eyes and ears. The scene before him shattered and reformed as if veiled by a thin mist obscuring everything except humans and zombies. No, it should be said that they were large living organisms with signs of life. They glowed like fireflies, brilliantly bright against the darkness. Whether they were directly visible or obscured by obstacles, as long as they were within his field of vision, they all vividly appeared before him. It feels like I've turned on radar. No, it's like aimbot from a shooting game. Han Yang recalled a game he had played before. Is this how we subdue them? Every time I see it I find it unbelievable. Nan Nan observed the zombie's docility curiously staring at it. It's a female. Unfortunately her face was ruined. After getting somewhat accustomed to the zombie's abilities and noticing no danger around, Han Yang smashed the glass window and opened the door to let the zombie out. Having spent a long time in the vehicle, the zombie seemed a bit disoriented upon exiting, its body twisted like a pretzel, maintaining a peculiar posture. Ultimately the instincts of the living beings prevailed. The zombie's bones quickly shifted, gradually restoring a human standing posture. At that moment Han Yang also discerned the zombie's characteristics. It was indeed a female zombie. Earlier in the vehicle there was blood everywhere, and with the zombie twisting its body it was covered in blood, making it hard to see. Once it stood completely, the features on its chest immediately revealed its gender. Its upper clothing was either snagged or torn, resembling ragged cloth, making it impossible not to notice its gender. Unfortunately her face was already ghastly from the repeated impacts against the vehicle, and with the blood and foul odor on her body Han Yang didn't have the heart to look any longer. Alright, the danger has passed, let's continue filling up the diesel. Han Yang walked to the front of the truck, found the fuel cap and opened it, then took out a hose from his backpack that he had prepared earlier to insert into the fuel tank. He took a deep breath and diesel was immediately drawn into the 2 buckets they had just brought along. After filling 2.5 buckets, nearly 50 liters of diesel, they finally stopped the overflow. There's quite a bit of fuel in this vehicle. Nan Nan happily sealed the bucket openings with tape, and the 2 of them together moved the buckets back to the tricycle. Han Yang used the zombie's abilities to observe the surroundings, ensuring their safety. With this zombie's abilities we can avoid many dangers in the future. Finally free from the constant need to maintain their abilities, Nan Nan felt uplifted as using abilities excessively drained physical strength. We still can't be overly careless. Do you remember how we were discovered by this zombie? Who knows what other abilities could evade this power's detection? Han Yang cautioned. All right. Nan Nan pouted but understood that Han Yang was thinking of their safety. Are we going to keep looking for diesel next? After placing the diesel properly, Nan Nan noticed another empty bucket on the tricycle and asked, this fuel should last until we move, let's first look for a hardware store. Nan Nan had no objections, and the 2 did not ride the tricycle anymore but walked east. The female zombie led the way to scout ahead. They observed the road conditions while searching for a hardware store. I remember there's a store around here. Han Yang's memory was a bit hazy after all, considering the year since the apocalypse before his rebirth time felt quite long. Are you looking for weapons at the hardware store, brother Han? Nan Nan recalled that Han Yang had mentioned this before. That's right. Our current weapons are too inadequate. Han Yang shook the umbrella in his hand. After continuous battles over the past 2 days, the tip of the umbrella had become slightly bent, but the shaft was still sturdy. Nan Nan also looked at the climbing stick in her hand. As her strength increased, the stick indeed felt less comfortable to use, feeling light and lacking substance. Sometimes using too much force would cause the stick to bend, and she worried about breaking it. A hammer is much better. If only it could be bigger and longer. Nan Nan tightened her grip on the hammer in her other hand. One long and one short weapon were their standard configuration to handle battles at different distances. With your strength you could use a long-handled fire axe or a mountain axe, it would ensure a clean hit. But these things are hard to find. In the city, unlike in villages or mountains, who usually needs a mountain axe? A mountain axe. Nan Nan envisioned a large double-edged axe with a long handle. Weapons for collection. Nan Nan, what we need are real swords and guns, not weapon models. Han Yang explained. That axe is particularly heavy, I couldn't even lift it before. And there's a big knife, a long spear, a sword. Nan Nan excitedly gestured with her hands. Teacher Ching Ching has collected all kinds of weapons. Han Yang remained skeptical. Teacher Chung Ching. Yes, Ching Ching is our physical education teacher, we can go look for her. Where does your teacher Ching Ching live? Han Yang also felt a bit exhilarated. If this teacher Ching Ching really had those 18 types of weapons and they were all real, it would truly solve their urgent problem. She lives in the staff dormitory of our school. Han Yang frowned upon hearing this. The school. That's not a good place. Regardless of the school, there are countless students inside, which means there could be a massive horde of zombies. No matter how powerful one is, facing a horde of zombies is futile. A subtle pain flickered through Han Yang's body. He had previously died in a zombie horde. Sensing what Han Yang was thinking, Nan Nan patted her chest. Brother Han, you don't need to worry about encountering too many zombies. The staff dormitory is on the south side of the Sun Sports Field, while the student dormitory is on the north side, so they are quite far apart. And we can stealthily enter by hiding in the shadows. Han Yang felt some logic in this. It was indeed his psychological shadow that had scared him, forgetting that he now had such convenient abilities. Moreover, Nan Nan's school was conveniently located to the east, not far, and also on the way. Then let's set off. Han Yang switched his ability and together with Nan Nan slipped into the shadows, allowing the female zombie to lead while they followed behind. The female zombie walked unsteadily as if she might fall at any moment, yet at critical moments she could remarkably maintain her balance. Furthermore, her speed was not slow and she made not a single sound as she moved. Not only does she possess a sensory ability akin to vision allowing her to detect prey in advance, but she also has this bizarre mode of movement. If it weren't in a vehicle but out here, one could easily tip over if not careful. Han Yang's attention shifted around the female zombie, feeling a bit fortunate. After we return, perhaps I can try to help Xia level up as well. Who knows, she might awaken some magical ability too. He just didn't know how many zombie cores would be needed. Without counting the ones for Chen Fan, they currently had 6 zombie cores. According to the standard for nurturing in zombie grass, about 4 would suffice. However, Han Yang had never attempted this and was unsure if it would succeed. He shared his thoughts with Nan Nan, which made her extremely excited. I've already fed one to Xia tonight, I'll try feeding her 4 more. The two chatted quickly, passing through a similarly congested intersection. After walking a few hundred meters, they arrived at the entrance of Nan Nan's school. Let's not use the main entrance. Nan Nan pulled Han Yang and pointed to a small path beside them. We can go this way. If we climb over the fence, we can get directly to the staff dormitory. Han Yang understood immediately this was a one-way street and the school fence was right next to it. Delivery people often walked this path to deliver food to the teachers and students through the fence. At that moment, not far ahead of them, a few delivery workers were wandering aimlessly. Han Yang hid behind the female zombie to conceal his figure, switching to her sensory ability and observed the area inside the fence, finding no danger. The female zombie will stay outside as a lookout, you go over first. After Han Yang switched back to Nan Nan's ability, he let her move first while he vigilantly watched the surroundings for any sudden situations. Nan Nan grabbed the fence and leaped over, landing gracefully on the ground. Han Yang was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Nan Nan's movements to be so agile like that of a cat, while he couldn't guarantee he wouldn't make a sound when landing. Brother Han, it's your turn. After Nan Nan landed, she immediately became alert to her surroundings while softly speaking to Han Yang. Han Yang also grabbed the fence and climbed over, making a thud as he landed. The few delivery workers were immediately startled and rushed over. Hiss! At that moment, the female zombie suddenly opened her mouth and roared, causing the delivery workers to stop, hesitate for a moment, and ultimately leave. Oh. Are they afraid of mutated zombies? Nan Nan found this very intriguing. It's not so much fear but more like an animal's territorial instinct. Mutated zombies are certainly stronger than ordinary ones. Although they can't command the latter, they can still exert a minor form of intimidation. Han Yang explained. Let's go now, you need to lead the way. Ma'am. Once inside the school, Nan Nan was very familiar with the route. The two zigzagged their way and soon arrived at a cluster of buildings. Is this the staff dormitory? Han Yang asked, looking at the rather impressive dormitory building in front of him. Yes, but Teacher Ching Ching isn't here. Nan Nan led Han Yang further inside, where a few 2- or 3-story townhouses were located in a slightly secluded area. This is where the principal and other senior staff live. Teacher Ching Ching's dad is also a teacher at the school and she lives with her parents. Just as Nan Nan finished speaking, she was immediately pulled by Han Yang. Curious, she looked in the direction Han Yang was pointing and discovered several zombie corpses lying there. These zombies all had the same death posture, almost all having their necks severed. Even those whose necks weren't broken had clear signs of being stabbed in the head. This is a master. Han Yang muttered. Judging from the chopping marks and the techniques used to finish them off, it was clear that this person was experienced with blades. It must be Teacher Ching Ching. She is safe. Nan Nan exclaimed excitedly. If it weren't for the lack of craniotomy markings, I might have thought it was another reincarnator like me. Han Yang thought to himself. It was only the 6th day of the apocalypse. Most people with some food were still trying to survive. Those who could go out to kill zombies at the onset of the virus outbreak were either insane or ruthless. He was eager to meet this person. Nan Nan walked to the front door. Knock, knock, knock. The crisp sound of knocking echoed. Han Yang remained alert to his surroundings. After a while, footsteps could be heard from inside. Who? A clear female voice called out. Just from this voice, Han Yang could sense the calmness and composure of the other party. Sister Ching Ching, it's me, Nan Nan. Nan Nan cheerfully replied. Nan Nan. You're all right. Why did you come over so late at night? The door creaked open, revealing a tall figure even taller than Nan Nan, almost matching Han Yang's height. Who is he? Under the moonlight, Teacher Ching Ching first glanced at Nan Nan and then noticed Han Yang, who was on guard not far away. He is my boyfriend. Nan Nan hesitated for a moment before revealing an answer that surprised Han Yang. Hello, my name is Han Yang. Han Yang introduced himself first. Han Yang pondered silently, unable to recall how he knew such a woman. Once both of them entered, Shangwan Qingqing closed the door and then lit a candle. The dark room instantly illuminated by the warm glow of candlelight, allowing Han Yang to clearly see Shangwan Qingqing's appearance. She wore a loose-fitting casual outfit, making it hard to discern her figure, but just looking at her long legs suggested she was quite attractive. Her features were not as delicate as Nan Nan's nor as refined as Chen Fang's. Her lines were somewhat strong with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, yet it was clear she possessed a feminine beauty that left no room for confusion about her gender. Her hair was tied back in a ponytail, giving off an impression of vigor and competence. While Han Yang appraised her, Shangwan Qingqing was quietly observing the two. Nan Nan spoke first, her energetic voice clear and charming. Sister Qingqing, did you kill the zombies outside? Shangwan Qingqing replied. I knew it. Sister Qingqing is really impressive. You're impressive too. You actually dared to run outside at night. Qingqing affectionately patted Nan Nan's head. That's because I've awakened my superpower. Nan Nan was quite proud, like a child showing off to her parents. Shangwan Qingqing pretended to be surprised. Superpower? Yes. Nan Nan chattered about her abilities, knowing to keep it within bounds and not revealing Han Yang's powers. Han Yang did not stop her, clearly seeing that Nan Nan trusted Shangwan Qingqing greatly. No wonder you could come over at night. Your boyfriend has awakened a superpower too, right? Shangwan Qingqing suddenly turned to Han Yang. Aren't you? Han Yang smiled slightly. From her unperturbed expression he had already guessed. Sister Qingqing has also awakened a power. Nan Nan was quite surprised. Shangwan Qingqing smiled but did not answer. Instead she asked, when did I not know you had a boyfriend? What about Sha Sha? Sha Sha. Nan Nan's mood sank and Shangwan Qingqing immediately guessed, comforting her. Everyone has their fate. It's a great fortune that we are still alive. Don't be too sad. Sha Sha would certainly want you to live happily. Nan Nan nodded, then asked about Shangwan Qingqing's parents. I buried them in the garden. Shangwan Qingqing replied calmly. She spoke as if it were a trivial matter, but Han Yang could sense the strength in her words and understood what had happened to the dead zombies outside. Risking her life to bury her parents was far more filial than displaying sorrow. Uncle and aunt. Nan Nan, feeling sentimental, couldn't help but think of her own parents, becoming even sadder. Alright, I'm not that sad, look at you. Shangwan Qingqing hugged Nan Nan, comforting her while scanning Han Yang with her gaze, beginning to change the subject. You two braved danger to come here at night. It must not be just to see me, right? Well. I heard from Nan Nan that you have real cold weapons. We don't have suitable weapons, so we thought we'd come take a look. I see. It's not impossible. Shangwan Qingqing pondered for a moment. Follow me, let's see what you want. She picked up the candle and walked to the stairs, which led not only upward but also to the basement. Shangwan Qingqing turned and walked into the basement. Han Yang and Nan Nan followed. Upon reaching the basement, it was quite spacious, with the faint candlelight illuminating only a small area. Han Yang looked around. It seemed to have been remodeled and he couldn't tell what it originally looked like. Now it resembled a dance studio or a martial arts training room. At the back wall stood several large wooden racks. Numerous weapons were displayed, all of which could only be found in martial arts films or anime. Swords, halberds, axes, spears. Indeed, there were all manner of weapons, even more than that. Han Yang saw at least 7 or 8 knives. Aside from the most common big ring knife, there were those from war films as well as tang knives, miao knives, horseslaying knives, and plain knives among. Are these all real? Han Yang was somewhat incredulous. There were 7 or 8 of each type of weapon and at least nearly 100 weapons in total. What kind of person collects so many real weapons? You can pick them up and take a look. Shangwan Qingqing huffed. She didn't mind other things, but when it came to weapons she wouldn't allow doubts. Sister Qingqing is a weapon fanatic. She has loved practicing with weapons since she was a child. Don't question her collection. It took her many years to gather these. Nan Nan whispered a few words to Han Yang. He nodded and walked to the weapon rack, picking up the heaviest weapon, which happened to be the axe Nan Nan had mentioned. This axe had an exaggerated design resembling a crescent moon, as large as a fan, with one large and one small blade. The handle was about 1.5 meters long, made of metal, and there were no visible welding points where it connected to the axe head, seeming to be forged as one piece. Once Han Yang took it down, he realized it was indeed very heavy. He could only lift it with one hand, and to swing it he would need both hands on the handle. This must weigh at least 100 pounds, truly substantial. With this weight it doesn't even need to be sharpened. Swinging it would ensure that if it hit something it wouldn't kill but would leave someone crippled. Han Yang clicked his tongue in amazement, thoroughly enjoying it. If he used this to chop zombies, a storm of sword blades would leave no one standing before him. However, this axe was too heavy. It was cumbersome to hold and not suitable for prolonged combat, greatly exhausting one's stamina. Shangwan Qingqing, seeing him lift the axe with one hand, was already astonished beyond words. Seeing him grip the axe with both hands and swing it with ease, Shangwan Qingqing's eyes seemed to sparkle. So how about it, brother Han? Impressive, right? Nan Nan watched in delight at Qingqing's stunned expression, smiling proudly. Impressive. Where did you find such a boyfriend? You haven't said yet. Shangwan Qingqing quickly concealed her surprise, but her gaze remained fixed on Han Yang. He's just my neighbor upstairs. He promised to take care of my meals, so I took him as my boyfriend. Qingqing was shocked by Nan Nan's peculiar reasoning. You. She didn't even know what to say. Did you get a good deal? I'm not foolish. Oh, speaking of which, I haven't given him today's girlfriend benefits yet. What benefits? Ching struggled to keep up with the logic. It's just a kiss. If he's my boyfriend, I have to give some benefits, right? Just a kiss every day. Just that. Yes. Shangguan Qingqing immediately thought Han Yang was quite good facing such a beauty like Nan Nan. He was content with just a kiss. If I were Nan Nan's boyfriend, I wouldn't just stop at kisses, I'd definitely take my time. This Han Yang. Could it be that he's not capable? How could a man allow a woman to say he is incapable? If Han Yang knew that Shangguan Qingqing was belittling him in her heart, he would definitely make her experience the prowess of the Han family's martial arts. Unfortunately, Han Yang was having too much fun at the moment and completely missed what they were saying. All strength and no technique. Shangguan Qingqing felt a bit disappointed. Han elder brother has never learned martial arts. Nan Nan defended Han Yang, then walked over to the weapon rack. I want to choose a weapon too. Nan Nan remembered that Han Yang had mentioned an axe before, so she picked it up to give it a try. She couldn't lift it with one hand due to her lack of strength compared to Han Yang and eventually managed to raise it steadily with both hands. After playing with it for a while, Nan Nan felt her arms grow sore and couldn't continue, but it was enough to astonish Shangguan Qingqing. It was understandable that Han Yang could lift it. After all, men generally possess considerable strength, and Han Yang had awakened a power that enhanced his physical attributes. Shangguan Qingqing was the same. After her awakening, her body received an overall boost. However, she was well aware of Nan Nan's original strength. Lifting it even slightly would have required all her might. Although Nan Nan had also awakened her powers, her physical capabilities certainly couldn't have improved to such an extent. She was almost catching up to Shangguan Qingqing. It's too heavy, it's not suitable for me. Nan Nan pouted. Nan Nan, how did your strength become so great? Shangguan Qingqing asked directly. For her, who was obsessed with martial arts, strength wasn't the most important factor, but when strength reached a certain level it became crucial. After all, one power can break myriad laws. No matter how exquisite the technique, it would be useless against a blow from this axe. Nan Nan glanced at Han Yang with some hesitation. Can I say this? Han Yang put down the knife in his hand. Let me explain. Seeing the room full of weapons, he felt a surge of excitement. However, considering it wasn't his own, he thought it was fine for both of them to take one each out of courtesy to Nan Nan, and they could later bring her some supplies as compensation, but wanting more would be inappropriate. Thus Han Yang began to consider recruitment. After all, besides the weapons, Shangguan Qingqing had also awakened her abilities, and just these 2 points were enough, not to mention she was a beauty. What do you think about the future? Qingqing raised an eyebrow slightly. How do I see it? Of course I see it lying down. Just kidding. Your question is too broad, but I understand your meaning. I hold a pessimistic view. Well, there are too many zombies in the city, and there's a lack of water sources, making it unsuitable for long-term survival. Therefore, we want to move to another place, and we have already selected a suitable target. I want to ask if you are willing to join us in leaving here. To join your group, you just need to tell me how to enhance my strength. That's right. No, wait, what group? It's a team. Han Yang's forehead twitched. All right, I'll join. Shangguan Qingqing agreed so readily that Han Yang was caught off guard with a belly full of words held back. Aren't you going to ask in more detail? For example, how many people are in our group? What do you need to do? It's our team. Qingqing corrected Han Yang. Han Yang was speechless, being led astray. Be quick, I've already agreed. Why all these questions? Just tell me. It's not just about saying it out loud. Han Yang smiled slightly, extending his finger to break open the scabbed wound, squeezing out a drop of blood. You need to consume this drop of my blood. Shangguan Qingqing glanced at Nan Nan, who was smiling, and realized there was no big issue. She soon understood. Is it related to your ability? Correct, but you will only receive a reward after consuming it. Without hesitation, Qingqing lowered her head and took Han Yang's finger into her mouth. Han Yang felt a small tongue skillfully lick over his finger, and before he could savor it, it quickly withdrew. An invisible bond was established between the two. After licking, Shangguan Qingqing kept a close eye on the changes in her body. She dared to consume Han Yang's blood due to her trust in Nan Nan and her own abilities. Her awakened powers were not as miraculous as Nan Nan's, they merely allowed her to conduct microscopic examinations of her own body. In simpler or more mystical terms, she could achieve inner sight. Therefore, she wanted to see what kind of trick Han Yang was playing. As the blood entered her body, it immediately transformed into an invisible energy that drilled into her brain. Shangguan Qingqing closed her eyes and her consciousness expanded beyond her brain, tracing the network of energy. Soon she discovered that the energy was attached to the back of her head, taking root in her nerves, slowly drawing energy from her to sustain itself. At the same time, her consciousness experienced a sense of being spied upon, as if someone were constantly watching her. Shangguan Qingqing instinctively wanted to pull out the energy. She felt she could do it. But after thinking it over, she decided not to act immediately. Instead, she followed the sense of spying and plunged into the mass of energy. After a whirl, Shangguan Qingqing was astonished to find her consciousness had left her body, flowing along an invisible path toward Han Yang. At that moment another consciousness collided with hers. It belonged to Han Yang. As he received the feedback from Shangguan Qingqing's awakened abilities, his consciousness similarly began to extend along the energy pathways. However, his control was not yet adept, so he burst forth along the frequently exchanging threads of consciousness. The two consciousnesses merged and intertwined in the void. In that instant both felt as if they were standing before each other, completely exposed. They left deep imprints within each other's consciousness before hurriedly retreating back to their own bodies. Both opened their eyes simultaneously, involuntarily shivering. A flush spread across Shangguan Qingqing's face. You. As soon as she opened her mouth, she didn't know how to continue. Han Yang felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, just now it was merely a fragment of his consciousness carrying no substantial thoughts or information, just pure curiosity. Otherwise his rebirth might have been exposed. However, what was this pleasurable merging of consciousness? Just thinking about the moment where all thoughts and emotions were laid bare before one another left a mix of love and hate. Welcome to our team. Han Yang extended his hand. Shangguan Qingqing hesitated for a moment but still took his hand. Oh. Finally I can breathe easy. Nan Nan said happily. The earlier exchange of consciousness felt long, but in reality it was just a moment to Nan Nan. They both seemed quite normal. So what is your awakened ability, Sister Qingqing? I wanted to ask but didn't dare. Nan Nan looked curiously at Shangguan Qingqing. Han Yang smiled slightly. I believe it should be inner sight, like what is described in martial arts or fantasy novels. By the way, my ability is a contract. At the first level I can control zombies that sign contracts with me. At the second level I can mimic the abilities of those who sign contracts with me. So that drop of blood was the medium for the contract. Shangguan Qingqing quickly understood. This included how Han Yang and the others had managed to survive amidst the many zombies outside and safely reach this place. Wait, second level ability. Shangguan Qingqing's eyes widened in surprise. That's right. Not only do we possess methods to rapidly enhance the powers of ability users, but we also have techniques for advancing to the second tier. Han Yang finally voiced what had long been pent up inside him, immediately feeling a profound sense of relief. Shangguan Qingqing instantly regarded Han Yang with newfound respect. She had already held him in higher esteem, but now realized she had vastly underestimated him. At last she felt genuine interest in this team, not merely as a means to grow stronger. Besides you and Nan Nan, are there others in your team? There is one more. So does that make me a co-founder? Is that person male or female? Female. Shangguan Qingqing's expression toward Han Yang instantly turned oddly guarded. A team of 4, with 3 women, raised more than a few questions. Yet, she liked it. She had no desire to live alongside unfamiliar men. As for Han Yang, he was no longer a stranger, rather after their spiritual fusion an inexplicable sense of closeness lingered between them. Has she awakened her ability yet? Not yet, though temporarily. Temporarily. Yes. We've mastered a safe method for awakening abilities, but certain rare components remain difficult to obtain. Han Yang withheld nothing. Though they just met, he discovered, after their spiritual fusion, that Shangguan Qingqing did not resist his mental suggestions. Could it be that his presence had already taken shape within her consciousness? Shangguan Qingqing stood stunned, numb with disbelief. It had only been 6 days since the zombie outbreak began. Most rational people remained barricaded at home awaiting rescue, even those like her who could effortlessly dispatch zombies hadn't considered venturing outside. Yet Han Yang not only roamed freely beyond the walls but also knew how to awaken abilities, how to strengthen ability users, and even how to advance their tiers. It was utterly inconceivable. Could he be connected to the virus outbreak or privy to classified intelligence? Shangguan Qingqing found herself compelled to entertain such a hypothesis. Enough, we're running late. Nan Nan, demonstrate the Dragon Tiger body forging art for Qingqing Jie, then let's select 2 weapons and head back. Yes, big brother Han. Nan Nan cheerfully stepped before Qingqing. Once Qingqing had always taught her, today at last she would return the favor. Hoof. The Dragon Elephant body forging art. Shangguan Qingqing's expression turned faintly perplexed. Yes. Big brother Han taught it to us, it's incredibly effective. My strength increased dramatically through its practice. Nan Nan stepped onto the open ground and began her demonstration. As her movements unfolded, Qingqing's expression grew increasingly bewildered, so much so that even Han Yang beside her felt strangely ill at ease. Is something amiss? No, well actually, one question: where did you learn this body forging art? Shangguan Qingqing fixed her gaze intently upon Han Yang. I'm afraid I can't disclose that. Shangguan Qingqing offered no reply. When Nan Nan finished her sequence and bounced over, she chirped, so Qingqing Jia, have you mastered it yet? Remove the yet. Shangguan Qingqing walked to the spot Nan Nan had just vacated, closed her eyes and quietly recalled the forms. Moments later, she moved. Unlike Han Yang or Nan Nan, her movements were lithe and ethereal, graceful as a soaring dragon. The entire sequence flowed like drifting clouds, unbroken, seamless, flawless. Eh? 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 Nan Nan cried out in astonishment, utterly baffled. This was far beyond mere mastery, it was transcendence. Moreover, certain subtle variations in her execution differed from what Big Brother Han had taught, yet none felt jarring. Instead, they seemed inherently correct, as if they'd always belonged. Han Yang stood frozen. No wonder the name sounded so familiar. Shangwan Qingqing. An inner vision was in fact a perceptual type ability. It all clicked into place. The creator of the dragon elephant body forging art, Shangwan Qing, was none other than Shangwan Qingqing herself. Han Yang had always assumed the founder was male and thus never made the connection. Internally, he cursed the seller who'd sold him the art. The version he'd received was flawed. He'd unwittingly peddled counterfeit wares directly to the original master. How mortifying. How did my practice fare? Shangwan Qingqing smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying. Qingqing Jie, did you train this before? Nan Nan finally caught on. She refused to believe anyone could achieve such mastery after watching just once. Even granting that Qingqing was a physical education teacher, a martial arts enthusiast, and an obsessive practitioner of such disciplines, still this defied reason. Indeed, I learned it from an ancient text. It bore no name like Dragon Elephant Body Forging Art, simply Body Forging Art. Legend claims its ultimate mastery bestows the strength of dragon and elephant. Not self-invented. Han Yang was astonished. So both the narrative and the title had been fabrications. What else did the ancient text say? A spark ignited in Han Yang's mind. Oof. I'm afraid I can't disclose that. Shangwan Qingqing returned his earlier words verbatim. Han Yang rubbed his nose sheepishly. Women truly held grudges. Since you've practiced this art yourself, surely you've read further. Or did you learn it elsewhere as well? Shangwan Qingqing narrowed her eyes, studying Han Yang with quiet intensity. I saw only this set of forms. Han Yang replied calmly. Very well. I trained this art before, much like Baduan Jin. It was traditionally used solely for health cultivation. Never imagined it would prove so potent today. Its subsequent sections contain esoteric principles. I must conduct experiments first, then share the results with you. Han Yang chose to trust her and asked no further. It's growing late, we'll choose 2 weapons and depart. We'll return tomorrow and bring supplies. Agreed. Shangwan Qingqing raised no objection, she too wished to practice alone. They approached the weapon rack. Han Yang already had his target. He strode forward and lifted a solid metal spear. A staff takes a month to master, a saber a year, but mastery of the spear demands a lifetime. Do you know spear techniques? For stabbing zombies. No need for formal technique, this isn't combat against humans. Besides, you're here. You can teach me later. Han Yang chuckled softly. Truth be told, he simply wanted a weapon that felt natural in hand. In his past life he'd wielded crowbars to impale zombies, the sensation should be similar, perhaps. And wielding a spear looked undeniably impressive. If only he had a steed. Well, this spear is purely decorative. Forged entirely from solid specialty steel, it's far too heavy for ordinary people to handle. Yet given your current strength it suits you perfectly. Han Yang tested its weight, several dozen jin, indeed formidable yet manageable for him now. Examining the spearhead, diamond-shaped with a high central ridge, razor-thin edges and a needle-sharp tip, seamlessly fused with the shaft. Stabbing zombies would feel devastatingly precise. He grew fonder of it by the moment. This one then. He scanned the weapon rack again, hesitated, then asked, may I select a close combat weapon as well? Though the ramshorn hammer served well, here lay superior options. Of course, these weapons exist to be wielded. They've lain idle too long, now seeing them shine in your hands brings me true joy. Han Yang wasted no time, he turned and retrieved 2 short-handled mallets from another rack. These are melon-shaped short mallets cast entirely from solid metal, used in ancient times specifically to shatter heavy armor. He'd seen them in films, worn by Golden Gourd warriors. Now held in hand they proved astonishingly weighty, combined their mass rivaled that of the spear. I've chosen. Nan Nan, what weapon will you take? Nan Nan paused, indecisive. She'd first eyed an axe, but found it overwhelmingly heavy. Then, her eyes lit up. This one. On the 7th day of the apocalypse, Han Yang and Chen Fang got out of bed quite late. Perhaps it was the moment of parting last night. Chen Fang was particularly proactive, giving Han Yang an unprecedented new experience. If it weren't for Nan Nan knocking on the door again, they would still be lingering in bed, but nothing could stop Nan Nan from wanting to eat. Han Yang went to open the door while Chen Fang walked to the wardrobe, gazing at the array of clothes. After a moment of thought, she chose a slightly professional dress. The dress was short with 2 buttons on the shirt unbuttoned, exposing a large expanse of fair skin and a small part of her bosom. She paired it with black stockings and small leather shoes, instantly transforming into a highly alluring office beauty in the mirror. Chen Fang smiled slightly. Compared to the innocent Nan Nan, she had her own advantages. Last night after Nan Nan chose her weapons, the two returned the same way without any complications and the journey was safe. Once downstairs she hurried back to her home to feed Sha Sha with the corpse cores. Han Yang meanwhile brought back the collected diesel and set up the mutated female zombie outside to keep watch. How is Sha Sha? Has there been any change? Han Yang asked as he opened the door to find Nan Nan coming in with 2 knives. He could observe Sha Sha through his abilities but could not see her external changes. Sha Sha seems to be stuffed after feeding her 3 corpse cores yesterday. She refused to eat and only had the last one this morning. Nan Nan said regretfully she probably hasn't digested it yet, so there haven't been any changes. After all, how many people know how to eat like you do? Han Yang teased. You. If you keep talking there won't be any girlfriend benefits today. Poof. Nan Nan huffed angrily. On the way back yesterday she kept her promise and gave him a kiss as a girlfriend benefit. Where is your 3rd knife? Why do you only have 2? Last night Nan Nan had ultimately chosen 3 knives because she wanted to become a 3-knife swordswoman. As for why a swordswoman used knives instead of swords, Nan Nan didn't understand either. It was just how it was. Do you really think I want to use 3 knives? One is enough for me. I left the other one for Sha Sha as her cosplay character needs a knife, and the last one I want to give to Fong Jia for self-defense. Nan Nan shot Han Yang a glare. She didn't expect this girl to still be thinking about her Fong Jia. Han Yang felt a little guilty. He had been so focused on his own choices yesterday that he forgot to prepare something for Chen Fong. What are you going to give me? At that moment Chen Fong finally finished changing and came out. Han Yang's eyes widened in surprise. He had not expected Chen Fong to wear a full office lady outfit at home. She was naturally beautiful and this outfit accentuated her elegance and charm to the fullest. Especially those beautiful legs which were already irresistible, now paired with black stockings they became even more captivating. If it weren't for Nan Nan being right beside them he would have wanted to take Chen Fong back to bed. Sister Fong, you look beautiful today. Nan Nan rushed over and linked her arm with hers. I've just been lazy with the laundry lately and didn't know what to wear. How can I compare to my younger sister's beauty? Chen Fong smiled slightly, quite pleased with Han Yang's reaction, her eyes almost popping out. Today Nan Nan and Han Yang were set to venture out. Although she knew they would return to pick her up, Chen Fong couldn't help but feel a little anxious. What attracted Han Yang the most was her appearance, so she went all out to dress up today, wanting to enhance her chances. Sister Fong, this is a gift for you, take a look and see which one you like. Nan Nan pushed 2 knives in front of Chen Fong had heard the general story from Han Yang yesterday and had also seen Han Yang's new weapon, a finely crafted long spear. Little did she expect that there would even be a knife for her. Her heart warmed and she lowered her head slightly to conceal her expression while examining the 2 knives. They should be knives, right? Chen Fong wasn't very familiar with them. Just looking at the scabbards, they might also be swords. Can I pull it out to take a look? Sure. One knife had a black and gold scabbard while the other was entirely red with metallic cloud patterns only at the base. Chen Fong instinctively chose the red one, gripping the hilt and pulling with all her might. The knife was completely drawn. This was a tang knife approximately 70 centimeters long with a 30 centimeter handle. The blade was straight and polished, reflecting dazzling light under the sun. Although she hadn't studied these cold weapons, Chen Fong was still stunned. Is this a knife or a sword? But then she became a bit confused. Because the blade near the hilt was single-edged for 2/3 of its length, but at the tip it had the shape of a sword, being double-edged. Sister Qingqing said, this is a multi-edged horizontal knife, isn't it beautiful? After Nan Nan finished speaking she drew out the other knife. This knife was a normal tang horizontal knife, while the one Nan Nan left for Sha Sha was a slightly curved Miao knife. The Miao knife was not the knife used by the Miao people but resembled a blade of rice seedlings and was more similar to a katana. The scabbard and hilt of that knife were white, which she thought suited Sha Sha's cosplay perfectly, so she left it for her. Thank you Nan Nan, I really like it. Chen Fong hugged her and accepted the multi-edged tang knife. Are you hungry? I'll go make you something delicious. Okay. After Chen Fong finished speaking she walked into the kitchen with her beautiful black-stockinged legs and Han Yang's eyes followed her all the way. Poof. Nan Nan huffed softly beside them. Han Yang rubbed his nose and turned to look at Nan Nan. Her outfit today was just like before, a small tank top on top and shorts on the bottom. The focus was on being cool and breathable. Her long fair legs were straight and slender. He couldn't help but wonder how she would look in black stockings. But she didn't have Chen Fang's mature charm. Perhaps she should wear white. What are you thinking about? Nan Nan questioned as she noticed him staring at her legs. I was thinking about what you would look like in stockings. No, I was thinking about what transportation we should use tonight. You big pervert. Nan Nan pouted. Oh, now that you mention it, if I don't do something I feel like I'm being wronged. Han Yang showed no sign of feeling insulted. Instead he rubbed his hands together, grinning at her. If you dare. Nan Nan puffed her chest, letting out a delicate huff. You are my girlfriend, what do I have to be afraid of? Han Yang wasn't backing down either, stepping forward until their bodies were almost touching. Oh. That's true. Nan Nan seemed to have just remembered this saying in a daze. Han Yang was captivated by her adorable look and couldn't help but hug her tightly. Ah! Nan Nan exclaimed, which quickly turned into a soft moan, the words on her lips being blocked back. Nan Nan's eyes widened. This was her first kiss and she instantly felt a little flustered, standing there in a daze. Is this what kissing feels like? Such a strange sensation. Ah! No! Nan Nan snapped back to reality and was about to struggle when Han Yang seemed to sense it and immediately let her go. This is today's girlfriend benefit, let's do this from now on. Han Yang took advantage of the situation. You wish. I don't want that. Nan Nan wiped her mouth and shot him a fierce glare. Poof. I'm ignoring you. I'm going to find Fong Jia. Han Yang watched as Nan Nan fled in a panic, smacking his lips. Still quite sweet. Han Yang went to open the door while Chen Fong walked to the wardrobe, gazing at the array of clothes. After a moment of thought, she chose a slightly professional dress. After finishing breakfast, the three took a moment to rest before beginning to practice the body refinement technique together. Although aware of its flaws, the effectiveness of this technique was undeniable. They planned to meet Ching Ching later for her guidance on any mistakes. Among the three, Nan Nan was undoubtedly the most skilled, while Chen Fong finally completed the entire set of movements. Han Yang observed and guided from the side, and when Chen Fong finished he couldn't help but praise Fong. Fong did very well today, my in-depth guidance has not been in vain. Chen Fong rolled her eyes at him, thinking, is this so-called in-depth guidance even legitimate? You should practice more every day. Although your strength isn't increasing much now, it can still strengthen your body. When you awaken your abilities in the future, your strength will surely improve. Chen Fong nodded in agreement. Nan Nan, you don't need to practice the body refinement technique for now, we have all changed our weapons, so let's get familiar with them first. Han Yang paused for a moment before continuing, after lunch we will rest for the afternoon to recharge and discuss our route. Alright. The two of them each took their weapons and began to familiarize themselves with the weight, feel and methods of use. Nan Nan chose a sword not only because she wanted to play with the three sword style and give one to Chen Fong and Sha Sha, but also because she had learned some basic knife techniques from Ching Ching. At Ching Ching's place she could only handle a sword and a knife, and influenced by anime both she and Sha Sha preferred using knives. So occasionally when they visited Ching Ching's house they would learn from her graceful martial arts movements. Inspired by this, they created a set of ethnic dance routines incorporating knife techniques which shone brilliantly at last year's New Year party at school. However, they mainly practiced with wooden knives back then, as real knives were too heavy for them to handle for long. Now Nan Nan's strength was vastly improved. The real knife felt lighter in her hands than the wooden ones ever did. Nan Nan did not draw the knife but instead gestured with the sheath. Unlike the agility and grace of a sword, a knife required more straightforward, powerful movements. Nan Nan recalled Ching Ching's advice before she left last night. Beginners should not be constrained by forms and routines, they should first practice the basic uses of the knife. Sweep, chop, poke, slice, swipe, thrust, slash and thrust. All knife techniques evolved from these 8 fundamental movements. Only by mastering these basics and making them instinctive can one remain calm in combat and counter effectively. Nan Nan had learned these movements before, but she only had a vague understanding of them, treating them as an extracurricular supplement to her ethnic dance. Fortunately, she had a foundation. Her physique had greatly improved and she had faced zombies in direct combat several times, although she mostly relied on her abilities. Practicing knife techniques now felt entirely different. In the past she practiced each basic movement merely as a form of exercise. Now she thought about facing zombies when she swept the knife. Was the angle right? Was the force sufficient? Could she deliver a fatal strike? At the same time, because she practiced the body refinement technique, she began to grasp the techniques of exerting force in each movement, wondering if they aligned with Ching Ching's teachings and if there were areas for improvement. This was a sign that she was starting to grasp the knife techniques. In contrast, Han Yang was indifferent. He didn't know any of the 3 core actions of gunplay: blocking, holding and stabbing. However, he had a year of experience using a pry bar to poke zombies during the apocalypse, and he could adapt to using a gun like a pry bar. Moreover, given the weight of this gun, he could swing it like a club and still smash a zombie's head. At this moment his primary goal was to become familiar with the gun's weight and length, enhancing his grip to the point where it felt like an extension of his body. The room was small, so Han Yang practiced thrusting on the balcony. With his left arm in front and his right arm behind, he held the steel long gun with both hands, generating force with his legs and twisting his hips and waist. The gun thrust out like a dragon with a glint of cold light slicing through the air. The air whistled due to friction. So powerful. Han Yang felt that strike, and he had an instinct that even if a steel plate were in front of him he could pierce through it with one thrust. He couldn't help but grip the gun tighter, liking it more and more, and eagerly practiced again. The two of them continued until noon, drenched in sweat. While Chen Fong cooked, they started the generator and managed to get a bit of electricity, experiencing a modern way of cooling off. Ah, if only we had electricity every day and water too. Nan Nan slumped in a chair, enjoying the cool breeze from the air conditioner. I haven't showered in so long. To conserve water, although they were drenched in sweat, they could only wipe themselves with a wet towel, and they had to flush the toilet with the used water. Thanks to this, otherwise the 3 of them would certainly have been unbearable to be around. Even Princess Xiang Xiang would turn into a stinky sister without a shower in this hot summer. But this made the use of water for daily living increasingly tight. Soon when we reach our destination there will be a whole ocean for you to soak in. Yes, I want to play in the water on the beach. I heard that the most famous thing about Golden Sands Island is that Golden Beach and there's a dock filled with luxury yachts. We can even sail out to play. Nan Nan squinted her eyes daydreaming. I can't wait for what you said. Chen Fong came out with the dishes feeling a bit drawn to the idea. Although staying here might be safer. Alright, let's eat. In the afternoon we will plan our route as long as everything goes smoothly what you dream of will come true. After lunch Han Yang took out the map and the three of them planned their route together. The quickest way was undoubtedly to go directly east from their residential area for about 7 to 8 kilometers to reach the coastal highway. Then by continuing south along the coastal highway for about 30 kilometers they would arrive at their destination, Golden Sands Island. However, there were dozens of traffic lights along the way, each of which could potentially cause congestion and hinder normal passage, so they needed to consider alternative routes. When the road ahead was blocked, they discussed how to quickly navigate around it. The three of them discussed various plans until evening, preparing for different scenarios, but they would still need to conduct a field investigation to make a final decision. After dinner, Nan Nan returned home to change into her outing clothes while Han Yan under Chen Fang's service dressed neatly. Before we return, don't go out, don't open the door for anyone. The food and water at home are enough for you to survive for several months. Chen Fang suddenly put her finger to Han Yang's lips. I don't want to survive for months by myself, you must come back for me. I will. Han Yang, seeing her worried expression, lowered his head and kissed her. Chen Fang wrapped her arms around his neck, responding passionately. They only let go when Han Yang noticed Nan Nan walking upstairs. Do you like my outfit today? Chen Fang looked at Han Yang shyly. I like it. Han Yang replied without hesitation. When you come back I will wear this and you can do whatever you want. Really? Han Yang's eyes lit up at Chen Fang's words, fixating on her rosy lips as vivid images filled his mind. The two had gotten to know each other well over these past few days, yet there were no further breakthroughs beyond that. Han Yang had some thoughts, but Chen Fang was somewhat reluctant. Now. Chen Fang slightly turned her head away, feeling a bit shy, mumbling, I already said I would leave it to you. Han Yang was overjoyed. Then you just wait at home for me to come back and do. Do what? Is there still something left unfinished? At that moment Nan Nan returned. Han Yang gazed at Chen Fang and everything was understood without words. Chen Fang chuckled, leaving Han Yang and embracing Nan Nan. Be careful on the way. Don't worry, Fang Jia. Nan Nan also hugged Chen Fang back, patting her on the back. Alright, let's go. Han Yang shouldered his backpack, picked up his long gun, and everything was ready. We're off. Nan Nan adjusted her backpack, holding a tang knife, waving goodbye to Chen Fang as she closed the door. Chen Fang stood at the door, lingering for a long time without leaving. How's Sha doing? As they reached the 4th floor, Han Yang glanced into Nan Nan's house. The little dog was squatting in the makeshift bed Nan Nan had made for it, happily munching on food. Not knowing how long they would be gone, Nan Nan had prepared ample food for it, and the little dog was overjoyed, even ignoring Nan Nan. There hasn't been much change. Nan Nan felt a bit disheartened. Perhaps Sha needs time to digest. After all, the corpse grass doesn't grow in a day. Nan Nan understood this logic, so she wasn't disappointed. Is the door inside securely closed? It's a long way and I don't know if I can still control her at such a distance. In his past life, Han Yang's control over zombies only extended a few hundred meters at most, so he had no idea what the true limit of his ability was. If control failed, it could endanger others, so Han Yang had Nan Nan keep Sha confined in her room. It's secure. The two continued downstairs and soon arrived outside the building where the mutated female zombie was still on guard. After confirming the unit door was locked, Han Yang sent the zombie ahead to scout the way, and only then did they ride the small tricycle out. After 4 rounds of clearing, there were no zombies left from their building to the community gate. There were certainly still some elsewhere in the community, but it didn't affect their outing, so they decided not to bother. They first went to the supermarket to stock up on high-calorie food and water, partly for themselves and partly to bring some to Ching Ching. There was still some rice and flour at Ching Ching's house, but without gas and electricity, cooking was inconvenient. If Han Yang and the others delayed another day or two, she would have to resort to burning firewood to cook. The two filled their backpacks to the brim before returning to the community entrance. There are cars blocking both entrances and exits inside the community, but the road outside is still passable for vehicles. We just need to move 1 or 2 cars out of the community to drive the car out through the entrance. Han Yang already had a plan in mind. The key is what to do once we get out of the community. Nan Nan was also observing the surroundings. Normally vehicles from their community would exit from the exit lane and then turn right onto the main road heading west. If they wanted to head east, they would first have to go west for about 100 meters to a designated turning point before turning back east. Now it was unfeasible for Han Yang and the others to go east by first heading west, as that road was already blocked. However, heading directly east, the main road was filled with cars going west and the entrance to the community was tightly blocked. It's also not possible to go against the flow on the non-motorized lane, as it's congested here, and there are clever drivers trying to use the non-motorized lane to get through, but they ended up stuck too. Han Yang recalled the route he had taken last night. It seems we can only use the sidewalk. It should barely be passable. Han Yang called out to Nan Nan and measured the sidewalk's width again. If there were obstructive shared bikes or other vehicles, they moved them aside and walked for 100 meters. Here the cars on the main road have diminished and we can drive onto the main road from the sidewalk and go against the flow. Han Yang let out a long breath. After all, no one was enforcing traffic violations right now, they could drive however they wanted. Let's pick up the pace. The contraflow lane on the main road was quite smooth, and even if there were a few cars occasionally, it didn't hinder their passage. The two entered stealth mode and quickly ran forward with the mutated female zombie trailing behind. Along the way several zombies wandered on the road, but they ignored them until they reached the next intersection where a cluster of cars blocked their. There were even more zombies here, and the two cautiously observed their surroundings. The middle of the road was in complete chaos, but most of the cars were oriented north-south. It seemed that the green light was for north and south, while the vehicles on the east-west lane where Han Yang and the others were walking were immediately stopped at the lines. We can go right, there aren't many cars in the southbound lane, then turn around and head north, then come back to this intersection and turn right to head east. This is equivalent to making a loop to the north and returning to the eastbound main road. There's no other way. They still needed to go to the school ahead, so they had to take this route. The two followed the planned route. Although there were some areas with a bit more traffic and the roads were narrow, they managed to pass through. Returning to the eastbound main road this time, it was the right lane moving forward, which also had few cars, while the lane they had just driven against was so crowded that they couldn't proceed. They smoothly arrived at the school entrance. There weren't many cars here, but there were many students and a swarm of zombies, around 50 or 60 of them. What should we do? Nan Nan looked dumbfounded. TSK. Don't you college students have classes? Why are you all running outside? Han Yang felt a headache coming on. With so many zombies, slowly clearing them out wasn't practical, it would waste too much time. Yet they had to be able to drive in. Han Yang was very eager for the weapons at Ching Ching's place. He couldn't leave behind a single one and wanted to load them all in the car. That's precisely why there are so many people at the entrance, because of classes. Nan Nan defended. If it weren't for classes, who would want to stay in the dorms? Running to the entrance so early was also because most of the teaching buildings were located near the school entrance. We need to lure these zombies away, otherwise with so many people crowded together, relying on our abilities to get in would be easily noticed. So does Han Go have any good ideas? Ideas? Well, it's not like there aren't any. Han Yang stroked his chin, recalling a certain strategy he had used in his past life. Let's go, we need to find a car with zombies. Nan Nan followed Han Yang back for a short distance. On their way there were a few scattered cars, most of which contained trapped zombies. Han Yang found the nearest car, an SUV with its window half open. The driver inside had already transformed into a zombie, sitting dazedly in the driver's seat. Han Yang deactivated his stealth ability, and the zombie in the car immediately noticed him struggling violently, its mouth agape as it let out a horrible roar. Han Yang bit his finger, letting a drop of blood fall into the zombie's mouth, gaining control over it. The driver zombie immediately quieted down. Han Yang opened the car door to inspect the interior, finding it to be an automatic, feeling quite fortunate as he wouldn't have to switch vehicles. He then took out some tape, firmly binding the zombie's right foot to the accelerator and tying its hands to the steering wheel with one hand specially attached to the horn in the middle. What are you doing, Brother Han? Nan Nan asked curiously. You'll find out soon. Han Yang replied with a mysterious smile, telling Nan Nan to stay back a little while he turned the key to start the vehicle. Fortunately, the engine roared to life and the headlights illuminated a small stretch of road ahead. Just then a zombie happened to be there, seemingly dazed by the sudden light, staring blankly without moving. Han Yang quickly closed the car door, activated his stealth ability and hid with Nan Nan while he concentrated on controlling the zombie inside the car. He gently pressed the accelerator with the right foot, adjusted the steering wheel, and the vehicle began to accelerate. At that moment the zombie ahead finally reacted, lunging towards the vehicle with claws outstretched. Bang! The car knocked the zombie down and rolled over it. The commotion gradually attracted nearby zombies who began to rush towards this direction. Han Yang could not control the zombie with great precision, he could only issue simple commands about which foot to push harder and whether to raise or lower its hands. As a result, the car drove somewhat erratically with speeds fluctuating, but fortunately it slowly entered the oncoming traffic lane. Seeing that they were getting closer to the school, Han Yang commanded the zombie to push the horn with its right hand while pressing the accelerator with its right foot. The quiet night was immediately filled with the piercing sound of the car horn and the roar of the engine. The SUV began to accelerate and the horde of corpses at the school entrance started to stir. The car's speed increased and the scattered zombies in the way were knocked aside with bangs, showing no signs of slowing down. They sped past the school gate, honking loudly. The horde of corpses erupted into chaos, frantically running towards the vehicle. Han Yang and Nan Nan followed closely behind, walking slowly. As the vehicle grew further away, Han Yang could no longer discern the road conditions ahead, so he simply let the vehicle accelerate straight ahead. Soon a loud bang echoed from afar. The SUV seemed to have crashed into another car and came to a stop, but the horn continued to sound relentlessly. Brother Han, you're amazing. How did you come up with this idea, especially using the controlled zombies as cannon fodder? Nan Nan looked at the school gate, now devoid of zombies, and couldn't help but feel admiration. It's all about wisdom. Han Yang pointed to his head. He had actually seen some madmen operate this way in his past life just with living drivers. Moreover, there were two vehicles. The front one honked to attract zombies away while the one behind took advantage to stop in front of some supermarkets and liquor stores frantically hauling supplies. The front vehicle was extremely risky and might never return. Han Yang learned from it and tried using zombies as drivers. The effect wasn't as good as a living person, but he still benefited greatly. I know you're very smart. Nan Nan pouted, leading the way ahead. The two tried to avoid the teaching building, taking some back roads, turning left and right, and soon arrived outside Ching Ching's house. Outside, several dead zombies had their skulls cracked open, a deed done by Han Yang the day before when he left, but unfortunately he didn't gain much. This time, before Nan Nan could knock, Ching Ching opened the door first. I faintly heard the sound of a car horn from the direction of the school gate, so I guessed you were coming. Shangwan, Ching Ching said while allowing the two inside and closing the door. It was Brother Han's idea to use the controlled zombies as drivers to lead away the zombies at the school gate. Nan Nan exclaimed, spilling the details of the previous situation like a bamboo tube pouring out beans. Shangwan Ching Ching looked at Han Yang with a flash of admiration in her eyes. How clever. By the way, we brought you some food. With that, Nan Nan emptied her backpack, spilling a large quantity of chocolate bars, Snickers, boiled eggs and braised chicken legs onto the sofa. Knowing that Ching Ching had plenty of water for now, she only brought food. Thank you, that's very thoughtful. We're all family, no need for thanks. Han Yang also emptied some of his backpack, leaving half for the two of them to eat on the way. Family. Ching Ching smiled slightly. Then I won't be polite. Exactly, Sister Ching Ching, why be polite? Nan Nan unzipped her jacket and picked up Ching Ching's fan to start fanning herself. It was unbearably hot. Ching Ching looked at Nan Nan, who was only wearing a camisole on her upper body, and then at Han Yang, who was staring fixedly. So this was how she interpreted being impolite. Shangwan Ching Ching shook her head, separating the two. Once Han Yang's gaze fell on her, she said lightly, "Are you here tonight to scout?" "Yes, we've confirmed the route from here to the school gate. When we return, we will come to pick you up." "How long will that take?" "If all goes well, we can arrive tonight. If not, it might be tomorrow night." Then adding the return time, it could be the day after tomorrow or the day after that. "Does it really take that long with your capabilities given the distance?" Shangwan Ching Ching had not asked about their destination yesterday, but now she was somewhat curious after hearing Han Yang's words. "Usually it's not far, but now with zombies outside we can only operate at night. So it takes some time. Then I'll wait for you to pick me up and I'll give you a surprise then." "Surprise? Can't you say it now?" Han Yang asked, somewhat surprised. "No." Shangwan Ching Ching shook her head. "Alright, then I look forward to what kind of surprise you can give me." Han Yang stood up, packing his backpack. "Nan Nan, let's go. We're heading out again so soon." Nan Nan reluctantly zipped up her clothes. "Goodbye, Sister Ching Ching, wait for us to come pick you up. Be careful on the road." After leaving Ching Ching's house, Han Yang and Nan Nan's figures quickly blended into the night, disappearing from her sight. Such a remarkable ability. But mine isn't bad either. Ching Ching closed the door and walked toward the basement. This world is becoming more and more interesting. Han Yang and Nan Nan retraced their steps to the school gate. The car's horn had fallen silent and even the driver zombie had severed its link. Whatever had happened there remained unknown, but it was certain the driver was gone. They advanced cautiously. An iron divider split the lanes, and although the opposite carriageway was thronged with the undead, their side of the road remained relatively tranquil. Not far on, they reached the place where the driver zombie had met its fate. Indeed, it had struck another vehicle. Dense ranks of zombies circled the scene, concealing the details within. They did not linger. Employing the Qianing ability Shadow Veil, they slipped past safely and continued onward. They walked 4 or 5 kilometers past 2 small intersections. The congestion was less severe here, and by detouring along bike lanes and sidewalks they could just manage to get through. Han Yang marked everything on his map, where to detour and how to go about it. After all, the best memory still yields to a battered notebook. After a while more, and with Bin Hai Road only 2 intersections away, they found themselves blocked once again. There are so many zombies up ahead. This time it was not stalled vehicles but sheer numbers of the undead. I'll use my ability to scout. Han Yang switched to the female zombie's perception. Immediately his vision filled with innumerable luminous silhouettes, one after another as far as the eye could see, an unbroken human wall that sealed the road completely. A chill pricked his scalp. He had not expected to encounter a true undead tide here. Judging by the mass, there were at least 10,000. How could a horde like this be here, he wondered. Passing through was impossible. Faced with a horde of that scale, they could only avoid it. A horde. Nan Nan jumped. She had thought it would be no worse than at the school gate. Yes, far too many, at least 10,000. Let's go back and detour. They backed away slowly, only daring bigger movements once they were at a safer distance. They returned to the previous intersection and turned south. The north-south road was a 2-way 4-lane thoroughfare, fewer cars but relatively more congested. They were forced to weave along sidewalks, shift aside bicycles and bikes blocking the way, and stay alert for prowling zombies, losing a good deal of time in the process. At the next junction they turned east to regain their course. After some distance, Han Yang noticed something strange. The zombies on the road thinned out and he recalled the undead tide he had seen earlier. Had all those zombies been drawn elsewhere? What could be attracting them? They walked on until they reached the following intersection. Although the intersection was heavily congested, there were almost no zombies loitering outside. Why are there so few zombies here? Nan Nan noticed it too. Who knows? It's convenient for us to pass. The two quickly picked a detour route and moved through. Han Yang had intended to head north at that corner to the main road by their compound entrance, but fearing the horde might cover that crossroads, they opted to keep going east along this street. The road narrowed, but the scarcity of zombies made up for it. Wasting time on sidewalks mattered little. As they ambled toward the next intersection, Nan Nan's stomach let out a loud, insistent gurgle. Hungry? Han Yang asked. Seeing her silent, he felt a pang of tenderness. This girl constantly complained of hunger and was always first at meals, yet when exertion was required she never shirked her share. He checked the time. They had set out around 8 and it was now past 2 in the morning. 5 hours of nearly continuous use of their abilities had drained their physical reserves. Nan Nan pouted faintly. Let's find somewhere to rest. The junction behind them was safe enough. Beyond it lay Bin Hai Road, where travel would be easier. They crossed the intersection and walked on. At Nan Nan's insistent urging, they slipped into a clothing shop. The shop's entrance stood wide open. Inside there were no people and no zombies, only racks and racks of women's garments. They closed the door and secured it with rope. Han Yang did a quick inspection and discovered a staircase leading to the second floor. Let's go upstairs and have a look, Han Yang suggested to Nan Nan, who lingered over the clothes with obvious reluctance. The wooden stairs thudded underfoot. Worried there might be zombies above, Han Yang kept his spear trained upward as they climbed. They soon reached the upper level, a modest rest area. Besides a small sitting room, there were 2 rooms, one with a bed and the other used as a clothing storeroom. Safe. After checking the rooms and confirming there was no danger, the two finally relaxed. Eat quickly. I'm starving. Nan Nan urged. She hastily opened Han Yang's backpack and began helping herself to the food. Han Yang tore into a marinated chicken leg and ate heartily. Half the backpack's provisions were soon eaten. Nan Nan patted her belly and slumped back on the sofa. If only we could wash up, I'd feel so much better. The temperature had dropped in the small hours. Nan Nan had stopped shedding clothes to cool off but felt sticky and uncomfortable. I see barrels of bottled water here, you can wipe yourself down. Han Yang packed the remaining food into his backpack. Not hearing a reply, he looked up and found Nan Nan had fallen asleep on the sofa. She was truly exhausted. Han Yang felt the same weariness, not so much physical as mental. They had scarcely rested all day and had effectively kept vigil through the night. It was already 3 a.m. Dawn would come in 2 hours. Han Yang decided to rest now and replenish their strength so they might be sharper tomorrow night. The sofa was too small. Seeing Nan Nan sleeping awkwardly, he lifted her at the waist and carried her to the room with the bed, laying her down gently. She had been sleeping lightly. His movement roused her, but she did not open her eyes, savoring the sensation of being cared for. Han Yang knew this well. Through his seat of consciousness he could sense the rhythm of her heartbeat. Watching her pretend to sleep with such endearing stillness, he bent down and captured her lips. Nan Nan protested with a small muffled sound, but being held she could not struggle. Just pretend a pig nibbled you. She comforted herself anyway, it's already happened once. Her body loosened, the tension ebbing as she relaxed. Han Yang felt her somewhat awkward response and was pleased in his heart. However, he did not push further. Even his hands remained obedient. Firstly, the environment was not quite suitable, and secondly, she was not like Chen Fong. Both Chen Fong and Han Yang were seasoned, and once the atmosphere was right and they understood each other, everything would naturally fall into place. However, Nan Nan was clearly a novice, and Han Yang was afraid that moving too quickly would frighten her. Of course, the more crucial point was that they still had to work tomorrow. If it caused Nan Nan to be unable to move, it would be a loss. Anyway, there is plenty of time ahead. After a brief taste, Han Yang released Nan Nan. This is today's girlfriend benefit. Han Yang was afraid she would be embarrassed, so he had to give her a way out. Poof. Nan Nan scrunched up her little nose. Next time, no surprise attacks. Understood, I'll let you know in advance next time. As long as there is a next time, anything can be discussed. You rest well here. Get a good night's sleep and we will act again tonight. Nan Nan watched him leave the room and breathed a sigh of relief, but then felt something was amiss. No, there won't be a next time. She mumbled to herself, but her voice was too soft for anyone but her to hear. Han Yang returned to the small living room, lay on the sofa where Nan Nan had just been sleeping, and soon fell asleep. On the 8th day of the apocalypse. The sun was high in the sky. Han Yang, in deep slumber, was suddenly startled awake by a loud car horn. What is happening? Han Yang flipped out of bed, crouched down warily, and cautiously walked to the window to look outside. He saw an SUV speeding by, its piercing horn attracting the surrounding zombies to follow. How could anyone dare to honk like that in a city filled with zombies? Was this guy insane? Han Yang thought curiously. Brother Han, there are people outside. At that moment, Nan Nan was also awakened by the noise. She peeked outside through the bedroom window and was immediately startled, quickly calling for Han Yang. Han Yang hurried into the bedroom and looked outside through the window. It was a narrow alley that could barely accommodate 2 cars passing by. The shop they were in was right at the mouth of the alley, with the bedroom window facing the alley and the living room window facing the street outside. At this moment a pickup truck was parked in the alley, already in a state of readiness to drive off. Inside the vehicle there were 4 people. Apart from the driver and the front passenger, the other 2 were in the back of the truck. The vehicle made no noise, quietly lurking. The distant sounds of honking continued loudly but were gradually fading into the distance. Han Yang was astonished by the scene and instantly understood what they were doing. But soon he was drawn to the patterns on the pickup truck. Police badge, police. That must be a police car. Nan Nan murmured quietly. But the people in the car clearly don't look like good folks. Han Yang narrowed his eyes and began to observe the 4 individuals carefully. The 2 in the back looked quite ordinary, one wearing a shirt and slacks, the other in a t-shirt and casual pants. Although they were holding machetes, they appeared timid and kept glancing around. In contrast, the 2 muscular men in the driver's and front passenger seats wore tank tops and shorts, their bodies covered in tattoos. At first glance you couldn't say they were bad people, but they definitely didn't fit the badge on the vehicle. No, it wouldn't be accurate to say they didn't fit. They might frequently end up in the station to chat. At that moment the driver, a burly man with a fierce expression, glanced at the time and immediately stepped on the gas, speeding out of the alley and onto the main road. What are they doing? Nan Nan was somewhat confused, but Han Yang did not answer immediately. Instead he signaled for Nan Nan to continue looking inside. Further inside the alley there were 2 large iron gates. On either side of the gates hung signs that read Qingbei District XXX Bureau of Jinghai City. At this moment 2 similarly untrustworthy looking men appeared behind the gates, one on each side, ready to close the doors at any time. This is a group of thugs. It seems they have taken over here and might have guns. As for what they are doing, think about how I led the zombies to drive yesterday night. Do they also have the ability to control zombies? Why can't it be real people? One person drives to attract zombies while the others take the opportunity to gather supplies from various shops. Nan Nan was stunned by the revelation. She had never thought such a tactic could exist. Then the person in front is maybe dead, maybe alive, it all depends on luck. Nan Nan couldn't believe it. Aren't they on the same side? How could they treat their own companions like this? Who said they are on the same side? Did you see the 2 behind the pickup? Their clothing and demeanor are clearly different from those in the driver's seat and the guards. Yes, those 2 look like refined scoundrels while these few seem like thugs. So do you understand? These thugs are forcing people who are not on their side to drive and attract zombies. If they die, they die. If they are lucky enough to survive, they will be absorbed into their ranks. How does Han Yang know this so well? He was also a bit slow to realize, only recalling a small detail. If he wasn't mistaken, the cheap master who taught him to pick locks in his previous life was among those people. This cheap master, whose surname was Zhou and whose first name was unknown, was called Third Brother or Asan by others, and some even referred to him as Che Guevara. It was said that he resembled the historical governor of the Parana region, Che Guevara, in appearance. As for why he was called Che, one could tell from his skills that he was a habitual thief. He often said that working was impossible. He would never be able to work in his lifetime, and he didn't know how to run a business, so he could only sneak around and grab a few things to make a living. The result was that he often ended up in the station. But for him, going to the station felt like going home. It was even better than being at home. After all, they provided meals and everyone there was talented and pleasant to talk to. He loved being there. Unfortunately, when the zombie virus broke out, he happened to be in the station. Thanks to that, he avoided a disaster and was not swept away by the wave of zombies outside. Later, using his skills, he successfully opened the door and escaped. Then, amid the enthusiastic praise and requests of the surviving inmates, he helped open all the doors, including those of a batch of gamblers and gangsters who had just been caught. At that time, there were hardly any living staff left in the station. When the zombie virus first broke out, the station was in chaos, with infected staff and inmates biting people everywhere, while the uninfected staff only wanted to subdue them and had no intention of shooting. As a result, most of the staff turned into zombies and only 2 managed to hide in the office. The rescued gangsters were fearless, ready to fight and kill. They faced the zombies without fear, using crude tools to clear out the zombies in the cells. The remaining surviving criminals saw how fierce these guys were and began to follow their lead, obeying their orders. The surviving inmates obtained some police equipment such as capture devices and riot shields from the deceased staff, which enhanced their capabilities as they gradually cleared the zombies from the precinct. During this time, some inmates were unfortunately injured, and they were swiftly dealt with by the group of gang members, including their own brothers, which instilled even more fear among the others. The 2 surviving staff members realized they were outnumbered and could only emphasize a win-win cooperation. Seeing the world outside swarming with zombies, the thugs initially pretended to comply with the staff, but then when caught off guard, they subdued the 2 and forced them to reveal the location of firearms, subsequently eliminating the staff and taking complete control of the precinct. Han Yang's chief master Zhou Laosan managed to survive by keeping a low profile and was favored by the gang leader Huang Bingfa, since he was the one who released everyone. Referred to as Third Brother, he was thriving in this chaotic environment. However, the good times were short-lived as the outside world was full of zombies. They became trapped in the precinct with insufficient food and some survivors suddenly turned into zombies. Although they eventually dealt with the situation, they lost several people in the process. Gang leader Huang Bingfa was not only ruthless and bold but also clever, devising a plan. He ordered everyone to sleep in individual cells at night, utilizing interrogation rooms and other spaces as necessary, ensuring no gatherings and maintaining self-isolation. He and a few brothers occupied the best location, the staff office, and would open the doors in the morning. This arrangement indeed controlled the internal zombie crisis. Even if someone turned, they couldn't harm others as they were confined to their rooms, easily subdued by a few with capture devices. Huang Bingfa also assigned people to take turns clearing the zombies outside, gradually clearing a small alley. Initially they cautiously collected supplies, but after understanding the zombies' behavior, Huang Bingfa devised a method involving one vehicle in front to attract zombies and another in the back to transport supplies. The front vehicle was the most dangerous, and figuring out how to escape after attracting the zombies was a concern. Huang Bingfa thought of taking a circular route as their position was in the upper right corner of the circle. By making a turn and throwing a loudspeaker out at the lower left intersection to attract zombies, they could potentially return without alerting them. The idea was good, but in practice, due to traffic conditions and individual driving skills, no one could guarantee a safe return and nobody was willing to take the risk. Huang Bingfa took a ruthless approach, executing a particularly stubborn client, and then mandated that everyone must drive the front vehicle at least once, drawing lots to decide. He and a few of his brothers were the exceptions. They would drive the rear vehicle and find two others to assist with collecting supplies. After a few days apart from two drivers who rashly drove into a horde of zombies, the supply collection went quite smoothly. The surrounding zombies gradually decreased, having been lured away to another route leading to the scenes Han Yang witnessed today. He also understood what the massive horde he encountered last night was all about. "Hey brother Han, you guessed right. That pickup truck really came back loaded with a lot of stuff," Nan whispered, pointing at the pickup truck turning into the alley. Han Yang checked the time. It had only been about 5 to 6 minutes and the operation was quite swift. The pickup truck did not stop, driving straight through the gate, followed by a few zombies emitting low growls and roars. The two strong men at the gate saw that there weren't many zombies and did not close the door. Instead, they pulled out machetes and charged at the zombies, swiftly taking them down. At this moment, the SUV that had initially gone out also returned, followed by a dozen zombies. The two men immediately returned to the yard. As the SUV entered, they quickly shut the door and locked it with chains, executing the whole action seamlessly. The pursuing zombies reached the door but could not enter, only able to huddle there, constantly banging against the iron gate and emitting growls. The people from the pickup truck jumped down to start unloading supplies, which included not only rice flour and oil but also a large quantity of alcohol and beverages. The door of the front SUV opened and a pale middle-aged man stepped out. The two strong men who opened the door patted his shoulder, seemingly joking with him. "Where's Zhou Lao-san?" Han Yang asked, puzzled. Could he have run away? He remembered Zhou Lao-san mentioning that he had escaped while driving the front vehicle on his second trip. He always felt that being with such a gang would eventually lead to disaster. He preferred being alone, free and unrestrained. Before meeting him, Han Yang would find any convenience store, lock the door, and could stay inside for 10 days or half a month. But as more people ventured out to collect supplies, it became increasingly difficult to hide in convenience stores due to frequent door crashes, and he found Han Yang appealing, which is why he settled down. Of course, the so-called appeal was merely the result of Han Yang's ability to hypnotize. If Zhou Lao-san truly isn't here, it would make it easier for me to act without risking him. Several thoughts flashed through Han Yang's mind. "Brother Han, do you have something on your mind?" Nan noticed Han Yang staring at the people in the precinct, somewhat slow to realize. "Did you see what those men with machetes had strapped at their waists?" Nan observed closely. Han Yang was referring to the two men who had just sat in the pickup's driver's and passenger's seats, as well as the two men who opened the door. Some wore vests while others were bare-chested, all appearing very robust and tattooed, clearly not good people. The four of them each had a machete, and they also had a pistol strapped to their waists. "Brother Han wants their pistols." Nan immediately understood. "Not too dumb, huh?" Han Yang patted her head. "Humph, smart." Nan pouted, displeased. Firearms are extremely precious in the apocalypse. While they pose little threat to zombies, they easily attract them. The real threat is to humans. Han Yang had considered whether to get a couple of pistols from the precinct, but he had no experience entering precincts and didn't know which had firearms or where they were stored. Moreover, if he encountered surviving staff members inside, it would be hard to say whether he could obtain firearms, so he had always just thought about it and never considered taking action. After all, firearms as weapons are somewhat inadequate for dealing with zombies and wasteful for humans. He had better methods, such as his abilities. But now, since he encountered such ruthless villains, he naturally didn't want to miss the opportunity. "These are all thugs. Did you see that man who just came out? I heard his name is Huang Bingfa and he has several lives on his hands. I suspect they must have been captured by the staff here, and when the zombie virus broke out they took advantage of the chaos to kill the staff and seize the firearms, claiming this place as their own." "Isn't everyone calling him Fagu?" Nan asked curiously. "How do you know?" Han Yang was even more surprised. I heard it from Sha. Nanan's voice instinctively softened. Some girls at our school are vain and materialistic, unable to earn money yet obsessed with luxury spending. What do? Some resort to loans then default and end up coerced into taking compromising photos, or even selling their art. Sha says the mastermind behind it all is this brother Fa. Han Yang fell silent after hearing this. He had seen similar cases online, but never imagined such exploitation was so widespread right here among local campuses. And Sha truly knew everything. So you won't object to my dealing with them? It'll only cost us a little time. Go ahead, Brother Han, I trust your judgment completely. But how exactly will you dismantle them? Do you already have a plan? A plan, of course I have. In truth, even left unattended, this gang would inevitably collapse. Zhou Laosan later encountered one of the gamblers within the group who revealed that the syndicate dehumanized its members, dividing them rigidly into 3 strata inside that single compound. At the apex stood Huang Bingfa, the black market ringleader, and his 4 lieutenants who monopolized everything supplies authority, even the sole young woman who refused to sell her body, offering only performance-based services. Beneath them were petty thieves and sycophants who fawned over Huang Bingfa, serving as his enforcers. At the very bottom lay the clients and gamblers, treated as disposable labor. They were denied fine food and comfort, receiving only scraps like beggars tossed alms, just enough to stay alive. Yet whenever danger arose, they were thrust to the front line without hesitation. With guns in the hands of their overlords, they endured in silence until one client, awakened by latent superhuman abilities, seized his chance. He assassinated Huang Bingfa, then swiftly eliminated 2 of his lieutenants before being discovered amid the chaos. The gang plunged into civil war and collapsed entirely. The surviving members seized what supplies they could and scattered, vanishing into separate paths. Han Yang had neither the time nor patience to wait for internal collapse, not even a single night. His optimal strategy was clear: infiltrate using Nanan's unique abilities and eliminate the leadership instantly. Han Yang outlined his plan. Nan voiced no objection. Strangely, before the outbreak she'd felt visceral fear, or at least deep discomfort, at the mere thought of killing or even the sight of blood. But since the virus erupted, her response had shifted, not toward numbness exactly but toward eerie equanimity, as if such acts were now mundane. When she stabbed zombies, not a tremor of fear crossed her mind. Sometimes she wondered if something within her had fractured, but then she'd remind herself survival itself was miracle enough. So she let it go. What occupied her now was far more immediate hunger. Brother Han, what time is it? I'm starving. Almost 11. Food's in the backpack outside, help yourself. Aren't you eating too? Nan glanced curiously at Han Yang, motionless beside her. I'll observe a while longer, you go ahead and eat. He raised his binoculars once more, refocusing on the compound. Fine. Inside the compound, Huang Bingfa summoned several men and ordered them to unload supplies. In minutes, every item from the pickup truck had been hauled indoors. Yet soon all returned to the courtyard. 4 armed men distributed weapons, 1 per person, then supervised as the group began clearing the zombies at the gate. This way they'll be ready to scavenge again later, Han Yang murmured. Are these all of them? Huang Bingfa himself had emerged, surely no one else dared shirk duty. Wait, there was one woman. But she was irrelevant. Zhou Laosan isn't here. Clever fellow, he slipped away fast. I'd even considered recruiting him if we'd crossed paths. Well, fate will decide. Though he spoke lightly, Han Yang doubted they'd ever meet again. In his past life he'd traveled northward, operating near Qingbei District's northern outskirts close to Nanchong City. If destiny held true, Zhou Laosan would drift that way too. But now Han Yang and Nan intended to head south, exactly opposite. Then again, who could foresee what tomorrow might bring? Perhaps their paths would cross again someday. Zhou Laosan may have dabbled in petty theft, but he wasn't evil. In fact, amid the apocalypse his moral compass remained sharper than most. Han Yang had once witnessed the old man secretly feeding several orphan teenagers. Others, however, wore masks of virtue, yet beneath them lurked malice so profound it froze the blood. Han Yang recalled one particularly monstrous figure and clenched his teeth in fury. By comparison, Huang Bingfa seemed almost benign. Revenge can wait. First strengthen ourselves, justice will come in due time. Han Yang steadied his breath. Watching the compound's inhabitants pile zombie corpses into a corner of the yard, he felt certain his plan was sound. Now only nightfall remained. Han Yang lowered his binoculars. His own stomach growled. He turned toward the kitchen, only to halt, instantly captivated by Nanan's silhouette. Her hair glistened damp from a recent shower, soft steam curled around her. She wore nothing but a towel. It draped long enough to conceal her figure, revealing only delicate collarbones, smooth arms and slender calves. Her skin glowed with newfound radiance, her vitality had visibly revived. Unadorned by makeup, she exuded the vibrant, unself-conscious charm of youth. Brother Han, still observing. She glanced at him unfazed and continued selecting clothes. Somehow she descended to the lower floor earlier and brought up an armful of garments. Han Yang eyed the undergarments in her hands. Could it be? Was she truly wearing nothing beneath that towel? Had I known you were changing, I'd have stopped watching long ago. Oof. He stepped closer, inhaling the gentle fragrance of her shower gel. Exactly because I knew you were utterly absorbed outside, I skipped dinner to shower immediately. That was her first real bath since the outbreak, before she'd only wiped down. This was luxury born of necessity, and the fact that this household stored water couldn't be carried away. Where did you find the shower gel and towel? Han Yang frowned. He knew about the water, the bottled supply was long gone. He checked the bathroom himself, only a toilet and sink. No such items there. Didn't you notice when you entered? This store offered free gifts for membership: summer quilts, laundry detergent, shower gel, towels, washcloths, tissue boxes. I never enter women's lingerie shops. He nearly said it, then paused. Truthfully, he hadn't noticed such details in any clothing store he'd visited. These two look best. As she hesitated, Han Yang picked up a sheer lace trim set, scant fabric, elegant design. Put. I want wear that, you big pervert. Let Fang Jia wear it for you. Nan Nan only glanced at it and immediately flushed red. Wearing this set of underwear, what difference does it make? Just now I randomly grabbed some clothes without looking closely and there was actually such bold clothing inside. That suggestion is not bad. Han Yang chuckled as if he had envisioned some indescribable scene. Nan Nan wrinkled her little nose and immediately snatched the clothes back, huffily saying, no one is wearing it for you. No peeking. Then she took a set of sports underwear and a t-shirt with shorts and walked into the bathroom. Just before closing the door, Nan Nan poked her head out and warned him. Tisk. Han Yang shook his head, then began to seriously consider whether he should take a few sets back when he left. He couldn't do laundry, so Chen Fong would surely be short on underwear, right? What would she look like after putting it on? Before Han Yang could imagine too much, Nan Nan came out after changing clothes. Taking a shower is so comfortable, I feel refreshed. Nan Nan set aside the clothes she had changed out of, moved her hands and feet a bit and happily said, it's time to eat. Is there any water? Hearing her say that, Han Yang felt an itch all over. There's a little bit left. A shower definitely won't be enough. Then I'll wipe my body in this weather. One day without washing will make me stink. Han Yang entered the bathroom. This bathroom was not large, with just a toilet and a wash basin. It was just enough space for one person to maneuver, and if another person entered there wouldn't be enough room. The bottled water was placed on the toilet lid and there was only about a tenth of the water left. Han Yang poured it into the wash basin and wiped himself down with the towel Nan Nan had used. Surprisingly, the shower gel smelled quite nice. Brother Han, I placed the new clothes at the door. At that moment, Nan Nan's voice suddenly came from outside. Han Yang opened the door and indeed saw a complete set of new clothes at the entrance, including men's underwear and a t-shirt with shorts. Han Yang felt warmth in his heart. This girl. Han Yang quickly changed into the clothes and came out. Coincidentally, he noticed that his outfit was actually the same as Nan Nan's. Couple outfits. I just grabbed them casually. Nan Nan stubbornly said while munching on her food. I believe it. Han Yang's face lit up with joy, making Nan Nan extremely embarrassed. She turned to eat her food, ignoring him. Eat more, and after dinner we'll supplement our food in the station. Han Yang sat across from Nan Nan, watching her adorable appearance, feeling very fond of her. Then I won't hold. Nan Nan was initially worried about eating too much, but upon hearing him say that, she immediately let herself go. Don't be polite in the future. You are my girlfriend and my mission is to make you plump and healthy. I don't want to be plump. Nan Nan stuffed her mouth full of food, her cheeks bulging as she mumbled. Fang Jie said, you're already taken, so I won't be your girlfriend. Though she spoke vaguely, Han Yang heard her clearly. He took hold of Nan Nan's slender hand and said earnestly, Fang Jie never said you were my girlfriend. You are the only one for me. However, you are all my family now, including Ching Ching. I will do my best to take care of you and help you survive in this terrible apocalypse. Upon hearing this, Nan Nan turned her head away, shyly avoiding his gaze, and mumbled, Who is your family? But then she realized, withdrew her small hand and angrily said, No, Sha Sha said that a scumbag is someone like you who plays both sides and loves sweet words. You love everyone you see, and now you're even eyeing Ching Ching. Scumbag. Han Yang's forehead twitched. This Sha Sha. If she really regains her sanity in the future, he should get to know her again. And when did I ever have my eye on Ching Ching? I just didn't want to miss out on the weapons she collected. Of course, after knowing that she was the owner of the dragon elephant body refining technique, I couldn't let that go either. It seems I really do have my eye on her. But that's completely different from what Nan Nan said, right? Han Yang let out a long breath. Let me be a scumbag anyway, don't you think you can leave me? As long as I have a bite to eat, I will never let you go hungry. Upon hearing this, Nan Nan's mouth turned up, but she quickly composed herself. You said it. She gestured with both hands, pulling over more than half of the food in front of her. This is all mine. You little glutton. Han Yang couldn't help but laugh. The two of them joked and quarreled while finishing off the remaining food in their backpack. After eating and drinking their fill, Han Yang continued to observe the personnel dynamics in the station while Nan Nan went to the first floor to pick out some clothes and secretly stuffed them into her bag. In the station. 4. No one wants it, right? In front of a table, 3 heavily tattooed men were gathered. One with a scarred face forcefully threw down his playing cards. 3 9s and 1 3. Is there anyone else? I only have 3 cards left. The scarred man said arrogantly. 3 queens and 1 5. Let me show you who's boss. Beside him a bald man twisted his face and threw down his cards. A bomb. Haha, 4. I won. Hurry up, it's my turn. The scarred man laughed heartily. Damn it, I haven't had enough fun yet, just a little more. The bald man felt a bit unwilling, reaching under the table as if to support something, pressing down hard for a moment, then his body stiffened. Hey, we agreed to determine the winner and loser, you little brat. Our overtime penalty drink. The scarred man immediately felt displeased at his actions and expression, slamming a bottle of beer in front of the bald man. At that moment a violent coughing sound came from under the table, followed by a woman dressed provocatively crawling out, covering her mouth and trying to escape. Where are you running? Swallow it. The bald man grabbed the woman and then pushed her onto the scarred man. Here you go. I'm acknowledging my punishment. Come on guys, let's all take one together. On the other side of the sofa, Huang Bingfa watched the scene with a satisfied smile. 6 days ago at 3 in the morning, before the zombie virus outbreak, Huang Bingfa unfortunately encountered a crackdown on prostitution. His brothers were all rounded up. There was no hint beforehand. At that time he thought it was due to several murder cases he was involved in, but when they arrived at the station he realized it was a false alarm, as a large number of customers, gamblers and prostitutes were also caught. By dawn they didn't wait for an interrogation, but instead the apocalypse suddenly arrived. Fortunately he and most of his brothers were locked in the same cell. Upon hearing the screams outside they immediately became alert. After discovering the first abnormal person, they lost several brothers in succession before they roughly understood what was happening. After that they kept a watchful eye on each other, and if anyone seemed off they would immediately subdue and eliminate them. In the end only he and 5 other brothers remained in the cell, one of whom died while clearing zombies. Now they were already very certain that the apocalypse had arrived. With no sign of rescue for such a long time, the administration had completely collapsed and the law had become as worthless as scrap paper, leaving them unbound. This brought immense satisfaction to Huang Bingfa, akin to a fish returning to water. Although the outside was teeming with zombies, it was merely a minor issue. With time and effort they could eventually be cleared. However, restoring social order was not something that could be easily achieved. From now on they could act with impunity, living carefree lives. Of course the premise was to possess and control sufficient resources, only then could he maintain control over those below him. Currently progress was good. Every day they went out gathering more supplies. Especially yesterday when they raided a tobacco shop, finally providing the brothers with cigarettes and alcohol. Before the apocalypse, Huang Bingfa and his brothers indulged in drunken revelry at nightclubs with a high demand for alcohol and women. Previously there was no alcohol here, and there was only one woman, which Huang Bingfa certainly could not monopolize. As for women, they should be shared among brothers. Brothers are family, they are a united front. But he also advised his brothers to take it easy and not overdo it. Only by ensuring that his brothers had food, drink and entertainment would they truly be brothers willing to follow him without reservations. Huang Bingfa was well versed in the art of leadership. He looked at the middle-aged man standing beside him, the very driver who had led the way today. Old Huang, you did well today. We're old acquaintances now. I remember you still owe me some money. Yes, brother Fa, I'm keeping that in mind. In this world money doesn't mean much anymore, so I thought I'd contribute a bit to make up for it. The middle-aged man bent slightly, smiling apologetically. It's good to have that spirit, we're all in the same boat. Later you can go to Shangzi and grab a couple of bottles of wine as a reward for you. All right. Thank you, brother Fa. After sending off the middle-aged man, Huang Bingfa lit a cigarette, contemplating whether to recruit another brother so that those below could see a pathway for advancement. But to be honest, he looked down on these people. They were all cowardly scoundrels. No, not even scoundrels, just petty thieves or gamblers. What he admired most was Asan. He had heard about that kid before. He was quite a unique character, as comfortable in jail as at home. Asan was a man of real skill, his lockpicking technique. But he wasn't greedy, only taking enough to cover a few days' worth of food and drink. Thus, although he often got caught, he would only be incarcerated for a few days. Sometimes people suspected that the kid did it on purpose. Huang Bingfa appreciated that he wasn't greedy, he was content with having enough to eat and drink. Huang Bingfa intended to promote him, thinking that after he completed 2 of the most dangerous jobs and served as a role model, he would let him join his gang. However, he did not expect that the second time the kid didn't come back, it was unknown whether he was alive or dead. With a sigh, Huang Bingfa thought to himself, forget it, let's see who else catches my eye for promotion later. In the afternoon, Han Yang and Nan Nan took another nap to recharge, only waking up in the evening. At this point their biological clock had thoroughly adjusted, flipping their day and night. The two changed their clothes, not hurrying to go out, waiting until around 11 or 12 at night. Han Yang watched as the lights in the station completely went out before he and Nan Nan headed downstairs. A mutated female zombie was on guard on the first floor, and Han Yang let it lead the way. The two of them, along with the zombie, turned into an alley, moving unimpeded to the front door of the station. Thanks to the thugs inside cleaning up again in the afternoon, they didn't encounter a single zombie. The main entrance of the station had cement walls on either side that weren't very tall, so Han Yang didn't bother to pick the lock. Instead, he easily climbed over. Upon landing, Han Yang made a point to minimize noise and then signaled to Nan Nan. Nan Nan's movements were even more agile, akin to a cheetah, elegantly and calmly vaulting over. As she landed, she skillfully absorbed the impact, executing the entire motion seamlessly and silently. Could it be that Nan Nan's abilities enhance her speed and agility? A thought flashed through Han Yang's mind, and then he continued walking in with Nan Nan while the mutated female zombie remained outside to prevent anyone from escaping. These people might be overly confident in their own strength or hadn't considered that zombies could breach the door, which is why the main entrance of the station was left unlocked. This actually made things convenient for Han Yang. They cautiously opened the door and entered. Han Yang didn't linger, heading straight for the second floor. He had observed for half the afternoon and had already figured out the positions of the 4 armed men and Huang Bingfa, all located in the offices on the second floor. According to the descriptions he had heard from Zhou Laosan in his past life, every night Huang Bingfa would order everyone to go into their rooms and have a few brothers lock the doors to prevent anyone from turning into a zombie and endangering others' safety in the dark. The keys were kept in the hall on the first floor, so the next day his brothers would go to unlock the doors. If someone turned into a zombie, it would be easier to handle. Huang Bingfa and his 4 brothers stayed in the staff office upstairs, which didn't require locking the door but also meant they couldn't go out freely. Thus Han Yang only needed to deal with the 5 thugs upstairs while the people downstairs were of no concern. When Han Yang first heard about Huang Bingfa's method of handling things, he didn't feel anything special, as during the apocalypse all gathering places operated this way. Of course, it wasn't as extreme as locking doors. Simply closing the door usually prevented ordinary zombies from entering. This is also why most survivors in the apocalypse clustered together in groups of 3 to 5. With more people, room allocation becomes an issue. Now looking back at Huang Bingfa's approach to think of this method right when the virus broke out shows he is indeed a talent. But the result made things easier for Han Yang. Han Yang and Nan Nan silently ascended to the second floor, where there were many rooms. Han Yang had no idea which room the thugs were in, so the two began searching room by room. The first room they opened was empty, so Han Yang continued to the second room. It wasn't until the third room that before they even opened the door they caught a strong whiff of alcohol. Upon opening the door, they indeed found a familiar figure sleeping on the floor inside. Han Yang instructed Nan Nan to wait at the door while he stealthily entered. The floor was covered with a blanket, and on top of the blanket was a cooling mat. A man with a scarred face lay head towards the door, snoring loudly. This was quite convenient. Han Yang approached, grasped his head with both hands and twisted forcefully. Crack! With a crisp sound of bones breaking, the scarred man didn't even let out a scream before being silenced. Phew! Han Yang let out a long breath. This is the terrifying aspect of Nan Nan's abilities. At night she might be a bit lacking against zombies. But for assassinating people she was truly unbeatable. The victims wouldn't even know how they died. What good is a gun if it doesn't give you any chance to retaliate? If it weren't for the fear that the opponent might make a sound before dying, using a dagger would be much simpler. Han Yang pulled out the dagger carried by the scarred man and stabbed it into his head, twisting it a few times to ensure he could no longer turn into a zombie, then took the gun from his body. After Han Yang emerged, they continued to the next room. Repeating this process, Han Yang effortlessly dealt with 4 drunken thugs. Now we just need to deal with the leader, Huang Bingfa. Han Yang looked at the last 2 rooms, remaining vigilant. The first room was locked. Han Yang did not act recklessly. He went directly to the second room, gently turned the doorknob, but it wouldn't budge. This Huang Bingfa is quite cautious. Han Yang instructed Nan Nan to keep an eye on the opposite door while he took out his lockpicking tools. Soon, with his increasingly skillful handling, the lock was opened. There was no one inside, instead it was filled with supplies. Han Yang even spotted some police equipment inside. They stored the weapons and supplies here. Han Yang realized. If it were him, he might also place these things relatively close for a sense of security. Then Huang Bingfa must be in the opposite room. Han Yang turned around and continued to unlock the last door. Everything went smoothly, the lock opened easily. As usual, Han Yang carefully opened the door, but halfway through it was suddenly blocked. Who? A man's voice suddenly rang out. Realizing he had been discovered, Han Yang decisively kicked the door hard. With a loud bang, the door along with part of the frame flew directly into the room. Ah! The man's scream echoed. Han Yang, fearing that the people inside would shoot, initially intended to hide outside the door, but upon seeing how flimsy the door was and hearing the scream, he immediately rushed into the room. However, the scene that followed made him chuckle. Huang Bingfa's fat body was firmly pinned under the door, his legs bizarrely bent, clearly broken. Han Yang quickly understood what had happened. This Huang Bingfa was much smarter than his brothers. He was also sleeping on the floor, but he had positioned his feet towards the door and very close to it. Not only was the door locked, but there was also a chair placed behind it, making it impossible for anyone outside to open the door. Even if someone like Han Yang secretly unlocked it while he was asleep, they would still encounter his feet when opening the door, and the chair would block them, giving him some reaction time to draw a gun and counter. But who would have thought that Han Yang would not follow the usual pattern and that Huang Bingfa would be unaware of Han Yang's strength? As a result, Han Yang's kick broke the door. What's going on? Nan Nan, who was on guard outside, curiously peeked inside upon hearing the commotion. I used too much force. Han Yang moved the door off Wang Bingfa, who was still howling in pain. Meanwhile, one of his hands quietly reached for the gun that had originally been on his pillow. Fortunately, both Han Yang and Nan Nan's vision were not greatly affected by the darkness, allowing them to clearly see Huang Bingfa's little movements. Otherwise, if it were someone else, they might really fall into Huang Bingfa's trap. Han Yang immediately stepped on Huang Bingfa's sneaky hand, causing his wailing to grow louder. In the next moment, Han Yang held down his head and twisted it forcefully. Crack! With that sound, this notorious underworld boss in the Qingbei district ceased to make noise, and to his dying day he never saw who had killed him. Before he died, he only saw a blurry shadow reflected in his eyes, which became the last image he fixed upon. Alright, finally quiet. Now let's tally up the supplies. Han Yang sighed in relief. He did not intend to engage with the people locked in the other rooms downstairs, but after scavenging the weapons from Huang Bingfa, he returned to the adjacent room. So much food. Nan Nan switched on the flashlight, eagerly picked up a can of meat and began to eat. They hadn't eaten dinner yet. Han Yang was attracted by the complete set of police gear inside: daggers, handguns, bullets, batons, handcuffs, riot shields, tear gas canisters, powerful flashlights, police water bottles, first aid kits, multifunctional belts, cut-resistant gloves, walkie-talkies, bulletproof vests, stab-resistant suits, police equipment bags. Some of the items Han Yang couldn't even name. Little foodie, come here, let me give you some gear. Han Yang called over Nan Nan, helping her put on a bulletproof vest, fastening a multifunctional belt, and hanging on other useful equipment one by one. How does it feel? Are you comfortable? With so many things hanging on her, Nan Nan took a few steps and felt no discomfort. Her current strength was comparable to that of an average weightlifter. Quite good. Nan Nan nodded and turned back to continue eating. Forget it, this is a man's romance. Han Yang sighed and began to equip himself. After he donned the stab-resistant suit, bulletproof vest, and multifunctional belt, he confidently strode around the room. He couldn't help but feel very satisfied. He picked up the seized handgun to inspect it. It was a classic 54 pistol, about 20 centimeters long, 3 centimeters wide, 13 centimeters high, weighing around 1 kilogram with a magazine capacity of 8 rounds. Han Yang removed the magazine, easily pulled back the slide, and a golden bullet fell out. He pressed the bullet back into the magazine, reinserted the magazine, and pulled back the slide again, loading the bullet, which was quite similar to the workings of a toy gun. There were 2 such handguns with over 60 corresponding bullets, just right for him and Nan Nan, although he wouldn't give her one just yet since she wouldn't know how to use it. In addition, there were 5 Type 05 revolvers similar in length to the 54 pistol but lighter, with a chamber capacity of 6 rounds and over 100 corresponding bullets, along with some rubber bullets. Han Yang packed these handguns and bullets into his backpack, as well as all the other usable gear that could fit. That's about it. Nan Nan, your bag is full of food, let's go. Aren't we going to care about the people downstairs? Nan Nan began to fill her bag with food, her mouth not idle. We don't need to worry about them. By morning, if no one comes to open the door, they will naturally find a way to get out. The people in the cell might not be able to get out, but the door to the office downstairs isn't sturdy. A few kicks should get it open. Once Nan Nan's backpack was full, the two began to head back. When they reached downstairs, smelling the foul odor in the air, Han Yang's heart stirred. Wait for me a moment, I'm going to check where the bodies are stored. Han Yang quickly walked to the corner where the zombie bodies were kept. Shining the powerful flashlight made it as bright as day. A large number of zombie bodies were carelessly placed, some already beginning to rot, emitting a foul stench with yellow pus flowing everywhere. Han Yang suppressed his discomfort and began to search inch by inch with the flashlight. Suddenly a plant caught his attention. This plant had 2 broad leaves with green leaves having pale veins as if glowing. It was indeed the incorpse grass. Finally, he encountered another one. Han Yang was overjoyed. He cautiously approached, using a dagger to dig out the incorpse grass along with the soil, then took out a police water cup and placed a corpse nucleus inside, covering it with earth before putting the incorpse grass in as well. The water cup was not an ideal container, but he currently had no better way to carry it. After all, he had not planned to cultivate it to maturity. As long as it grew at least 3 leaves, it could be used to help Chen Fang attempt to awaken her abilities. Stuffing the cup containing the incorpse grass into one side of his backpack, Han Yang searched carefully but found nothing else of value, so he returned to meet with Nan Nan. Seeing him so happy, Nan Nan asked, "You look so pleased, did you find something good?" "Indeed, I found another incorpse grass. Now Sister Fang can finally try to awaken her abilities." "Wow, that's amazing!" Nan Nan exclaimed genuinely. The two did not linger and climbed over the wall. Along the way, Han Yang suddenly realized that the person who awakened their abilities in his past life might have eaten this very incorpse grass. Now that person naturally no longer had that opportunity, but Han Yang had helped them break free from their shackles, and as for what happened next, it was up to those individuals. The two continued eastward. Thanks to the people in the bureau constantly going out to gather supplies in recent days, the road to the east had been cleared quite well and they did not need to exert themselves much. Soon Han Yang and Nan Nan reached the coastal highway. This road was very wide, a dual carriageway with 8 lanes, better than some highways, and there were significantly fewer vehicles on the road. The journey ahead was still long and the two did not plan to continue on foot, so they found an electric tricycle parked on the street. Nan Nan volunteered to drive while Han Yang sat in the back on guard. They headed south and Han Yang occasionally took out a map to mark and draw. Finally, as dawn broke, Han Yang let out a long breath while looking at a small island on the distant sea surface. We finally arrived. After a night's journey around 4:30 a.m., Han Yang and Nan Nan were finally close to their destination. In the distance where the sea met the sky, a golden light slowly emerged, bringing a glimmer of light to the dark night. The sun has risen. It's beautiful, Han Yang exclaimed. Nan Nan, however, did not seem very enthusiastic, merely responding with a soft hum. Han Yang gazed towards the distant coastline where he could already see the vague outline of a small island. He then checked the map and estimated there was still about 4 to 5 kilometers to go, but before that, we're almost at Shui Sa Huateng. Let's rest there for a bit, regain our energy, and then head to the island. Upon hearing this, Nan Nan's spirits lifted. Thank you, brother Han. Silly girl, didn't I say? We're all family, no need for thanks. Han Yang patted her head. Nan Nan pouted reluctantly, allowing him to do so. When they reached the next intersection, Nan Nan adjusted direction and turned west. There were not many residential areas here and the population was relatively sparse, with very few vehicles and zombies on the road. Under Nan Nan's driving, they quickly arrived at the entrance of Shui Sa Huateng. The parking barrier at the entrance had been knocked askew, and unlike Han Yang's residential area, there were no cars blocking the way. Ha! 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 In the security booth, a security zombie let out a terrifying roar upon seeing the tricycle approach, pounding its hands against the glass incessantly. Unfortunately, it was trapped inside and could not escape. To avoid alarming more zombies inside, the two got off the tricycle. Han Yang instructed the mutated female zombie to guard the vehicle while he and Nan Nan entered stealth and slowly made their way into the community. Nan Nan led the way, and after walking a distance, the two stopped in front of a villa. This was a 3-story villa. Although it was right next to another villa, they were not part of the same building, as there was a wall separating them. Each household here had an independent courtyard which was quite spacious, able to accommodate 2 cars. Nan Nan stood at the door, her expression somewhat sorrowful. Han Yang looked at the wide-open iron gate and the bloodstains scattered on the ground, knowing that Nan Nan had already formed a bad suspicion in her heart. He stepped forward and wrapped his arm around her shoulder. How about I go in first to take a look? You wait for me outside for a bit. No need, brother Han, I've already prepared for the worst. No matter what, I want to see them with my own eyes. Nan Nan's gaze was resolute. All right. I will stay by your side. Han Yang believed she was not a weak person. The two entered the door and the bloodstains led them inside. Han Yang deliberately made some noise, causing the sounds of zombies to roar from next door, but Nan Nan's parents' home was eerily quiet. Could they not be inside? The courtyard was clear at a glance. Aside from a car, there was no place to hide. Han Yang glanced into the car a couple of times and found no trace of anyone. Moreover, there were no blood droplets by the car. The security door of the house was also open, and they cautiously walked inside. At the entrance, the blood trail abruptly stopped. No one here. Nan Nan felt a flicker of hope. She quickly led Han Yang through several rooms, not sparing the basement either. There was not a single figure nor any zombies, and the interior was neatly arranged with no signs of having been disturbed. If there had been zombies in the house, things would have been in disarray. The current situation can only indicate that uncle and aunt are not home. But why is the door open? And the bloodstains? Nan Nan felt both happy and disheartened. Not seeing her parents' corpses meant they could still be alive, but the bloodstains in the courtyard made her anxious. Maybe someone was injured and sought help from uncle and aunt, so the blood might belong to someone else. There was also a possibility that that person had become a zombie and Nan Nan's parents had not noticed, instead being bitten at the door and turned into zombies later, drawn out by other noises. But Han Yang did not voice this speculation. Nan Nan might guess it, but isn't it better to hold on to some hope? After all, they had not seen any corpses yet. Nan Nan took a deep breath. Brother Han, let's go. Aren't we going to rest here for a while? Han Yang was taken aback. No, while the sky isn't fully bright yet, let's hurry to Jinsha Island. Nan Nan perked up. Otherwise, if we miss this time, we'll have to wait until night to rely on our abilities to get over. We still need to go back to pick up Sister Fong and Sister Qingqing. We can't waste any time. Plus, the sooner they moved over, the more time and energy she would have to search for her parents in the community. She no longer held much hope finding her parents' corpses to bury would be good enough. Han Yang guessed some of Nan Nan's thoughts and said nothing more. The two hurried back to the entrance of the community, regrouped with the mutated female zombie, hopped onto the electric tricycle, turned around and continued along the coastal highway. In the end, they managed to cover the last few kilometers before dawn. Turn left. As Nan Nan was about to miss the intersection, Han Yang quickly reminded her. Have we arrived? Nan Nan looked to the left of the road where a beautiful scenic park lay, a common sight along the coastal highway. After all, the coastal highway is a renowned seaside avenue in Jinghai City with a long stretch built right along the coastline, passing several wetland parks and tourist attractions. Do you see that little road? Han Yang pointed it out, and only then did Nan Nan discover an inconspicuous path hidden among the green trees. It's so secluded. After all, it's a private vacation area primarily targeting high-end consumers. People like us are not part of their clientele. But then Han Yang thought of Nan Nan's family's villa. Could it be that a commoner is himself? Nan Nan turned the steering wheel heading towards the small road where she finally spotted a very understated sign, Jinsha Island Seaside Resort. The two walked along the small road, silence enveloping them with not a soul in sight. This resort isn't open yet, so there shouldn't be many people around. Han Yang pondered. In his past life, this place was a well-known den of vice during the apocalypse, featuring bars, casinos and auction houses with beautiful women who both entertained and sold themselves. The focus was also on high-end services, and even the entrance fee was daunting, but that was after the apocalypse had been going on for half a year. Han Yang was unsure which group had taken over, but he knew that at this time no one would have had the chance to claim it yet. What remained here could only be a few surviving staff members. There are really no zombies. After walking about 100 meters along the forest path, the two finally spotted a building. First they saw a parking lot surrounded by green trees and partitioned off. A little further in was a uniquely designed service hall. Upon reaching here they noticed a few scattered zombies. There might be people inside, let's get out of the car and observe first. Han Yang alert noticed some shadows moving inside the service hall. The two stopped the car with half-height greenery providing cover, making it unlikely for their tricycle to be discovered. They bent down, crouching behind the greenery. A mutated female zombie followed closely behind. Her body was more flexible, bending in a strange way, making her undetectable under the cover of the greenery. Then Han Yang took out binoculars and carefully looked ahead, with Nan Nan mimicking his actions. Starting from the main entrance of the service hall, Han Yang missed no detail. He was certain that there were people inside, as the door was locked from the inside and piled with debris. Ah! What is that? At this moment Nan Nan curiously exclaimed. Where? Han Yang put down the binoculars, glanced at the direction Nan Nan was observing, then looked again through the binoculars, faintly seeing a pale figure. But before Han Yang could take a closer look, Nan Nan beside him reacted and quickly covered his binoculars. Don't look anymore. Han Yang turned to look at her flushed face, somewhat perplexed. What's wrong? It's nothing, just don't look. Then she muttered, a pair of shameless lovers so early in the morning. What shameless lovers? Han Yang was bewildered. He wanted to take another look, but Nan Nan was staring at him with strange eyes, making him hesitant to move. Don't men think of anything else? Nan Nan seemed to be talking to herself while also questioning Han Yang. Han Yang's heart stirred. He recalled the pale figure he had just seen. It seemed to be a woman. Moreover, it appeared that there was not just one figure but two. Han Yang felt a bit regretful, having only caught a glimpse without seeing clearly, only remembering what seemed to be two large lights. It seemed that the person must have been pressed against the glass, which was why he hadn't been able to discern it at first. This also explained why Nan Nan was both shy and angry, stopping him from looking. Indeed, it was a pair of shameless lovers engaging in activities right in front of the window, as if afraid no one outside would see them. Now it seems there is no one outside, only zombies. No wonder they are so audacious. Han Yang glanced at Nan Nan. The young girl wasn't completely oblivious. Nan Nan seemed to realize something, her face flushed and somewhat annoyed. When can we observe again? We can't just wait here. Wait. Wait a moment, I'll take another look. Nan Nan pouted. After a few more minutes under Han Yang's urging, she reluctantly picked up the binoculars, quickly putting them down and casually saying, you can look now. Han Yang picked up the binoculars again and looked there, seeing three figures inside, two men wearing shorts and bare-chested. The other was a woman simply wearing a loose t-shirt, her chest quite ample. 3 people. This seems like they're having quite a party. Although this was common even after the apocalypse, it was only the 9th day since the beginning of the apocalypse. Han Yang was quite astonished, but unfortunately he missed the live broadcast. At present there are 3 people inside. They should be survivors here, Han Yang observed while speaking. So what should we do next? Nan Nan's tone softened a bit. We don't know what weapons they have or if there are any ability users. Just in case, let's sneak over and assess the situation first. All right. Han Yang ordered the mutated zombie to stay put while he and Nan Nan, under the cover of the greenery, slowly approached the service hall. Now that the sky was bright outside, their shadowing ability had greatly diminished, but it could still obscure their figures somewhat, especially in the shadows of the trees, making it hard to be detected unless looked at carefully. Han Yang and Nan Nan quickly drew near, faintly hearing voices inside. Lily, how much food do we have left? Not much, Minggu. At most it can last until tomorrow. Damn it, why is it being consumed so quickly? Originally we could have lasted 2 more days, it's just that Lubin joined us, and Minggu, you two have been clearing zombies these past 2 days, consuming a lot of energy and eating more. Damn. I got it. Han Yang and Nan Nan quickly crept to the window, peering through the glass, seeing a man pacing angrily inside, who then turned to another man and said, Shafei, don't take food to Lubin today, since he isn't cooperating, let him starve. And we must clean up the zombies on the bridge today, only by getting onto the island can we find food. Lily, you're coming with us today. The woman named Lily seemed startled and exclaimed, can I not go? I'm scared. What's there to be scared of? You've seen me kill zombies before, they're just a bunch of mindless rotten flesh. As long as they don't swarm I can take them down one by one. Mingo grabbed a nearby machete and chopped down hard on the table edge, the blade immediately sinking deep into it, demonstrating his immense strength. The woman was too frightened to speak. If you don't want to follow, that's fine, there are plenty of women on the island. I was just thinking of changing things up. Luli, Mingo didn't order you to kill zombies, just follow along from behind. Another man named Zhong Xiufei stepped in to mediate. Okay. Luli reluctantly agreed. Good. Go prepare yourself, we'll depart shortly. As soon as Mingo finished speaking, Luli bolted from the room as if granted a reprieve. Once she was well out of earshot, Zhong Xiufei swiftly shut the door. Mingo, why insist she accompany us today? What do you know? Until now you and I have taken turns clearing zombies, someone always remained here keeping this woman obedient. Today we'll work together and clear the bridge swiftly. But leaving her alone here, can you truly trust her? Or do you imagine she's grown fond of you after a few encounters? Not at all, I'm certainly not the only one who's been with her. Zhong Xiufei gave an awkward sheepish smile. Even if you were the sole one with her, do you truly believe she'd pledge unwavering loyalty to you? In these apocalyptic times women are masters of opportunism, so long as you guarantee her safety and provide food and water she'll obey your every command. But should a stronger man appear before her, would you wager she wouldn't turn on you instantly? Have you forgotten Lu Bin's arrival and how her face lit up the moment she saw him? At those words Zhong Xiufei's expression darkened instantly. When the virus first erupted, Zhong Xiufei happened to be with Lu Li. Around them countless people had already turned into zombies, tearing flesh, biting indiscriminately. Had he not dragged her into an office and barricaded the door, Lu Li would likely not have survived. Terrified beyond measure, Lu Li clung tightly to him, murmuring endless thanks. As a front desk receptionist, her appearance was naturally striking, her figure exceptional, especially her bust remarkably voluptuous. Ordinarily she treated him, a low-ranking security guard, with polite civility, yet everyone knew it was mere professional courtesy with no genuine possibility between them. Yet in that moment her demeanor transformed, utterly tender, pleading, almost clinging to him. How could Zhong Xiufei, who had never known such devotion from a woman of such beauty, resist? He swore oaths on the spot, vowing his life and soul when she thirsted or starved he risked death itself to scavenge for sustenance. Later Mingo gradually cleared the zombies from the service hall. Survivors gathered, and ultimately only 4 remained alive. Naturally Mingo, the strongest among them, assumed leadership. Since Zhong Xiufei and Mingo hailed from the same island, Mingo treated him with particular favor, and observing his closeness with Lu Li suppressed his own interest in her. For several days thereafter the quartet lived in relative calm, awaiting rescue, until dwindling rations forced Mingo and another survivor to venture outside. Shortly after their departure a car burst onto the island, driven by a man named Lu Bin, who arrived at the service hall seeking aid. Lu Li recognized Lu Bin immediately, and her warmth toward him was instantaneous, casting Zhong Xiufei aside without a second glance. Zhong Xiufei later learned Lu Bin held a senior position at Xinjiang Group, the very corporation responsible for security detail for Miss Yishiaokui. Xinjiang Group ranked among the most powerful conglomerates in Jinghai City, and also served as the developer of the resort where they were stranded. Strictly speaking, they were Xinjiang Group employees, albeit in a minor department under a subsidiary. In the pre-apocalypse world, attaching herself to Lu Bin would not have guaranteed meteoric rise, but certainly enabled a dramatic leap across social strata. He understood, yet acceptance eluded him. Just days ago they had been inseparable, passions of flame intimacy nearly consummated. Now she cast him aside, lavishing attention upon another man, as if he were nothing more than toilet paper used then discarded. Lu Li briefly recounted recent events to Lu Bin, who upon hearing them decided to wait for Mingo and the other survivors' return before assessing the true state of the outside world. Soon Mingo and his companion returned, both faces grim and drawn. Mingo had met Lu Bin on several prior occasions and knew him to be part of Miss Yishiaokui's personal security detail. When Lu Bin immediately asked about conditions beyond the island, Mingo offered no answer, instead inquiring about the current state of the island itself. Lu Bin, unguarded, revealed key details within moments. As he prepared to question Mingo again, Mingo struck without warning, knocking him unconscious. Lu Li recoiled in shock, rushing forward to check on Lu Bin, and shrieked, demanding what Mingo thought he was doing and whether he grasped Lu Bin's stature. Frustrated beyond endurance, Mingo slapped her hard, silencing her instantly. Mingo then recounted everything he'd witnessed outside: hordes of zombies everywhere, not a single living soul in sight, an unmistakable vision of apocalypse. Law had become obsolete parchment, perhaps they were the last humans left alive. Rage surged from his core, malice hardened in his veins. Freed from legal restraint and moral constraint, he joined Mingo in violating Lu Li, after which she submitted to him utterly. Did Lu Li harbor affection for him? Perhaps, but it was hatred, pure and unadulterated. Brother, you understand perfectly, women are garments, brothers are limbs. Mingo clapped Zhong Xiufei on the shoulder. Ah, how perished while clearing zombies, now only you and I remain. We must stand by each other, unwavering and inseparable. As for women, there will be plenty more. Especially on the island, where several others still live, each far surpassing Lu Li. Once we reach the island, all women, except Miss Yishiaokui, are yours to choose. Mingde, you said it yourself, haha, I'll take Qin Lan. They spoke a while longer. When Luli reappeared dressed in long sleeves and trousers, the three departed together from the service hall's alternate exit, heading toward the island. Han Yang activated the female zombie's radar sensibility, confirming through the glass that the trio had vanished into the distance, then with Nan Nan slipped through an unlocked window into the building. From their conversation, there's another man named Lu Bin, likely imprisoned somewhere. Let's find him and learn what's happening on the island. Han Yang told Nan Nan. They then split up, searching separate offices. This service building housed numerous offices flanking the central reception hall where Minggu and the others had just been. Moreover, southeast of the service hall stood a structure resembling both cafeteria and dormitory. Room by room they searched, encountering no zombies, evidently all eliminated earlier. Splatters of dried blood stained the floors, hinting at the chaos that followed the virus's initial outbreak. Ultimately, they discovered a man inside what appeared to be a storage room, a windowless pitch-black chamber exuding a foul stench as if someone had defecated there repeatedly over time. The man erupted with joy at the sight of Han Yang and Nan Nan, especially upon seeing Han Yang, tears streaming down his face. Han Yang assisted the man out, walking into the sunlight, revealing his appearance. Having seemingly not seen the sun for many days, the man's complexion was somewhat pale and he appeared to be quite young, looking like he had just graduated from university not long ago. His hair was messy, his face weary, and his well-fitted suit was dirty and wrinkled, emanating an unpleasant odor. Facing Han Yang at this moment, he cried, sniffling and wiping his tears, saying, "Comrades, I finally waited for you to come to rescue me. Have you caught those three villains outside? They are illegally imprisoning me. I have been locked up for a full 5 days. Hold on." Nan Nan, curious, interrupted, "I see you don't have a watch and it's dark inside. How do you know it has been 5 days? The man was suddenly interrupted and his emotions became incoherent. After a moment he weakly replied, "Comrade, it might be 6 days, but that's not the point. The point is that I have been illegally imprisoned." "Why do you keep calling us comrades? It sounds strange." Nan Nan interrupted again, "You are not police." The man then realized although the two in front of him were wearing stab-resistant clothing and bulletproof vests, there were no police insignias on their clothes and their demeanor didn't resemble that of staff members from a police station. Especially this girl, who was so young and beautiful that it was unbelievable, youthful, lively and radiant. She looked more like a university student than anything else. "We are not," Nan Nan replied. "Lu Bin right." At this moment Han Yang could no longer stand it and thought if these two idiots kept talking they would never get to the main point. "Yes, how do you know my name?" Lu Bin's mind became increasingly confused. "That's not important. Just listen to me now. When we came here earlier we saw 3 people heading toward Jinsha Island. When they left we vaguely heard them say that they would clear the zombies on the bridge today. Once they subdued Yi Xiaokue they would have food and drink and things to play with." "Who is this Yi Xiaokue? Really? Did they really say that?" Lu Bin suddenly became excited upon hearing this, struggling to stand up and wanting to run towards the small island. Nan Nan grabbed him. "Don't grab me, I want to stop them." Lu Bin struggled hard once. No movement. He turned his head, confirming it was that seemingly delicate girl holding onto him. Doubting his luck he tried to break free again. Still he didn't budge. Is she really this strong? Or am I too weak? TCH, if I can't break free with even 1/10 of my strength, how can I stop them? Nan Nan curled her lip in disdain. I haven't eaten enough for many days, so I have no strength." Lu Bin tried to explain. "And why are you holding me back? Why won't you let me go? It seems you still don't understand the situation." Han Yang chuckled. "Right now you are our captive. Just obediently answer our questions or..." Han Yang placed the long gun against Lu Bin's shoulder, instantly causing him to stagger. "Why is it so heavy?" Lu Bin was horrified, but soon he looked at Han Yang and Nan Nan with joy. "Oh my dear sister, now there's hope. Brother Han, is this guy not a bit foolish?" Nan Nan remarked as she watched Lu Bin's face change like a diehouse. "Whether he is foolish or not, he is definitely not in good health. Comrades." "No, wait." Lu Bin's expression became conflicted, seemingly unsure how to address them. "Friends, you are ability users, right? Please save my sister." "Who is your sister? Why should we save her? Also, how do you know about ability users?" Han Yang asked 3 questions in a row while Nan Nan also felt quite curious. This guy doesn't seem like an ability user, and hasn't he been locked up for several days? How does he know these things? "My sister is Yi Xiaokue and she is on Jinsha Island. She is incredibly beautiful. If you save her she will definitely agree to let her be your girlfriend." As he said this, Nan Nan instantly shot him a cold glare. Lu Bin quickly corrected himself. "The island has a large mansion with water and electricity, lots of food and a beautiful environment. My sister is now the island owner. If you save my sister she will definitely agree to give you a villa. Think about it, in this apocalypse places with water and electricity are rare. Where can you find such a good place? The key is that there aren't many zombies around, so it's very safe." Lu Bin became somewhat self-satisfied as he realized just how great his little island was through this analysis. In the apocalypse this place is simply a paradise. Han Yang nodded in agreement and Nan Nan also seemed eager, fully aligning with Lu Bin's expectations of their reactions. We agree, but you have been locked up for so many days and seem to know quite a lot. All of this was secretly told to me by Lu Li. She said that there are zombies everywhere outside, that it's the apocalypse and all, so I should compare it to the scenes in Resident Evil and The Walking Dead. This Big Brother, is it really like that outside? It's even worse. In movies one doesn't have to constantly worry about people around them suddenly turning into zombies due to a virus mutation. Is it all true? Lu Bin felt deflated like a punctured ball. So the information about ability users was also told to you by Lu Li. Are there ability users among them? Han Yang was somewhat surprised. In his past life he might not even encounter one ability user among a dozen people, yet how is it that everyone he meets now has awakened their abilities in just a few days? Nan Nan, Chang Chang, and now another suspected one. Lu Li said something that I didn't quite believe at first. Later that guy named Zhu Haoming wanted to recruit me to deal with the people on the island and demonstrated his ability to me. Zhu Haoming is the one called Brother Ming, right? I guess he has also awakened his ability. Han Yang found it strange eavesdropping. This Brother Ming showed no fear of zombies, so it turns out he had awakened his ability and was quite confident. What ability does he have? Han Yang asked. It would certainly be beneficial to understand the enemy more before confronting him later. His skin is very tough like cowhide and a knife can't even cut through it. A defensive ability. No wonder. First-tier zombies mainly attack with claws and teeth. If his skin can be as tough as cowhide, he naturally wouldn't fear mere first-tier zombies. For him, the attacks from first-tier zombies would feel like mere scratching. As long as he doesn't encounter a large group of zombies or mutated zombies, his ability is practically invincible in the early stages. However, Han Yang looked at the long gun in his hand and the pistol at his waist, chuckling slightly. This is quite convenient. These two weapons would not exert much effort against that cowhide. Then he thought, could it be that the Jinsha Entertainment City in the future was established by this person? Even if not, it definitely can't be unrelated. Didn't you say the island owner is your sister? Why do they want to recruit you to deal with her? Nan Nan found it somewhat strange. They didn't know, thinking I was really a security personnel beside my sister. Lu Bin was at a loss for words. His position as a security personnel next to his cousin was indeed not due to his own abilities but rather to connections. Otherwise, with his education from a second-rate school, he wouldn't even be able to get into the company. He had begged for a long time for his cousin to agree to let him learn from her and gain experience, so how could he betray his sister? Only Lu Li seemed to have found out about his relationship with his cousin and was always very attentive towards him during their encounters. Lu Bin understood Lu Li's intentions and did not feel much disgust. He had seen many people like her since childhood once they learned of his connections. It's human nature to cling to those in high places. He was actually doing the same. Otherwise, relying on the little food and drink provided by Mingo, he would only be able to avoid starving to death. Unfortunately, Lu Li was just an ordinary woman, and after Otherwise, relying on the little food and drink provided by Mingo, he would only be able to avoid starving to death. Unfortunately, Lu Li was just an ordinary woman, and after witnessing Ming's abilities, she couldn't resist. Thinking of this, Lu Bin continued, "Can your abilities deal with Zhu Haoming?" "You don't need to worry about that." Han Yang retracted the long gun resting against him. "Let's go, lead the way." Lu Bin relaxed, astonished by the weight of the long gun. "I still don't know how to address you." Han Yang. Chen Nan Nan. Brother Han, sister Nan Nan. Whom? Nan Nan shot him a glance. "Ah, no, sister Nan Nan. This way." With Lu Bin leading the way, the three quickly exited the service hall through the east gate. Here one could see the boundless sea at a glance, and not far from the shore a bridge spanned over the water connecting to a distant island. Building such a bridge must have cost quite a bit, right? The three soon reached the bridge's entrance. It was not very wide, just 2 lanes, and slightly larger vehicles might not be able to pass each other. Building such a bridge must have cost quite a bit, right? The three soon reached the bridge's entrance. It was not very wide, just 2 lanes, and slightly large. Not too much, really. This bridge mainly cost a lot because the water level near the island is quite deep. Near the mainland, the ground is exposed during low tide. As the three walked and chatted, they gathered quite a bit of useful information, such as why this guy was so confident that they would definitely help. It turned out that the moment he saw Nanan, he thought such a beautiful girl could not possibly be a bad person. Didn't his mother teach him that the more beautiful a woman is, the more deceptive she can be? In addition, besides his sister Yi Xiaokui, there were 3 other survivors on the island, one of whom was a woman named Qin Lan, mentioned by Zhong Xiaofei. Originally, there should have been more survivors, like Yi Xiaokui's actual bodyguard, a retired female special forces soldier. Unfortunately, on the second day after the zombie virus outbreak, she was suddenly scratched by a companion who had turned into a zombie. Otherwise, Lu Bin wouldn't have been sent, a useless person to seek rescue. There were originally quite a few staff members on the island, including cleaners maintaining the island's cleanliness, gardeners, electricians, and logistical support maintaining electricity and other equipment, chefs, assistants, and trainees serving, etc. There were about 20 to 30 people, and after the virus outbreak, most had turned into zombies, with a small number of survivors also unfortunate enough to be bitten during the chaos. After dodging the initial chaos, the few remaining people gathered in the hotel, eventually sending out the only man, Lubin, to seek rescue. Lubin drove an SUV out, creating a huge noise that attracted most of the zombies to the bridge. However, while coming out was easy, returning would be difficult, needing to deal with the many zombies on the bridge. The bridge was about 3 kilometers long, and as Han Yang and the others walked, they occasionally saw zombie corpses lying on both sides. Many of them were beautiful women dressed similarly to flight attendants, but unfortunately they had all turned into grotesque zombies discarded on the sides after having their necks cut or heads punctured. Needless to say, these were killed by Zhu Haoming and Zhong Xiaofei. Based on the distribution of the zombie bodies, it seemed the two probably employed a strategy similar to that of Han Yang and the others, attracting zombies bit by bit and then slowly eliminating them. This was not something completed in a day. Many corpses had begun to decay closer to the shore, while the bodies became fresher the closer they got to Jinsha Island. Han Yang and the others temporarily ignored the cores within the zombie bodies, and the three hurriedly walked to the end of the bridge, arriving at Jinsha Island. Lubin used all his strength not to hold them back, and by the time they reached the island he was out of breath and drenched in sweat. I didn't see them. Could they have gone into the hotel? Lubin looked worried. Then we shouldn't delay. Well, go ahead, you rest here. Lubin moved a couple of steps, weakly unable to walk further, and could only nod helplessly. Han Yang noticed the dense trees on the island providing abundant shade, which was convenient for them. He and Nan Nan exchanged glances and vanished into the shadows. Lubin immediately widened his eyes. Ha! Where did they go? He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, but still couldn't see the two. Hiss, invisibility. Han Yang did not pay attention to Lubin's astonishment at their abilities. He and Nan Nan quickly arrived at the hotel entrance, where they indeed saw Zhu Haoming and his companions. At that moment they were confronting 4 women in the hotel, both sides wielding weapons. Zhu Haoming held a cleaver while Zhong Xiaofei wielded a crowbar. Luli trembled beside them, also holding a crowbar, but judging by her appearance she had no combat power and could only serve to increase their numbers and intimidate. On the other side, the 4 women inside the hotel were also holding weapons through the glass, all various kitchen knives. Notably, both sides' weapons were stained red. That was the color of blood. Miss Yi, the apocalypse has come. Everyone has turned into zombies and survivors are few. There is no longer any law or morality. The strong are the leaders, so you should accept my advice and not force me to use coercive measures. Han Yang and the others arrived late and did not know what Zhu Haoming's suggestion was, but as soon as he finished speaking, a cold female voice immediately responded. Thank you, Mr. Zhu, for clearing the zombies outside, but I cannot agree to your terms. As a token of gratitude, you may take some supplies from the island, and I hope Mr. Zhu will release Lubin. This must be Yi Xiaokuei, right? Han Yang carefully looked at the people inside, but due to the sunlight's reflection he couldn't see her appearance clearly, only vaguely noticing her figure. Her figure is quite nice. Damn it, I want this entire island, not just a handful of supplies. Since you refused the courteous path, don't blame me for taking the harsh one. You can barely save yourself, yet you still obsess over that boy. Is he your lover? Once I deal with you, I'll slaughter him the moment I return. Brother Ming, that's hardly satisfying. Why not take Yi Xiaokuei right before Lubin's eyes? Zhong Xiaofei grinned lewdly, his eyebrows dancing with perverse delight. Brother Ming shot him a strange, unreadable glance. Ever since Zhong Xiaofei had experimented with Luli under the principle all men are my teachers, he seemed to have awakened some unsettling proclivities. He clapped Zhong Xiaofei on the shoulder. My brother's suggestion isn't half bad. What do you say, Miss Yi? Inside the hotel the woman remained impassive, her expression serene and unshaken. Mr. Zhu, there's no need for such petty provocations. Let me be clear, this island belongs to me. I sincerely thank you for clearing the zombies, but anything you require may be taken freely as our token of gratitude. Yet should you demand more and resort to force, our blades are no mere ornaments. Though we are women, perhaps outmatched by you and your companion, 4 of us fighting to the death will surely wound you, if not worse. Is that so? You know nothing of my power. I'd love to see how exactly you intend to harm me. Brother Ming snarled, his face twisting with cruel resolve as he prepared to act. His patience had run dry. If these 4 women refused to yield, then killing them outright was the simplest solution. But at that very instant the woman inside the hotel flinched, her composure cracking, revealing rare fleeting anxiety before vanishing beneath practiced calm. Brother Ming's instincts stirred. He turned sharply. There stood Lubin, staggering forward at last. Damn! How the hell did you get out? Lu Li, was it you who freed him? Brother Ming seized her, yanking her close with such force that her blouse tore open, exposing her chest. Lu Li gasped in fright. Seeing Lubin, she stammered, Brother Ming, it wasn't me. Then who else? Damn it! He shoved her aside. Xiaofei, watch her closely. I'll deal with her later. And now that this pretty boy has arrived, Missy, surely you won't let him die before your eyes. As he lunged toward Lubin, the latter paid him no mind, instead scanning left and right, searching for something. Only when Brother Ming advanced, knife drawn, did Lubin shriek, Brother Han. Brother-in-law, save me. Inside the hotel Yi Xiaokuei's brow twitched. She truly had no desire to rescue this foolish cousin. Yet what followed left her utterly stunned. From beneath the shade of a tree beside the hotel entrance, two figures emerged, suddenly silently without warning. That spot had been empty moments before. Ability users. Invisibility. Two of them. Yi Xiaokuei instinctively glanced at Qin Lan beside her. Her defiance against Zhu Haoming stemmed not only from refusing to become his plaything, but also from the extraordinary ability awakened in her closest friend. That was her greatest trump card. Where then had Lu Bin found two ability users? Hate you. What's all this yelling for? We were enjoying the show, now you've ruined it. Nan Nan huffed indignantly, using the moment to vent her irritation over his careless cry of brother-in-law. Sister Nan Nan. Lu Bin offered an awkward grin and ducked behind Han Yang and the other man. Brother Ming halted mid-step. Invisibility. But his gaze quickly shifted to their attire, their weapons, black ballistic vests, tactical belts, handguns. A full set of police-grade gear sent a chill down his spine. They clearly weren't officers, neither their bearing nor their youth matched any bureau personnel. Nor did any department employ women so strikingly beautiful. Yet their equipment implied they'd entered the precinct, no small feat given the zombie-infested streets outside, let alone the densely populated urban core. To move freely amid such chaos suggested either a stealth ability or sheer reckless audacity, especially considering both carried cold steel. The man's Tumderlong-tempered steel spear gleamed with lethal coldness in the sunlight. The woman's Tang-style saber remained sheathed, but its presence alone spoke of razor-edged lethality. Not to be confronted, hidden, yet perhaps negotiable. These thoughts flashed through Brother Ming's mind in an instant. When did you arrive? Just a little after you did. Han Yang smiled faintly. Ah, I see. Then this is an internal matter of Jinsha Island. Since you've watched from the sidelines, I trust you'll remain neutral until it concludes. Rest assured, your cooperation will be richly rewarded. Brother Ming's mind raced. He would stall them first. Once the immediate threat was neutralized, he could eliminate them without distraction. As for this young woman, she rivaled Yi Xiaokuei in beauty yet possessed the vibrant allure of youth. Later perhaps. Who said this was your island's internal affair? Didn't you hear the boy call me brother-in-law just now? Yi Xiaokuei, the woman inside, is my wife. Tell me, shouldn't I intervene? Brother Ming seethed, not only at the revelation that Lu Bin was linked to Yi Xiaokuei. Had he known earlier, he could have used the boy as leverage, but at the blatant provocation. Was this their true motive, to claim Jinsha Island? Brother, you jest. Everyone knows Miss Yi of Xinjiang Group has never had a boyfriend. Well, she does now, don't you agree, little brother-in-law? Han Yang clapped Lu Bin on the shoulder. Right, he's my brother-in-law. He's got a gun, so wise up and scram. Do you really think your so-called ability can stop a bullet? Lu Bin stood defiantly, hands on hips so brazen that Han Yang nearly struck him. Damn it. Brother Ming cursed inwardly. He'd feared precisely this, that Lu Bin had already exposed his ability. If they used invisibility to fire unseen shots, he'd be helpless. He'd only held back because they hadn't attacked covertly, perhaps hoping for alliance or bribery. Very well, we withdraw. Until next time. With a subtle nod, Brother Ming signaled Zhong Xiufei, who dragged Luli backward, eyes locked on the newcomers retreating cautiously along the opposite flank. Luli struggled fiercely, but failed to break free. Tears welled as she locked eyes with Lu Bin. Brother Bin. Her blouse, already torn by Brother Ming, gaped further with each desperate tug, exposing most of her upper body, leaving her nearly bare. Her pitiful, helpless demeanor, dragged like a captive, lent the scene the melodramatic air of a cheap soap opera. Luli works for our company, and she doesn't wish to go with you. Release her, immediately. Lu Bin's gaze lingered for a breath on her exposed form, then snapped back to action. He wasn't acting out of lust. During his captivity, Luli had shown him unexpected kindness, and he would not abandon her now. Minggu narrowed his eyes, staring at Lu Bin. Lu Bin felt a bit guilty, but upon seeing Han Yang beside him, he straightened his back. What are you staring at? Let her go. Minggu's face darkened as he ordered Zhong Xiufei. Minggu. Zhong Xiufei reluctantly released Luli, who immediately stumbled over to Lu Bin and tightly grasped his hand. In an instant, Lu Bin's arm was fully immersed in Luli's bosom. Han Yang was openly staring, thinking to himself, this must be what I glimpsed from afar with binoculars when I first arrived. Indeed, it couldn't be wrong. It's really huge. Nan Nan also spotted it, especially remembering the scene from the morning. Her face flushed slightly. Noticing Han Yang's gaze fixed there, she discreetly kicked him. His Han Yang remained unfazed, but inwardly gasped in shock. Who serves you right for looking? Nan Nan pouted. Seeing Minggu and Zhong Xiufei drift further away, Han Yang made no attempt to stop them, while Lu Bin pulled Luli along, joyfully running to the hotel entrance. Cousin, open the door. I've brought two powerful allies to introduce to you. Is an introduction even necessary? Haven't I already become his woman? Yi Xiaokui's expression was emotionless. Ah. He. Well, this is just a temporary measure. Lu Bin forced a smile. Yi Xiaokuei didn't blame Lu Bin. After all, these two helped drive away Zhu Haoming, but with the wolf gone, who knows if the tiger might come next. Yi Xiaokui's mind was as clear as a mirror. The other party clearly had the ability to eliminate Zhu Haoming, but first they feigned indifference and then intentionally let him go. Their demands clearly would not be less than Zhu Haoming's, however they might not be as ruthless toward them as he was. After all, one of these two was a woman and exceptionally beautiful, not inferior to her in looks. It was evident that the relationship between the two was special. Let it be for now. If the outside world is indeed as Zhu Haoming said, on the brink of apocalypse, then these few vulnerable women could never defend this island. Sooner or later they would need reinforcements. Yi Xiaokuei contemplated many things, but the external world was only a fleeting moment. She turned to the girl beside her and said, "Jia, open the door." "Okay, Sister Xiaokuei." Han Yang and Nan Nan ascended the steps. The luxurious hotel featured enormous glass doors that extended from top to bottom, with a revolving door at the entrance which had been locked from the inside and could not be turned. Beside the revolving door were two large doors which were also locked. Just moments ago Zhu Haoming had confronted Yi Xiaokuei and the others here. As they got closer, Han Yang could see the specific appearances of the four inside. There was no denying that all four were uniquely beautiful women dressed in matching outfits resembling those worn by the deceased female zombies Han Yang had seen by the bridge, akin to flight attendant attire. The upper half featured uniquely styled white short-sleeved shirts, while the lower half consisted of black mid-waist skirts. They wore black stockings and short-heeled shoes, the only difference being that these women lacked the scarves worn by the deceased female zombies. Although they wore the same clothing, the effect varied greatly among the four, especially the leading Yi Xiaokuei and the cold-looking woman to her right. As the hotel doors opened, Lu Bin and Lu Li entered first. Unexpectedly, Lu Bin slipped and nearly fell, but luckily Lu Li had been holding onto his arm and managed to steady him. "Sister, are you cleaning? Why is there water everywhere? I nearly slipped," Lu Bin complained, looking at the wet floor. Lu Li nervously greeted Yi Xiaokuei. "Hello, President Yi." Yi Xiaokuei nodded at Lu Li, ignoring her foolish cousin, instead contemplating the arm deeply embedded in Lu Li's bosom. She then turned to the two entering behind her, smiling as she extended her hand. "Hello, I am Yi Xiaokuei. Hello, I'm Han Yang." Han Yang grasped Yi Xiaokuei's delicate and soft hand but let go immediately. "This isn't a place for conversation. Please come inside." Yi Xiaokuei made a standard inviting gesture, her actions, tone and expression all exuding sincerity. Han Yang looked down at the floor, noticing the considerable amount of water. Not far away he could see the mop and the water basin used for rinsing it. Han Yang pondered as he followed into the hotel lobby, observing as he walked. From the outside it was a 7-story luxury hotel, not particularly large. However, upon entering one found the space surprisingly ample, especially the first-floor lobby. The ceiling was at least 4 meters high, creating a spacious and grand atmosphere. The interior decor was luxurious without being vulgar. This must be what they call understated luxury. Inside the lobby, aside from the check-in desk, there was a relaxation area filled with various sofas and coffee tables. Yi Xiaokuei walked ahead, leading them in that direction. Han Yang admired her figure from behind, astonished. In terms of appearance, she wasn't as beautiful as Nan Nan, and she wasn't particularly tall, being shorter than Nan Nan. However, her proportions were excellent, with particularly long legs giving the impression of height at first glance. Her shoulders were narrow, her legs slender and straight, and her top was well fitted, accentuating her bosom as if it might burst forth. But in reality it wasn't that large, far smaller than Lu Li's. As for how she compared to Nan Nan, he would need to see for himself. Yi Xiaokuei's waist was also exceptionally slender, making her curves appear exceptionally beautiful and exaggerated, like a butterfly spreading its wings, incredibly captivating. Not only was it curvy, but it was also round. The black skirt perfectly showcased her alluring curves, and each step she took seemed meticulously measured. Her posture swayed gracefully. Han Yang felt that the outfit limited her. If she wore a high-slit dress, evening gown, or even a cheapao, she would undoubtedly be stunning enough to make every woman envious. Soon Yi Xiaokuei led the two to a lounge area with 4 seats, inviting them to sit down. She and another cold beauty sat opposite them, while the other two stood behind them. Lu Bin, who lagged behind, instinctively positioned himself behind Han Yang and the others, creating a seating arrangement of 2 facing 2 with 2 standing behind each. Yi Xiaokuei cast a casual glance at Lu Bin before a composed smile graced her fair oval face as she spoke first. "Is this one called Nan Nan? Truly a beautiful person, Mr. Han is fortunate. Sister is also very beautiful." Nan Nan, unperturbed, smiled sweetly, resembling a girl next door. Han Yang could not help but glance at Qin Lan upon hearing her speak. Her voice, unlike her outward demeanor, carried no trace of cold aloofness. Instead it was soft and tender, like honey melting on the tongue, sweet to the ear, evoking a striking, almost intoxicating contrast. "Wow, Senior Sister Lan's voice is absolutely enchanting. I'd assumed it would be icy and unapproachable. Nan Nan speaks plainly without artifice or guile." "Not at all, your voice is far more lovely, little sister Nan Nan," Qin Lan replied with polite discomfort, unaccustomed to such flattery. "You've met Qin Lan, this is Zhao Jia standing behind me," Yi Xiaochu interjected. Han Yang remembered her clearly, she had opened the door just moments earlier. "Hello, nice to meet you." Zhao Jia greeted them nervously. Beside her, Sun Lanyu offered a quiet, composed nod. Once introductions were complete, Yi Xiaochu spoke again. "Now that we're all acquainted, let's return to the matter at hand. First and foremost, we extend our deepest gratitude to Mr. Han Yang, without your intervention none of us four sisters would have escaped today unscathed. We understand of course that your aid comes with expectations. What then do you require? Han Yang smiled faintly. Please call me Han Yang, I'm no lofty scholar titles like Mr. Feel strangely formal. As for demands, I find this island exceptionally serene, ideal as a long-term residence. Would that be possible? Of course, it's entirely acceptable. Aside from this hotel, the island hosts 10 luxury villas. Feel free to choose any one, consider it our token of thanks. Eh? Brother Han, didn't you say earlier you'd claimed the entire island? Nan Nan asked, wide-eyed and guileless. Ah, that seems a misunderstanding, Miss Yi. I merely meant the island itself is exceptional. Han Yang affirmed gently. Yi Xiaoqiu's expression remained unchanged, calm, unruffled, leaving Han Yang both disappointed and quietly impressed. Truly the heiress of Xinjiang Group. It appears your arrival was purposeful. What precisely draws you to this island? Yi Xiaoqiu asked, her tone measured and detached. She neither granted nor denied his request. Many factors guided my choice. Once I confirmed the world had descended into apocalypse, with no foreseeable restoration of order, I sought first a place capable of sustaining life, long-term, comfortable, defensible, and largely free of zombies. Han Yang spoke with quiet sincerity. So you came here immediately? Indeed. I encountered your promotional materials through various channels. Under the banner of eco-conscious development you secured usage rights and followed through rigorously on those commitments. For instance, the entire island runs on clean energy, wind and solar power. Aren't those photovoltaic panels covering the facade of this very building? While the city lies in total blackout, your grid powers the whole island. That alone makes this place impossible to overlook, especially given its natural beauty and strategic seclusion. Yi Xiaoqiu sighed inwardly. This was precisely her fear. An ordinary island would attract few rivals. But if the world plunged into darkness, save for this single radiant beacon, it would draw swarms of desperate souls like moths to flame. With only 4 women, they stood no chance against escalating threats. Though I acknowledge your formidable capabilities, well suited for apocalyptic survival, can just 2 of you truly hold this island? Her face betrayed nothing. Yet aren't you here as well? Us. Precisely. I said I wish to occupy the island, not evict its inhabitants. And who claimed we are only 2? As Han Yang spoke, a vision flashed across his mind, the retreating figures of Zhu Haoming and his companion transmitted by the female zombie. The hunt had begun. Brother Ming, are we really leaving just like this? Zhong Xiaofei trailed closely behind Zhu Haoming, hastening toward the island's edge without pause. What else would you suggest? Do you truly believe the 2 of us could overcome them? Those women were unyieldingly defiant, as though backed by unseen strength. I suspect at least one has awakened latent abilities. That's why I opted for diplomacy over force at first. If it were only them, even with abilities, they'd pose little threat. After all, they're untested women, likely incapable of killing even a single zombie. With my power we might still stand a chance. But that man and woman who arrived later. Far more dangerous. Their invisibility, effortless absolute, combined with firearms left us utterly defenseless. We wouldn't even see death coming. Zhu Haoming glanced back warily, shoulders tense, terrified they might already be shadowing him unseen. Zhong Xiaofei, recalling the encounter, broke into a cold sweat. He possessed no special ability. Zhu Haoming might deflect a bullet, but he himself would perish instantly upon impact. Let's go now. Zhong Xiaofei surged ahead, outpacing Zhu Haoming. Back to the service hall for remaining supplies, then to Fisherman's Wharf. I'll reclaim what's mine sooner or later. Fisherman's Wharf. Is Brother Yong still alive? Who knows? Let's go see, someone must have survived. As they spoke, they reached the bridgehead at the shoreline. Just as they stepped onto solid ground, a figure lunged upward from the earth, barreling straight toward them. Gar. A guttural monstrous roar followed. Damn. Zhu Haoming reacted first, his awakened physiology granting him heightened reflexes. Seeing no time to evade, he yanked Zhong Xiaofei sharply forward, thrusting him into the path of the lunge. Aff. A blood-curdling scream tore from Zhong Xiaofei's throat as the zombie sank its teeth deep into his shoulder. Steel flashed. Zhu Haoming, narrowly spared, swung his blade downward, indifferent to whether it struck Zhong Xiaofei. Once bitten, there was no salvation. Yet in the next instant Zhu Haoming froze in disbelief. His blade had aimed unerringly for the zombie's throat, certain to sever it, yet the creature's head twisted unnaturally, slipping just beyond the edge of the steel. The razor-sharp blade buried itself instead in Zhong Xiaofei's shoulder. Shit. Zhong Xiaofei's eyes bulged with agony. A bite alone held peril, not immediate death but the swift, inevitable corruption of zombie venom. This wound was different. The blade nearly severed his entire arm. The excruciating pain threatened to drown him in unconsciousness. The zombie dodged Zhu Haoming's slash, immediately restoring its neck, and propelled its body away along the knife handle. This was the first time Zhu Haoming encountered such a bizarre zombie, its body weak and boneless, capable of performing all manner of incredible movements resembling a snake. The key point was that it was also incredibly fast. Seeing the zombie rushing towards him, he reluctantly released the knife handle and swiftly retreated, letting all his strength out to run, quickly disappearing into the distance. The zombie was quick in its movements, but its running speed was much slower. After chasing for a few steps and failing to catch up, it turned back to return to Zhong Xiaofia's side. This zombie was naturally the mutated female zombie controlled by Han Yang. However, due to the great distance, Han Yang could no longer perform precise control and could only issue commands for it to feign being down and attack passing individuals. At this moment, the command was completed, the restrictions lifted, and the female zombie, regaining some of its instincts, immediately ignited its desire for flesh when it saw the living person before it. Zhong Xiaofei was still wailing in agony, his body drenched in blood. He longed to faint, but unfortunately he couldn't. Though the pain was intense, he could barely endure it, and as he watched the zombie approach step by step, his eyes were filled with terror. Zhu Hao Ming, he roared, recalling how Zhu Haoming once patted him on the shoulder and said, "Women are like clothes, men are the true brothers." Now it was just the two of us brothers left. We must look out for each other, never abandon each other. Zhong Xiaofei remembered how just moments ago Zhu Haoming had pulled him back and stood in front of him taking a bite from the zombie. Thinking of the knife still lodged in his bone, he shouted, "Go! You! Fing! Brother! I! F! You! Ancestor!" Then everything went black and he completely lost consciousness. On Golden Sands Island in a luxurious hotel. "Do you have any other people?" Yi Ziokui's face finally lost its calm. If it was just the two of them, even if she proposed to occupy Golden Sands Island, she would be confident in taking the initiative. But if the number exceeded theirs and their abilities were strong, it would be a different story. Indeed. "So Miss Yi, do you agree to my occupying Golden Sands Island?" "Don't worry, you won't be expelled, it will be just as you offered us before," Han Yang said as he moved closer to Yi Xiaokui, exuding a sense of pressure. "For the first time, I allow you to choose a mansion as your residence and enjoy the island's public resources such as water and electricity for free. Do I have a choice to refuse?" Yi Xiaokui quickly regained her composure and said expressionlessly, "Did you let Zhu Haoming go on purpose just for this moment?" "Who said I let Zhu Haoming go?" Han Yang smiled slightly. "I see." Yi Xiaokui suddenly understood. "You have ambushed more people outside." She realized everything. Han Yang pretended to let Zhu Haoming go to gain part of their trust while also applying pressure on them, making them grateful, yet wanting to keep Han Yang around to guard against future troubles from Zhu Haoming. Behind the scenes, Han Yang and his group had ambushed a batch of people to completely deal with Zhu Haoming. In the end, regardless of the negotiation results, the initiative was already in Han Yang's hands as he entered the hotel. They were both powerful and numerous while all of his people were weak women, making it impossible for them to resist. What a deep scheme. Han Yang naturally had no idea that Yi Xiaokui had elaborated so much. His thoughts were simple. Yi Xiaokui and her group were familiar with everything on the island, unlike him and Nan Nan, who were completely in the dark. Moreover, the several of them were women, relatively safer and easier to control. Keeping them around would facilitate his familiarization and management of the island in the future. Letting Zhu Haoming go was indeed intentional, meant to create a sense of crisis for them, enabling them to better accept these outsiders. As for letting the zombie attack Zhu Haoming, it was merely a casual act. Success brought joy while failure mattered not. Once he fully migrated to this island, he would naturally have ways to defend it. You could say it's a person. So Miss Yi, is this an agreement? Han Yang did not explain. We have a few conditions. Please say it. We acknowledge your occupation here, becoming the island master, and regard you as our leader, but the premise is. Yi Xiaokui suddenly smiled, saying something that shocked everyone. I want to be your girlfriend. Lu Bin behind Han Yang raised an eyebrow, displaying a look of delight. This is really becoming a brother-in-law. Han Yang couldn't understand what Yi Xiaokui was trying to do, but he understood what Nan Nan wanted at this moment. Nan Nan's small hand was resting on his waist. If he gave an unsatisfactory answer, it would likely be a lethal blow. Did you really take my little brother-in-law's words seriously? Oh wait, what little brother-in-law? Lu Bin was just joking, you don't have to take it seriously. Han Yang forced a smile, tugging at the corners of his mouth. Brother Han, I wasn't joking, I genuinely think you two are quite not a match. Lu Bin was initially excited, but upon seeing Nan Nan glaring at him fiercely, he quickly changed his tune. Yi Xiaokui observed this scene and breathed a sigh of relief. Her greatest concern was that Han Yang would covet the few of them. As the leader and a sister-in-arms, she had to be responsible for the other three women no matter what. Although Han Yang didn't seem like the kind of person who would rush for women like Zhu Haoming, one could never tell a person's heart by their face. Conversely, Nan Nan was much easier to understand, which is why she would take the opportunity to test him. I think it can be taken seriously. I thought about it carefully. Bin's suggestion is quite good. You don't look bad and your strength should be quite strong. I consider myself somewhat decent looking, so do you think I'm not worthy of you? Yi Xiaokui said while lightly biting her lip, giving him a captivating look. Han Yang couldn't help but swallow hard. Not just good looking. Simply stunning. But feeling the tightening grip around his waist, Han Yang chuckled. Miss Yi, you flatter me, it's just that I already have a girlfriend. Han Yang put his arm around Nan Nan's shoulder. Hoof. Nan Nan glared angrily at Yi Xiaokuei. Yi Xiaokuei seemed to just realize surprised, so you too. I'm sorry I was too abrupt. Then let me talk about the other requirements. Han Yang watched as Yi Xiaokuei's eyes nearly betrayed her amusement and suddenly realized. This woman, could she be testing me? Forget it, let's first hear what conditions she has. After all, there will be plenty of time ahead. One day I will make you willingly submit to me. First, you cannot forcibly interfere with our lives or make us do things we are unwilling to do. That goes without saying. Even though it's the end of the world now, we must still adhere to basic laws and moral bottom lines. No one can force you, not even me. Han Yang replied solemnly, even if something does happen, I will consult you in advance and respect your opinions. That's good. As for the second point, if anyone else joins in the future, I hope to be informed. If we dislike that person, we hold a veto right. Han Yang pondered for a moment. We mainly worry about people like Zhu Haoming coming to the island. Yi Xiaokuei added as she noticed Han Yang's side. If that's your concern, I can assure you that no other man will be allowed to join this island casually. Even if someone does join, it will be with your In that case, let's have a pleasant cooperation. Yi Xiaokuei sighed with relief, her smile becoming a bit brighter as she extended her hand to Han Yang. Han Yang did not shake her hand, instead his expression grew more serious. You've made your requests, now it's time for my demands. Yi Xiaokuei's smile instantly froze. Do you have any cups? Han Yang asked. Yes. Luli quickly responded, releasing Lu Bin and rushing to the service counter to bring back a stack of paper cups, placing them on the table. Han Yang arranged the paper cups one by one, perfectly placing 6 in front of him. Then he picked up a bottle of mineral water prepared for guests and opened it, pouring it into the 6 cups with a glug-glug sound. Next he took out a knife and cut his finger, letting the blood drip into each cup, 1 drop in each. The onlookers watched his actions, initially puzzled but soon guessed what he intended to do. My request is very simple, you just need to drink this cup of water. Is this a blood oath? Lu Bin, who stood behind, said with great interest. Yi Xiaokuei, however, felt it wouldn't be that simple. What happens if we don't drink? Then I'm afraid those who don't drink cannot stay on the island. Yi Xiaokuei pondered for a moment. Does everyone on the island have to drink? Including your people? Exactly. Han Yang nodded in confirmation. All right, we'll drink. Yi Xiaokuei decisively picked up her cup and drank it all in one go. Following her lead, Qin Lan and 2 other women also grabbed their cups without hesitation. Looking at the remaining 2 cups on the table, everyone turned their gaze toward Lu Bin and Luli. Do we need to drink too? I think there's no need, after all we don't plan to keep you on the island. Yi Xiaokuei said lightly. Hey. Sister, you're being too ruthless. Brother-in-law. Your sister is right. Han Yang added. The service area outside the island also needs someone to guard it. I think you're quite suitable, you can't just let a few unarmed women guard the gate, can you? Lu Bin glanced at the weapons next to Nan Nan. He recalled the kitchen knives the 3 women had earlier. Then he thought about himself empty-handed. Truly unarmed. He drank down the cup with tears in his eyes. Luli was very happy, as this indirectly indicated that this group of people had accepted her. Although the process may have been a bit unpleasant, the outcome is good. Welcome to my big family. Han Yang extended his hand and shook hands with Yi Xiaokuei. Since we're family now, can we talk about what you're keeping secret? Or your extraordinary abilities? Yi Xiaokuei elegantly withdrew her hand, a faint smile on her face. What a perceptive woman. Han Yang marveled. Likewise, haven't you all hidden your abilities? Han Yang said as he picked up another bottle of water and handed it to Nan Nan. Here for you, your favorite cold drink. Wow, so magical. Nan Nan was amazed to find that the water, which was originally at room temperature, had frost on it and was even starting to freeze in the short moment it was in her hands. How could this be? Qin Lan, who had been cold-faced and expressionless, showed a rare look of surprise. Ability replication. Yi Xiaokuei was also surprised yet somewhat enlightened. Seeing Han Yang and Nan Nan reveal their invisibility, she had a question: how could it be so coincidental for 2 people to awaken the same ability at the same time? She had speculated that perhaps the invisibility user could make companions invisible too. Now it seemed that Han Yang could replicate others' abilities. So the blood earlier was some sort of medium. A contract. It allows you to replicate our abilities. Very clever. To deduce so much from just a small detail, Han Yang increasingly admired Yi Xiaokuei's sharpness. I believe that even without our help you could deal with Zhu Haoming and his group, right? Ah. So the water accumulation at the entrance. Nan Nan also realized at this. They had deliberately placed so much water at the entrance. If they could freeze it instantly, they could surely catch the enemy off guard. If they could freeze the enemy, wouldn't they become sitting ducks? Freezing such a large area of water would still be quite taxing for Qin Lan, and it's uncertain if it would be effective against Zhu Haoming and his. It's all a last resort, so we're very grateful for your help, otherwise we would have suffered greatly. Yi Xiaokui did not feel it was worth boasting about. If it came to that point, it would be a bloody fight, something no one wished to see. They were already prepared to fight to the death, but who wouldn't want to live? At this moment Han Yang received some images sent back by the mutated female zombie. Due to the distance, he could no longer receive real-time images, and the frequency of the transmitted images had also decreased significantly. Then Han Yang witnessed through the perspective of the mutated female zombie the scene of Zhong Xiufei being bitten while Zhu Haoming fled in embarrassment. What a pity Zhu Haoming managed to escape. It would have been nice to leave one behind, but letting one escape, especially an ability user, is ultimately a hidden danger. Yi Xiaokui thought Han Yang was referring to the earlier matter of letting Zhu Haoming go and couldn't help but murmur in her heart, wasn't it you who let him escape? Han Yang did not explain. After finishing the facts, his tense nerves relaxed. He had just contracted 6 people and experimented with Qin Lan's freezing ability, which took a great toll on his mental and physical strength. Especially since they hadn't slept all night. Once he relaxed, fatigue surged up and Han Yang felt a throbbing pain in his head, so he said to Yi Xiaokui, "Is there an empty room here? We haven't slept all night and now need to rest a bit. If there's anything, we'll discuss it after we've rested." The seeds of consciousness had been planted and the mental suggestion also took effect. Han Yang no longer worried that this group would be detrimental to him. Next, he and Nan Nan needed to rest. Well, there were still many things to do ahead. Yi Xiaokui observed Han Yang, who was showing signs of fatigue, and although she found it a bit strange, she said nothing further, instead letting Sun Lanyu lead the two to a nearby guest room. On the way, Han Yang saw some bloodstains and traces of dragged bodies that hadn't been cleaned up. It seemed that there had been quite a few zombies here back then. "Did you all clean up the zombies here?" Sun Lanyu nodded. Sister Xiaokui used obstacles and Sister Lan's abilities to trap the zombies, and we then killed them, cleaning them up little by little. Han Yang could guess their methods and understood why the weapons in the women's hands were stained with blood. Women who could face zombies were no less than men. He couldn't help but admire these 4 women again. Especially Yi Xiaokui, intelligent, sharp and courageous. Plus she was very beautiful. Truly a treasure. The 3 quickly arrived outside a guest room where Sun Lanyu opened the door and casually turned on the light, allowing the 2 to enter. "This is our hotel standard room. It has hot water for bathing and air conditioning available." "Alright, thank you," Han Yang politely replied. "Then you both have a good rest." After a brief introduction, Sun Lanyu left the room and closed the door behind her. At this moment, Nan Nan couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow! There's air conditioning and hot water, this is amazing." She bounced to the bathroom and turned on the faucet, water gushing out. "There's even a bathtub inside. I want to take a bath." "I haven't done that in ages," Nan Nan said happily, but then she recalled the frugal days she had been through where she could only wipe herself down with a towel, nearly bringing her to tears. What was a common configuration before the apocalypse now seemed like an extravagant luxury. Han Yang turned on the air conditioning, casually surveying the room. While it was labeled a standard room, the space was quite ample, featuring a separate small living room equipped with a sofa, coffee table and television. The adjacent bedroom was also spacious, with a large double bed that allowed for rolling around freely. Beside the bed was a large wardrobe that could hold a considerable amount of clothing. Aside from the absence of a kitchen and dining area, it was almost indistinguishable from an ordinary home. "Is there only one bed? Yi Xiaokui and the others must think that Nan Nan and I are a normal couple." Han Yang hesitated. He couldn't find someone to open another room without exposing that his relationship with Nan Nan hadn't reached that stage yet. "One room is just one room. The bed is large enough for 2 people to lie down." Then Han Yang entered the bathroom where Nan Nan had already begun filling the tub with water. The bathroom was also quite spacious, allowing for a bathtub that could accommodate 2 people to bathe simultaneously. The bathtub was at the far end with a shower next to it, and further out was a sliding door, achieving a separation between wet and dry area. Outside the sliding door was a toilet which looked quite sophisticated, resembling a smart toilet that didn't require paper and could heat and wash. Beyond it were the sink and a vanity mirror. "Brother Han, you should go out. I need to take a shower." Nan Nan decided to rinse off with the shower first and then enjoy a soak. Seeing Han Yang looking around, she immediately began to usher him out. "The bathtub is so big, I think 2 people can wash together, which saves time." Han Yang chuckled. "Go find your woman Yi Xiaokui to wash with you, you big jerk." Nan Nan placed her hands on her hips and shot him a big eye roll. "Hey. That was just a joke. You're my only girlfriend. Girlfriend and woman are 2 different things." Han Yang praised his cleverness. I don't care anyway, today's girlfriend privileges are gone." Nan Nan scrunched her cute little nose in dissatisfaction, and then she pushed Han Yang out of the bathroom. Han Yang looked at the closed door, rubbed his nose, turned around and opened his backpack to take out a change of clothes. He took off his dirty windbreaker and jeans and changed into the shorts and t-shirt Nan Nan picked out for him, sitting on the edge of the bed to rest. At that moment, a hazy figure in the bathroom caught his attention. Perhaps it was because their room had a large bed. Most of the guests were couples, so the bathroom glass was frosted. It wasn't very transparent, but the outlines of the person inside could be clearly seen. Han Yang sat on the edge of the bed watching Nan Nan slowly take off her clothes, and his blood surged. "Tisk, who can stand this?" Han Yang felt the thoughtful design of the hotel. "Nan Nan, do you need me to help scrub your back?" It's hard for one person to clean their back. Han Yang couldn't help but say. Oof. No. Need. Nan Nan hummed a cheerful tune, quickly rinsed her body, and upon hearing his words lightly snorted, firmly rejecting him word by word, then lay back in the filled bathtub. The slightly warm water enveloped her body, hiding infinite beauty, and Nan Nan let out a satisfied sound. So comfortable. I want to stay here forever. Han Yang outside felt an itch in his heart but was helpless. At this time Nan Nan lay in the bathtub, and with her graceful figure no longer visible, Han Yang's excitement gradually calmed down and an overwhelming fatigue washed over him. He lay on the bed and unknowingly fell asleep. After a while in the tub, as the water temperature cooled, Nan Nan reluctantly got up, dried her hair, tidied herself up, and walked out of the bathroom in the couple's outfit from yesterday, thinking that brother Han must be waiting anxiously. However, upon seeing him lying on the bed, he was already snoring soundly, with snores echoing around. Ah. Is there only one bed? At that moment Nan Nan realized there was only one bed in the room. She walked around, finally standing by the sofa with a conflicted expression. I could sleep on the sofa. But the bed is more comfortable. But brother Han has already taken the bed. Should I wake him? No, I've already had a tiring day and need to rest well. Anyway. The bed is big, I only need a little space. It's settled like that. After some internal struggle, Nan Nan was ultimately drawn back to the big soft bed, returning to the bedroom and lying on the side farthest from Han Yang. It really is more comfortable on the bed. Nan Nan thought to herself, unable to suppress a yawn, slowly drifting into dreamland. Han Yang had a dream. In the dream he successfully entered the bathroom and saw a naked woman inside. However, just as he was about to do something, the woman in the bathroom suddenly raised her leg and kicked him. And then Han Yang woke up in pain. He stared blankly at the ceiling for a while before coming to his senses, turning to see Nan Nan's delicate fair foot resting on him. That was what had kicked Han Yang just now. Looking at Nan Nan, she was lying diagonally on the bed, occupying 3/4 of the space. If that kick hadn't hit Han Yang, she would have probably taken over the whole bed. This girl is such a domineering sleeper. Han Yang was becoming increasingly awake and felt quite refreshed. He glanced at the time. It was almost 6 in the afternoon and he had already slept for more than 8 hours. The room had air conditioning, making it not as unbearable as the past few mornings when he woke up. Yet Han Yang still struggled to get out of bed. He really couldn't hold it in any longer. In the bathroom, Han Yang enjoyed the service of the high-tech toilet and then quickly rinsed off in the bathroom, feeling as if he had been revived. Returning to the bedroom, Nan Nan was still sound asleep. He noticed that she had changed her sleeping position at some point, her oversized t-shirt rolled up slightly, exposing her flat abdomen. Han Yang felt a stirring in his heart. It must be so smooth. Speaking of which, I haven't claimed today's girlfriend privileges. Han Yang rubbed his hands and stepped forward a few paces. This is... Suddenly Han Yang caught a glimpse of the bra through the gap in Nan Nan's t-shirt, the style looking somewhat familiar and overly seductive, almost translucent. It was clear this was not the style Nan Nan usually wore. Before long his eyes lit up as he recalled how he had jokingly pointed to a revealing lingerie set at the clothing store yesterday, playfully suggesting that Nan Nan wore it, only to be met with her strong refusal. But now, she had actually worn it secretly. When did this girl manage to put it on? A fire ignited within Han Yang. And why did she wear it? Did she really want me to see? Han Yang gazed at Nan Nan's adorable sleeping face. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he leaned in and planted a light kiss on her. Nan Nan frowned slightly, then pouted. Han Yang also lay down beside her, gently wrapping his arms around her. Nan Nan gradually began to wake up. Brother Han, she seemed still half asleep, her expression sweet and cute. Brother Han, do you want to eat me today? Is that okay? When Han Yang and Nan Nan reappeared before Yi Xiaokui, she could only feel that Han Yang was beaming, as if he had encountered something that made him very happy. But upon reflection, the entire island had nominally become his, so he should indeed be extremely happy. As for Nan Nan, her face was a bit flushed and her lips were pursed high. You might think she was angry, yet she was tightly holding onto Han Yang's arm. If she wasn't angry, then her expression clearly indicated she was unwilling to engage with him. Yi Xiaokui had always believed the two were a couple and had not thought further, assuming they were just having a spat, possibly due to her. Good morning, Han Yang greeted. Yi Xiaokui rolled her eyes at him. It's almost evening. Well, good evening. Han Yang chuckled. Is there anything to eat? We're both quite hungry. After saying this, he instinctively glanced at Nan Nan as if they shared a mind, and Nan Nan happened to look over, letting out a soft huff, unwilling to respond. Han Yang chuckled again, unfazed. After all, they had already indulged fully. A little complaint was understandable. Dinner has long been prepared for you. Yi Xiaokui pointed toward the dining area and led the way. The dining area was on the other side of the lounge, also quite spacious, filled with many tables and chairs of various sizes. Jin Lan, Zhao Jia and Sun Luan Yu were all present except for Lu Bin and Lu Li. Where's my brother-in-law? Coughed Lu Bin and the others. Yi Xiaokui smiled slyly and said, weren't they supposed to go to the service area by the shore? Ah, right. Someone indeed needs to keep watch there. Only then did Han Yang remember that he had jokingly mentioned this in the morning. He quickly shifted his attention to the food on the table. Wow! So many pastries. I haven't had these in ages. Nan Nan immediately tossed aside her shyness upon seeing the food leaping onto the table and unceremoniously grabbing a uniquely shaped cake to eat. In addition to various cakes whose names Han Yang couldn't recall, there were also some buns and dumplings steaming hot as if they had just come out of. Han Yang also sat down, addressing the few girls standing nearby. You haven't eaten yet, right? Come sit down and eat with us. Yes, yes. Let's eat together. Nan Nan, with her mouth full of food, didn't forget to invite the others, happily praising, "This is so delicious, Sister Xiaokuei, who made this?" Hearing this, the girls took their seats one after another. Yi Xiaokuei sat beside Han Yang while Zhao Zhao was on the other side, Qin Lan next to Nan Nan, and Sun Luanyu on the other side of her. The small round table was just the right size to seat everyone. This was made by Qin Lan. Yi Xiaokuei smiled slightly. I haven't introduced her properly yet. Qin Lan is actually a pastry chef I hired who used to be the head pastry chef at a Michelin restaurant. Wow, no wonder it's so delicious. I'm going to be in for a treat from now on. Nan Nan affectionately leaned closer to Qin Lan. Sister Lan, how is this made? Can I learn it? I only know how to make some pastries. As long as you like it, that's good enough. Qin Lan rarely managed to muster a smile. This is made by mixing 3 types of flour then adding. Nan Nan felt overwhelmed, not expecting that making pastries could be such an intricate art that sounds so difficult. I'll just stick to eating. Qin Lan chuckled, her smile becoming much more natural, making Han Yang unable to help but glance at her a little longer. Qin Lan's looks were not inferior to Yi Xiaokuei. She had exquisite features, fair skin, and a great figure, plump where it should be and slender where it should be. However, she always had a deadpan expression, giving off an aura of coldness, creating an illusion of being unapproachable and distant, making it hard for people to get close. At this moment, with a slight smile, she immediately brought forth a stunning aura akin to the blossoming of spring flowers. Sister Lan, you look so beautiful when you smile. You should smile more often. Nan Nan was momentarily taken aback. The desire to be beautiful is inherent in all people regardless of gender. Thank you, you're quite cute too. Hee hee. Nan Nan, who was naturally lively and cheerful, quickly bonded with the other girls. Han Yang meanwhile buried his head in his food, occasionally stealing glances at the array of stunning beauties around him, feeling as if he were in a dream. Such a feast for the eyes. Han Yang's appetite was whetted and he couldn't help but eat a few more bites of rice. We need to leave soon. I have some things to discuss with you. After the meal, taking advantage of the girls tidying up the table, Han Yang pulled Yi Xiaokuei aside. You guys are leaving? Yi Xiaokuei was somewhat surprised. That's right, we're just scouting the route. We'll be back tonight and tomorrow we'll bring other companions. Aren't your companions at the service area by the shore? Yi Xiaokuei was puzzled. She was still wondering why she hadn't seen Han Yang's companions come over. Han Yang understood that she had misunderstood and explained, I forgot to mention my ability to replicate is actually my second-tier ability. My first-tier ability is to control zombies through contracts. Han Yang briefly explained his abilities, leading Yi Xiaokuei to a sudden realization. So when you said you weren't just 2 people, it's because you have zombies under your control. That's right, but unfortunately Zhu Haoming was too alert and escaped, leaving only another person behind. Han Yang felt somewhat regretful. Yi Xiaokuei didn't pay much attention to this point. Instead, she thought of more through his abilities. Everyone who drinks your blood has signed a contract with you, and since zombies lack self-awareness, they can be controlled by you. Yi Xiaokuei murmured, if one of us were to become a zombie, the contract wouldn't become invalid but would immediately fall under your control, unable to lash out at others. In this way, the virus posed the greatest threat to the group would be eliminated. Truly perceptive. Just from this fragmentary description, she could think of all this. Han Yang was deeply impressed. Ah, if only you had arrived a few days earlier. Yi Xiaokuei thought of her female bodyguard. Had she understood the virus's mechanism, she would never have been ambushed and fatally bitten by another survivor who suddenly turned into a zombie. I'm sorry, I'm not blaming you, I'm just deeply regretful. Understood. Han Yang nodded. Your focus is rather unusual. You show no concern for Zhu Haoming's escape, nor do you seem astonished by my second-tier ability. This place is now yours. Zhu Haoming's threat naturally falls to you to handle. Yi Xiaokuei let out a light, knowing laugh. As for second-tier abilities, there's truly nothing astonishing about them. Once I learned that Qin Lan had awakened a mysterious power, one that grew increasingly refined and potent with every use, I knew a qualitative leap was inevitable. Han Yang raised a thumb, then withdrew a corpse core from his pocket. Yi Xiaokuei's gaze instantly locked onto it. This crystalline formation develops in the cerebellum of zombies. I call it a corpse core. I need your help collecting them. None of the zombies slain by you or Zhu Haoming have been searched yet. It's not dangerous, just rather unpleasant. What use does this corpse core serve? Can humans consume it? No. Then it must be meant for zombies. Yi Xiaokuei nodded thoughtfully. Could she really deduce that so swiftly? Han Yang was utterly stunned. Perhaps brilliance in a woman wasn't always an advantage. Nothing seemed escapable from her perception. He almost wiped imaginary sweat from his brow. Pressure was immense. What benefit do we gain by gathering these corpse cores for you? A method to awaken your latent ability, how does that sound? Yi Xiaokui's expression flickered with shock, then her eyes suddenly lit up with keen anticipation. Witnessing the shift in her expression, Han Yang finally exhaled in quiet relief. Even the sharpest mind cannot intuit every truth. Han Yang, you said yesterday we're already family, why stand on such formalities? Why not tell me now? Yi Xiaokui's tone softened, her smile blooming into radiant, beguiling warmth. Wait, do all women shift so effortlessly between personas? Han Yang stared, genuinely impressed by her seamless transformation. This woman usually carried herself with serene composure and elegant poise, yet here she was revealing a disarmingly tender feminine. Finding it delightfully intriguing, Han Yang decided to tease her. Since we're family now, why not call me husband? I am a person of principle, humph. Yi Xiaokui's smile froze. She gave a cool, dismissive sniff. She glanced casually at the other women, none were paying attention, and added quietly, do you truly possess a method to awaken abilities? Naturally. I've no reason to deceive you, after all we'll be living together going forward. Han Yang watched her expression shift with an amused, knowing grin. Yi Xiaokui leaned in closer, so close their faces nearly touched, and biting her lower lip whispered softly into his ear, husband. Her voice was honeyed, delicate and intoxicatingly seductive. Han Yang shivered violently, from scalp to soles. Then guiltily glancing left and right, he feared being overheard, especially by Nan Nan. Husband, no need to look around, they're not watching. May I hear it now? She continued in that same velvety, alluring tone. Stop. I'll tell you, but first compose yourself. Though thrilling, he dreaded Nan Nan overhearing. After all, mere moments earlier they'd still been sighing and murmuring together inside the room, only to emerge and flirt openly with another woman. If she witnessed that, Han Yang feared Nan Nan might unsheath her meter-long blade, because yes, she really did carry one. Han Yang stepped back slightly, yet couldn't resist asking, weren't you just declaring yourself a person of principle? Never trust the principles of a merchant, especially a woman's. Yi Xiaokui resumed her calm, unruffled demeanor. After all, it was merely playful teasing, no one else saw no harm done, and she gained tangible advantage. A sly glint shimmered in her eyes. Han Yang blinked in astonishment, then chuckled wryly, neither do I lose, I intended to share this with you all along. Yi Xiaokui remained non-committal. She trusted only what was secured, not promises. Seeing her unimpressed, Han Yang felt a twinge of disappointment, then retrieved a police-issue canteen from his backpack's side pouch and pointed to the inshore grass inside. See this plant? Yi Xiaokui had noticed it long before, wondering why they carried a mere plant, and now upon closer inspection immediately sensed its uncanny nature. Its appearance was unremarkable, akin to countless roadside weeds and wildflowers, none of which she could name. Its sole distinction lay in the intricate pale veins webbing across its leaves, faintly luminous. It evoked the image of fireflies swirling in darkness around the plant, darting in and out of its foliage like fleeting spirits. That bioluminescence rendered the plant striking, radiant, utterly singular. Could this plant awaken abilities in humans? Yi Xiaokui mused aloud. Precisely, not this single specimen but the entire species. Their traits are unmistakable, you'll recognize them instantly. This must be a new species born after the viral outbreak. Though phrased as a question, her tone conveyed certainty. She expected no reply. Then, what conditions must I fulfill to receive one of these plants, and become your woman? This one is already reserved. Han Yang evaded a direct answer. Yi Xiaokui's gaze softened, once more laced with coquettish charm. May I reserve the next one then? A siren in human form. Han Yang's scalp prickled, yet something even more unnerving followed. What next one? Nan Nan approached, curious. Xiaokui was asking whether she could reserve the next inshore grass. Han Yang coughed twice sharply. Oh, I see. Those are quite rare to find. Then we'll discuss it when one appears. Yi Xiaokui smiled faintly, her eyes holding Han Yang's with quiet challenge. He ignored her, turning instead to Nan Nan. I finished briefing her, shall we prepare to depart? Ma'am. Sated and restored, Nan Nan moved with renewed vitality. They returned to their room, donned police-grade stab-resistant uniforms and gear, armed themselves, and stepped out of the hotel. An electric sightseeing vehicle awaited at the hotel entrance. Yi Xiaokui and the three other women stood nearby. Only these vehicles remain on the island. If you need others, you may exchange them at the coastal service station. Perfect. Han Yang nodded, taking the driver's seat himself. Why not let Nan Nan drive? He feared plunging straight into the sea. A woman without a license yet obsessed with driving, truly unparalleled. We're off. Should all go smoothly, we'll return by tomorrow afternoon. Safe travels. Stay safe. The four women called out warmly, their sincerity evident. Through brief interaction, especially with Nan Nan, they had come to regard Han Yang and Nan Nan as trustworthy allies, not men like Zhu Haoming driven solely by lust and greed. Goodbye, Sister Xiaokui. Sister Lan. Sister Jiajia. Sister Luanyu. Nan Nan waved cheerfully. Han Yang eased the vehicle forward, steering steadily toward the island's edge. The sky gradually darkened, making it difficult to see the road clearly, yet it did not hinder Han Yang's driving. As he drew closer to the shore, his connection with the mutated female zombie grew stronger. After confirming that Zhu Haoming had escaped that morning, Han Yang ordered the female zombie to lie in wait, otherwise Lu Bin and Lu Li would have already become prey for the zombies. Thinking of the two, Han Yang began to receive some information about them through the seat of consciousness. Why are their heartbeats so rapid? Could they be in danger? Han Yang worried about the two and immediately accelerated, quickly reaching the service area by the shore. The sky had darkened further and a dim candlelight flickered in one of the rooms inside the service area. Let's go greet Lu Bin and the others. Han Yang gestured for Nan Nan to follow. The two did not activate their stealth but had become accustomed to moving quietly, making no sound. As they got closer, they gradually heard sounds emanating from that room and Han Yang's expression changed to one of confusion. No wonder their heartbeats are so fast. At that moment Nan Nan also heard the faint sounds of a woman moaning. Those shameless dogs. Nan Nan mumbled, recalling what she had seen earlier that morning. She hadn't expected it to start again when they were about to leave at night. She immediately pulled Han Yang away from there. Let's ignore them and leave. Before Han Yang walked away, he turned back for a distant glance, faintly seeing two overlapping shadows. He couldn't help but admire Lu Li. She was truly a talent. In the apocalypse, such a person wouldn't just survive but thrive without worrying about basic needs. Han Yang didn't have strong feelings toward her. People like Lu Li would become increasingly common. She was merely more prominent at this stage, but he instinctively excluded her from being on Jinsha Island, at most allowing her to stay at the shore service area. Right, there was also Lu Bin. Lu Li needed someone to accompany her, and he was perfectly suitable as a gatekeeper candidate, trustworthy as well. Han Yang reunited with the mutated female zombie and arrived at the tricycle. Nan Nan sat in the driver's seat and started her beloved little tricycle again. Unfortunately, they hadn't gone far on the main road when the tricycle suddenly stopped. It ran out of power. What should we do? Nan Nan felt a bit reluctant. Well, leave it here for now. If you like it, we can ride it back to the island later to charge it. Let's switch to another vehicle. Han Yang noticed that Nan Nan was eager to drive, but she didn't have a license. The tricycle was fine, but he dared not let her drive a four-wheeler, fearing she might veer into a ditch. How about we ride an electric scooter instead? Nan Nan's eyes lit up when she spotted a black electric motorcycle lying by the roadside. The electric motorcycle still had its key in it, and not far from it lay a corpse that had been extensively gnawed on. The owner of the motorcycle was evidently unfortunate, intercepted by zombies, fell on the road and was then eaten. Worse still, they had been devoured so thoroughly that they had no chance of becoming a zombie. Han Yang glanced at the mutated female zombie, then at the electric motorcycle, and finally at Nan Nan's eager expression. He shrugged and said, "All right." Yay! Nan Nan cheerfully lifted the electric motorcycle, noticed it still had plenty of power, and excitedly hopped on. "Get on, sister, we'll take you for a ride." Han Yang rubbed his forehead. This girl. But he still complied and sat down, one arm around her waist while holding their weapons in the other hand, ensuring the mutated female zombie sat behind them. The three of them, along with their gear, felt a bit heavy. Nan Nan struggled to start moving awkwardly, but she quickly gained control and soon rode steadily. Hee. Nan Nan was very happy, humming a tune as she rode. Riding my beloved little motorcycle, it will never get stuck in traffic. Riding my beloved little motorcycle, will be home soon. Time slightly rewinds to the daytime, the afternoon, when Han Yang and Nan Nan were sound asleep. Over 30 kilometers away in the community where Han Yang rented, Song Ji was secretly observing Chen Fang's house through binoculars. Since discovering that the tricycle had disappeared downstairs yesterday morning, he had been observing. After 2 days and a night, he was certain that the man across from him and Chen Nan Nan had vanished. As for why they disappeared, he didn't care. He was only thinking about the vast supplies and a woman in the building across. If he could get over there, he could monopolize those resources and the woman. Unfortunately, although there were no zombies downstairs anymore, he still lacked the courage to go out. In his building there were still many zombies roaming on the upper and lower floors. However, he couldn't hold out for long. The food and drinking water at home were almost exhausted. Just as he was anxiously pulling his hair, he suddenly heard the sounds of a struggle coming from the corridor outside. Song Ji immediately crouched by the door, peering through the peephole. He saw a middle-aged man swinging a baseball bat, battling the zombies in the corridor. The middle-aged man had a very strong physique and was similarly dressed in a tactical jacket like Han Yang, with thick cardboard secured to his sleeves with duct tape. He swung the baseball bat with both hands, striking heavy blows to the zombies' heads, splattering blood. The zombies fell to the ground after just a couple of hits. Seeing the zombies outside being eliminated by the middle-aged man, the painter felt an urge and immediately opened the door, saying to the man, "Brother, take me with you. I know where there's food." Looking at the mop stick in Song Ji's hand, the middle-aged man completely ignored him. Everyone knew where there was food. Why would they need him to tell them? There were plenty in the supermarket outside. Song Ji was being intentional. He just wanted to follow behind the middle-aged man and have him clear the way for him. At that moment, the zombies downstairs seemed to have smelled blood and quickly rushed upstairs. The middle-aged man faced them heat and easily eliminating the zombies from his high vantage point. Song Ji only needed to shout 666 and stay vigilant about what was above, but he didn't worry much about it. This building had 18 floors. Since this brother had come down from above, he assumed that the zombies on the upper 6 floors had been cleared, otherwise he would be cutting off his own escape route. He focused most of his attention below, watching the middle-aged man deal with the zombies. He had to admit that this brother was indeed formidable. Perhaps he had been a soldier in his youth or practiced sanda or other martial arts. A single zombie posed no threat to him, easily dealt with in a few moves. When there were too many zombies, he kicked the excess down, and when things got too dangerous, he used his arm to block, relying on the thick cardboard and tape above as a shield. In short, he relied solely on a baseball bat, smashing and bashing his way down from the 12th floor to the 3rd, his clothes stained with black blood. Along the way, 2 more people joined their group. These 2 were a man and a woman, not a family but from different floors. The man in his early 30s had short hair and resembled a successful person, likely a manager of some large corporation or a small business owner. The woman was relatively young and looked quite decent. Song-ji had occasionally seen her in the elevator, but due to fear her face was somewhat twisted, lacking her usual grace. The newcomers, a man and a woman, also held weapons, if screwdrivers and kitchen knives could be considered weapons against zombies. But like Song-ji, they dared not approach the zombies. No, there was one slight difference. Song-ji was constantly observing the zombies. He was looking for someone. He was searching for the old woman on the 1st floor across. Song-ji remembered the morning of the virus outbreak when the old lady on the 1st floor transformed into a zombie and chased after a woman, later entering their building due to the commotion. He soon discovered the old lady, her hunched back, surprisingly agile, yet she could not withstand the assault of a middle-aged man who took her down with 2 strikes. Bringing up the rear, Song-ji took advantage of the distraction and rummaged through the old lattice pocket, where he indeed found a set of keys, including the crucial one for the entrance of the opposite unit. Having secured the keys, Song-ji returned to the group, slowly squeezing into the middle position, secretly elated as they approached the 1st floor when an unexpected turn of events occurred. A few zombies suddenly burst forth from upstairs and lunged at them. Ah! The woman who had fallen last screamed the first to notice the zombies descending from above, frightenedly darting down the stairs. Song-ji was shoved aside by the frantic woman, and another man beside her was equally startled, instinctively pushing forward. Damn it! With 3 burdens to carry, the middle-aged man's movements became less agile. After a continuous high-intensity battle from the top floor to the 1st, his stamina was nearly exhausted. If they weren't close to the 1st floor, he would have wanted to rest for a moment. However, the sudden turn of events, especially the woman suddenly darting to his position, disrupted his movements, nearly causing him to be bitten by a zombie, prompting an exclamation of profanity. Clearly the zombies above were still quite far away, separated by a floor. Exhausted, the middle-aged man decided to hide to the side and let the woman pass. To his surprise, she shot forward only to encounter a zombie heathen. Ah, save me! The zombie missed the middle-aged man and immediately seized the woman, biting down hard, her piercing scream drawing another zombie toward them. Seeing the situation deteriorate, the middle-aged man turned and stepped into the corridor on the 2nd floor, shutting the door behind him. Song-ji reacted quickly and followed closely, nearly getting his nose caught by the door as it slammed shut. Big brother, open the door. I'm not in yet. There was no response from inside and Song-ji turned in panic. Zombies were in front and behind. Now the only escape route, the corridor door on the 2nd floor, was firmly shut. Song-ji looked at the woman being torn apart and another man in a panic, feeling a surge of determination. Just 1 floor left. He suddenly pushed the other man forward. The man lost his balance and tumbled down the stairs, crashing into another zombie. The zombie, excited by the unexpected meal, bit down hard on the man. Ah! The man's screams echoed as he struggled violently to break free from the zombie, only to be stomped on and nearly suffocated. Taking advantage of the chaos caused by the 2 zombies attacking the man, Song-ji stepped over them and fled frantically down the stairs. The zombies upstairs were coming too, and if he didn't run now, he would be done for. Fortunately, the zombies on the 1st floor and at the entrance had been drawn inside, allowing Song-ji to run unimpeded until he reached the front of the opposite unit. He quickly took out the keys and pressed them against the entrance's access panel, and with a beep the door swung open. Seeing zombies pursuing him from behind, he wasted no time and rushed inside, slamming the door shut behind him. Bang! Bang! The zombies slammed against the door with a loud crash. Breathing heavily, Song-ji felt his heart racing like never before, almost about to leap out of his chest. But thankfully he was safe. Leaning against the door, he collapsed onto the floor and rested for half an hour before feeling his strength return. Next, I need to figure out how to get that woman to open the door. Song-ji stood up deep in thought as he slowly climbed upstairs, reaching the 5th floor quickly. He tidied himself up and put on a harmless smile before knocking on the door. Next, I need to figure out how to get that woman to open the door. Song-ji stood up. There was no response from inside, but the sound of something being moved could be heard. Song-ji, undeterred, continued, I'm a teacher from Jinghai Art Academy. I just barely escaped with nothing and I'm starving and thirsty. Could you please spare me some food and drink? In response, there was a loud thud as if something heavy was being placed against the door. Song-ji's smile froze. He realized that the woman inside must be barricading the door. Beautiful lady, really, I only need a little water and food. Silence fell inside and Song-ji's expression twisted gradually. You foul woman, don't think you can ignore me. I know you're the only one inside, and once I get in you'll be in for it. Song-ji roared and was met with another thud. Something else was pushed against the door. Damn! Infuriated Song Ji took 2 steps back and kicked the door with all his might. Bang! The security door produced a loud sound but remained standing firm. After several kicks his foot went numb, yet he still couldn't break it down. Damn! You better wait for me. Frustrated Song Ji felt helpless, just pacing in circles. Woof! At that moment a little dog from the 4th floor, hearing the commotion, ran out baring its teeth at Song Ji and barking furiously. Agitated Song Ji saw the little dog barking at him and his anger flared. A dog dares to bully me. He stepped forward ready to kick the little dog away. To his surprise the little dog nimbly dodged and turned, biting down on Song Ji's leg. Ah! Song Ji screamed, shaking his leg violently to shake off the dog. The little dog landed steadily, still baring its teeth at Song Ji, and a hint of red could be seen on its teeth. Damn! Song Ji cursed, quickly rolling up his pant leg, revealing a gruesome wound on his calf that was still bleeding as if a chunk of skin had been torn away. The pain made Song Ji gasp, and though he wanted to avenge himself on the dog, just taking 2 steps caused sharp pain to shoot through his leg. You all better wait for me. Though he spoke fiercely, he regretted being so hasty in his escape that he had dropped his stick. No, he needed to find a weapon as well as water and food and clean his wound. As Song Ji contemplated this, he adopted a threatening posture, causing the little dog to back off a couple of steps. Taking the opportunity, he limped into a nearby apartment on the 4th floor and slammed the door shut, hearing the little dog's barking and scratching sounds from outside. A beast is still a beast. Ignoring the little dog, Song Ji began to assess the room, remembering that this was Chen Nanan's home. The room was simply laid out and easy to navigate. After checking several rooms, he found nothing to eat except for the locked guest room, which was cleaner than his face. No, it couldn't be said there was nothing to eat. There was a bag of dog food biscuits. He took a last look at the locked door, hoping for the best. Song Ji turned the doorknob and pushed the door open, revealing a figure before him. Is someone there? Song Ji was initially startled, but upon seeing that the figure remained still, he relaxed. At least it wasn't a zombie, otherwise it would have lunged at him by now. Song Ji scrutinized the figure closely, noticing she was dressed in a full cosplay outfit, wielding a slightly curved white longsword. Although he couldn't see her face just based on the expanse of fair skin and her long legs, he had already conjured an image of her stunning figure and breathtaking appearance. This is a painter's self-cultivation. She seems to be that Sasha. Song Ji quickly recalled as he faintly heard the woman's murmuring voice. Master. Commands. Song Ji looked at her cosplay attire, and upon hearing those words a sour feeling rose within him. Tisk, how flamboyant. All of it is at the master's command. Standing at the door, Song Ji felt a mix of envy and resentment, guessing that in these days the only one who could have had intimate contact with Sasha was that man upstairs. Damn it, why haven't I encountered such good fortune? He instantly felt that his past escapades paled in comparison, but soon he found himself relishing the misfortune as that man had disappeared, leaving everything in this building at his disposal. However, gradually he began to feel something was amiss. Logically, the noise he made while kicking the door was considerable. He rummaged through the room and now stood at the bedroom door just a few meters away, yet this Sasha remained unperturbed. Master. Commands. Sasha kept her back to him, softly murmuring. Could it be that she's gone dumb? Song Ji put on a gentle smile and softly called out, beautiful lady. Sasha's head moved slightly. Seeing her reaction, Song Ji's voice became even softer and more magnetic. You are Sasha, right? Sasha. I am Sasha. Upon receiving her confirmation, Song Ji continued, I am your teacher at school. Do you still remember me? Sasha did not respond, instead repeatedly uttering, I am Sasha. Has she really gone dumb? Encouraged, Song Ji took a step forward to enter the room, but his movement seemed to trigger something. Sasha, who had her back to him, suddenly turned around, and her expressionless face bore a pair of blood-red eyes fixed intently on him. Song Ji's hair stood on end and he broke into a cold sweat. This is a zombie's eyes. There's no mistaking it. As he followed the middle-aged man downstairs in search of the old lady on the first floor, he had carefully observed zombies. Red sclerae and gray-white pupils are standard for every zombie. His body froze in place, unwilling to move. Soon he realized that Sasha did not attack him, easing his tense heart somewhat, but he still dared not step further. He could see that the murderous intent in Sasha's blood-red eyes was growing stronger, her gaze on him like that of a predator, sending chills down his spine. While keeping an eye on Sasha to prevent any sudden move, Song Ji slowly retreated and firmly shut the door. Only then did he let out a long sigh. What on earth is going on with this Sasha? She's actually a damn zombie. Yet she doesn't act like other zombies that attack on sight. Song Ji pondered on Sasha's repetitive words. Could it be that the man upstairs can control zombies? Did he give her some kind of command? He recalled everything carefully. Everything was normal outside the door, but just as he was about to enter, it felt as though he triggered some kind of mechanism. Never mind, as long as I keep the door shut, she can't come out. If I don't provoke her, it'll be fine. After all, his target wasn't here. Song Ji decided to ignore it and hid far away in the secondary bedroom. Although he didn't find any food, there was a bucket of drinking water. Song Ji washed his wounds with clean water and then wrapped it up with a clean towel. Damn it, I must kill that dog. The wound no longer hurt as much as before, but it was still uncomfortable. There are no vaccines available now. I want catch rabies right. Song Ji felt a bit worried. He gulped down a few large sips of water to alleviate his hunger. Thinking about this is useless. The urgent task is to find something to eat, otherwise I will grow weaker and have no way to deal with that woman upstairs. Song Ji found a mop in the room, tore it apart leaving only the handle, and then walked out into the hallway. The stray dog was still wandering in the corridor. Upon seeing him, it barked fiercely. Song Ji swung the mop handle at it, but the dog dodged skillfully. At least it made the dog keep its distance. He returned to the first floor, knocking on doors one by one, only to find that except for Chen Nanan's house on the fourth floor, all the other residents' doors were locked. He had the key to the old lattice house on the first floor. Upon entering, he found it empty, no food or drink, clearly having been ransacked. He had no choice but to return to Chen Nanan's house. But she has blocked the door. How am I supposed to get in? No, aside from the door there are windows. I just need to lower a rope from upstairs and break the window to get in. But she has blocked the door. How am I supposed to get in? No, aside from the door there are windows. I just need to lower a rope from upstairs and break the window to get in. Song Ji's eyes lit up. But the sixth floor is locked as well, and I will need to break in, which requires quite a bit of strength. To be foolproof, I must first replenish some energy. After all, going down from the window will require a lot of stamina. As long as I can get into the house, dealing with one woman should be a piece of cake. Then I won't have to worry about food and drink, and there will be a woman to play with. Song Ji kept building castles in the air in his mind, then glanced at the dog biscuits nearby. Hiding in the second floor corridor was a middle-aged man named Huang Jianye, who had once been a soldier. Later, at the behest of fellow townsmen, he came to Jinghai to help with some illegal business. After the virus outbreak, communication was cut off and he couldn't figure out the situation. Cautiously, he had stayed holed up in his room, but now his food and water were running low and he had no choice but to go out. Thanks to years of consistent training, his skills had not deteriorated much, making him more than capable of handling a few zombies. After some encounters, he realized that zombies were not that terrifying. Their movements were stiff and they weren't as nimble as ordinary people, having only basic attack methods like biting and clawing. As long as proper precautions were taken, ordinary people could handle zombies with ease. However, most ordinary people lacked the courage to engage in close combat with zombies. Huang Jianye was naturally not afraid of zombies. He had killed living people before, let alone half-dead beings. Yet to be on the safe side, he made some preparations, such as wrapping cardboard around his arm with tape to create a shield. On the way, he encountered some new arrivals, but did not stop them, thinking they might come in handy during critical moments. However, he didn't expect to encounter two zombies in the final moments. Not knowing where they came from, they launched a surprise attack from behind. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and managed to dodge into the second floor corridor. After resting for half an hour to recover some stamina, he listened to the sounds outside quieting down and gently opened the corridor door. Cough. Cough. To his surprise, two zombies were guarding the door, and upon seeing it open, they lunged at him. You too. Huang Jianye was momentarily taken aback. These two zombies were the man and woman who had followed him. Now they were grotesquely mangled and bloodied beyond recognition. Who would have thought they had turned into zombies, remaining here all alone? What a grudge. Using the half-open corridor door to his advantage, Huang Jianye easily dealt with them. Well, I suppose this counts as a form of absolution for you, but what about the other man? Huang Jianye headed downstairs and encountered two more zombies, the same man and woman who had killed the previous duo. Just as he was about to deal with them, a loud noise suddenly echoed from the opposite side. Bang. 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 The two zombies immediately bolted out of the corridor, rushing toward the sound. What happened? Huang Jianye approached the unit door and discovered that the door to the opposite unit was locked, surrounded by two zombies that looked somewhat familiar. They seemed to be the same ones that had run down from upstairs. I haven't seen the other person's corpse. Did they run into the opposite building? Was that noise just now someone kicking the door? Huang Jianye pondered. Looking outside, he noticed that the noise had attracted quite a few zombies. Around 6 or 7 were wandering outside. Forget it, now is not the time to go out. In narrow spaces it's manageable, but in open areas it's easy to be ambushed from all sides. I should first find something to eat and regain my strength. Huang Jianye retreated into the corridor, planning to head back. His home still had some food, but it was too far away. As he passed the floor where the 3 people were, he went in to take a look, finding it cleaner than his own home until he entered Song Ji's house. Damn, this kid is quite extravagant. Huang Jianye found nothing else at Song Ji's house, only some paintings, and notably the figures in these paintings were all naked women striking various poses. In addition, he discovered some strange items: black tape, handcuffs, leg irons, and whip candles. Damn it, people are truly unpredictable. Today has opened my eyes. Huang Jianye clicked his tongue in amazement. That seemingly bright and handsome man turned out to be so perverted. There's a telescope too. He then noticed a telescope on the balcony which appeared to be of high quality, aimed directly at the opposite multi-story building. Could this pervert really have gone over there? Has he been observing for quite a while? What could possibly attract him over there? Huang Jianye felt a twinge of curiosity as he picked up the telescope to look across. Indeed, it was high quality, providing a clear view. Huang Jianye started from the first floor and saw nothing unusual, no people, until he reached the fourth floor. Damn! He really went over there. The figure of Song Ji appeared in the frame, sitting on a sofa and eating something. What the hell? There really is something to eat. Huang Jianye thought this pervert was just bluffing. He continued to watch for a while but saw no further movement from Song Ji, so he kept looking upwards. Huang Jianye's gaze lingered on the fifth floor, where he made a new discovery. He saw a woman. He scrutinized her. She was very beautiful, with delicate features, fair skin, and an absolutely perfect figure. Though she wore simple attire, a white t-shirt and casual shorts, what might seem ordinary on another woman appeared extraordinarily alluring on her. Is she the one who attracted that pervert? Indeed, a stunning beauty. Huang Jianye swallowed hard, feeling a rush of heat. In the past, he would have had 2 women to entertain him any day. But after the virus outbreak, the women he brought home turned into zombies, which he had to eliminate and dispose of in the hallway, leaving him stuck at home living frugally. Counting it up, he hadn't been with a woman for 7 or 8 days, pent up with frustration. Especially since he had never played with such an exquisite woman before. None with her figure could compare. Those who were similarly attractive had a hint of a worn-out air about them, their bodies far from hers. Huang Jianye felt a stir of desire but thought better of risking it all. Women are everywhere, just cover their faces, and wouldn't it be the same? TSK. That pervert must have kicked down her door, huh? No wonder there was such a commotion. Huang Jianye saw the woman standing in the living room looking wary, and she appeared to be holding a knife. On the woman's left side at the entrance, 2 sofas were crammed together, effectively blocking the door. He couldn't even kick the door open. What a waste. Huang Jianye sneered. Wait. What is that? His expression quickly shifted to surprise, followed by delight. He spotted a large amount of food and water on the 2 sofas, bags of rice and flour stacked layer upon layer, along with boxes of drinks and water. So many supplies just for this one woman. She must have enough to eat for over half a year. And this is just what I can see. What I can't see must be even more. Damn it, I said that pervert wouldn't take such a huge risk just for a woman. Huang Jianye's face revealed a greedy expression. But how do I get in? I certainly don't have a key like that pervert. Huang Jianye examined the opposite building closely. The first floor windows were welded shut with security bars. If it were normal times, he could easily pry them open with tools, but now with zombies outside and with no tools on hand. I can't make too much noise. Do I have to climb to the 3rd floor? There are no security bars there. Huang Jianye pondered to himself. Meanwhile, Chen Fong was unaware that someone was observing her and plotting against her. She only knew she wasn't safe. There was a scoundrel outside who could break in at any moment. Earlier, after hearing a scream from the opposite hallway, she instinctively looked over and was startled to see a person rush into her building from across and successfully come inside. At that moment, she became alert. Han Yang had told her that if someone broke into this building, regardless of who they were, she should ignore everything and first barricade the door. So she immediately pushed a sofa against the door, firmly bracing it. Worried that one sofa wouldn't be enough, she pushed another one, then began piling things on top, stacking boxes of drinks, cases of water, and bags of rice and flour onto the sofa. During this time, the man did indeed come to knock on the door unexpectedly. He was someone she knew. Nan had mentioned his scoundrel deeds. But whether it was this one-sided recognition or a familiar face, she couldn't open the door unless it was a relative or family. But here, where were her relatives or family? The only one was lying downstairs. Moreover, when he had called for help, Han Yang had ignored him, which could lead to resentment. Sure enough, the man outside quickly revealed his true colors, starting to curse loudly. Chen Fong ignored him and continued to move her things. In his frustration, the man began to kick the door. Chen Fong felt extremely fortunate. Luckily, Han Yang had anticipated this. Next, it would be the windows. There was no emergency solution for this. If she had tools, she could have boarded them up beforehand. This was all based on Han Yang's past experiences that he had shared with Chen Fong. Now, without tools, she had to rely on herself. She opened all the curtains, locked the windows from the inside, and then stood in the middle of the room, keeping an eye on both the living room balcony and the main bedroom windows, while being able to see the windows of the second bedroom and kitchen. If the intruder really intended to break a window, it would surely create a significant commotion, giving her some reaction time. Chen Fong tightly gripped the knife sheath in her hand, praying that the intruder wouldn't think of this method. Song Ji rubbed his bulging belly and took a sip of water, glancing at the empty dog food bag beside him, reminiscing. Unexpectedly, he found the taste not bad. Phew. What am I saying? That's food for dogs. Wait, doesn't that mean I'm insulting myself too? Damn it, it's all that woman's fault. Song Ji cursed, then stood up. It's time to deal with that woman. Once I catch her, I will definitely have some fun. He first found a bedsheet in the room, then took down the curtains before grabbing a mop handle and heading to the hallway. The mutt was still guarding the door, baring its teeth and barking incessantly at him. Song Ji ignored it for now, waving the mop handle to scare it away, then went up to the 6th floor. To enter that woman's home, breaking the door was no longer feasible. He had to breach through the window, and doing so from a higher position was the best approach. So now he had two options: either enter a household on the 6th floor and use their window to descend, or reach the roof and go down. Song Ji had just closely examined the door on the 4th floor. He discovered that the bedroom door opened inward, making it easy to kick open from the outside. However, the security door opened outward. If he wanted to kick it in, not only would the lock obstruct him, but the doorframe would too, unless he had enough strength to crush the frame as well. Otherwise it would be a futile effort. Song Ji looked at his leg where the dog had bitten him. The spot still ached faintly. Forget it, I'll just go to the roof. On the 6th floor there were no stairs leading up, but between two doors there was a makeshift ladder made of steel bars embedded in the wall. Above the ladder there was a hole approximately 80 centimeters wide, covered by a sliding metal lid to prevent rainwater from pouring in. Song Ji first tied the curtains and bedsheets securely, then wrapped one end of the bedsheet around himself and began to climb the ladder with great difficulty. On one side of the metal lid there was a piece of wire wrapped around the nearest steel ladder for reinforcement, preventing the lid from being blown open by the wind. Song Ji untangled the wire and gave the lid a strong push, causing it to slide open along the pulley track, revealing a clear sky. Using both hands and feet he quickly climbed onto the roof, stepping onto the last section of steel bar. A tearing sound echoed as his clothes were ripped. Song Ji felt something tugging at him, and when he turned around he realized that the metal lid had slid back a little along the pulley track. This must have been intentionally designed by the construction workers. The position of the lid's track was relatively low, allowing it to slide back automatically. However, it also caused the wire on the lid to snap back and catch his clothes. Not paying attention, he had pulled too hard while climbing out of the well, resulting in his clothes being torn. Song Ji looked at his clothes and saw a small tear of less than 1 centimeter. Fortunately, the bedsheet wrapped around him had prevented the wire from causing more damage. He paid it no mind, turned around and pulled up the curtain below, then began to search for the position of room 601. Soon he confirmed the direction based on the position of his own home. He had observed this area for several hours every day and was very familiar with it. He then looked around and found that only the position of the secondary bedroom in the building directly opposite his own was the most suitable. This was because only here was there a suitable fixed object for tying a solar water heater belonging to an unknown household located relatively close to the secondary bedroom. Song Ji tied one end of the bedsheet to the support of the solar water heater and gave it a strong tug. It was secure. The solar water heater did not budge and he felt relieved. After confirming that the bedsheet and curtains were securely tied, Song Ji tied the other end of the curtain to his waist so that even if he lost strength or failed to hold on, he would not fall. With everything ready, Song Ji pulled the tied bedsheet and began to slowly back away. He had never climbed before, but he had seen enough videos to have an idea. When he reached the edge of the eaves, he mimicked what he had seen in videos, pushing off with his feet against the wall and wrapping his hands around the bedsheet, gradually relaxing and sliding down. Though it was slow sliding down less than a meter in a minute, it was quite safe. Huang Jianya, watching from across, nearly burst into laughter at Song Ji's tortoise-like movements. But then he thought for an ordinary person to accomplish this was already impressive, and this peculiar mind was quite meticulous, even coming up with a way to break in through the window. However, that woman was not simple. She seemed to have been on guard early on. Chen Fong heard noise from above, the sound of shoes scraping against the wall and glass, quickly determining its direction. Song Ji also wanted to be quieter, but he couldn't control himself. Time slowly passed. Huang Jianya was nearly falling asleep when Song Ji finally crawled to the 5th floor, standing on the windowsill. By this time he was already drenched in sweat and his arms felt weak. "I've finally made it," Song Ji thought. However, just as he was about to take out his tools to break the window, he suddenly noticed a woman in the window directly opposite who was quietly watching him with her arms crossed. Oh no, he was discovered. Song Ji felt a moment of panic. It's fine, she's just a woman." Song Ji quickly calmed down. If it had been a man, he would have been terrified and wouldn't have dared to entertain the thought of breaking in through the window, but a woman. Song Ji pulled out his small hammer, one of the only two tools he could carry from home, usually used for nailing canvases, the other being a utility knife. Just as he was about to shatter the glass, the woman inside finally moved, stepping closer and then opening the window from the inside. Song Ji was momentarily stunned, then overjoyed. "You've got some sense." But in the next second his smile froze. He saw the woman suddenly pull out a long knife from somewhere. The handle read, the blade long and straight, singlish with a tip like a sword. The knife shimmered with the unique luster of metal, clearly a real weapon, though he wondered if it was sharp or not. A hint of panic flashed across Song Ji's face. He did not want to find out. Beautiful lady, I'm a bit hungry. I came over to ask you for something to eat and drink, would that be alright?" Chen Fong looked at him with an expression of disbelief. "Really, beautiful lady, I also came to apologize. I shouldn't have cursed or kicked the door." Song Ji forced a sincere smile. He had always been successful with girls before. But Chen Fong didn't speak and instead aimed the tang knife at him, then thrust it forward with force. Song Ji instinctively dodged to the side. While he successfully avoided Chen Fang's stab, he forgot he was on the windowsill with his feet hanging in midair and immediately lost his balance, beginning to fall backward. Damn it. Song Ji shouted, but fortunately he had been firmly gripping the curtain, preventing him from falling, though his body was nearly horizontal. At this moment their perspectives had switched, with Chen Fong looking down at him. Song Ji saw Chen Fong thoughtfully staring at the curtain he was clinging to, and a chill ran through him. "That nasty woman, wouldn't she?" Chen Fong answered with her actions. She aimed the tang knife at the curtain and began to cut. "What the hell? No, beautiful lady, don't. This isn't right. You're killing someone, that's against the law." Chen Fong ignored him and seriously continued her task. Song Ji was terrified. He was on the 5th floor. If he fell he would either die or be severely injured. Plus there were zombies waiting below. Damn it. Song Ji gritted his teeth, quickly pushed off with his feet and lowered his hands down the curtain, soon reaching the 4th floor position. Standing on the windowsill of the 4th floor, Song Ji finally let out a sigh of relief. "You filthy bitch, just wait. I'll catch you sooner or later and then I'll make you pay." After cursing, Song Ji noticed the 4th floor window was open and prepared to kick the screen door in. But before he could act, a figure stepped out from the shadows inside. It was another woman, a beautiful woman. She was dressed in cosplay attire, holding a white long knife, slowly approaching step by step, her red blood-colored eyes fixed on Song Ji, filled with a thirst for blood. "Master. Orders. Hungry." Song Ji was stunned. He had long forgotten this detail and he quickly shouted in terror, "You don't come any closer." Song Ji shouted while retreating, but this time he completely missed his footing and plummeted downwards. With a loud bang, the curtain snapped tight, suspending him in midair before he crashed violently against the wall. Song Ji's face slammed against the wall, and due to the tremendous inertia he scraped it, leaving him bloodied and disfigured. "Ah!" Song Ji screamed in agony, tears and mucus mingling with blood on his face. But that wasn't the end. Because of the overwhelming force from his fall, there was a ripping sound as if something had torn apart, and Song Ji's body dropped a little further. Above, Chen Fong looked at the cloth rope in front of her, feeling puzzled. The cut she had painstakingly made didn't tear just moments ago. Why was that? Where did that tearing sound come from earlier? On the rooftop, out of sight from the two where the cloth rope met the eaves, a tiny slit had been made by an iron wire. As Song Ji slowly descended, it was gradually being worn larger. Now, suddenly bearing the weight of the fall, the cloth rope could no longer hold and tore apart by more than 2/3, leaving only a small section remaining, which began to fray and rip as Song Ji struggled. With his face down, Song Ji's hands trembled as he cautiously touched his face. "My nose, my face." Then he felt a sudden loosening around his waist, the tight binding sensation vanished and he began to fall weightlessly. The ground grew alarmingly close and a rotting corpse emitting a foul stench entered his sight. Then with a loud bang, darkness engulfed him and he lost all sensation. Chen Fong listened as the screams faded away and looked outside. Song Ji lay face down on the ground, blood pooling around him. At the same time, the loud commotion attracted the surrounding zombies, who all pounced on him, starting to bite his body. Chen Fong sighed in relief, feeling the danger had passed, and reluctantly pulled the curtains shut. Meanwhile, in the opposite building, Huang Jianya put down his binoculars and chuckled. "Wow, it's like a nap brought a pillow. Isn't that a key right there?" He believed the pervert must have a key on him. If not, it didn't matter, he could climb up. As for the zombies, he didn't care about them at all. "But it's getting a bit late today. By the time I finish clearing the zombies, it'll be dark." Huang Jianya looked at the setting sun and felt today's mission was too unsafe. "Let's talk about it tomorrow morning." However, he hadn't expected there would be a woman on the 4th floor, and she looked quite appealing. Now he had something to enjoy, haha. After leaving the coastal highway, Nan Nan's small motorcycle became ineffective. It was often on the pedestrian path, causing bumps and noise which easily attracted zombies. With speed dropping, they couldn't shake off the zombies and ultimately they had to abandon the motorcycle and start walking. Soon they reached the lingerie store where they had once stayed. Nan Nan glanced at the adjacent place and asked Brother Han, "Should we go in and take a look?" "Forget it, let's hurry. Also, I'm starting to sense Sha Sha. If I'm not mistaken, she should have awakened." "Really?" Nan Nan was very excited. "Not certain yet, just a feeling. After all, the distance is still too far." Han Yang closed his eyes for a moment. They were about 7 to 8 kilometers away from Chen Fong. At this distance he could only vaguely sense her state. To control her effectively, he needed to be within at least 5 kilometers. "Then let's hurry." Nan Nan's enthusiasm immediately surged. The two of them ran wildly and spent nearly an hour before reaching the entrance of Nan Nan's school. "I sensed it." Han Yang suddenly stopped. "Sensed what?" "Sha Sha has indeed awakened. I sensed her ability." They were now less than 2 kilometers from home, which was also the maximum distance Han Yang's ability could simulate. Earlier, when he entered within 5 kilometers, he had confirmed that Sha Sha's physical state had changed. However, zombie mutations are not like humans. Some may not awaken abilities and merely enhance their physical strength, becoming more deformed. Han Yang was unable to sense abilities at that time, so he couldn't confirm whether Sha Sha had awakened. Now he had certainty. "I'll try to see what her ability is." The two hid in a corner and Han Yang cancelled the shadow simulation from Nan Nan, attempting to simulate Sha Sha's ability. The energy flow within Sha Sha was different from the others. While Nan Nan circulated mainly in her limbs, the female zombie had it around her eyes and ears. Ching Ching's was the most mysterious, centered in the dangerous nerves of the brain, and Qin Lan had it near her kidneys. The positions, paths and methods of their energy usage seemed to determine the manifestation of their supernatural abilities. Han Yang had once thought that if he could record their energy flow and reproduce it, he might acquire their abilities. He had tried, but unfortunately it failed. It wasn't that it couldn't be reproduced, but rather that it was too complex. Previously he relied on automatic simulation by the seat of consciousness. When he consciously tried to memorize it, he realized how intricate the paths involved in each ability were. Without knowledge of human meridians and acupoints, he ultimately had to give up. The simplest simulation was the easiest. With just a thought, the energy within him immediately followed Sha Sha's energy, beginning to fill his skin. This ability seems familiar. Han Yang opened his eyes, a bit surprised. Nan Nan cut me with a knife. Ah. Brother Han, are you okay? Nan Nan touched his head. Is Sha Sha's ability making people foolish? What? I'm testing the ability. You can scratch me with a knife. Oh, I see. Nan Nan took out a short knife. She always carried one she had taken from Chung Chung. Then I'll cut. Nan Nan confirmed once more, seeing Han Yang nod before she made a shallow cut on his outstretched arm with the knife. Nan Nan felt as if she had sliced through cowhide. The sharp blade only left a light mark on his skin. Oh. Nothing happened. What ability is this? I've heard of it somewhere. That Zhu Haoming who escaped also had a similar ability. Han Yang reminded. Nan Nan suddenly realized that defensive-type supernatural ability you mentioned, Brother Han. Exactly. It seems Sha Sha has also awakened a similar ability. Her skin has become incredibly tough, and ordinary knives and zombie bites can't break through it. That's great. Just wondering if Sha Sha has regained her sanity. She probably hasn't. Han Yang paused. When I connected with Sha Sha again, I didn't feel the same level of resistance as with this female zombie. Okay. Nan Nan felt somewhat disappointed. No matter what, being able to awaken and level up is a good thing. Maybe if we give Sha Sha more zombie cores after leveling up again, there will be changes. Han Yang reassured her. Yeah, Brother Han, let's hurry up. I'm a bit eager to go back. No need to rush, it's already confirmed that both Sha Sha and Shen Fang are fine. We need to prepare first. Let's find Ching Ching first and have her get ready. Then we'll clear the entrance of the community and look for a vehicle. In that case, how about we split up? I'll find Sister Ching Ching and you head back to the community. That works. This way they could be more efficient. It wasn't too late yet, they could still catch some sleep and set off early tomorrow. Having made their plans, the two began to act separately. Nan Nan infiltrated the school while Han Yang guided the mutated female zombie back along the road, vigilantly scanning nearby vehicles. To transport Ching Ching's arsenal, they needed a cargo van, preferably an enclosed one, to shield occupants from zombie attacks. Numerous trucks lined the streets, yet none met their criteria. Some were wrecked, others overloaded with cargo. Han Yang even spotted a snack-laden truck that tempted him to seize it outright. That thought struck him anew. Once they resettled on Jinsha Island, scavenging abandoned trucks would prove a valuable strategy for resource acquisition. At the nearest intersection, a vehicle parked beside a bank entrance caught his eye. An armored cash-in-transit vehicle. Han Yang approached and found its driver's door wide open, the driver long vanished, and the rear compartment door ajar as well. They must have been delivering funds to the ATM when the virus outbreak erupted. With only an ATM inside, not a teller counter, he quickly deduced what had transpired. He peered inside, the ignition key still rested in place. Overjoyed, he examined the vehicle closely. Over 5 meters long, nearly 2 meters wide, and equally tall. The front cabin accommodated the driver and 2 passengers beside him. Behind the driver's seat stood another row of seats, easily seating 3 or 4 if pressed. A firing port was embedded in the glass panel of the second row side door. Beyond it loomed a seamless steel-reinforced cargo compartment. Its only access points were the rear door and a small hatch on the far right of the second row seat. Han Yang grew increasingly enamored. This is the one bulletproof glass-reinforced chassis. Not even zombies or bullets could breach it. He entered the cargo bay and tested the placement of his long spear. Horizontal or vertical, it wouldn't fit. But angled diagonally, it settled perfectly. Excellent. Han Yang nodded in satisfaction. Ching Ching's weapons would now travel without issue. After all, few of her weapons exceeded 2 meters. Should space grow tight, he could simply open the hatch connecting the cargo bay to the second row seat, letting one end rest inside and the other extend into the passenger cabin. He left the long spear inside, secured all doors, climbed into the driver's seat and directed the female zombie to the front passenger seat before attempting to start the engine. With a low hum, the engine roared to life. HRRR. Gore. Nearby zombies, drawn by the sound, surged forward, snarling and clawing toward the vehicle. Han Yang ignored them, swiftly turning the vehicle around. Crunch. 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 He crushed several obstructing zombies beneath the tires, steered onto the main road, activated Sasha's ability, and leapt out. Dual short hammers gripped firmly in hand, gifts from Ching Ching. Zombies lunged at the living scent, gnashing teeth and flailing limbs, but Han Yang stood unflinching. His stab-proof vest and bulletproof armor offered ample protection. More crucially, Sasha's defensive ability rendered him immune to scratches. He swung a hammer downward at the nearest zombie's skull. Thud. Its head collapsed inward like a punctured balloon, the corpse flung sideways by sheer force. His other hand struck without pause, another hammer descending upon a second target. Thud. Thud. Left and right he whirled both hammers, each weighing over 30 G, as the weightless carving whirlwinds of lethal air. Every zombie that drew near met instant decapitation. Stragglers who slipped past found even his stab-proof vest impenetrable, let alone his enhanced skin. Soon corpses carpeted the ground around him, his clothes splattered with viscous black blood and pale brain matter. Gone. Damn, that was exhilarating. Han Yang brandished his hammers triumphantly, eyes blazing. Defensive abilities truly are unmatched, just charge in and obliterate. This unbridled slaughter delivered a rush unlike anything he'd ever known. Whether in his past life or this one, Han Yang had always played it safe, cautious, restrained, quietly stifled. Deep down he'd long dreamed of becoming a berserker, unleashing fury across battlefields. And now, his fantasy had manifested. The sole drawback. My clothes get filthy far too easily. Moreover, this dominance was fleeting. Within 2 months mutated zombies would proliferate, many wielding terrifying offensive power. His current defenses would soon prove inadequate. I must rapidly enhance my strength. Once I reach Tier 3, Sasha can advance to Tier 2, her defensive capabilities surging dramatically. Thus gathering more zombie cores remains imperative. Seeing no further zombies approaching, Han Yang began extracting cores from the fallen. A cash-in-transit guard. Soon he uncovered the guard's body among the carnage. Shame, he carried no firearm. Han Yang searched the corpse but found no gun, only the armored vehicle's door. Excellent. Though I could have forced the lock, having the key saves time and effort. He pocketed it gleefully and resumed core collection. The skirmish had yielded 14 zombies and 4 cores. After clearing obstructing bodies from the road, he returned to the vehicle and drove toward the residential complex. Traffic congestion choked the approach to the complex. Following a pre-planned detour, Han Yang navigated onto the sidewalk, bumping and jolting, until he reached the gate. Over those few hundred meters another dozen zombies trailed behind, straggling in disarray. Han Yang parked, disembarked and cleared them swiftly, earning 2 additional cores. Next, clearing the path through the complex entrance. He strode inside, having previously scouted the site, and marched straight to the outermost vehicle, blocking the gate, gripping it with immense strength and slowly pushing it backward. Most were sedans or SUVs, light enough to move provided brakes weren't engaged or mechanical damage impeded motion. Hey brother Han, I saw so many corpses en route. Did you kill them all? Nan Nan materialized beside him, silent as a wraith. Yes. Why did it take you so long? Were it not for his psychic tether, a constant awareness of Nanan's location, he'd have jumped in surprise. I helped Sister Ching Ching carry all her weapons downstairs, so loading tomorrow will be effortless. Well done, you've thought ahead. I finished here too, let's return. Come see the vehicle I found. Han Yang took Nanan's hand and led her to the armored van. An armored cash-in-transit vehicle. Exactly, climb aboard. So many seats. We'll fill them all. Nan Nan counted aloud on her fingers. Han Yang paused, indeed it was perfect, the mutated female zombie Ching Ching, Sasha, Nanan, Chen Fong, and himself. For humans 2 undead, exactly the capacity. Mention of Chen Fong stirred something within him. He'd fulfilled his promise. Did that mean tonight held no restrictions? As they drove into the complex, even before reaching their building, several zombies loitered near the unit entrance. Why so many zombies at the entrance now? Something must have happened. Han Yang remained calm, he sensed Chen Fong upstairs alive and unharmed. Let's park the vehicle here and clear the zombies first. He locked the van securely and hurried toward the building with Nan. Still channeling Sasha's ability, Han Yang drew immediate attention. Zombies lunged toward the noise. Stay vigilant. He charged into their midst, hammering each skull, crushing, cleaving, sending heads flying. Nan Nan watched stunned. This isn't killing zombies, it's smashing watermelons. By the time Han Yang finished, Nan Nan had dispatched just 1 straggler. Brother Han, you're incredible. I wish I could do that too. Don't envy me, you're extraordinary in your own right. Countless others covet your ability. But I'm not fast enough against zombies. Nan Nan pouted. Our roles differ, you're an assassin, I'm a warrior. As he spoke, Han Yang gathered cores and stacked useless corpses aside, near where he'd earlier piled bodies, including that of Su Zhongping, whose decay had spawned insure grass. I wonder, has any new insure grass sprouted here? He scanned the area carefully, no trace of insure grass appeared. Nor did he notice the fresh corpse lying there. With quiet regret, he and Nan Nan opened the unit door and began ascending the stairs. Woof. Woof. Before reaching the door, the little dog joyfully ran out and started circling around Nan Nan. Nan Nan picked up the little dog with a happy face. Have you been good these past 2 days? Woof. Woof. The little dog barked twice, struggling to jump down, and ran into the house. What's wrong? Let's go inside and take a look. The two entered Nan Nan's house and saw the little dog circling around a bag. Did you finish an entire bag of dog food? That was your food for 3 days. Nan Nan was dumbfounded. Raising a big eater and a little eater, and the first thing they want when they come home is food. Han Yang found it amusing. I'm not a glutton. Nan Nan retorted, then glared at the little dog. I left you so much and you ate it all. I'm going to starve you for half a day, no, a whole day. After saying that, Nan Nan ignored it and turned to look at Sha Sha. The little dog squatted there, making two innocent whimpering sounds, looking at Han Yang. If your owner won't feed you, it won't help to look at me. As Han Yang spoke, he followed Nan Nan towards the second bedroom. The door to the second bedroom opened and Sha Sha was still standing quietly inside. The moment Nan Nan stepped into the bedroom, Sha Sha suddenly turned her head back. When she saw Han Yang, her tightly closed mouth suddenly opened and uttered a word. Hungry. Ha. Nan Nan was stunned for a moment. She turned to seek confirmation from Han Yang. Did Sha Sha just speak? Han Yang was also a bit confused, it seems so. Then a look of surprise appeared on Nan Nan's face as she ran in front of Sha Sha. Sha Sha, what did you just say? Have you regained your memory? Do you still recognize me? Sha Sha remained expressionless, glanced at Nan Nan and spoke again. Sha Sha. Hungry. This time the two heard her clearly. Are you hungry? I still have some corpse cores here. Nan Nan hurriedly took out 2 corpse cores from her pocket and fed one to her. The hard corpse core seemed like candy in Sha Sha's mouth, quickly dissolving and disappearing. Sha Sha, do you still remember me? Nan Nan looked at her with expectation, but Sha Sha quieted down and stopped speaking. Hope turned into disappointment. Nan Nan whispered him, Nan Nan, your best friend. Nan Nan. Nan Nan was filled with delight, glancing at Sha Sha, then looking at Han Yang. Brother Han, did Sha Sha just call me? That's right. Han Yang breathed a sigh of relief. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. A zombie could actually speak and even retain memories. Master. At this moment Sha Sha looked at Han Yang and her words left both of them stunned. What did you just call him? Nan Nan thought she misheard. Nan Nan. Sha Sha looked at Nan Nan and called her, then turned to Han Yang. Master. This time they heard it clearly and Nan Nan looked at Han Yang in disbelief. Brother Han, what have you done to Sha Sha? I don't know, I'm just as confused. Han Yang looked innocent. He only hinted at Sha Sha before leaving, telling her not to leave the room. As for earlier, it seems like the first time he saw Sha Sha in cosplay, he thought how nice it would be if she weren't a zombie and they could engage in some beneficial physical activities. Could it be that some thoughts from that time got suggested in this? I can never admit it. Han Yang maintained his expression. Nan Nan looked at him suspiciously for a moment, and seeing that he truly didn't know, she attributed it to possibly being due to the contract. Sha Sha, his name is Han Yang, not Master. Nan Nan corrected Sha Sha. Han Yang. Master. Nan Nan tried several times but couldn't correct her, feeling a bit angry as she looked at Han Yang with increasingly dangerous eyes. Since Sha Sha is fine and has regained a bit of her awareness, I'm going upstairs first. Hoof. Go ahead. Nan Nan noticed he was annoying her and suspected he was up to something, so it was better for him to leave. Han Yang turned and walked out of the room, feeling relieved. He didn't expect that a contracted zombie could evolve and have such changes, not only gaining a bit of consciousness but also not resisting his commands excessively, unlike wild mutated zombies, which were much harder to control. With more corpse cores in the future, he could cultivate a batch of zombies to see if this was a common phenomenon or if Sha Sha was particularly special. While contemplating, Han Yang reached the 5th floor and took out his keys to unlock the door. As soon as he opened the door, he was stunned. A wall made of drinks, water and rice appeared in front of him along with a sofa. But soon he reacted. Someone has been here. This was the method he instructed Chen Fong to use to deal with intruders before he left. No wonder there are so many zombies downstairs. At this moment, hearing the sound of the door opening, Chen Fong came out holding a knife and flashlight. Seeing Han Yang, she stood there in shock, her face full of joy. You came back. I'm back. Chen Fong rushed over, wanting to hug Han Yang, but when she reached the door she was blocked by the sofa. I'll tidy up a bit. She hurriedly picked up the drinks, trying to clear a space for Han Yang to come in. No need to rush. Han Yang gently reassured her. I came back to take you away. If you don't leave, I won't go anywhere. Okay. Chen Fong calmed herself down. Has anyone been here? Han Yang also started putting drinks in the hallway. Since he was leaving tomorrow, it didn't matter where they were placed. Yes, that scumbag who asked for help from across the way. I'm fine, he couldn't get in and ended up falling off the building and dying. Chen Fong briefly recounted what happened and the two quickly cleared the area by the door. I'm glad you're okay. After closing the door before Han Yang could finish his sentence, Chen Fong hugged him, blocking his mouth. After a long while the two parted. Han Yang looked at Chen Fang's slightly flushed face, feeling very pleased. However, the next thing was the main point. He hadn't forgotten Chen Fang's promise. But before that, first help me change my clothes. I can't feel your body through the bulletproof vest. Upon hearing this, Chen Fang skillfully helped Han Yang take off his gear piece by piece. A bulletproof vest plus a handgun. Did you guys rob a police station or something? At first Chen Fang didn't pay attention, but gradually she became increasingly surprised. She didn't have the night vision abilities like Han Yang and Nan Nan, and only after handling them did she realize what they were. We are upholding justice. Han Yang briefly explained what happened in the police station. I brought you a gift from there. After taking off his gear, Han Yang felt very cool. He turned around and took out a police water bottle from the side pocket of his backpack to show Chen Fang. "In corpse grass." Chen Fang exclaimed. "Is this for me?" She looked at Han Yang, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise and indescribable affection. "That's right, it's for you." Han Yang handed her the water bottle. It has already grown its 4th leaf, and as for awakening abilities, that is already not a problem. On the 10th day of the apocalypse, Chen Fang and Han Yang got up early to exercise, and then Chen Fang put on her favorite shorts, striding into the kitchen with her fair and long legs to prepare breakfast. Today she was preparing a large meal, anticipating her possible awakening. Han Yang gazed at her graceful figure, feeling a sense of admiration. She could manage both the living room and the kitchen, and even handle the big bed. What more could one ask for? If Nan Nan could be as obedient and cooperative, it would be great. Although Nan Nan had a solid foundation, she had never really practiced dance moves, and she definitely wanted to give it a try. Some people just need a little mention. As soon as Han Yang thought of Nan Nan, he noticed her rushing upstairs. He opened the door in advance, but Nan Nan ignored him and went straight into the kitchen while the little dog barked at him. "Sister Fang. I've missed you so much." In the kitchen, Nan Nan rushed to hug Chen Fang, who put down her work and embraced her back. "Did you miss me or the food I make?" "Both." Chen Fang smiled sweetly. "All right, don't disturb me while I cook. It will be ready soon." "Okay. I'll wait outside for you." Nan Nan happily walked out of the kitchen, but upon seeing Han Yang she immediately pouted and huffed. "What's wrong?" Han Yang was puzzled. Did Chen Fang's earlier loudness get overheard? "You must have done something to Sha Sha," Nan Nan said angrily. Last night she had slept with Sha Sha, trying to correct her for a long time, but to no avail. Han Yang wiped the sweat from his forehead, thinking it was nothing serious. "By the way, do you know what happened to that scumbag across the street?" Han Yang changed the subject, and Nan Nan's curiosity was piqued. Han Yang then recounted what Chen Fang had said yesterday to her. "How dare he bully Sister Fang? Whom evil gets its due, he deserves to die. I never expected he would have the guts to go downstairs. The elevator in that building is out of order, and there must be many zombies in the hallway. Plus I don't know how he found the key to the unit door. He probably got it from the corpse of one of our neighbors." Nan Nan reasoned clearly. "That's the only possibility." After chatting for a while, Chen Fang finished cooking and Nan Nan helped bring the dishes to the dining table. The three did not start eating immediately, but instead watched Chen Fang. She took out scissors and, imitating Han Yang's earlier actions, cut the corpse grass from the police water bottle. "I ate it. Go ahead, eat." Nan Nan watched her with eager anticipation, and Han Yang nodded as well. Seeing this, Chen Fang stuffed the whole piece of corpse grass into her mouth and began to chew slowly. The bitterness spread in Chen Fang's brows, furrowed instantly. Soon amidst the bitterness a hint of coolness emerged, making her feel a little better. Chen Fang felt as if she were drinking a bitter melon juice mixed with mint. She endured the discomfort, chewing and swallowing. The coolness traveled down her esophagus to her stomach, immediately turning into a ball of fire. The flames were scorching yet not uncomfortable, quickly merging into her body to form a warm current that began to wander restlessly. A hunger that came from her soul surged in her heart. Chen Fang immediately set aside her reservations and picked up her chopsticks, eating heartily. "How is it? Any changes?" As soon as Chen Fang paused, Nan Nan immediately asked eagerly. "It's a marvelous feeling." Chen Fang closed her eyes to sense it. "There's a new energy within me. I feel I can utilize this energy to do something without any learning, instinctively, as if it were innate." After finishing her sentence, Chen Fang picked up a fruit knife from the table and abruptly cut her finger. Blood gushed out instantly. "Ah! Sister Fang, what are you doing?" Her action was too swift for Nan Nan to react. Han Yang, however, did respond, but did not stop her, as he was simulating Chen Fang's ability. "Don't worry, watch." Han Yang calmed Nan Nan, pointing at Chen Fang's wound and gently wiping it with a paper towel. The blood was wiped away, revealing smooth skin beneath, showing no sign of injury. "Wow! Is this self-healing? Super regeneration. You've watched too many anime." Han Yang lightly tapped Nan Nan's head. "It's healing." At this moment, Chen Fang finally spoke, suppressing her almost overwhelming joy. She explained to Nan Nan, "I feel I can heal some not so serious injuries. For more severe ones I can only alleviate." "Yay! This is amazing. With Sister Fang around, I won't be afraid of getting hurt anymore." Nan Nan was even happier than Chen Fong. The feeling of being needed and not being a burden was truly wonderful. Chen Fong murmured to herself. Then she looked at the remains of the corpse grass, feeling a strong intuition that this plant was on the verge of death and perhaps she could save it. Thinking of this, she acted decisively. Chen Fong picked up the water bottle with the corpse grass, placing both hands on it to activate her ability. The energy within her flowed like a stream towards the remaining branches of the corpse grass, and at the cut surface of the corpse grass a white sap began to congeal. Meanwhile, underground where it couldn't be seen, the roots continued to grow, wrapping around the significantly smaller corpse core, which could be seen shrinking until it vanished. At the same time, at the junction of the roots and stems, a new green sprout struggled to break through the soil. Han Yang and Nan Nan exchanged glances, both feeling the thrill of surprise. They anxiously watched Chen Fong, noticing her face gradually pale. Nan Nan was worried and wanted to call a halt, but feared it would spoil her efforts. Finally, Chen Fong lowered her hands, exhausted, leaning back in her chair. "Sister Fong, are you okay?" Nan Nan asked with concern. "I'm fine." Chen Fong smiled warily. She looked at the corpse grass in the water bottle, where a vibrant green sprout had just emerged from the roots of the plant that was on the brink of death, waving in the wind. It worked. However, the one truly ecstatic was Han Yang. After confirming that the remnants of the corpse grass had come back to life and sprouted again, he suddenly hugged Chen Fong tightly. "Fong Fong, you are incredible. I love you so much." Han Yang showered her face with kisses. Stop, Nan Nan is still here." Soon Han Yang silenced her words with a kiss. Chen Fong felt a mix of shyness and unspeakable satisfaction, and this inner fulfillment was intense and lasting, filling a void in her heart and calming her long anxious spirit. In a slightly tipsy state, she caught a glimpse of Nan Nan out of the corner of her eye. The little girl was pouting, her face displaying a mix of happiness and anger, a contradiction that was amusing. Chen Fong did not forget that Nan Nan was technically Han Yang's girlfriend, though the authenticity of that relationship was questionable. Even though she had hinted at her closeness with Han Yang, it didn't mean she could act recklessly in front of the official girlfriend. Originally, her close relationship with Han Yang stemmed from a lack of security, but now with the confidence brought by her abilities, her feelings of wanting to occupy Han Yang's heart had lessened somewhat. After all, it was just a human-shaped massager, she could very well handle it herself. Right now she cared more about the warm atmosphere that felt like family and did not want to disrupt it. She struggled a bit. Han Yang let her go, still wearing an excited expression. Chen Fong gave him a look, gesturing towards Nan Nan. Han Yang realized, oh no. He glanced at Nan Nan, whose face was puffed up, lips pouting angrily, looking away. He had been too carried away. Well, it was done anyway. Having more women in the apocalypse was nothing out of the ordinary. Sooner or later he had to break that barrier. Looking at Chen Fong, she seemed very aware of the situation, and then there was Lu Li. That had nothing to do with him. Han Yang, feeling reckless, suddenly hugged Nan Nan and bombarded her pouting face with kisses. This was called fair distribution, sharing the blessings. Everyone had their hearts broken, and that balanced things out. Nan Nan struggled for a moment but couldn't break free. Glancing at Chen Fong, she saw her smiling while enjoying the scene, showing no signs of anger. Instead, she felt shy and quickly closed her eyes. Han Yang did not dare to go too far, kissing for a while before letting go of Nan Nan and immediately changing the subject. "Nan Nan, you realize how important Fong Fang's ability is to us, right? So does that mean we will have an endless supply of corpse grass in the future?" "Exactly. This will make us much safer in this apocalypse and improve our lives." Han Yang nodded. "Now Fong Fong is even more important than I am. I hope that on the way back to Jinsha Island you can protect her." "No problem, Sister Fong, don't worry, I'll protect you on the way," Nan Nan assured Chen Fong with a pat on her chest. "Okay, I believe you. Now let's continue eating." Han Yang joked, finally brushing past what had just happened. Chen Fong looked at him with a half-smile, finally feeling relieved as she picked up her chopsticks. After the previous healing, she had consumed too much energy and was hungry again. After breakfast, Han Yang retrieved the earliest In Shi Cha necrotic corpse grass, applied Chen Fang's ability to it, and discovered that its remaining root had already withered completely. He dug the plant out, buried 4 Shi corpse cores into the hole, then transferred the newly sprouted In Shi Cha from the police thermos and used Chen Fang's healing gift to tend it, ensuring nothing was left to chance. The roots of the In Shi Cha touched the Shi and immediately began to draw them, and the fresh shoots trembled and unfurled, suffused with vigorous life. Han Yang exhaled in relief. With this, they now possessed a plant that could yield steadily, maturing in roughly 6 days and able to elevate a person to the 2nd rank. If one only sought an awakening of latent power, it would take about 3 days. Their price was merely a few Shi. Of course, the real keystone was Chen Fong. Han Yang had heard of healing talents before, but none as miraculous as Chen Fang's. He could not recall any account in which even plants could be cured. He found it astonishing, though perhaps his experience was limited or others had kept it secret. Never mind, don't dwell on it. Next we pack our things, he decided. Nan Nan had already returned downstairs. Han Yang specifically instructed her to bring those cosplay outfits, earning a faintly disdainful glance from both Nan Nan and Chen Fong. Only then did Han Yang realize the costumes belonged to Sha Sha. Before the end of the world, Shasha had been a popular online creator on short video platforms, pale beautiful with long legs, adept at cosplay and wardrobe play, drawing a legion of lecherous admirers. Shasha had become friends with Nan Nan, whose family owned a sprawling estate, so money was never the motive. She simply delighted in wearing a dozen different personas, savoring the art of becoming someone new. Nan Nan helped Shasha into the cosplay clothes partly in hope of waking some memories. The night before, Nan Nan had told Shasha many things. One spoke while the other listened. Although Shasha showed little change, only recognizing Nan Nan and remaining largely silent, Nan Nan remained optimistic, convinced the day of full recovery would not be far off. While the three packed across the way in Song Jis building, Huang Jianya dined and readied himself for a final maneuver. He had no idea where the wandering zombies had gone, but he called this a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He glanced about. The zombies downstairs were gone, which he barely registered. Perhaps something had stirred last night. Any disturbance could lure them away. Seizing the chance, he donned his gear. He had even tucked a few small gadgets meant for women into the pack behind him. Once he subdued the two women across the hall, those items might prove useful. Huang Jianya moved downstairs without obstruction, encountering not a single zombie. He crept over, found Song Jis' corpse chewed to pieces, fought back nausea, and began rifling through the remains. He soon came upon a box cutter and two key rings. One obviously belonged to Song Ji, the other likely opened the building's door. Huang pocketed them, stepped to the apartment entrance, and tried the keys one by one. A soft click announced a lock on. He slipped inside, cautiously closed the door behind him as silently as possible, and climbed the stairs with furtive steps. From his hurried observations the day before, the woman on the 5th floor was overly vigilant and had kept Song Ji outside. The woman on the 4th floor, however, since Song Ji had spent time there and safely reached the roof, she seemed less of a threat. A brief glance the previous day had missed the spot where Shasha usually kept her things, a place shielded from sunlight and invisible from the outside. Both Song Ji and Huang had overlooked it. If Song Ji had not fallen and Shasha had not flickered past that moment, Huang would never have known there was a woman on the 4th floor. That morning he also failed to see Nan Nan and Han Yang, for by then Nan Nan had already gone to the 5th floor to eat. Chen Feng habitually drew her curtains, making any observation impossible. When Huang reached the 4th floor and saw a woman tidy in clothes, he assumed it was the same woman from yesterday. "Who are you? How did you get in?" Nan Nan snapped, wary of the stranger before her, especially of the baseball bat he held, streaked with layers of red, white and black. With experience fighting zombies, Nan Nan quickly recognized what the stains meant and grabbed the knife at hand. Huang raised his hands in a placating manner and said he was from the building opposite, come to ask if they had any food left because his supplies were exhausted. Huang found her vigilance odd. How had that pervert managed to snack safely on the 4th floor yesterday? Noticing the Tang Dao at her side, its workmanship genuine, he sought to calm her. "From the building opposite. You know that scumbag Song Ji?" Nan Nan demanded. "Song Ji? Scumbag? I don't know him." "Wait, do you mean that perverted painter?" she added, confused. Something in Huang's face shifted. He answered with fury, recounting how the day before he had led the way while that pervert lagged behind, shoved him toward danger and refused to fight, pushing him into the jaws of the horde. "If not for my luck, the zombies would have eaten me yesterday." "Have you seen him? Did he come here? Where is he now? I'll skin him alive," he snarled. Nan Nan replied coolly that he was dead. She did not fully believe it, but the claim served to explain how Song Ji had come and gone. "Dead? Really? That's wonderful. Did you do it beautiful? I owe you so much thanks," Huang gushed, stepping forward 2 paces in excitement. At a distance of barely 2 or 3 meters he suddenly accelerated. As a former soldier, he had never ceased training within that range. He was confident he could seize any untrained civilian. And besides, his target was a woman. Sure enough, she had no time to react. He executed a one-handed hold, gripping her wrist with practiced ease. A single pull and twist would have subdued her entirely. But then he halted abruptly. His pull produced no movement. Disbelieving, he yanked harder, yet she remained absolutely still. "Such strength," Huang muttered in bafflement. He thought better of finesse and prepared to use brute force. He swung the bat with his right hand, aiming to strike the woman. Even a zombie could not withstand 2 such blows. She countered by blocking with the scabbard of her blade. Huang was stunned. Nan Nan, seeing through him, gave a light snort and said she had long suspected he was not a good man. Although Huang's moves appeared swift in Nan Nan's perception, they were ordinary and easily parried. As for the wrist he had seized, she flipped it and turned the hold with 5 fingers. She squeezed with all her might. Pain shot through Huang's arm as if gripped by iron tongs. "Please, mercy. I yield. Huang Jianya failed to recognize a great person," he cried as he begged for his life, loosening his grip on the bat. The bat clattered to the floor. His freed hand feigned conciliatory motion toward Nan Nan as if to coax her into releasing him. But as his hand neared, a sudden glint of blade flashed in it and he lunged for Nan Nan's arm. She let go instinctively and stepped back, and he snatched up the bat again and retreated 2 paces. Only then did Nan Nan notice the utility knife that had appeared in his hand. How devious, she thought. Having no combat experience against men, she had been lucky to avoid being cut because of her quick reflexes. "You bitch, you've got some strength." Huang spat as he looked at the 5 bruised finger marks on his arm, his mouth twitching in pain. "Now I won't hold back. He vowed, gripping the bat with both hands, stepping forward twice before bringing the weapon down in a crushing overhead blow. It was a full-force strike. He did not believe a woman could withstand it. She slipped aside with nimble agility. "Just the dodge I was waiting for," he growled, transitioning the vertical chop into a sweeping horizontal arc. His motion opened wide and thundered with intent, as if the bat were a heavy tiger-headed blade. Nan Nan again used her scabbard to parry, but the force pushed her back 2 steps. Huang moved to press the advantage, and Nan Nan seemed about to draw her blade and counter when a voice cut through the tension. "No wonder there was so much noise downstairs, it's Huang Jianye." Nan Nan heard the voice and immediately sheathed the half-drawn blade. "Brother Han," she called out. Huang flinched. "Who are you? How do you know me?" he demanded, startled by the sudden appearance of an unfamiliar man at the doorway. Han Yang rebuked Nan Nan, "Don't confront people without real combat experience. Strength and speed might work against zombies, but they are not enough against human opponents." Obediently, Nan Nan stepped to Han Yang's side, though inwardly she bristled. She had not even fully drawn her blade. Given the chance, she believed she could have cut that man to pieces in a handful of strokes. Han Yang narrowed his eyes as he regarded Huang Jianye. The man had once been a friend in another life and was among those responsible for the death of his past incarnation. In his past life, Han Yang met Huang Jianye at a gathering place in the suburbs. At that time, Huang Jianye was already the leader of a small team with several brothers serving him and possessing a significant amount of resources and information. Han Yang had purchased various supplies and information from him, such as the body refining technique of Shangguan Qingqing, which he learned through Huang Jianye's introduction. Later, realizing that they came from the same neighborhood, Huang Jianye became much friendlier towards Han Yang, calling him brother and frequently sharing dubious rumors intending to recruit him into his team. Han Yang did not agree. He was determined to use his abilities to recruit a group of loyal subordinates. Why settle for being second in command when he could be the leader? Moreover, Han Yang was also displeased with their way of doing things, but he maintained a relatively friendly cooperation with Huang Jianye. It is often said that one can know a person's face but not their heart. Han Yang only truly saw Huang Jianye's true colors just before his death in his past life. At that time, he was seeking a spiritual plant that could elevate him to a second-tier ability. This was quite common in the gathering place, and everyone who understood the function of spiritual plants was frantically searching. One day, while purchasing supplies, Huang Jianye mysteriously revealed to him a piece of information: the location of a linglong grass. Linglong grass is a spiritual plant even more potent than Yin corpse grass. It is said that a mature linglong grass can even allow a person to advance to a third tier. And third-tier ability users were extremely rare throughout the entire Jinghai city. Each of them was famous, controlling vast territories and possessing immense resources, with countless beauties vying for their affection. Power, wealth, fame, and beauties had all reached their peaks, turning them into local emperors of the apocalypse, where a single word could determine life and death. Han Yang was immediately intrigued. Not to mention Han Yang, anyone in the apocalypse would fight desperately for linglong grass. He understood that this matter would certainly not be that simple, otherwise Huang Jianye would not have so casually told him. As expected, during their subsequent conversations, Han Yang learned Huang Jianye's generous reasons. According to him, that linglong grass was located among a horde of corpses in the city, with several mutated zombies and even second-tier zombies waiting for the linglong grass to mature. Several teams had attempted various methods to obtain it, but all had failed, with several ability users losing their lives in the process. As soon as an ability user is bitten and killed by a zombie, they almost always become a mutated zombie, which has made the zombie horde grow larger and the mutated zombies more numerous, making it increasingly difficult to obtain the linglong grass. However, what was an insurmountable horde for others was a piece of cake for Han Yang, as he didn't need to go in himself. He only needed to make reasonable use of the zombies he controlled to safely blend into the horde and find an opportunity to obtain the spiritual plant, provided he had enough visibility. Coincidentally, the spiritual plant was located in a small square behind a certain building where it could be clearly seen from above along with the surrounding environment, otherwise it would not have been easily discovered. Although Han Yang was tempted, he felt that everything was too coincidental and did not act rashly, as he knew that a few people were aware of his abilities, including Huang Jianye. Did he intentionally reveal this, waiting to ambush him after he succeeded? No one could tell. After the apocalypse, he never hesitated to speculate on people's hearts with the most malicious thoughts. Han Yang endured for several days without taking action. Everything was calm, but he ultimately could not resist his greed and secretly sent one of his team members for reconnaissance. Everything was as Huang Jianye described. Han Yang could no longer contain himself and personally scouted the area using a telescope to see the linglong grass that was about to mature. Filled with excitement, he began to plan how to act. Everything went smoothly. He hid in the building, observed with the telescope, and directed the zombies he controlled to mingle with the horde. Amidst the howls of the mutated zombies, he successfully retrieved the linglong grass and escaped from the pursuit through several transfers with the controlled zombies. To be safe, Han Yang did not immediately let the controlled zombies hand the linglong grass over to him. Instead, he controlled them to go to a certain location and then retrieved it himself. Just as he was making the transfer, a group of ambushers including Huang Jianye attacked him, and he recognized the leader. It turned out to be Lu Xiaowei, the top subordinate of Lu Tianliang, the actual controller of the western suburbs of Jinghai City and one of the few third-tier ability users in the city, nicknamed Hearts of Darkness. Lu Xiaowei had attempted to recruit Han Yang several times on behalf of Lu Tianliang but was always rejected. The reason was simple, one could tell the nature of this group just by Lu Tianliang's nickname. Han Yang could roughly guess why Lu Xiaowei was so eager to recruit him. After all, the most notorious thing Lu Tianliang did was engage in the flesh trade of zombies. This flesh trade was not literally about flesh but rather the kind involving bodily fluid exchange. Who would dare to deal with zombies? Who wouldn't be afraid of being infected and turning into a zombie from bodily fluid exchange? But they dared. They specifically targeted those beautiful, well-proportioned female zombies, implementing various safety measures to entertain guests. This was fresh and exciting. Moreover, after the apocalypse, with the absence of legal and moral constraints, there were many perverts, and there were indeed people who came to try it, leading to a burgeoning reputation. Han Yang initially didn't believe it until he heard it from someone who experienced it firsthand, his chief master Zhou Laosan. Before meeting Han Yang, Zhou Laosan had wandered around the West City for a while, stumbled upon this matter and curiously tried it, later bragging about it as a curious tale. The taste of zombies is quite good. Therefore, when he first received an invitation, Han Yang suspected that the other party knew of his abilities and wanted to recruit him to assist in this kind of work, as his abilities were simply too compatible with their business. Killing zombies is for survival, and Han Yang has no psychological burden. Even killing people is nothing but to toy with corpses in such a perverted way he truly couldn't bring himself to do it. Thus he resolutely refused. But how could Lu Xiaowei be involved with Huang Jianye? Han Yang was puzzled. After finding no linglong grass on Lu Xiaowei, Huang Jianye forced him to hand it over, and Han Yang used this as a condition to learn the whole story. Lu Tianliang had been searching for ability users like Han Yang, and after Huang Jianye learned of Han Yang's abilities for the first time, he immediately sold him out. This is why Lu Xiaowei traveled such a long distance to recruit him. However, he didn't expect that Han Yang would refuse, which led to their murderous intent. Seeing this, Huang Jianye thought it would be better to make use of Han Yang to obtain the linglong grass before killing him, thus persuading Lu Xiaowei to set a trap for Han Yang. Most of what Huang Jianye said to Han Yang was true, except that the linglong grass was actually discovered by Huang Jianye's subordinates, and the casualties were mostly his men. In fact, when he saw the surrounding environment, Huang Jianye first thought of Han Yang's abilities, believing he could definitely obtain it. As expected, he did not expect Han Yang to be so cautious. After obtaining the grass, he was not in a hurry and did not carry it with him. Han Yang understood he was doomed and did not go to retrieve the linglong grass but led them in several different directions. The ultimate goal was a horde of mutated zombies that he was still controlling. If he was to die, he would die together. Since we know each other, it's like the flood has washed away the Dragon King's temple. Family members don't recognize each other. Huang Jianye forced a smile. Who said we are family? Nan Nan snorted. As one of his greatest enemies in his past life, the reason Han Yang hadn't sought revenge on Huang Jianye these days was twofold. First, his own strength was still insufficient and his footing unstable. Second, he didn't even know where Huang Jianye lived. Although the other party claimed to be from the same neighborhood in his past life, who could say for sure that he wasn't lying? Or trying to get close on purpose? Therefore, Han Yang didn't waste time searching for Huang Jianye. After all, his movements were basically predictable and there were only a few suitable places to survive in the suburbs of Jinghai City. One could run from the monk but not from the temple. Once he settled down, it wouldn't be too late to seek revenge. He just didn't expect that Huang Jianye wasn't lying about the neighborhood. Now that they had crossed paths, he naturally couldn't let it go. Past grievances lead to present consequences. Some things are already destined. Brother, is this really necessary? Although you have the numbers, if it comes to a fight the outcome isn't certain. At least I can assure you that you two won't come out unscathed. I admit I was wrong at first. I owe the beautiful lady an apology. Right now I have nothing of value to offer you, so you can see for yourselves. Huang Jianye said, opening his backpack and dumping out a pile of items including handcuffs, shackles, a whip and candles. Nan Nan's face turned red and she scolded, pervert. This is called fun. I wasn't lying, I'm genuinely sorry. There's no need for us to fight, it would be bad for both of us if we got hurt. There aren't many survivors left. As fellow humans, let's leave each other a way out. If you let me go, I promise not to disturb you again. Huang Jianye said with a sincere expression. That's true, there really is no need. Han Yang nodded, then took out a handgun. After the gunshot rang out, he said, you. Huang Jianye looked shocked. That's not how martial ethics work. He looked down at his chest where a bloody hole appeared in his shirt, blood oozing out and quickly soaking his clothes. See, this is much simpler, we won't get hurt. Han Yang took a couple of steps closer, looking at Huang Jianye's confused and unwilling expression, and said, the only one getting hurt is you. Why? Huang Jianye didn't understand. He clearly didn't know this person in front of him, so why did he shoot him so decisively? Han Yang didn't explain. Instead, he leaned closer to his ear and said, I was originally thinking about how to capture you and let you experience the feeling of having your insides torn apart by zombies, suffering a painful death. Your words enlighten me. I'm not alone now, so there's no need for that. Thanks, brother. Take care, no need to see me off. In the past life, Huang Jianye had indeed helped him a lot, though it was a transaction of mutual benefit. Nonetheless, Han Yang gave him a quick end by shooting him in the head. Bang. Huang Jianye fell to the ground, completely losing his life. Did I scare you, Nan Nan? Han Yang put away the gun and turned to look at Nan Nan. Not that timid. He really wanted to kill me just now. Letting him die this easily is too cheap for him. I should have torn him apart. Nan Nan gestured with the knife in her hand. She truly didn't misjudge him. Han Yang smiled. Nan Nan was born to thrive in the apocalypse, whether it was her abilities or her bold nature. She just lacked experience now and seemed a bit immature. With more training she could easily venture out on her own. Alright, are we done packing up? Your sister Fong is really worried about you upstairs, and that little earth dog of yours insisted on following me down. Isn't it all your fault for insisting on taking these clothes? Nan Nan shot him a disdainful glance. Han Yang smiled awkwardly, picking up Huang Jianya's baseball bat. This item could still be useful, so he decided to keep it. As for the props on the ground, Han Yang bent down but suddenly felt a chill. Brother Han, what are you doing? Nothing much, just thought these things were a bit of an eyesore, so I'm putting them aside. Han Yang replied awkwardly while holding a pink toy with a string. A man's words are like a ghost's lies. Nan Nan continued packing the clothes, occasionally glancing at him. PSH, why would I lie to you? I still need these things. Han Yang scoffed. Yesterday was your first time I didn't dare to use my full strength. Next time I'll show you my true power. There won't be a next time. Nan Nan mumbled, ignoring him. Finally they managed to change the subject. The two of them packed everything up and moved it to the entrance of the unit. When they returned to the 5th floor, Chen Fong was relieved to see that they were both unharmed. The little earth dog was also circling around Nan Nan, wagging its tail like a fan. Nan Nan briefly explained what happened, and upon learning it was the group led by Song Ji, Chen Fong felt fortunate that Han Yang and the others had returned, otherwise relying on herself it would have been dire. The three of them moved the supplies down from the 5th floor, this time mainly consisting of food, a generator, drinks and water. Finally Chen Fong took a lingering glance at the room, locked the door and went downstairs. Nan Nan, you stay here to protect Fong Fong. I'll go start the car. The two gunshots just now might have attracted zombies, so Han Yang switched to Shazha's defensive ability and opened the door. There were indeed a few zombies that had been attracted outside. Han Yang swung his short hammer and took them down one by one, then walked up to the escort vehicle. The mutated female zombie was still in the car. He had left her there yesterday just in case to guard the vehicle. Under normal circumstances he would have kept the mutated female zombie on alert downstairs, but he hadn't expected last night's sudden change to allow Huang Jianya to sneak in. This also served as a reminder that there are no foolproof strategies in this world, one must always leave a way out. Starting the vehicle, Han Yang drove the escort car to the entrance of the unit, letting the mutated female zombie keep watch while the three quickly loaded the supplies into the car. Once everything was loaded, Han Yang sat in the driver's seat, the mutated female zombie and Shasha sat in the front passenger seat, while Nan Nan accompanied Chen Fong in the second row. Buckle up, we're heading out. Oh. Let's go. Nan Nan cheerfully responded while Chen Fong smiled slightly. Han Yang skillfully maneuvered the vehicle and drove toward the community entrance. The journey was smooth and uninterrupted. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, countless eyes were watching from high above, peering through the glass windows, observing them as they drove out of the community. Racing toward an unknown future. 10 days into the apocalypse. The patience for waiting for rescue seemed to have exhausted due to their actions, and it was unclear how many people opened their doors and bravely stepped outside. Regardless of life or death, this damned world must be faced. Hedon. Volume 1N. In the silent dark of night, a loud bang suddenly echoed through the air. Ni Huijin, who had been sleeping uneasily, was startled awake and sat up abruptly. Immediately after, she heard a man scream of awe. Coming from upstairs, the cry filled with horror and disbelief, as if he had seen something truly terrifying. Is it Huang Bingfa? Ni Huijin instantly recognized the voice of the one who screamed. She was deeply familiar. After all, if it weren't for this man, she wouldn't have ended up in such a pitiful state, treated like a plaything, vulnerable to others' whims. Who attacked Huang Bingfa? His 4 brothers. No, those 4 have no reason to do so. Could it be someone else from the precinct? Ni Huijin clutched her blanket, anxiously speculating, yet she soon felt that it was unlikely. It wasn't that she looked down on the survivors in the precinct. In fact, aside from Huang Bingfa and his few brothers, the others were in her eyes nothing but cowardly vermin engaged in gambling and debauchery. She didn't believe those guys could pull off an ambush on Huang Bingfa. Whoever it is, as long as they can kill Huang Bingfa, it would still be a form of vengeance for me. Ni Huijin thought to herself, but soon sighed again, contemplating her own grim fate. In truth, regardless of who it was, she could never escape becoming a man's plaything. Even without Huang Bingfa and his 4 brothers, there would be others. It would just be a matter of replacing one or several men. This is the sorrow of women in the apocalypse. Damn this apocalypse. Ni Huijin couldn't help but curse. Before the apocalypse, although she had sold her body, it had been consensual. No one dared to force her, and importantly, she was compensated. Unlike now, when she squatted helplessly under the dining table, enduring humiliation, powerless to resist. Of course she could completely end her life and thus escape this situation. But she did not want to die. Even after enduring so much suffering, with a gambling father who lost the family fortune, a mother who fell ill and spent years in the hospital, and an innocent brother wide-eyed and waiting to go to school, while her beloved grandfather struggled to make a living off a few tea fields, she had never once contemplated taking her own life. Even the ants strive to survive this cruel world, kisses her with pain, yet she still loves the world of the living. Now the apocalypse has come, the burdens that once pressed upon her back have vanished and she can finally live for herself. So she cannot die. It's just serving men, she is not unfamiliar with that. One day these filthy men will be made to lick her toes. The scream of Huang Bingfa soon ceased and silence enveloped the surroundings once more. Ni Huizhen contemplated the situation upstairs, unable to sleep. She did not know how much time had passed when she suddenly saw a beam of light outside the window. It was the light from a powerful flashlight. Someone was searching for something in the yard. Is it the one who ambushed Huang Bingfa? Ni Huizhen thought to herself, but the outside was too dark. She could only see a vague silhouette and could not discern the person's features, only that he was tall and could be confirmed to be a man. This isn't a survivor from the precinct, there is no one this tall among them. Ni Huizhen was very sure, after all she had served the tallest ones. Since he isn't a survivor from here, why did he ambush Huang Bingfa? Moreover, he has the audacity to act outside at night without fearing a zombie attack. How did he accurately find Huang Bingfa's location? And what is he searching for at this moment? There are only a pile of corpses of zombies. Ni Huizhen was filled with questions, but before she could ponder for long, the person seemed to have made a discovery, crouching among the corpses and digging something out. It seemed to be a plant. In the fleeting moment illuminated by the light, Ni Huizhen caught a glimpse of the item he was unearthing. Then the person quietly left with it. Ni Huizhen remained silent throughout, making no sudden moves, merely sitting quietly in the room watching the figure leave. In truth, she knew this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If she cried out, perhaps she could persuade him to take her away from this hell. But more likely he might see her as a nuisance and kill her directly. Afterward, both inside and outside the precinct fell silent, returning to a dead-like quiet. Until dawn broke and the sun hung high. Ni Huizhen, wide-eyed with bloodshot eyes, fixed her gaze on the door. No one came to open the door. At this time, Huang Bingfa or one of his 4 brothers would usually have come by to check if she had undergone a zombie transformation and would also take the opportunity to torment her. But today the precinct was eerily quiet. Ni Huizhen waited a little longer before walking to the door, gripping the doorknob and gently pushing it open. Yes, the door to her room was not locked. This was not due to Huang Bingfa and his brother's negligence, but rather the result of Ni Huizhen's obedient behavior over the past few days, which made those men overlook the potential threat she could pose. Ni Huizhen tiptoed out of the room. She was in an office on the first floor, the only woman kept here, while all the other men were locked up in the detention room, which was why Huang Bingfa and the others felt so secure with her. A woman powerless could hardly revolt against 5 strong men, could she? Seeing that the outside was still empty, Ni Huizhen cautiously climbed the stairs to the second floor. As soon as she entered the second floor, she immediately noticed that the door to the room where Huang Bingfa's brothers were was open. She hurried over and saw the scar-faced man, eyes wide open, face twisted in rage, dead without closing his eyes. His head had been twisted off and even the back of his skull had been mangled, leaving him with no chance of transformation. Yet upon witnessing this horrifying scene, Ni Huizhen felt no fear or disgust. Instead, she felt a sense of relief and vindication. So you have your day too, she thought to herself, feeling elated. Since the scar-faced man had been dealt with, surely the others wouldn't escape either. Ni Huizhen walked briskly into the other rooms, and indeed the deaths were similar. It was as though they had been killed in their sleep, their necks twisted without a trace of struggle. Until she reached Huang Bingfa's room. Huang Bingfa did not die as peacefully as the others. His legs were grotesquely twisted, bones exposed, blood pooling around him, even his hands seemed broken. He too had his neck snapped and the back of his head destroyed, leaving no chance for transformation. Ni Huizhen took just a glance before quickly moving to the room opposite Huang Bingfa's, where the supplies they had collected over these days were stored. When Ni Huizhen saw the room filled with food and drinks, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Those people from last night didn't take anything, she thought gratefully. She even spotted a pile of police weapons and equipment. It was clear that it had been rummaged through, but not everything had been taken. As she searched through, she indeed found 2 handguns and some ammunition. It seems that it was too dark last night and that person couldn't find everything. Ni Huizhen happily checked the handguns, then found a suit of relatively fitting stab-resistant clothing, a combat helmet, gloves and a bulletproof vest, putting them all on. After getting dressed, she didn't mind the heat, slinging the handgun at her waist, and descended the stairs fully armed. She wanted to see if the other inmates were still alive. Ni Huizhen did not take the key but directly walked into the area where the detention room was located. After all, she had no intention of releasing those prisoners. She understood very well that even if those prisoners were still alive, as a woman she was powerless to resist them, and in the end she would still become a mere plaything with no change. If that's the case, why should she let them out? Do they have the ability to open the door themselves? As soon as Ni Huizhen appeared in the detention area, it immediately caused a stir among those inside. Xiao Hui, why are you dressed like this? Where are Huang Gu and the others? The middle-aged Lao Wan, who had been encouraged by Huang Bingfa yesterday, asked incredulously. They're dead. Ni Huizhen sneered. Dead. So that scream last night was Huang Bingfa's voice. No wonder it sounded familiar. Xiao Hui, did you do it? Everyone clamored to inquire. I don't have that much power. They were killed by someone from outside. After all, those who commit evil must perish themselves. Ni Huizhen sighed. Really? Since Huang Bingfa and the others are dead, Xiao Hui, let us out. Yes, let us out. Ni Huijian remained non-committal. She walked around inside and found that none of the surviving prisoners were missing, nodding in satisfaction. Then she ignored the men who were continuously flattering and begging her and walked straight out of the building to the spot where the mysterious person had searched for something last night. There she saw a dug-up pit confirming that a plant must have been taken away. Why did that man come here to dig up a plant without taking any supplies? Ni Huijian wondered. She searched the area nearby but unfortunately found nothing special. Instead she was overwhelmed by the stench of the piled-up corpses here. Forget it, if I can't find anything then so be it. She shook her head and returned to the building for lunch. In the following days she threw the bodies of Huang Bingfa and the others from upstairs into the pile of zombie corpses, enjoying the supplies here all by herself. As for those prisoners in the detention room, she would occasionally feed them something to alleviate her boredom. At first those prisoners begged Ni Huijian to let them out, appealing to her emotions and reasoning with her. Ni Huijian remained unmoved. After all, what feelings could she have with them? Client feelings. In this morally decayed apocalypse that means nothing. Seeing that Ni Huijian had no intention of letting them out, the group instantly erupted in rage, unleashing a torrent of abusive language and threats. Ni Huijian pulled out a gun and with a loud bang the crowd instantly quieted down. Unfortunately her aim was so poor that she didn't hit anyone. After that Ni Huijian starved these people for a few days and they quickly submitted. Every time they saw her they lavished her with flattery, praising her as if she were a goddess, with compliments flowing endlessly, almost kneeling to call her auntie. Oh, there was even one person who knelt down wanting to be her son. Ni Huijian was in a good mood because of this and rewarded a few flattering individuals with some food and water. Every day enjoying the flattery in the detention center became one of her pastimes when she was bored. However, Ni Huijian did not lose herself because of this. She was very clear about why these people were so servile and shameless. After spending the first few days in boredom, Ni Huijian began to perk up, using the weapons and equipment in the station to fight zombies alone. Naturally she did not dare to go out alone. Instead she attracted zombies by making noise from behind the big door and then took them down. Gradually she could no longer attract zombies at the entrance of the station. The experiences of killing zombies during these days had also made her braver, so she opened the big door for the first time and stepped out of the station. However, she did not go far, just to the entrance of the alley where she collected some beautiful clothes from a clothing store. Then she began to set up obstacles at the entrance of the alley to expand her safe area and attracted zombies to kill them here. Sometimes when she saw that there were no zombies nearby she would take the initiative to strike. At first she only dared to kill some zombies in cars, but later she dared to fight against solitary zombies. Time passed quietly as she occasionally adjusted the prisoners in the detention room and occasionally went out to kill zombies. One day while Ni Huijian was out collecting supplies she unexpectedly encountered a big boy who came running to express his desire to follow her. The boy looked at her heroic figure with envy and admiration and a hint of affection. It was then that Ni Huijian was startled to realize that she had unknowingly become someone who could stand on her own. However, Ni Huijian remained quite cautious in front of strangers, rejecting him without a second thought, as she could never forget her experiences during the early days of the apocalypse. She dared not trust anyone. That day, upon returning to the station, Ni Huijian wandered as usual by the pile of corpses in the station. Over the past few days the number of zombie bodies here had not decreased but rather increased, as she had moved most of the zombies she hunted nearby back to this spot. As for why she did this, she didn't know. She just had a feeling that the mysterious person from that night wouldn't come here looking for something and dig up a plant for no reason. There must be a reason, and the only thing she could think of was the pile of zombie bodies here. Finally that day she saw a unique plant among a heap of corpses. This plant was only as high as a palm with 2 large leaves. The emerald green leaves had pale veins almost glowing, making it seem very extraordinary at first glance. Ni Huijian instinctively felt that this was the plant the mysterious person had dug up that day, and she was extremely happy, but she did not rush to pick it. Instead she patiently waited. In the following day she did not go out to collect supplies but patiently guarded this spot until the plant grew 3 more leaves and showed no further changes. Only then did she pick it. Ni Huijian did not know exactly what this plant's effect was or how to use it. She only felt inexplicably grateful to the mysterious person from that night, believing in their choice. After hesitating for a long time she directly ate the plant as if she were chewing on a peony. As soon as it entered her mouth, Ni Huijian felt a bitterness spreading, startling her as she thought, it can't be poisonous, can it? But soon a chill began to spread and at the same time a warm current started to flow within her body. Until a certain moment Ni Huijian suddenly felt a jolt in her body as if something had been added inside her. A kind of ability. Just then someone suddenly knocked on the big door outside the station, causing Ni Huijian to instantly become alert. She grabbed her gun and ran out of the building, only to be astonished to find a big boy standing outside the door. The big boy who had previously expressed his desire to follow her. This big boy was named Zhou Kafua. After being rejected by Ni Huijian last time, he did not give up. However, in the following days he had not encountered that big sister again, so he grew a bit worried and bravely followed the path that Ni Huijian had cleared. Unfortunately, on his way he encountered a mutated zombie. In a panic he saw the obstacles set up to block zombies at the entrance of the alley and hurriedly ran in. When he saw Ni Huijian his heart filled with joy and he shouted, "Sister, save me." Ni Huijian also noticed the mutated zombie behind the boy, and thinking of her new ability she furrowed her brows. In the next second, a miraculous scene unfolded. The mutated zombie seemed to be affected by something and stood still while the big boy in front of the zombie rolled his eyes and fainted. Ni Huijin seized the opportunity, firing 4 shots in quick succession to blow the zombie's head off, and then pulled the big boy into the station, tossing him into a detention room. The others in the detention room, upon seeing Ni Huijin, instantly filled their faces with smiles, saying, "Sister Xiao Hui, we haven't seen you in a day and you look even more beautiful today. Yes, you look just like a fairy descending to earth." Hearing the flattery, Ni Huijin suddenly smiled slightly, saying, "You all have performed well these days, so here's the deal. Whoever is willing to come over and lick my feet, I will let them go." As soon as Ni Huijin finished speaking, the room fell silent. Although the prisoners in the station flattered her with their words, they actually looked down on this woman who had been used and discarded by Huang Bingfa and the others. If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't get out and needed her to feed them. "I'll do it." At that moment, a clear male voice suddenly spoke up. Everyone looked in astonishment to find that it was the big boy who had just been locked up next door. He had somehow woken up. The big boy looked at Ni Huijin. His eyes seemed to say, "Sister, why are you rewarding them?" "I'll do it." Ni Huijin heard this and instantly blacklined angrily, saying, "This is none of your business." Then she looked expressionlessly at the people in the detention room. Middle-aged Lao Wang, seeing this, flattered, said, "Sister Xiao Hui, I'll do it." Upon hearing this, Ni Huijin took out a set of keys, opened the door to Lao Wang's detention room, then returned to the hallway, sat down on a chair and kicked off her shoes. "Come on." The middle-aged Lao Wang immediately crouched down, grasping Ni Huijin's foot, slowly lifting it. How could he be so careless? Lao Wang found it somewhat unbelievable, but no matter how incredible he thought it was, he had already grasped the ankle of the woman before him, and all he needed to do next was. A sinister look flashed across Lao Wang's face. "Bitch." He raised his head, just about to curse, ready to do something. The next second he saw the expressionless face of Ni Huijin. At that moment he felt that Ni Huijin was so tall and imposing. An invisible pressure descended upon him, causing him to be terrified. Then his eyes rolled back and he collapsed on the ground, frothing at the mouth. Seeing this, Ni Huijin smiled and looked at the rest of the detention room, saying, "Trash, who else is willing to come over and lick now?" The armored vehicle emitted a loud screeching sound as it came to a steady halt in front of a residential building. "Don't move yet, let me deal with the zombies behind," Han Yang instructed as he picked up 2 short-handled hammers from the passenger seat and jumped out of the car. Departing from the community, they smoothly followed their planned route into the school, stopping right at Qingqing's doorstep. The only trouble was that along the way they attracted many zombies. Although many had fallen off during the journey, they still had a dozen left. "He won't be in danger, will he?" Chen Fong was very worried. She pressed her face against the glass to look outside, but could hardly see much due to the angle. "Don't worry, brother Han will be fine," Nan Nan reassured gently. After the outbreak of the virus, this was Chen Fang's first time going outside. She witnessed the reality that there was not a single person, only zombies and congested vehicles everywhere. The entire city had become much more dilapidated, completely different from her memories. Fortunately, with Nan Nan by her side continuously talking, her mood didn't fluctuate too much. However, she became increasingly reliant on the two. If she were left alone, she truly didn't know how she would survive. Outside the car, Han Yang saw the rushing zombies. Wielding his hammers, he moved gracefully and struck fiercely, taking down each zombie with a single blow. On the second floor, Shangwan Qingqing witnessed the entire process. This was her first time seeing Han Yang hunt zombies. Though Han Yang's movements were entirely instinctual and lacked technique, Shangwan Qingqing's focused gaze still sparkled with a hint of admiration mixed with a desire to try it herself. This guy seems to have grasped the zombies' movements, even forming instincts allowing him to dodge their attacks at critical moments and take them down effortlessly. It looks thrilling, yet he handles it with ease. I wonder if he can maintain this level in a fight against humans. Shangwan Qingqing lightly bit her lip, tightening her grip on the knife. Only after Han Yang had completely dealt with the zombies did she finally shift her gaze and head downstairs. Yi Xiaokui leaned in closer, so close their faces nearly touched, and biting her lower lip whispered softly into his ear, "Husband." Her voice was honeyed, delicate and intoxicatingly seductive. Shangwan Qingqing also opened the door and began moving out weapons. After cleaning up the bodies and clearing the road, Han Yang and Nan Nan helped with the transportation, quickly packing all the weapons. Aside from weapons and accompanying maintenance tools, Shangwan Qingqing didn't bring many personal items. "Is everything packed? Once it's ready, we can set off." "All set," Shangwan Qingqing replied, lightly taking a seat in the back with Nan Nan. Han Yang started the vehicle and Chen Fong and Shangwan Qingqing began introducing themselves. Han Yang did not take the original route back, knowing there were zombies that had chased them earlier. Instead, he took a different path, circling back to the school entrance. Oh no. As they approached the school entrance, Han Yang's expression suddenly turned grim. "The horde we diverted earlier has returned." "What?" Nan Nan leaned forward to look and indeed saw many zombies blocking the school entrance again. Maybe our earlier noise attracted them back. "What should we do?" "We can't stop here, otherwise more will come." "We're going for it." Han Yang's expression hardened as he slammed the gas pedal, the engine roaring and the armored vehicle accelerated sharply. The zombies ahead turned their heads, drawn by the sound. Bang! Bang! Before the zombies could act, the armored vehicle crashed into the horde, knocking several zombies down. The horde instantly erupted into chaos as the remaining zombies lunged madly at the armored vehicle. Han Yang focused intently on the steering wheel, managing to control the armored vehicle through the bumps of crushing zombies, successfully bursting out of the school gate and onto the main road. Han Yang's view suddenly cleared. We've broken through the horde. Fortunately, there aren't too many zombies around, only about 50 or 60. There were only a few zombies ahead. If he could just have a little more time, he could shake off the pursuing horde. Just then a figure suddenly dashed out from the left road, crashing into the back of the armored vehicle. The immense force caused the vehicle to lose control, nearly flipping over. Fortunately, Han Yang remained calm and stabilized the vehicle. What was that? Chen Fong exclaimed. Nan Nan and Xingqing also looked outside with serious expressions. Now, because of the earlier encounter, their vehicle tilted, allowing them to see through the side window what was originally behind them. In front of the horde chasing them, an incredibly strong figure was crouching on the ground, shaking its head and slowly standing up. This figure vaguely resembled a human, but its arms and legs were excessively muscular, larger than its head, with its clothes torn and revealing an exaggerated chest. Damn, a zombie awakened with strength abilities. Han Yang took one glance and immediately adjusted the steering, accelerating the vehicle. He realized that this was the creature that had crashed into his vehicle with sheer brute force. The mutated zombies with strength abilities were the ones Han Yang least wanted to face. Unlike Shasha and the mutated female zombies, whose abilities were powerful but whose physical strength hadn't changed significantly. But that creature was different. It possessed incredibly abnormal strength and stamina, with speed that was no slouch, and its defense was formidable due to its exaggerated muscles. The only drawback was its underdeveloped brain. Facing it head-on was far too dangerous. Ambush or ranged attacks were the best strategies, but now he was driving and this was the last thing he wanted. Hold on tight, it might get a bit bumpy next. Han Yang warned, and he glanced in the rearview mirror to see the mutated zombie speeding after them, then leaping to smash down on them like the Hulk. Han Yang had only just begun to accelerate, and before he could pick up speed he saw the impact was imminent. He quickly turned the steering wheel and the armored vehicle swayed drunkenly, narrowly avoiding the hit. The mutated zombie missed its strike, crashing into the road, creating a dent in the asphalt and forming spiderweb-like cracks. Han Yang was left in awe, relieved not to have been hit. He pressed the gas pedal hard, accelerating with all his. The mutated zombie shook its head, regaining its bearings after the recoil, and once again turned its gaze toward Han Yang and the others, starting to chase them. At this moment, Han Yang finally managed to increase the speed of the vehicle. The zombies had just gotten a little closer but were quickly pulled away. Although this creature was fast, it could not match the speeding car, gradually falling further behind. Phew, at last Han Yang could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Was that creature just now the mutated zombie you mentioned? Shangguan Qingqing asked, her eyes bright with the gleam of someone who had just stumbled upon an intriguing toy. Indeed. Just as humans vary in ability, so too do mutated zombies, each bearing bizarre and unpredictable powers. Some are exceptionally dangerous. The one we just encountered was among them. It could only be eliminated from a distance. Engaging it up close would overwhelm even a strength-based cultivator. Han Yang glanced back at Shangguan Qingqing. By the way, you mentioned earlier you had a surprise for me. What is it? You'll see tonight when we reach our destination if it truly lives up to your praise. A faint knowing smile flickered across Shangguan Qingqing's lips. What kind of surprise? Can I come watch too? Nan Nan asked, unreservedly curious. Chen Fong cast an odd glance toward Han Yang and Shangguan Qingqing before her expression settled into calm indifference. You may, but you might not get to see it. Shangguan Qingqing smiled faintly. Oh, how mysterious you're making it sound. Nan Nan muttered. Ah. A man and woman alone, that is rather improper. Since you're so curious, Nan Nan, you're welcome to join us as an observer. Oof. I'm not curious at all. After escaping the mutated zombie, the road ahead grew markedly calmer. Occasionally a few stragglers gave chase, but Han Yang ignored them, steering steadily as the vehicle surged onto the Binhai Highway. Safety increased significantly once they reached the stretch. Nearly 2 hours later they finally arrived at the service area on the shore of Jinsha Island. As their unfamiliar vehicle approached, Lu Bin and Lu Li, stationed inside the service area, immediately tensed with vigilance. Only upon recognizing Han Yang did their faces relax into cheerful grins as they hurried over to open the gate. The bridge leading to Jinsha Island lay behind the service area, enclosed by buildings, fences and walls. Access to the island was restricted to a single vehicular gate, or alternatively visitors could park in the front lot, enter the service hall, complete registration formalities and then board a sightseeing electric tram. Naturally, Han Yang's group required no such transfer. They drove the armored transport straight through the gate. Once it sealed shut behind them, Lu Bin grinned and approached. Brother Han, when did you leave last night? How come I didn't see you? Han Yang shot a knowing look toward Lu Li beside him. You were busy with your woman, you wouldn't have noticed anything. Oof. Do we need to report our comings and goings to you? Nan Nan spared him no courtesy, refraining from calling them a pair of shameless lovers was already restraint enough. No, not at all. Lu Bin instinctively shrank his neck at Nan Nan's voice. Ahem, no need for such harsh words. We'll all be family soon after all. Bingzi, you and Luli come to the island this afternoon, we'll hold a meeting together. Han Yang interjected smoothly to ease the tension. Yes, brother Han. Then we'll head in now. Take care, brother Han. Sister Nan Nan. Han Yang continued driving forward, soon reaching the bridge. The corpses once haphazardly strewn across its surface had vanished, only mottled streaks of dried black and crimson blood remained. Han Yang nodded inwardly. Yi Xiaoqiu and her companions possessed remarkable efficiency. They'd cleared the bodies far more swiftly than expected. Wow, so beautiful. Chen Fang gazed out at the endless expanse of sea, her spirits lifting instantly. It is lovely, Shangwan Qingqing murmured, nodding in quiet agreement. Just wait until we're on the island. You'll find it even more splendid. Nan Nan beamed. Laughter and light chatter filled the air as they rolled onto the island and parked before the Grand Hotel. Yi Xiaoqiu and her three companions, having spotted the approaching vehicle from afar, stood waiting there. Han Yang stepped out, opened the doors, helped Chen Fang and the others alight, and introduced everyone to one another. Watching the women file down from the vehicle, and even the scruffy mud leaping out, Yi Xiaoqiu's deep-seated anxiety finally eased. Yet her expression grew even more perplexed. The little dog bounded off, immediately yelping with joy. Chen Fang and Shangwan Qingqing studied the four women intently, while the four women observed the newcomers, the two women, two undead and one dog, with equal scrutiny. All eyes inevitably turned toward Han Yang. Only Nan Nan remained oblivious, cheerfully waving and turning to Han Yang. Brother Han, where will we be staying? This hotel, or shall we tour some of the villas? Are there still zombies on this island? Han Yang asked Yi Xiaoqiu. None remain. We've accounted for every person here, every corpse has been tallied, and we've confirmed no survivors escaped. Yi Xiaoqiu turned away without glancing again at the two undead. Very well. Then please show us around the island. Of course, this way. Let's take the sightseeing tram. Agreed. They walked together to a row of shuttle trams parked nearby and selected the largest one. Yi Xiaoqiu took the driver's seat, Han Yang sat beside her. The others boarded freely. Shasha joined them while the mutated female zombie remained under Han Yang's command, stationed at the bridge entrance. Yi Xiaoqiu noted it all. She understood that although Shasha was undead, her status was exceptional, especially given Nan Nan's unconscious attentiveness toward her and the occasional soft words she exchanged with the creature. Yi Xiaoqiu started the tram and steered northward. We're currently at the westernmost point of Jinsha Island. Here we built this 7-story luxury hotel to accommodate general guests. Your general guests aren't quite what we'd normally call general, are they? Han Yang remarked with a wry chuckle. Those unable to afford an entire luxury villa are in our view precisely what we mean by general guests. Yi Xiaoqiu replied, tone unruffled. Fair enough. Han Yang refrained from further interruption. Yi Xiaoqiu continued. To the west lies the island's sole bridge to the mainland, no need to elaborate on that. The tram glided along a tree-lined road. Suddenly Yi Xiaoqiu pointed ahead. The northern coast is steep and unsuitable for recreation, so we erected a seawater desalination plant here to supply the island with fresh water while also producing salt and other byproducts. As her words faded, a uniquely shaped building appeared ahead, not resembling any industrial facility at first glance. Its architecture and color harmonized seamlessly with the surrounding landscape. Incidentally, Zhao Gong, the engineer originally responsible for maintaining the island's equipment, has unfortunately turned into a zombie. If this desalination system fails, won't the entire island run dry? Han Yang's brow furrowed slightly. He knew nothing about such machinery, and neither did Chen Fang, Nan Nan or Shangwan Qingqing. Don't worry, we have someone who understands it at least partially. Zhao Jia. Sister Xiaoqiu. Zhao Jia, seated in the rear, responded promptly. Let me reintroduce her. Zhao Jia is the daughter of the late Zhao Gong. Zhao Gong had intended to work several more years before retiring and passing his duties to Zhao Jia. Consequently, she possesses working knowledge of every piece of equipment and infrastructure on the island. Hello everyone. Zhao Jia greeted the group nervously. Han Yang, however, began to sense the subtlety beneath Yi Xiaoqiu's introduction. She wasn't merely introducing Zhao Jia. She was quietly, deliberately demonstrating the irreplaceable value each of her companions held. Qin Lan is an ability user and also a pastry chef. Whether as a combatant or a support personnel, having more skills is always beneficial. Zhao Jia is currently the only one among their group who can maintain the island's equipment. Regardless of the truth, since Yi Xiaoqiu dares to say so, she must possess some capability. She has thus become an indispensable person on this island. Without a doubt, with Yi Xiaoqiu's looks, temperament and intelligence, anyone who meets her would be reluctant to let her go. As for Sun Wanyu, she must have some unique qualities as well. Even if not, Yi Xiaoqiu would make arrangements. Understanding this, Han Yang put on a warm smile and said to Zhao Jia, from now on I will trouble you to maintain the island's equipment. Of course. Zhao Jia nodded eagerly. Just ahead is the only dock on this island. As everyone looked forward, they first saw a row of small houses by the shore, followed by a neatly parked row of luxurious yachts at the dock. Wow, yachts! Nan Nan cheered. We can go out to sea and have fun in the future. Han Yang was also very happy. He glanced around at the several women, each as beautiful as flowers with alluring figures and unique charms. If they all boarded the yacht and changed into swimsuits. TSK. Do you know how to operate a yacht? Yi Ziokui's question jolted Han Yang back to reality. No. But it shouldn't be too difficult, right? Han Yang replied uncertainly. It's indeed not difficult. Yi Xiaokui nodded. So that means Sister Xiaokui can drive it. Nan Nan affectionately leaned close to Yi Xiaokui. That's right, sister will take you out to play on the sea in the future. Yay. Tisk, this woman is always hinting at their value. Han Yang smirked. In addition to the yachts, there are diving gear, kayaks, surfboards, motorboats, and other facilities for coastal recreation. If you want to play later, I will teach you. After saying this, Yi Xiaokui pointed towards the island. The closest structure here is this villa. Everyone focused their gaze and indeed discovered a luxurious villa hidden among the lush trees. Let's go take a look. Nan Nan was very excited and Chen Fong also looked forward to it. Yi Xiaokui had no objections, so they changed direction and headed towards the villa. As they got closer, the exterior of the luxurious villa came into view. This is a 3-story villa with the largest first floor, a slightly smaller second floor, and an even smaller third floor, creating a staggered structure. Both the second and third floors have large viewing platforms where one can enjoy the breeze and admire the surrounding scenery. The overall exterior of the villa does not seem extravagant but rather simple and exquisite. Its natural, relaxed, casual and rustic style complements the surrounding environment. Upon arriving in front of the villa, there is a pavilion extending from the entrance, allowing for parking for sightseeing vehicles. Everyone disembarked in an orderly fashion, and upon taking a few steps forward they saw a large swimming pool in front of the villa with shimmering blue water and a row of lounge chairs around it for relaxation. Wow, such a big swimming pool. Everyone chattered excitedly by the pool, imagining how they could swim and play there in the future. Han Yang also looked forward, thinking this was paradise. The villa is fully equipped with all amenities, including kitchenware, refrigerators, washing machines, air conditioning and televisions. Yi Xiaokui continued to lead everyone inside the villa. You can move in with just your bags, just like returning home. Not bad, not bad. Han Yang looked around the villa and became more satisfied. Are the other 9 villas like this? Yes, aside from slight differences in appearance, the internal configurations are basically the same. Which villa is the best? Each has its own characteristics, there is no best. Yi Xiaokui paused before continuing. Like this villa and the other nearby one, they are closest to the dock, making it convenient for guests who enjoy sea outings. The 2 villas at the far east have a higher elevation and offer views of the sunrise and the sea. Alright ladies, let's continue and check out other places. Han Yang called to everyone. This time they headed east and soon saw the 2 villas that Yi Xiaokui mentioned. The eastern side of the island has a higher terrain and the coastline is rocky. Han Yang saw several towering wind turbines here. In addition, there are several platforms in precarious positions where one can observe the magnificent sight of waves crashing against the rocks. Walking further south, the terrain gradually flattens out, revealing an endless expanse of golden sand beach. This must be the origin of the island's name. That's right. This beach occupies the entire southern coast of the island and is its largest highlight. The surrounding waters are also not deep. The women got off the vehicle cheering as they ran onto the beach, laughing freely. The other 6 villas are all near this beach. Do you need to see them? No need, let's rest here for a while. Han Yang lay on a beach chair and Yi Xiaokui lay beside him. What is Sun Luan you skilled at? Hearing Han Yang's seemingly random question, Yi Xiaokui was not surprised. She looked at the few people playing on the beach and joked, I didn't expect all your companions to be women. Even the controlled zombies are female. No wonder you assured me that no other men would be allowed on the island without our consent. I can tell that the one named Chen Fong has a special relationship with you. She isn't your lover, is she? Yi Xiaokui did not intend to give Han Yang a chance to respond, as she spoke with a tone of certainty despite her speculation. The one named Shangguan Qingqing looks at you oddly too. Plus, with the 4 of us here tisk on the island, there are 7 women and 1 man. You aren't treating us as your harem, are you? They are family. Han Yang, having had his thoughts exposed, showed no embarrassment and emphasized, alright then, family means the same thing. Do you agree with that? Han Yang gazed at Yi Xiaokui. That depends on your performance. We shall see. Han Yang turned his gaze back to Sun Luanyu, who was not far away, returning to the previous topic. What can Sun Luanyu do? Does it matter if they are already part of your harem? They are family. Han Yang reiterated, since they are family, there should be a division of labor. Everyone must contribute to this family. I originally wanted to save this for last. Yi Xiaokui hesitated for a moment before finally saying Luanyu is a gardener. She and her mother were originally responsible for the planning and maintenance of the island's greenery. Tisk, your company has quite a serious nepotism problem. We do not reject internal recommendations as long as the person has real skills. Don't be fooled by Zhao Jia and Sun Luanyu's youth. They are both graduates from 985 universities and have worked on other real estate projects with their parents for 2 or 3 years. Han Yang, a graduate of a low-tier college, was instantly speechless. Looking at it this way, it seems these women all have higher education than him. But in the apocalypse, education doesn't matter, the one with the strongest fist is the boss. Moreover, haven't these women all become his own people? Thinking of this, Han Yang felt instantly at ease. Seeing Han Yang rendered speechless, Yi Xiaokuei continued, not far east of the hotel we have built a greenhouse primarily to cultivate fresh flowers for customers who love green plants, and it can also be transplanted to other areas of the island. At the same time, we have planted some green organic vegetables and fruits inside, allowing customers to enjoy them with peace of mind while they— I understand. In the future, Sun Luanyu can be responsible for managing these and we will have fresh vegetables to eat. Exactly. Actually, there is someone else responsible for the planting management, but they have already turned into a corpse. Sun Luanyu is somewhat related to plants, it should be fine. Yi Xiaokuei nodded secretly. In order to increase her bargaining chips, she had put in a lot of effort, just like Zhao Jia, who was mainly responsible for power maintenance. However, there are manuals and everything. Learning is learning, and drawing parallels should be about the same, right? No matter what, she has communicated with her former colleagues, so she understands a bit, at least better than letting Han Yang and the others manage. They know nothing. These thoughts only briefly passed through Yi Xiaokuei's mind, and then she returned to the matter that had been troubling her. After hesitating for a moment, she finally spoke up. Actually, this morning when Luanyu went to pick vegetables, she saw a plant in the greenhouse that resembled the glowing one you showed me yesterday. What? Han Yang suddenly straightened his body. Are you sure? I am very sure. I personally went to see it, and it was indeed a shimmering plant surrounded by what seemed like fireflies. Yi Xiaokuei roughly described its appearance, and Han Yang felt a surge of excitement. He had seen this plant before and it had cost him his life. Linglong grass. Han Yang couldn't wait to grab Yi Xiaokuei's smooth little hand. Take me to see it. Wait, what about the others? Yi Xiaokuei stumbled as she was pulled, giving him a reproachful look, but in her heart she thought, it seems that the plant is very important, at least more so than the one that can awaken abilities. Yi Xiaokuei had considered whether to hide it from Han Yang, but she did not know the true function of these plants nor how to use them, fearing that recklessly consuming them could lead to serious consequences. It would be better to tell Han Yang. If this plant can awaken abilities, it would be awkward to hog it all to herself, given that they already had one. And if, like now, it was worth more than the plant that can awaken abilities, Han Yang would definitely need to compensate, right? Yi Xiaokuei was quite confident in her ability to judge people. She believed Han Yang was not short-sighted. Therefore she took a gamble. Yes. As Han Yang realized he had been too eager, he turned to the women and said, "Ladies, let's go. We will continue to the next place to take a look." "Where are we going?" Nan Nan ran over barefoot. Xiaokuei said, "There are 6 more villas nearby, and if we go further west there is a sunny greenhouse with many flowers and vegetables. Let's first check out the greenhouse and then we can choose a villa to move into." "Is there a greenhouse?" We must go, we must go," Nan Nan exclaimed excitedly. The group got back in the car and Yi Xiaokuei drove them straight to the greenhouse. On the way they passed several villas and Han Yang noticed they were not far from the beach. He made up his mind to choose one of these villas as it would be convenient to see the beauties playing on the beach in their swimsuits. Soon, under Yi Xiaokuei's driving, they arrived in front of a tall glass house. This greenhouse was entirely made of glass, standing about 4 meters high, over 100 meters long and about 20 to 30 meters wide, which was quite large. Upon entering they could see various beautiful plants, flowers blooming in clusters competing for beauty. In addition, there was a large area of vegetables and fruits, some grown in soil while others were high in soilless cultivated vegetables hanging in the air. As soon as the women entered they were dazzled by the flowers, while Han Yang pulled Yi Xiaokuei, urging her to lead the way to see the suspected linglong grass. After walking a few steps before Yi Xiaokuei could remind him, Han Yang's attention was immediately captivated by a plant no bigger than a palm. This plant had very small leaves, even smaller than a pinky nail, but its flesh was thick, resembling a succulent plant, its exterior a translucent emerald green akin to high-quality jade. Although its leaves were tiny, they were numerous, with many branches sprouting from its small body resembling a blooming hydrangea, exquisite and delicate. Around these leaves a layer of hazy light danced, clearly visible even during the day, as if emitting firefly-like glimmers or perhaps attracting some kind of invisible energy. It really is linglong grass. Han Yang forcibly suppressed his excitement. It's still in the seedling phase, only has 1 hole. Han Yang approached and carefully observed, discovering a tiny hole in the center of the lush leaves. It is said that when mature linglong grass will have 7 holes in the center resembling a lotus pod blooming in a lotus flower, hence it is also called 7-hole linglong grass. Second-tier ability users eating it have a chance to advance to the 3rd tier. Even an immature linglong grass, as long as it has more than 4 holes, can almost guarantee a first-tier ability user will advance to the 2nd tier, unlike the mature corpse grass, which has a chance of failure. Ah! Another new spiritual plant. At this moment Nan Nan also discovered it, her shout attracting the other women to come over and watch. Is this a spiritual plant? Shangguan Xingxing had only heard about it before. This was her first time seeing it today, and her face showed a look of realization. Is this plant called a spiritual plant? As the discoverer, Sun Luanyu only knew the characteristics, not the specific name and function. She had only stumbled upon a plant that matched the description after listening to Sister Xiaokui's rough description, and now with confirmation she was curious about what this plant could actually do. That's right, this grass is exquisite and delicate, so let's call it linglong grass. Han Yang declared decisively. Fong Fong, go find a flower pot. Okay. Chen Fong understood what Han Yang was about to do. She quickly found an empty flower pot nearby and secretly buried a corpse core inside. These corpse cores were handed to her by Han Yang because her abilities could prevent the corpse grass from suffering unexpected damage and dying. After burying a bit of soil in the flower pot, Chen Fong carried it over. At this moment, Han Yang had already begun to dig up the linglong grass using a dagger to excavate a portion of the soil around the linglong grass and placing it in the pot that Chen Fong brought. Alright, this linglong grass will be yours for now, Chen Fong, be sure not to let it die. Seeing Han Yang's serious expression, Chen Fong nodded. Rest assured, I will keep a close watch on it. Then Han Yang looked at Yi Xiaokuei and said, thank you for providing this linglong grass. I want to take it for free. I will give you another one later. Yi Xiaokui's face immediately lit up with joy upon hearing this. Alright, let's choose where to stay next. The group filed out of the flower house and returned to the sightseeing bus, heading back to the 6 villas they had just passed. They looked at several villas in succession, each with its unique characteristics, making it hard to choose. In the end, Han Yang made the decision and selected the one in the center. His reason for choosing this mansion was simple. It was not only close to the beach but also had an indoor swimming pool. On the 3rd floor there was an infinity pool with 3 sides made of transparent glass. From inside one could see clearly outside as if floating in midair, but from outside nothing could be seen. In the future he could play freely with Chen Fong and Nan Nan inside. Big brother Han, which room are you going to stay in? After deciding on the villa, the group began to choose their rooms, with Nan Nan asking Han Yang first. All the girls turned their gazes to him. Han Yang chuckled. I want choose first, you all can pick. Then Fong Jia should choose first. Nan Nan pulled Chen Fong and started to explore the various rooms. This villa had 2 bedrooms on the 1st floor, 4 on the 2nd and 1 on the 3rd, all equipped with private bathrooms, some even with walk-in closets. The few of them were dazzled by the choices. In the end, Chen Fong chose a room on the east side of the 2nd floor while Shangwan Qingqing chose a room on the west side. The 2 rooms in the middle of the 2nd floor were left for Nan Nan and Han Yang. However, what Han Yang was thinking was that he did not need a room, it would be fine to sleep with Chen Fong or Nan Nan. While they were choosing rooms, Yi Xiaokuei stood beside Han Yang with a teasing smile. Aren't you going to be torn about which room to sleep in tonight? There are still 4 vacant rooms here. If you 4 move in too, I won't have to worry, 1 room each day and I won't repeat for a week. Han Yang shrugged. Yi Xiaokuei was defeated by Han Yang's audacity and ignored him, instead turning to the 3 girls behind her. Since they've chosen, let's pick the villa next door for convenience. Alright, sister Xiaokuei. Well, pack our things and come over later. The 3 girls responded. After choosing the rooms, Yi Xiaokuei led everyone back to the hotel entrance while Han Yang drove the transport vehicle back to the villa. Yi Xiaokuei also helped Qin Lan, Zhao Jia and Sun Lanyu pack their luggage, preparing to move next to Han Yang. In fact, the 4 of them didn't have much to pack. During the virus outbreak, Yi Xiaokuei had brought Qin Lan to check the future work environment and inspect the job without bringing luggage. This was why they had been wearing the hotel reception clothes. Their original clothes had gotten dirty during the zombie killing process and they had no clean changes. Fortunately, the hotel reception clothes had many spare ones, so they had to change into these. Zhao Jia and Sun Lanyu did have some spare clothes, but not many. The 4 girls quickly packed up and drove back to the villa area, put their luggage away and then went to help Han Yang. At this time, Han Yang and the others had already finished moving their luggage and were transporting supplies and weapons. Why are there so many weapons? Are they all real? Yi Xiaokuei was very surprised. They are real. Once we finish moving, you can choose one you like as a weapon. Then we'll help you. The 4 girls couldn't move heavy items, so they helped carry rice flour, oil and water instead. All the supplies were placed in the kitchen and an empty room next to it, while the weapons were temporarily moved to the basement, lined up neatly. With so many hands, the work went quickly and soon they had emptied everything. Finally, we can rest. Nan Nan joyfully collapsed onto the soft sofa. I'll go cook, it's already noon. After Chen Fong said this, she walked into the kitchen with a light step. I'll help you. Qin Lan, who had been silent, finally spoke. Sure. Thank you very much. I'll help too. Sun Lanyu and Zhao Jia hurried over. Oh. I want to help too, but I can't. Nan Nan said regretfully, glancing at the kitchen. Everyone has their strengths, I can't either. That's true. After Nan Nan said that, she immediately lay down. Now that we have time, let's hold a small meeting first. When Lu Bin and Lu Li come in the afternoon, we can have a formal one. Han Yang looked at Yi Xiaokuei and Shangwan Qingqing. Sure, what do you want to discuss? Yi Xiaokuei said nonchalantly. Now that we have a place to stay, we can finally settle down, but we need to make long-term plans. The first point is the security issue of the island. The only road leading to the outside world is that bridge, and there are very few zombies nearby. What security issue is there? Shangwan Qingqing asked curiously. I'm not worried about zombies, and mainly worried about people. Han Yang recounted the incident with Zhu Haoming. As the saying goes, a gentleman takes revenge 10 years is not too late, but a villain seeks revenge from dawn till dusk. Therefore we must be wary of Zhu Haoming. That makes sense, but the key is how to guard against it. Yi Xiaokuei joined the discussion. If I use my abilities, it's actually quite simple. I can still contract 8 zombies, spreading them at the bridgehead dock and beach, places easy for intruders to access. This can serve as a certain degree of warning, fright and blockage against enemies. However, this would essentially tie me to the island. I previously tested that if zombies are more than 5 kilometers away from me, I can't control them effectively and they might suddenly attack people on the island. Isn't it good to stay on the island? You have so many beautiful women accompanying you. Yi Xiaokuei joked. Please don't test my weaknesses. Han Yang shot her a glare and pouted. This brings me to the second point, the collection of supplies. How long can the supplies on the island last us? If it's just the 4 of us with plenty of vegetables and minimal staple food consumption, we should be able to last about a month. But if we add you all... Yi Xiaokuei stopped. Her meaning was clear. So we need to plan ahead. Right now not many people dare to go outside. We should take this opportunity to gather supplies. Whether for personal use or to trade with others, we don't fear having too many supplies, we fear having none. Right now among us only Nan Nan and I can go out while ensuring our safety. The others. It's not that I look down on you, you're just too weak. Shangguan Qingqing narrowed her eyes at these words, but she didn't speak immediately. With outsiders present, she had to maintain decorum and give the man some face. So what are your thoughts? Yi Xiaokuei understood that since Han Yang said this, he must have a solution. The best way is to quickly enhance your strengths. Rather than guarding against thieves, it's better to make each of you capable of taking down a thief. That way there's nothing to worry about. Then how can we quickly enhance our strengths? Yi Xiaokuei thought rapidly and recalled her earlier discovery while moving weapons, feeling a sense of anticipation. You must have already noticed that Nan Nan and I have extraordinary powers. Indeed, it seems there is more to this. Yi Xiaokuei secretly nodded. Indeed, I was just about to ask Qin Lan, his fellow awakened ones, how come you and Nan Nan possess such great power? Qin Lan is only slightly stronger than us, perhaps even less than a worker. While transporting weapons, Yi Xiaokuei and the others saw a huge axe and were curious if it was real. If it is, how much would it weigh? So they attempted to lift it, but it didn't budge at all. Nan Nan, seeing this, chuckled as she effortlessly picked it up, leaving them all astonished. Only then did they realize that not only was Nan Nan's awakened ability extraordinary, but her physical prowess was equally astonishing. However, what surprised them even more was when Nan Nan said that Brother Han could lift it with one hand and play around with it. Yi Xiaokuei immediately suspected whether Han Yang and the others had some method to enhance their strength. She looked at Han Yang with eager anticipation. Those who have awakened their abilities see a significant enhancement in their physical capabilities, far surpassing ordinary people. However, this change does not happen overnight, it requires time to accumulate slowly. Besides that, targeted training is essential. Han Yang briefly explained the changes after awakening. These were common knowledge in his past life, but no one knew about them here. You have targeted training methods. Yi Xiaokuei instantly understood. Yes, let me reintroduce you. Han Yang pointed to Shangguan Qingqing. Qingqing is not only an awakened but also a martial arts instructor. She has mastered a set of body refining techniques that can quickly enhance the strength of the awakened. My idea is to have her train all of you. Whether or not you have awakened, everyone should quickly grasp the body refining techniques. At the same time, I want Qingqing to be responsible for the island's safety and defense. Han Yang paused, took out a pistol from his body, placed it on the coffee table and slid it over to Qingqing. I believe that with this pistol it will be very difficult for ordinary people to harm you. Han Yang did not ask if she knew how to use it. He was well aware of Shangguan Qingqing's abilities. Her mental introspection allowed her to be more familiar with her physical condition than anyone else. When it comes to controlling and utilizing her body, no one could surpass her. As for the pistol, it merely requires speed, accuracy and stability, which is a piece of cake for her. Shangguan Qingqing picked up the gun and skillfully toyed with it. As a martial arts enthusiast, she did not reject modern weapons. On the contrary, she understood them better than Han Yang. However, she was afraid to keep such things, otherwise her arsenal would not just consist of cold weapons. Do you two have any objections? Yi Xiaokuei looked at Shangguan Qingqing with curiosity. Naturally, she had no objections and would rather welcome it. Sure, I already observed that there are cameras at every intersection on the island and speakers playing music. If it's just for monitoring, that's sufficient. We just need to assign someone to the monitoring room. If they spot any strangers coming in, they should immediately notify everyone to hide and he'll handle it. Shangguan Qingqing's voice was cold, steady and confident, leaving Yi Xiaokuei with no doubts. She was a woman who could deliver on her promises. The monitoring room is on the first floor of the hotel and the amplifier is there as well. We usually have someone keeping an eye on it. Yi Xiaokuei confirmed that Shangguan Qingqing's plan was feasible. The island's security issue is settled. As for the service area by the shore, let's have Lu Bin and the others keep an eye on it. If the situation gets critical, they can retreat back to the island directly. Having finalized one arrangement, Han Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Regarding the second point, I mentioned earlier that Nan Nan and I will go out tomorrow to gather supplies while you all focus on improving your strength on the island. Where will you gather supplies? Have you chosen a location? Yi Xiaokui asked. I'm not very familiar with the area. Do you have any suggestions? I actually know a good place. Yi Xiaokui chuckled lightly. If you walk 3 to 4 kilometers west from the service area by the shore, there's a large shopping mall. The basement there is a large supermarket. The first floor sells mobile phones, electronics, jewelry and cosmetics, while the second floor is a children's playground and children's clothing. Yi Xiaokui quickly summarized the product layout inside. Do you live there? You're quite familiar with it. Han Yang thought this young lady would never visit such a common shopping center. I don't live there, but that mall's property belongs to our company. I was shallow. Malls usually open after 9 a.m., so when the zombie virus outbreak occurred there should have been no customers inside, only staff. Han Yang pondered for a moment. Such a large mall, there would still be around 100 staff members. Not too many, easily manageable, and it's close by. Let's go with that. Han Yang felt increasingly relaxed as he arranged another task. How many corpse cores did you collect as I asked you to yesterday? 5. Yi Xiaokui pulled out a bag from her backpack containing 5 glistening crystals. Han Yang took them without hesitation as he currently did not have that many himself. The incorpse grass and linglong grass were considerable consumables, and Shasha and the mutated female zombies required a dose every few days. It seems I need to specifically gather some corpse cores. Han Yang pondered. Things cannot be taken for free. Han Yang took the incorpse grass and said to Yi Xiaokui, in 3 days it will grow 4 leaves and can be used. You all need to decide on the candidates for its use. Yi Xiaokui's eyes sparkled as she stared at the incorpse grass, realizing this was not the one she saw yesterday. This one had just grown its second leaf and the first leaf wasn't fully formed. She wondered where they had obtained it again. Thinking this, Yi Xiaokui seriously replied, all right. This is compensation for your contribution of linglong grass. The 5 corpse cores just now can also be exchanged for an incorpse grass, but that can wait until later. A pleasant surprise. Yi Xiaokui thought he was going to take it for free. Most of those corpse cores were obtained from the zombies killed by Zhu Haoming and the others and were originally unexpected items. But after Han Yang's remark, she immediately understood their value. This definitely isn't just for feeding zombies, right? Moreover, judging by his confident demeanor, it was certain they could obtain incorpse grass in the future. Could it be that he mastered the method of cultivation? Han Yang absolutely did not expect that with just one short sentence he had been guessed almost correctly by Yi Xiaokui. Well, keep this incorpse grass for now and give it to you in 3 days. Han Yang placed the incorpse grass back in its original position. The three then discussed some personnel arrangements while Nan Nan remained uninvolved. They finally gathered in the dining room as lunch was ready. This villa was decorated with consideration for large gatherings, featuring 2 dining tables, one large and one small. The smaller square table could seat 4 people and could also be used for work, relaxation, or tea. The larger rectangular table could comfortably seat 10 people. At this moment the dishes were being served and the feast was unprecedentedly sumptuous. In the last 10 days of the apocalypse, the vegetables that Han Yang and the others had accumulated were mostly gone except for the potato. Recently they had mostly been eating canned meat and dried vegetables such as mushrooms, black fungus and tofu skin, along with pickled vegetables and sausages. Even that was not enough to eat at every meal, as they had to alternate to make it last. But now the table was filled with dishes like green pepper with cured meat, tomato and egg, 3 fresh vegetables, and mushu with cured meat. Although it looked simple and lacked extravagant dishes, these home-cooked meals were the most sumptuous fare the group had seen in recent days. In addition to rice, there were also pancakes and pan-fried dumplings made by Qinlan, along with some pastries prepared earlier. The only downside to the meal was that it was too plain, which reminded Han Yang that while eggs and milk could still be found and were not yet expired, meat was no longer available. They could only eat some canned sausages and cured meat with no fresh meat to be had. It seems they would have to specifically find some poultry and livestock to raise in the future. Nan Nan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and as soon as everyone sat down she eagerly grabbed her chopsticks. Finally, time to eat, I'm starving. Everyone, don't be shy, we're all family here. Seeing her impatient demeanor, everyone couldn't help but smile, and the atmosphere immediately lightened up. Sister Fawn's cooking is still so delicious, and Sister Lan's is not bad either. Nan Nan's praises were unending and generous. Lunch quickly came to an end and all the women were very satisfied. After the meal, Yi Xiaokui, Nan Nan and Cheng Qing took the initiative to help clear the dishes while Chen Fong and Qinlan relaxed. Through their conversations while cooking at noon, Chen Fong had already become familiar with Qinlan, Zhao Jia and Sun Luanyu, especially with Qinlan as they discussed the methods of making noodles during the meal. Qinlan also shed her usual cold demeanor, occasionally sharing jokes with Chen Fong, which caught Han Yang's attention multiple times. So how is it? Lan Lan looks good when she smiles, right? Yi Xiaokui walked over to Han Yang and teased him, I'll let you in on a secret, Lan Lan hasn't had a boyfriend yet. Any thoughts? Han Yang glanced at her. This woman even sells out her best friend. What is she up to? Currently, I'm most interested in. I heard you haven't had a boyfriend either. Hiss. Han Yang suddenly thought of something and inhaled sharply. You two beauties, and at your age not having boyfriends is quite unusual. Are you both into each other? Yi Xiaokui wasn't displeased, instead she wore a charming smile. Aren't you already mine now? Then I'll come to your room tonight. We can't just talk without action. Sure. But you have to promise me one thing. What? Han Yang seemed eager but inwardly muttered. Indeed, this woman always has ulterior motives. Aren't you all going to that mall tomorrow? There's a business building nearby. Can you help me look for someone while you're there? Is it a family member? Correct. This woman is really skillful in weaving her plans. She must have had some thoughts when she heard I was going to gather supplies, right? Han Yang fell silent for a moment. Actually, you don't need to go through all this. If you need to find family, just tell me directly. I won't refuse. Yi Xiaoqui's flirtation faded, revealing a sincere smile. Thank you. No need for thanks, but you said earlier about coming to your place tonight. Is that still valid? Yi Xiaoqui rolled her eyes. Just when I started to feel a bit fond of you. Sure. Once you return safely, come to my room tonight. Yi Xiaoqui thought to herself that she could sleep with Lan Lan, and with no one else in the room she wanted to see how he would handle that. Yi Xiaoqui showed Han Yang the specific location and the photo of the person she was looking for. As expected, it was her father, the chairman of Xinjiang Group. Don't get your hopes up too high, Han Yang advised. The office buildings are deadly places crowded with people and numerous zombies. Even if you miraculously survive, there won't be much food or water left. Those who can escape from there are either tough or exceptionally lucky. I know, but I still want to confirm. Han Yang said nothing more. At this moment, Lu Bin and Lu Li finally arrived. Yi Xiaoqui had left a message at the hotel entrance telling them to gather here. As Lu Bin and the others entered, Han Yang clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. Now that everyone is here, let's officially hold a meeting. First, we need to get to know each other, and second, I will announce our future plans and personnel arrangements. Han Yang introduced Chen Fong and Shangguan Xingqing to Lu Bin and Lu Li. Having learned from Nan Nan's experience, Lu Bin was very humble, calling each of them sister. Once everyone got acquainted, Han Yang announced the matters discussed at noon with Yi Xiaoqui and Shangguan Xingqing, clearly assigning tasks to everyone. Han Yang and Nan Nan formed one group temporarily responsible for going out to gather supplies, accompanied by Sha Sha and the mutated female zombie. Zhao Zhao was responsible for maintaining the island's facilities, while Sun Luanyu was in charge of planting and nurturing vegetable ingredients. Chen Fong took on the role of a part-time doctor and was responsible for cooking for everyone, with Qin Lan assisting her. The group then learned that Chen Fang's awakened ability was healing. When they saw her demonstrate it publicly, healing wounds without a trace of scars, the women were ecstatic. Among them, Zhao Jia and Sun Luanyu were secretly pulling Chen Fong aside to confirm something. Han Yang vaguely heard them asking if previous injuries with scars could be healed. Scars certainly couldn't be healed directly, they could only be addressed by creating new wounds. Tisk women are willing to go through any hardship for beauty. Even the usually indifferent Shangguan Xingqing was somewhat tempted. Han Yang shook his head at the sight. He intentionally showcased Chen Fang's abilities, placing her in logistics to maximize her safety. Her ability to heal spiritual plants was incredibly important. Qin Lan's abilities were very suitable for combat, so Han Yang planned to train her as a reserve combat member, with Shangguan Xingqing keeping a close eye on her for rapid growth, and for now she would focus on training and assisting with cooking. In addition to the personnel arrangements above, Shangguan Xingqing was responsible for island defense and training everyone. Yi Xiaoqui was in charge of coordinating and managing supplies, overseeing all affairs on the island when Han Yang was out. Lu Bin and Lu Li were responsible for the defense and vigilance of the shore service area, handling their own food. There was also a cafeteria on shore, and they would be allocated some supplies. Since neither of them were ability users and there weren't many hands available, their main responsibility was vigilance. If anything seemed off, they could retreat back to the island immediately. Alright, that's basically it. If anyone has any good suggestions, feel free to share. No more. Next, we should learn some physical techniques to enhance our strength, right? Let's get on with it. I'm a bit eager. Yi Xiaoqui rubbed her hands together. They had already discussed everything Han Yang mentioned, she just wanted to move on to the next step. Alright then, Xingqing will take over next. Han Yang smacked his lips, feeling unsatisfied as he stepped back. Shangguan Xingqing first led everyone to the basement. Looking at the dazzling array of weapons displayed on the ground, she said, each of you pick a weapon. While learning the body tempering technique, I will also teach you how to use the weapons. So many weapons. Lu Bin was very surprised, and he quickly realized where the weapons he had seen Han Yang and Nan Nan holding came from. Can we choose freely? Yes, take what interests you. Practice for a while, and if it doesn't suit you, you can change. So everyone stepped forward, picking up their favorite weapons. Unexpectedly, Qin Lan was the first to choose a broadsword. The broadsword, also known as the Pu Dao, appeared during the Song dynasty. Han Yang often saw it in water margin or other martial arts novels, mostly used by people from the rivers and lakes. The one Qin Lan chose was a short-hilted broadsword about 1.5 meters long with a blade length of around 70 centimeters. In terms of length, it cannot be considered a long weapon, but it is longer than typical short weapons. From its appearance, this broadsword looks no different from a big knife, but compared to a big knife, its blade proportion is not that significant. It can be said to be between a big knife and a single sword, requiring a two-handed grip to wield, using the weight of the blade and the weapon itself to slash at enemies. Seeing this, Shangguan Xingqing secretly nodded. The sword technique is easy to master and very suitable for hacking zombies, even more so than the Tang Dao chosen by Nan Nan. Lu Bin quickly made his choice as well. He followed Han Yang and selected a spear, though not the all-metal type Han Yang had, but one made of white wax. Soon others had also made their selections. Although there are more than 18 types of weapons, in reality not many are usable. Some weapons are not suitable for dealing with zombies, such as the meteor hammer. If not used properly, one could end up injuring themselves. Others included whip sticks and so on. Eventually Yi Xiaokui chose an 8-sided Han sword, and Zhao Jia selected a large cleaver, the kind used in film and television dramas. Sun Luanyu also chose a sword, a saber. Lu Li picked a steel fork which could complement Lu Bin's choice, one to stab and the other to impale. After selecting their weapons, Shangguan Xingqing led everyone outside to the asphalt road of the villa. The trees on the island were lush, providing ample shade, making it feel cool. The sea breeze blew by, making one feel quite refreshed. Nan Nan, you come and demonstrate. Everyone watch closely. Shangguan Xingqing had everyone stand in 2 rows, then let Nan Nan step forward to begin the practice. With each move Nan Nan practiced, Shangguan Xingqing had everyone follow along, pointing out the key points and correcting mistakes, including Nan Nan's own errors, while Han Yang and Chen Fang also humbly corrected themselves. The whole afternoon everyone barely finished learning a set of movements. Among them Yi Xiaokui, Qin Lan and Lu Li learned the fastest and best, especially Qin Lan. She could clearly feel her physical strength increasing, thus becoming highly motivated. Zhao Jia and Sun Luanyu learned at an average pace and still needed to practice diligently to familiarize themselves with the movements. Lu Bin was the slowest, barely finishing the movements, and still had many mistakes. However, Lu Li patted her chest and promised that she would guide him to strengthen his training when they returned. Then the two of them went back to the shore while it was still light. Finally, we can have a good rest. Hey, how about we go swimming? After dinner, Nan Nan, feeling full and happy, stretched her waist and made the suggestion, which made Han Yang's eyes light up. We don't have swimsuits, so let's forget it. Yi Xiaokui said regretfully. Han Yang was even more regretful than her. How could they not have swimsuits? No, the first thing to gather tomorrow is swimsuits. Alright then. Sister Fang, Sister Qingqing, do you both have swimsuits? Let's go swim upstairs. I'll pass, I didn't bring one. Shangguan Xingqing refused. I'll go with you. Chen Fang, unable to bear seeing Nan Nan's disappointed look, pulled her along. Yay! Then we will go back to rest first. The 4 girls, seeing this, bid farewell and returned to their villa. As the living room became empty, Han Yang also prepared to head upstairs. A swimsuit party for just the 2 of them sounds great. It shouldn't be missed. Moreover, the 2 of them knew him well. Who knows what might happen in the pool? Wait, I have something to tell you. Shangguan Xingqing suddenly called out to him. What is it? Oh right, you said before that you would give me a surprise. Han Yang suddenly remembered. Are you going to give it now? If it's not urgent, you can wait a bit. It's not that matter. Shangguan Xingqing said expressionlessly. What is it then? Han Yang asked in confusion. At noon you said we were too weak. I can't agree. About that, I was just talking nonsense. You don't need to take it to heart. Han Yang shook his head, realizing he had wasted a lot of time. He needed to hurry upstairs. I care a lot. Really don't need to care. After saying this, Han Yang was about to leave but was stopped by Shangguan Xingqing. Although I admit you're strong, I don't think I'm weak. Strength or weakness can only be determined after a comparison. Sister, there's no need to go this far, right? If you don't satisfy me, then don't think about going up. This sounded quite ambiguous, didn't it? But looking at Shangguan Xingqing's serious expression and her unusually bright eyes, Han Yang knew she was not joking. The techniques I practice are for killing zombies. We have no comparability. Are you afraid of hurting me? Shangguan Xingqing felt underestimated and her expression grew colder. I didn't mean that. Don't you just want to see the 2 of them in swimsuits and take advantage of the situation? If you win against me, I'll let you see it. No. Not to that extent. Han Yang was shocked. So do you agree? Aren't you without a swimsuit? Isn't it more exciting without swimsuits? Shangguan Xingqing said expressionlessly. I think that appropriate sparring would be beneficial for both our progress. Where shall we go? We can't really do it here. Shangguan Xingqing, usually calm, couldn't help but roll her eyes at him upon hearing this. Let's go to the beach. That's a good idea, but let's agree first, no weapons allowed. I'm afraid I might accidentally hurt you. This time Han Yang's expression was much more serious. He wasn't joking as he aimed his weapons at the zombies' heads. Fighting against people. It doesn't matter if the opponent is an enemy, but with one's own people. If he accidentally fails to hold back, there would be no room for regret. Okay, then let's compete using fists and feet, but without weapons. You definitely can't win against me. Shangguan Xingqing nodded in agreement. This sounds like you're hoping for me to win. Han Yang muttered. The two walked towards the beach. There were a row of solar streetlights at the edge of the beach faintly illuminating the surrounding area. The two did not get too close to the sea, it was too dark there and it was inconvenient to perform. Hey! Isn't that Han Gu and Qingqing Jia? What are they up to? In the infinity pool on the third floor of the villa, two bodies as white and beautiful as mermaids swam freely in the water. On the third floor of the villa in the infinity pool, Nan Nan had changed into a white floral one-piece swimsuit. The upper part of her swimsuit was designed with straps exposing her smooth arms, delicate collarbone and a hint of her chest. The lower half was a skirt that barely covered her thighs, her long slender legs submerged in the pool playfully splashing the water, adding a touch of allure to her charm. Chen Fong wore a fairy-like pink one-piece swimsuit similar to Nan Nan's in that it had a skirt for the lower half but the upper half was different. At Chen Fang's chest the two cups crisscrossed as if two pieces of fabric were tied together at the back with decorative elements resembling flowing ribbons on her shoulders, giving her an ethereal appearance. At that moment she and Nan Nan swam gracefully like two beautiful mermaids. When Nan Nan noticed two figures suddenly appearing outside, Chen Fong also swam to the edge of the pool to look towards the beach, realizing that the two figures were Han Yang and Shangguan Qingqing. They stood on either side of a solar streetlight facing off seriously. They wouldn't actually start fighting, would they? Chen Fong said with some concern. Hee, it's quite possible. Nan Nan said with a mischievous smile. She remembered how Qingqing had been looking at Han Yang with an unusual gaze, one that suggested recognition of a kindred spirit and a rival filled with excitement. Sister Qingqing has always been passionate about martial arts. Her standard for a boyfriend is someone who can spar with her. Before Nan Nan could finish, the two people on the beach finally sprang into action. The relatively slender Shangguan Qingqing was the first to strike, fully utilizing her long legs to deliver a series of high and mid-level. Han Yang hastily retreated 2 steps to dodge. As she launched her third kick, he instinctively raised his hand to block it, then countered with a kick that Shangguan Qingqing managed to intercept. However, Han Yang's strength was formidable and Shangguan Qingqing found it challenging to block him. Seizing the opportunity, Han Yang swung his left arm, aiming a strike at her head. Shangguan Qingqing remained unfazed, quickly reacting with a right hand guard while her left hand launched a sudden strike to Han Yang's abdomen, simultaneously delivering a direct punch to his face that left him dazed. Without pausing, Shangguan Qingqing followed up with another straight punch to Han Yang's abdomen while her right elbow crashed into his face. This sequence of movements flowed smoothly and was executed with speed and power, leaving Han Yang momentarily stunned. By the time he regained his senses, Shangguan Qingqing had already caught his right hand, executing a shoulder throw that lifted him off the ground. His body soared into the air, flipped around and crashed down to the ground. In a panic, Han Yang instinctively grabbed at something and caught hold of Shangguan Qingqing's clothing. Rip. Thud. The sound of tearing fabric coincided with Han Yang's heavy landing on the ground. This grab finally halted Shangguan Qingqing's movements. She instinctively covered her chest and did not pursue her attack. After landing, Han Yang quickly rolled to his feet, stepping back a few paces, feeling grateful. Fortunately, he had switched to Shasa's defensive capabilities in advance, enhancing his resistance to impact. Otherwise, with just those few blows, an ordinary person would have already been knocked out and unable to get up. Shangguan Qingqing's strength was not to be underestimated, especially with her punch and elbow strike landing squarely on his face. Han Yang felt as though his nose was bleeding. He was no match for her at all. Han Yang sighed. But soon he became captivated by Shangguan Qingqing's current state. Just then his grab had caught the collar of Shangguan Qingqing's shirt. As he fell, the t-shirt's collar was torn by his immense strength, the palm with fabric being pulled down until only a small portion remained attached at the bottom. This was why Shangguan Qingqing had stopped her subsequent actions, instinctively covering her chest, but soon she let go and removed her now completely open t-shirt. At this moment she wore only a beige bra on her upper body, revealing her athletic figure. It was the first time Han Yang realized how magnificent her form was beneath that oversized clothing. He quickly wiped away the blood from his nose, feeling rejuvenated. I can still fight. Their first clash seemed lengthy, but it actually occurred in a matter of moments. In Chen Fang's eyes, it was just Qingqing suddenly charging forward, kicking Han Yang a few times only for him to evade. Then Han Yang countered but was instead met with a series of punches from Qingqing, followed by a shoulder throw landing on the ground. However, it was far from that for Han Yang. Shangguan Qingqing's movements were fluid, her attack spheres completely different from the sensations he had felt with zombies in the past. In terms of close combat, he was utterly outmatched. No, I need to think of a way to leverage my strengths. However, before Han Yang could ponder further, Shangguan Qingqing tore off her shirt and charged at him again. Damn, this is too fierce. Han Yang was mesmerized by her physique and was kicked twice before he snapped back to reality. Shangguan Qingqing was tall with long straight legs, her movements swift and ferocious, while Han Yang was left defensively fending off her attack. Shangguan Qingqing's skin wasn't as fair as Nan Nan's or Chen Fang's, but it was glistening, firm and elastic. Coupled with her occasionally flexing muscles, she exuded a unique athletic charm. No, this isn't the time to be looking at that. I need to think of a way to win. Once I win, there'll be plenty of time to look. A punch landed on Han Yang's head, bringing him back to his senses. I need to restrict her punches and kicks, preventing her from utilizing her fighting techniques. That's my chance to win. As this thought spun in his mind, Han Yang swiftly came up with an idea. As the saying goes, chaotic punches can defeat the master. Although I don't know any fighting techniques, I can still be reckless. It's just 4 words stick to her like glue. I have more strength than her. As long as I can entangle her limbs, I will be fine. With that thought, he acted. After a few rounds, Han Yang had been beaten for a while, but he had become familiar with some of Qingqing's moves. He seized the opportunity when Qingqing launched another straight punch, completely abandoning defense, took a hit and then seized her wrist. With one hand caught, Qingqing used her other hand to throw a punch to break free. Han Yang endured the impact with his resilience while his other hand swiftly grabbed her other wrist. With both hands caught, Qingqing remained unfazed and drove her knee into Han Yang. He pressed down on her hand to block her from making any progress. Qingqing struggled in an attempt to break free, but it felt as though she was caught in a vice. Seeing Han Yang wear a smug smile, she scoffed disdainfully, then suddenly slammed her head towards his nose. Han Yang's nose instantly felt a sharp pain and tears streamed down uncontrollably. You are not playing fair. He wanted to say something. But before he could voice it, his foot was suddenly tripped, causing his body to uncontrollably fall backward. At that moment, if he had let go, he might have maintained his balance or landed safely, but Han Yang did not do so. He understood that if he released his grip, Qingqing would definitely not give him another chance. We should fall together. Han Yang held on tightly, and as his body tilted, he exerted force to pull Qingqing down. Shangguan Qingqing tried to stabilize herself, but Han Yang was much stronger, and in the end she was pulled down onto him. At the moment of landing, Han Yang locked her legs tightly, with his leaving her no room to move. Han Yang was wary of her attempting ground joint techniques like a rear naked choke, triangle choke, or an armbar, so he decided to strike first. In close combat, he had never been afraid of anyone. Chen Fong and Nan Nan could attest to that. Shangguan Qingqing swung her arms left and right, striking Han Yang's body with her elbows, trying to break free from his grip while her legs kicked wildly and her body rolled aimlessly. But no matter how she struggled, Han Yang remained silent, clinging to her like an octopus. You scoundrel. It's good enough if we can win. Han Yang chuckled. Although he was in pain from the blows, the two of them were entangled together, their skin pressed closely, making it both painful and pleasurable. The two of them were in an extremely ambiguous position. Anyone unaware would think they were engaged in something inappropriate for children. Are they all right? The two of them moved slowly along the way, killing the zombies attracted to them while clearing the obstructive vehicles. After one morning, they had barely covered half the distance. Nan Nan huffed. What could happen to them? They've already taken off their clothes. She murmured, let's not watch them anymore, let's continue swimming. On the beach, Han Yang noticed that Qingqing had stopped struggling, her chest rising and falling rapidly due to heavy breathing, and he couldn't help but steal a glance. Looking closely, she was indeed not small, not inferior to Chen Fong, slightly less so than Nan Nan. It was just that because of her tall height and large frame and her usual casual and loose clothing, it was hard to tell. She must be a C cup, right? Have you seen enough? Qingqing calmly asked, her emotions settling. You can never see enough of this. Her words left him momentarily speechless. Let go of me. No way, the winner and loser haven't been decided yet. Does that even matter? Of course it matters, it concerns our agreement. Han Yang retorted. You're doing much more than what we agreed upon. That's different. The agreement was about wearing swimsuits or not, and you're still wearing yours, aren't you? As soon as Han Yang finished speaking, he heard the sound of teeth grinding. He looked at Qingqing and saw her flash her white teeth before suddenly biting down on his shoulder. Ah. Murder of a husband. Pa. 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 Qingqing bit down as if on leather with a mouthful of sand that made her teeth ache. Why is your skin so tough? No wonder you didn't react much after being hit for so long, she realized. It wasn't stated that I couldn't use my abilities. Indeed, it wasn't said. If you had won with your real skills, I wouldn't have minded considering you as my woman. What? Han Yang's spirit jolted. If you don't think others are unaware of some of your thoughts, do you? Look at your team, especially on this island. Out of 8 people, 7 are women. Even the controlled zombies are female. Chen Fong and Nan Nan are clearly quite close to you, and that Yi Xiaokui is also ambiguous with you. Plus, with how I am perceived by others, your plans can be heard by Lubin outside the island. Every woman here knows it in their hearts. Even Nan Nan can discern this. However, knowing is one thing. If you want me to willingly accept, you must first defeat me. Really? I don't dislike you otherwise. Do you really think you could hold me like this so easily? I could break free if I wanted. A hero must not break the law. Weapon skills are for killing, just as you wouldn't dare use a weapon against me. I can't go all out against you either. Of course, part of it is due to your own abilities. Your physique is too strong, especially in terms of power and resistance to blows, rendering my usual attacks ineffective. I told you real combat isn't so civilized. Eye gouging, nose picking, peach picking, and chokes, using everything at your disposal is the most effective. So can you let go of me now? Han Yang thought for a moment and ultimately chose to release his hands and feet. Teacher Qingqing, please teach me martial arts. Han Yang said earnestly. What are you plotting now? I just want to improve myself. After saying that, Han Yang couldn't help but glance at her legs. Having been entangled just now, he felt deeply that those long legs, if only they could be used. How exhilarating would that be? Tisk, so you want to learn from me, beat me and then have me become your woman. Your plan. Should I shout 666 for you? Shangguan Qingqing chuckled lightly. Do you agree? Han Yang didn't think this little thought would escape Qingqing's notice. I agree, but just now I was quite unhappy, so I want to beat you up first to vent. Qingqing shook her wrists, her hands a bit stiff from being held by him. How about we use a different method of combat? I guarantee you'll enjoy it. Han Yang rubbed his nose, still feeling a dull pain. Upon hearing this, Qingqing recalled the last time they had an exchange on a mental level, her body involuntarily shivering slightly. This was also a reason she didn't reject Han Yang. The imprint in her mind was so deep that it made her feel a strange fondness for Han Yang, but she had her own principles and wouldn't easily let this guy succeed. Humph, if you can defeat me, you can do whatever you want. What I said earlier about wanting to beat you wasn't for revenge. You possess a strong combat instinct, and I believe I can't teach you in traditional ways. Your growth will be faster in real combat. Han Yang listened and found it somewhat reasonable. Alright, then what should we do? It's very simple, I'll attack and you defend. I see that your defenses are so strong that I can safely use some moves. After every few rounds I will explain my techniques to you. Han Yang took a deep breath. Okay, then come at me. He got into a defensive stance. Shangguan Qingqing's gaze immediately sharpened, even more so than when they first sparred. She didn't give Han Yang much time to prepare and immediately launched two high kicks aimed directly at his face, followed by a spinning kick, all targeting critical points of his head, unlike the initial medium height kicks aimed at his chest. Han Yang felt the pressure. He struggled to defend against the attacks. After blocking a move similar to monkey stealing a peach from Qingqing, he couldn't help but cry out, "Don't hit there, what if you break something? Stop talking nonsense, if it breaks let Chen Fong fix it." Damn it. Han Yang felt a bit regretful. Just at that moment of distraction, Shangguan Qingqing executed an Iron Mountain crash, sending him flying. Bang! Han Yang fell to the ground, feeling as if his whole body was falling apart, as though his organs had shifted. If it weren't for Shasha's defensive ability slowing it down just from that hit, he would have probably gone to meet the Buddha directly. He gasped a few times and struggled to get up. Next, I'll explain the moves I just used to attack you. Qingqing walked to his side and began detailing the moves, occasionally demonstrating and breaking down the countermeasures. This opened Han Yang's eyes, and he found that certain moves he had instinctively made previously could correspond with some key points explained by Qingqing. Shoulders align with hips, elbows with knees, hands with feet, as long as you can achieve these points. Han Yang grew happier the more he listened, feeling that he was improving, and eagerly began the second round, only to be brutally defeated again. They practiced until late at night, and Qingqing finally stopped, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. After a night of sparring, Han Yang rapidly grew, going from a panicked response at the beginning to now being able to advance and retreat strategically, occasionally using what he learned to counterattack, making Qingqing suffer greatly. She didn't have Han Yang's formidable defensive strength. Han Yang believed that as long as he continued this training for a few more days, he would be able to fight Qingqing back and forth. Winning would just be a matter of time. That's enough for today, I'm thoroughly impressed. Keep pushing tomorrow, and genuinely looking forward to the day you surpass me. Qingqing added a final note of encouragement and quiet anticipation. The two walked side by side on their way back. Practicing bare-handed combat will also sharpen your skills against zombies. Weapons are extensions of the limbs. Traditional martial arts were all developed with weaponry in mind. Thus, the more refined your fists and feet become, the more instinctive and effortless your mastery of arms will grow. As they spoke, they arrived back at the villa. Most lights had already dimmed within. Chen Fong and Nan Nan had long since fallen asleep. Han Yang felt a pang of regret at having missed their impromptu swimwear display, and turned his gaze instead to Qingqing. Her half-bare upper body was dusted with fine sand, veiling her skin and softening the elegant contours of her figure. His regret deepened. You're covered in sand, gritty and grimy. Let me wash it off for you. Qingqing rolled her eyes and said nothing, retreating straight to her room. No need to lift a finger myself, how splendid. Han Yang muttered under his breath, then paused. Where exactly would he sleep tonight? He recalled his luggage had been placed in the first room on the left, midway up the second floor, but sleeping alone held little appeal. Yet upon glancing down at his own soiled, sand-streaked form, he decided it wiser to return to his room first and freshen up. Once inside the bathroom and facing the mirror, Han Yang recoiled slightly. His face, hands, legs and torso bore vivid bruises, mottled purples and deep blues blooming across his skin. Even with Shasha's defensive aura reinforcing his resilience, he'd still sustained such damage, a testament to Qingqing's unrelenting intensity. Still, it had all been worth it. Han Yang sensed not only hardened battle instincts but a tangible leap in raw physical conditioning. Strangely, he hadn't even practiced any body-refining techniques. Yet all things considered, it was undeniably progress. After a swift rinse, he changed into clean clothes and stepped out of the room. He first approached the westernmost room and tried the doorknob. Nothing. It wouldn't budge. Why has Fongfong locked her door? That habit really won't do. With no choice, he returned to the adjacent room. This time the door opened smoothly. Cool air from the air conditioner greeted him. Nan Nan lay peacefully in bed, already asleep, her posture as ever boldly possessive. Han Yang gently nudged her legs inward, climbed onto the bed and drew her close. Her skin was smooth and cool against his touch, delightfully soothing in his embrace. Mum. Nan Nan stirred awake, blinking drowsily until she recognized Han Yang and pouted. Big radish. What do you mean? Weren't you just with Ching Ching Jie? I even saw you two stripping down and rolling around on the beach. We were sparring. Look what she did to me. Han Yang pointed to the bruised patches blooming across his face. Oof. Serves you right. Nan Nan retorted, poking one tender spot with her fingertip. Yipe. Does it hurt? It hadn't, not really, until her finger pressed in. Han Yang fell silent, feigning wounded helplessness. Then let me blow on it. Nan Nan leaned in, her rosy lips hovering near his cheek as she exhaled softly, warm sweet-scented breath dancing across his skin, tingling with gentle teasing warmth. Better now, she asked. Much better, but this spot hurts too, he said, gesturing elsewhere. Only then did Nan Nan notice the scattered bruises covering his torso. Ah. Ching Ching Jie hit you that hard? I specifically asked her to go easy. Han Yang stared at her, stunned. Had this girl known all along that Ching Ching would strike him? Realizing her slip, Nan Nan glanced aside. Well, Ching Ching did mention wanting to spar with you someday. I urged her to hold back. I just never imagined you two would end up tumbling headlong onto the beach sand. By the end her tone had grown defiantly self-assured. Han Yang shook his head, half amused, half exasperated, suddenly grasping the full picture. Look at how badly she's battered me. You owe me compensation. Then I'll blow on it again. Blow here, he said, pointing to his lips. See? Swollen already. Nan Nan peered closely. It was slightly swollen with a faint delicate cut. In truth, he'd bitten his lip when he'd stumbled earlier. All right then. She leaned in, her warm breath feathering over his mouth. Han Yang closed his eyes, savoring the moment, before, unable to resist, he drew her gently closer. Day 11 of the apocalypse. Dawn broke crisp and clear. After a morning rich in both vitality and quiet intimacy, Han Yang and Nan Nan emerged from their room freshly washed and dressed to find the sky bathed in golden light. In the kitchen, Chen Fong bustled about preparing breakfast, while Qin Lan, who had arrived sometime earlier, assisted her with quiet efficiency. Good morning, Sister Fong. Sister Lan. Morning. Why so late today? That's unlike you, Chen Fong teased lightly. A faint blush rose to Nanan's cheeks. She tilted her head, stealing a quick sidelong glance at Han Yang. It was all his doing, dragging her out at dawn to drill dance fundamentals. Where are Ching Ching and Xiao Kuei? Han Yang swiftly changed the subject. They've been training since sunrise. Lan Lan stayed behind to help me cook. Han Yang nodded, reassured, then stepped outside the villa to confirm. Sure enough, several women stood far away at yesterday's training ground, diligently practicing body refining techniques. A quiet pang of shame stirred within him. Since ascending to Tier 2, have I grown too lax in my discipline? No, each dawn he did train. And it was exhausting, especially after enduring nightly sessions as Ching Ching's living sandbag. With that thought, his guilt dissolved, replaced by keen observation of the women's progress. Yes, truly impressive. Their postures flowed with grace, each movement a study in elegance. Still, their attire left something to be desired. Yesterday, learning that Ji Xiao Kuei and the others lacked suitable exercise where Ching Ching had generously lent them several sets of her own training robes. Ching Ching stood tall, broad-shouldered, the garments draped loosely over the others' slender frames, concealing rather than accentuating their natural beauty. Swimwear. Yoga attire. These were no longer luxuries, they were necessities. Xiao Kuei and the rest had no spare clothing, so feminine essentials loomed large in his mind: undergarments, casual loungewear, sanitary supplies. The sheer weight of required provisions settled heavily upon him. More women meant more complications. Men could manage with 2 outfits. What did austerity matter in the apocalypse? But women. Especially his women. That was an entirely different calculus. Breakfast was soon ready. The women returned from their morning drills and the entire group gathered, laughing, sharing and enjoying a warm, hearty meal together. After a brief respite, Han Yang and Nan Nan prepared to depart for an external supply run, leaving the island's stewardship in the capable hands of Ji Xiao Kuei and Shangguan Qingqing. All right, you each attend to your duties. Don't fret over us. We'll return tonight if possible, if not we'll certainly be back by tomorrow at the latest. With those parting words, Han Yang bid farewell to the assembled women alongside Nanan, then boarded the transport vehicle with Sha Sha and the mutated female zombie, heading steadily outward from the island. As they passed the service area, Lu Bin and Lu Li were immersed in their body refining practice. Spotting Han Yang, they sprinted over eagerly. Brother Han, are you heading out? Yes, we're scouting nearby malls for supplies. Hold the fort well. Got it, brother. Stay safe. The transport vehicle continued onward. Few zombies lingered near the service area. He Xiao Kuei, the other women and Lu Bin's team had already swept the zone clean. Han Yang drove unimpeded until reaching the coastal highway where the first stragglers appeared. From here to the supermarket we'll clear the route step by step, ensuring safe, efficient future transport of goods back home. Han Yang outlined his plan, yet Nan Nan paid it no mind. Instead her eyes sparkled with eagerness. "Brother Han, may I drive?" Han Yang hesitated for a moment upon hearing this but then thought that he would need to drive back to transport supplies later. It would be more efficient for both of them to drive their own vehicles. Moreover, the roads are currently free to drive and collide, which is perfect for learning to drive. All right. Han Yang parked the car by the roadside and first taught Nan Nan about the accelerator, clutch and brake, then simulated shifting gears. Once she practiced enough, he started the vehicle and began to drive slowly in first gear. Nan Nan showed great talent for driving and picked it up quickly. They drove south for a kilometer and reached an intersection. Xiao Kuei said that if we go west from here for 3 or 4 kilometers we will reach that mall and there should be quite a few zombies on the way. After a while, if zombies are attracted, you stay in the car while I go down to clear them out and then you can get out to help me keep watch. Okay. Just having learned to drive, Nan Nan was still very excited and wanted to practice more, so she did not object. Sure enough, as soon as they turned into the intersection, a dozen zombies were immediately attracted over. Han Yang instructed Nan Nan to stop the car, then opened the door and took out his metal spear. Upon seeing Han Yang, the zombies became even more excited and rushed towards him. With a thrust of the spear, the leading zombie's head was pierced instantly and it fell to the ground. Han Yang did not even look at the zombie he had just stabbed but immediately retracted the spear and charged at the other zombies. Thanks to his formidable recovery ability, the bruises from last night had long healed, but it wasn't without cost. With shoulders and hips aligned, elbows and knees in sync, hands and feet coordinated. Following Ching Ching's guidance to adjust his movements, he immediately felt that handling the spear became more fluid, especially when thrusting, as he instinctively applied the power technique from the Bajikwan move Ching Ching had taught him. He barely exerted any strength and the spear moved as gracefully as a swimming dragon, piercing through the zombies before him. Is it really possible to do it this way? It was as if he had discovered a new toy. Han Yang tirelessly experimented with the techniques and soon more than a dozen zombies had been completely eliminated. Seeing that no new zombies were attracted, Han Yang instructed Nan Nan to keep watch while he began to open the skulls of the fallen zombies one by one. What luck, there are actually 4 zombie cores. Han Yang collected the zombie cores happily and got back in the car. Nan Nan, let's go. Okay. Nan Nan started the vehicle and the two continued their journey. This road was not as spacious as the coastal highway, with wrecked cars and blocked vehicles everywhere along with the mangled bodies of zombies that had been feasted upon. The two of them moved slowly along the way, killing the zombies attracted to them while clearing the obstructive vehicles. After one morning they had barely covered half the distance. "Brother Han, I always feel like someone is watching us." While Han Yang was collecting the zombie cores, Nan Nan, keeping watch, said to him. Han Yang looked around. There were many storefronts on both sides of the road, and behind the storefronts were 2 residential complexes. The tall buildings facing the street had a clear view of their location. "We have been clearing zombies here all morning. People in the nearby residential areas and storefronts may have noticed us. Never mind, let's take a break, eat something and then continue forward." Okay. The two returned to the car and opened a phone box that contained food prepared by Chen Fong and Qin Lan, including pastries, buns and side dishes. Although it had been a whole morning, the food still had some warmth. Nan Nan picked up a small piece of cake, put it in her mouth, and her eyes squinted with happiness. "Sister Lan's cake is really delicious." "It is." Han Yang also took a piece. After eating several pieces of cake, Nan Nan felt a bit thirsty, so she took a bottle of cold drink from another phone box. "This is refreshing." After taking a big sip, Nan Nan sighed in satisfaction. Just then a commotion suddenly came from outside the car and a man ran out from somewhere, approaching their vehicle. He was a young man, probably in his 20s, with unkempt hair and an unkempt appearance, as if he hadn't been outside for a long time. He cautiously observed his surroundings, carefully approached the front of Han Yang's car and gently knocked on the door a few times. Han Yang did not open the door but quietly watched him. "Big brother, I just saw you fighting zombies, very impressive. Can I join you?" The man's eyes were filled with tension, anxiety, and a hint of anticipation. "Do you have any abilities?" "Abilities?" The man was taken aback. "Does playing games count?" "Sorry brother, we don't take men without abilities." "Women can." "Yes. They must be pretty. Big brother, and really good at fighting zombies in games. How about this, if you can bring me 5 of these things I might consider letting you tag along." Han Yang took out a zombie core and showed it to him through the glass. "Some zombies will have this thing in the back of their heads." Han Yang added. If this guy could really produce 5 zombie cores, it would mean he had killed at least a dozen zombies. No matter how he did it, if he could kill that many, it meant he had crossed the threshold of survival in the apocalypse and could be accepted appropriately. Lu Bin and the others were already stretched too thin and guarding the service area. Zombies can drop things. The man seemed to catch on abilities. Could it be like in the game, having superpowers? No wonder you are so strong. He looked excited. "Big brother, can you tell me how to gain such abilities?" "Not convenient." Han Yang realized that this guy was just a gamer who probably lived alone, which was why he hadn't been attacked by other zombies and made it this far. Roar. Just then a zombie roared nearby, startling the man, who nervously said, "Then where can I find you once I gather 5 of these? In the coming days we should pass by here often. If you really gather them, just flag us down when you see us." "Okay." After the man finished speaking, he immediately jogged away, fearing that zombies nearby might discover him. How can someone so timid kill a dozen zombies to collect cores? Nan Nan pouted. Who cares if he really collects them, just hand them over to Lubin. Alright, let's continue our journey. After a little interlude, the two continued forward. The further west they went, the more zombies there were, and Han Yang gradually found it more challenging to clear them out. However, they could already see the mall in the distance. It was about 8 stories tall, with large brand advertisements plastered on the exterior. It was situated at the corner of an intersection facing south and west. Diagonally opposite was a commercial office building, which was where Yi Xiaokui's father worked. After clearing out another wave of zombies, Han Yang got back in the car and realized they were not far from the parking lot entrance. He said to Nan Nan, "Turn right and well enter the side road, there's no need to go all the way to the mall entrance. That area is an intersection with too many zombies, let's enter through the parking lot entrance a bit ahead." "Alright brother Han, hold on tight." Nan Nan swerved onto a side road. After barely 10 meters she spotted a sign for a parking lot. 2 zombies loomed ahead, but she paid them no mind and plowed straight into them. With 2 dull thuds, the undead were knocked down and crushed beneath the vehicle. Nan Nan whipped the wheel and drove into the parking lot entrance. "Not bad, getting more adept." Han Yang praised her maneuver. "Heck, I'm a genius," she retorted. The barrier gate went flying as she rammed through it. Surrounded by commercial blocks, the intersection ahead had become a congregation point for the infected. The sudden commotion alerted them. The zombies howled and surged in their direction. "Oh no, this is bad." Nan Nan frowned as she took in the dense mass of zombies. At first glance there were easily 100 or more. Han Yang frowned as well. Indeed, there are rather a lot of them this time. Though formidable, his stamina was finite. Maintaining Shasha's defensive systems while on the move consumed enormous energy. If they were encircled, especially with mutated undead lurking within, the situation would become perilous. "Drive-in," Xiaokui said. "That's the unloading area. Once inside the lot, a left turn leads to the mall entrance. Shoppers, of course, always park as close to the doors as possible." But the mall's front entrance abutted the intersection and more zombies were pouring in from that direction. The main door was out of the question. If they drove straight from the parking entrance, a narrow alley appeared that led to the rear of the mall, the unloading zone adjacent to the warehouses, and thus away into the building. "Alright." Nan Nan floored the accelerator and charged straight for the unloading area, arriving soon at the warehouse door. Han Yang, Nan Nan and Shasha climbed out in succession. The mutated female zombie remained in the car. Other zombies would not attack one of their own, so it could stand guard, and Han Yang could use its gaze to monitor the surroundings. "Ah. There's an electronic lock. What do we do? Brother Han, can you open it?" From afar the hordes were already sprinting toward them. The pounding of many feet could be heard, and the fastest dozen or so zombies had darted into the alley. "Let me see," Han Yang said without haste. Indeed, the warehouse door bore an electronic lock that required the correct code to enter. He let out a quiet breath of relief. Thank goodness it wasn't a fingerprint lock, or they would have to break the door down. Calmly he scooped a handful of dust from the ground, scattered it over the keypad, and gave it a soft blow. At once 4 digits that had been pressed frequently were revealed. Next came the permutations. 4 digits still yielded many combinations, and too many wrong attempts would trigger a lockout, so Han Yang refrained from hastily punching keys and continued to observe. Soon he noticed one of the 4 digits stood out much more than the others. People press the first digits with greater force when they fumble for a code, while later presses are gentler, leaving shallower marks. Now he only needed to order the remaining 3 digits. Han Yang ceased hesitating and began to enter combinations. The first attempt returned an error. By then the nearest zombies were less than 10 meters away. Nan Nan readied herself for combat. They tried again. The second input was also wrong. As the undead closed in, Han Yang steadied his mind and made a third attempt. A clear chime sounded and the lock lit green. The door had opened. "We can retreat." Han Yang turned the handle and pushed the door wide. Nan Nan and Shasha slipped inside in single file. Han Yang was the last to enter and promptly shut and locked the heavy door. The zombies battered the barrier, thudding and roaring, but the iron door held them at bay. "At last we're in," Nan Nan exhaled. "Who are you?" A flashlight beam cut across them, abruptly illuminating their faces. The warehouse had no electric lights, only the small windows high in the walls let in a sliver of daylight, leaving the interior dim but still navigable. The beam made Han Yang and Nan Nan squint. As their eyes adjusted, they realized 4 figures were watching them intently. 2 men and 2 women stood there, each clutching a weapon. "Who are you and how did you get the code?" The speaker was a middle-aged man with a receding hairline, his body slightly flabby and his face slick, the sort whose manner bespoke petty managerial experience. "We are survivors here for supplies," Han Yang replied calmly, paying little heed to the man's tone while he studied the others carefully. Beside the middle-aged man stood a burly, powerful fellow wielding a steel rod stained dark with blood. He was clearly not to be trifled with. Behind that man cowered a shy woman who held a weapon but scarcely seemed brave. She was hardly a threat. The other woman to the middle-aged man's side, however, Han Yang found himself stealing a few extra glances. The woman was strikingly distinctive, not tall, her face possessed a childlike, almost doll-like innocence yet. Her chest was truly astounding, even more exaggerated than Nan Nan's. Easily an E cup, perhaps even an F. Yet her figure was not bulky where she should be slender, she remained so. Her legs lacked Nan Nan's delicate thinness but were pleasingly rounded and well-formed. She gripped a long-handled fire axe whose blade was likewise smeared with dark red blood. Yen Tong, diminutive, frail of frame, disproportionately ample-breasted and armed with a gigantic firefighting axe, these elements fused into an unsettling, almost perversely harmonious apparition. Unlike the burly man pressed close to the balding leader, Yen Tong kept her distance, clearly reluctant to interact with him. Intriguing. Han Yang did not know the full circumstances or whether they possessed special abilities, so he refrained from rash violence and chose instead to probe cautiously. Survivors. The middle-aged man frowned. It had been 11 days since the outbreak. They were no longer in the initial panic and had learned certain hard lessons, among them that sheer numbers are not always an advantage. In the beginning there had been more of them, several supermarket staff who had survived and managed to avoid being attacked by companions. Gradually they gathered under his direction and carved out a small safe zone. Supplies were ample and he had assumed they could simply wait for rescue. Then unexpectedly one of the survivors turned and bit others. He had been sleeping in his office and thus escaped the calamity. The result was that only the 4 of them remained. They learned their lesson and thereafter slept apart. Since then they had managed to keep the peace. He had not anticipated the warehouse door would suddenly open today. Seeing the tide of bodies outside nearly terrified him out of his wit. Fortunately these newcomers shut the door behind them. Judging by the roars beyond, there were well over 100 zombies. Should even one slip inside, they would all be doomed. For these 2 reasons the middle-aged man instinctively distrusted them. In the manager here, I make the decisions. You 3. He meant to refuse, but upon glancing at the 3, especially Nan Nan and Sha Sha, he faltered. He clicked his tongue. Those 2 women are awfully pretty. Tisk, these 2 women are incredibly beautiful, aren't they? Especially the one in cosplay, she really knows how to play. Just imagine how delightful it would be to have some fun with her in that outfit. Moreover, the other woman is quite stunning as well, even more beautiful than any celebrity with long and slender legs. Before Han Yang and the others went out, Nan Nan had given Sha Sha a pair of colored contact lenses, so at first glance one couldn't tell she was a zombie. Besides, Sha Sha's cosplay outfit was simply too eye-catching. The middle-aged man suddenly changed his mind. You 3. If you want to stay, that's fine, but you all must listen to me. As he spoke, the middle-aged man with his big belly tilted his head back, exuding a sense of leadership. Having come in from outside, you must know the current situation. Resources are very precious here. Thus you cannot just eat and drink for free, you must demonstrate your value. In short, we do not support idle people here. Nan Nan looked at this guy as if he were a fool. Everyone knows it's the apocalypse now. Who cares about your management? The one with the strongest fists is the boss. Nan Nan really wanted to give this guy a kick to wake him up, but Han Yang stopped her. Confused, Nan Nan looked at Han. Han Yang whispered to her, "Let's observe the situation first." Only then did Nan Nan settle down. Seeing the 2 exchange glances and murmur a few words without voicing any objections, the middle-aged man assumed they agreed to his newly set rules and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Since you 2 do not oppose, then you're one of us. From now on follow my arrangements and I promise you'll enjoy good food and drink living without worries. Next, let me introduce myself. My name is Zhao Xian and I am the manager of the procurement department here. This middle-aged man, Zhao Xian, then pointed to a muscular man beside him. This is our security, Shen Song. He's quite remarkable. He was the boxing champion in our district and is very capable of handling zombies. He has cleared out the nearby zombies. Zhao Xian emphasized Shen Song's introduction, making it clear that Han Yang and the others should behave or else someone would deal with them. This is the inventory clerk Lin Suzhen. Zhao Xian gestured towards a middle-aged woman beside Shen Song, quickly moving on to the last female. This one is also our employee Meng Xian, a graduate management trainee. Although she hasn't graduated yet, her work ability is quite strong. As Zhao Xian introduced Meng Xian, a hint of lust unconsciously appeared in his eyes. The impact of comparing this girl's chest with her appearance was just too striking. Zhao Xian had been eyeing her for a while and had even hinted that he could help her get promoted quickly with the opportunity to rise to management. Unfortunately, this girl was so dense she simply couldn't understand, even though his hints were quite obvious. Later, when the virus broke out and after a week of waiting without rescue, Zhao Xian gradually realized that the end of the world had likely come and he began to entertain ulterior motives. In recent days he had been assigning work to the 3 of them in his capacity as a leader, initially making Meng Xian do heavy lifting and hinting that if she complied with him she wouldn't have to work so hard. To his surprise, this girl had quite a bit of strength and lifted things with ease, ignoring his hints. Since yesterday he had changed his tactic, assigning Meng Xian and Shen Song to clear the zombies in the warehouse leading to the supermarket and mall, even deliberately instructing Shen Song not to help her and to hinder her. He hinted to this girl again, this time more straightforwardly, but she still played dumb. If it weren't for Han Yang and the others showing up suddenly, he was already considering using force today, but their appearance only strengthened his resolve. It had been 11 days since the apocalypse began, and for the survivors outside, food and water should be the most important things. if they were to exchange their bodies for resources. Surely many would agree. Moreover, he had more than just food and water, he had an entire mall filled with a variety of supplies. Zhao Xian decided to take it easy on Meng Xian for now, after all she was one of their own and more compliant with his orders. He planned to first target the two new women using his power and resources to indulge himself. But if he dared to resist, then Shen Song would deal with him. After Han Yang and the others introduced themselves, Zhao Xian instructed Meng Xian, you take these three to find a place to rest. But if he dared to resist, then Shen Song would deal with him. After Han Yang and the others introduced themselves, Zhao Xian instructed Meng Xian, you take these three to find a place to rest for a bit according to the rules. Okay, manager. Meng Xian nodded, then gestured for Han Yang and the others. Follow me. Nan Nan and Han Yang exchanged a glance and stepped forward to follow. Once they had walked far enough, Zhao Xian turned to Lin Suzhen and said, you go back now and prepare a day's worth of food and water for them. When Meng Xian has settled them, have her deliver it to them. Remember, don't give too much. Oh, okay. Lin Suzhen nodded cautiously and walked back carefully. After everyone had left, only Zhao Xian and Shen Song remained in front of the warehouse's main door. Zhao Xian took out a cigarette box and handed one to Shen Song, who accepted it and deftly lit it for Zhao Xian. Son, I remember I arranged this job for you back in the day, right? Yes. I've always remembered brother Zhao's kindness. Shen Song took a deep puff of smoke and slowly exhaled, smiling in agreement. You've done well these years, I've seen it all. Your efforts weren't in vain. Sai, I originally wanted to recommend you as the security captain but didn't expect this damn change to happen. Brother Zhao means well. That's all in the past, let's not dwell on it. Let's talk about the present. Zhao Xian exhaled a puff of smoke. You see how chaotic it is outside now, filled with zombies. We have no signal on our phones and there's no water or electricity. I suspect the whole world has gone crazy, otherwise we wouldn't have waited this long without any sign of rescue. Luckily we have sufficient supplies here. I can't say we can survive for 4 or 5 years, but a year or two is definitely no problem. However, we need some rules, we can't just give help to anyone who comes asking. If we did that, no matter how much we have, it wouldn't be enough for everyone to eat right. Zhao Xian stared at Shen Song, who being an old hand at this showed a knowing expression and smiled, saying to Zhao Xian, that's how it is, whatever you want brother Zhao, I will definitely support it. You're a sensible brother. As long as you follow me, I will never treat you poorly. This is my plan in the future, when someone comes, well, make the men do manual labor, and as for the women, let's enjoy ourselves. What do you think? Zhao Xian finished speaking, a lewd grin spreading across his chubby face. This idea is brilliant. Shen Song also wore a lewd smile, clicking his tongue in admiration. However, Shen Song soon furrowed his brow again. But Zhao Go, what if someone disobeys? If anyone dares to disobey, you just beat them to death in this world. Killing someone doesn't raise any eyebrows anymore. Zhao Xian's expression turned cold and fierce. Shen Song hesitated, knowing he could kill zombies but dealing with living people. What? You scared? Who says I'm scared? A slight provocation from Zhao Xian made Shen Song's face flush instantly. I've killed zombies, so I'm not afraid to kill people. Good brother, I believe in you. Zhao Xian patted him on the shoulder. Shen Song took a deep drag on his cigarette and casually threw the remaining butt on the ground, crushing it. At this moment he started to realize something. Zhao Gu, you wouldn't have taken a liking to those two women who just arrived, would you? Tisk, of course. One's into cosplay and has a flair for fun, the other has long legs, I could play with them for a year. Zhao Xian seemed to visualize the scene, especially thinking about the two women together. His body involuntarily began to heat up. Shen Song couldn't help but swallow. However, since Zhao Xian had already set his sights on the two women, it would be inappropriate for him to think further. Suddenly he remembered Meng Xian. This isn't too bad. Especially that chest. With that thought, Shen Song said to Zhao Xian, Zhao Gu, you can have the cosplay girl and the long-legged beauty, but how about letting me enjoy Meng Xian a bit? Meng Xian had long been regarded by Zhao Xian as his exclusive treasure. How could she let this kid have ideas about her? Aren't you involved with Lin Suzhen? I saw you two messing around at the inventory. Lin Suzhen. She's nearly 40, she lacks security, so I give her reassurance it's just for fun. Seeing Zhao Xian's reluctance to part with Meng Xian, Shen Song couldn't help but feel a bit angry. So all the beauties are for you and the old lady is for me? It doesn't work that way. His tone became a bit confrontational. I have one request, Meng Xian is mine, otherwise I'm out. You can do whatever you want. Zhao Xian was a bit flustered upon hearing this. He still relied on Shen Song for many things, especially dealing with zombies and intimidating others. His tone softened a bit. Oh, come on, Song. What are you saying? Didn't Zhao Go promise not to mistreat you? Women are just clothes, our brotherhood is what matters. As long as we're united, aren't we the ones who call the shots? Those women, even if played together or swapped around, what's the big deal? Right. Zhao Xian put his arm around Shen Song's shoulder, raising an eyebrow with a mischievous smile. Tisk, Zhao Ge really knows how to have fun. I like it. Ha ha ha, then it's settled. The two of them colluding and reaching a consensus. Shinsong immediately began to strategize. Zhao Guai noticed that Gai Hanyang is holding a long gun with a bloody tip. He might not be easy to deal with. Yes, now that you mention it, those two women also seem to be carrying knives. Zhao Xian thought for a moment, his expression immediately darkening. Exactly, so we need to prepare. What do you have in mind? Shinsong smiled confidently. If it's zombies, my plan won't be much use, but for dealing with humans. Stop holding back, just say it already. He. Shinsong whispered a few words to Zhao Xian, who immediately showed a pleased expression. Not bad, you're the one with the plan, I'll leave it to you. Got it, just watch. If that kid dares to resist, we can play with those two women in front of him. He. Han Yang and Nan Nan followed Meng Xian and walked a few meters inside the warehouse entrance, where they saw two large freight elevators. However, due to a power outage, the elevators were currently out of service. This way. At this moment, Meng Xian suddenly spoke up, pointing to a passage beside the elevator. The two followed her in, discovering a long narrow storeroom. The storeroom didn't seem very large, divided by rows of shelves. One end of the shelves pressed against one wall, while the other end had a gap of 3 to 4 meters against the opposite wall, serving as a passage, and on this wall in the passage there were several double-opening iron doors. Do those iron doors lead to the mall? That's right, you don't need to worry, the doors are locked and the zombies in the mall won't be able to come in. No wonder. Han Yang looked at the labels on the shelves. Most were large appliances, and the first floor of the mall sold large appliances. This was indeed the storeroom for the first floor sales area. Soon Meng Xian led the two to a shelf. You can stay here for now, feel free to choose any 3 shelves. Ha! Why are these shelves all blocked? Nan Nan asked curiously. It turned out that the warehouse Meng Xian brought them to had pairs of shelves blocked off by numerous cardboard boxes, forming small enclosed spaces with only a gap of about 1 person's width left in front of them. Don't you know? Meng Xian said with a curious expression, survivors can also turn into zombies, so we blocked the shelves to create small rooms. This way everyone has their own room, and when sleeping they can block the door. No one needs to worry about suddenly turning and biting others. I see. Nan Nan understood at once. Since there are 3 of you, you need 3 rooms. You'll clear the doors for the other 2 rooms as well. After saying that, Meng Xian walked to the 2 nearby shelves, moved the boxes that were blocking them, and soon arranged 2 more livable rooms. Alright, next I will get you camping tents and food, please wait a moment. Okay, thank you, Sister Meng Xian. Do you need us to help get them? No need, those things are in the supermarket storeroom on the first floor, Manager Zhao won't let you in. Meng Xian said seemingly casually, then turned and left. Han Yang pondered for a moment. Brother Han, I feel that Zhao Xian has ulterior motives. Nan Nan murmured. I see it too, I actually don't care about that guy, it's this person. Han Yang pointed at the distant Meng Xian. Hoof. A fickle carrot, he can't help but be drawn to beautiful women. She's not that much older than me, right? Not even taller than me. Han Yang was dumbfounded, unable to resist giving Nan Nan a tap on the head. What are you thinking? Hey. Aren't you envious of her being big and youthful? Am I that kind of person? Seems like it. Han Yang's forehead twitched and he didn't want to dwell on the topic. Go move those boxes, Meng Xian just moved. What's so special about these boxes? They're just ordinary cardboard boxes, only a bit large. Nan Nan walked around the boxes, then picked one up by the straps on top. It's a bit heavy, but it's nothing for me. Of course it's heavy, didn't you see that it says air conditioner outdoor unit on top? Or are you not aware of how heavy an air conditioner outdoor unit is? Nan Nan stuck out her tongue. It seemed she truly didn't know. A typical outdoor unit weighs at least 70 to 80 pounds and some can weigh over 100 pounds. And then? That Meng Xian lifted it effortlessly. I can do it easily too, look. Nan Nan protested, demonstrating by lifting and lowering the box repeatedly with both hands. Han Yang watched speechless. Jealousy can distort one's perspective. Where's that cleverness of yours?